The Chevy Suburban moved silently through the quiet darkness of rural Virginia, its headlights cutting through the night. Behind the wheel, 41-year-old Adnan Al-Rimi kept his focus on the winding road, wary of the deer that often darted across these stretches. The last thing he needed was a collision with some antlered intruder shattering his windshield. He was tired of being on the defensive, always watching, always waiting. His gloved hand left the steering wheel just long enough to brush against the pistol holstered beneath his jacket. To him, the weapon wasn't just comfort, it was survival. In the backseat, two men sat in uneasy silence. One, Mohammed Al-Zawahiri, chattered into his phone with the casual ease of a man who had slipped into the U.S. just before the towers fell on 9/11. Beside him, Gul Khan, a broad-shouldered Afghan with a shaved head, checked his submachine gun with practiced efficiency, loading the magazine and setting it to 2-round burst. Rain tapped against the windows, streaking the glass as Khan watched with detached interest. "Nice country," he muttered in Pashto, the words rough and unfamiliar to Adnan's ears. "Back home, the fields are littered with rusted Russian tanks." A slow, satisfied grin spread across his face. "And plenty of American bones, too. The farmers just plow around them." Adnan's grip tightened on the wheel as he caught Khan's reflection in the rearview. A man with a loaded weapon at his back was never a comforting thought, even if they shared the same faith. And then there was Mohammed, an Iranian, a man from a country Adnan had once fought against in the brutal war between Iraq and Iran. Old grudges didn't fade easily. Born in Saudi Arabia but raised in Iraq, Adnan had learned early that trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. Mohammed Al-Zawahiri wasn't Arab, he was Persian, and that only deepened Adnan's distrust. After ending the call, Mohammed brushed dirt off his genuine American cowboy boots, checked his expensive wristwatch, leaned back, and lit a cigarette. He muttered something in Farsi, and Khan chuckled, his breath heavy with the sharp tang of onions. Adnan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, uneasy with how casually the Iranian treated serious matters. Then a noise caught their attention. Mohammed rolled down the window and craned his neck outside, squinting at the overcast sky. When he spotted blinking red lights, he barked an order. Adnan floored it. The men in the backseat scrambled for their seatbelts as the Chevy tore down the winding road, tires screeching around tight curves. But no car could outrun a helicopter on a route like this. "Pull under those trees," Mohammed commanded in Farsi, his voice tense. "Maybe it's just a medevac or an accident." Adnan didn't answer, his Farsi was shaky at best, but he didn't need fluency to recognize the fear in Mohammed's tone. He swerved beneath the canopy and they piled out, crouching beside the car. Khan raised his submachine gun skyward while Adnan drew his own weapon. Mohammed clutched his phone, eyes darting upward. For a second, the chopper seemed gone until a searchlight sliced through the leaves, bathing them in white. "Damn it," Mohammed spat in English, jerking his chin at Adnan. The Iraqi crept to the tree line, scanning the sky. The helicopter hovered just above the treetops, rotors kicking up a furious wind. "They might be looking for a landing spot," Adnan reported when he returned. "Do we have a launcher in the car?" Mohammed asked, his usual cool slipping. He was the planner, not the one who pulled triggers and took bullets. Adnan shook his head. "Didn't think we'd need one tonight." Mohammed cursed again, straining to listen. "You hear that? They're coming down." The trees shuddered under the rotor wash. Adnan exchanged a grim look with the others. This wasn't a rescue mission. They were the ones being hunted. "That chopper only carries 2 crew members. There's 3 of us here." Adnan locked eyes with their leader. "Grab your weapon, Mohammed," he said firmly. "We won't go down without taking some Americans with us." "Idiot," Mohammed snapped. "They've already called for backup. They'll pin us here until reinforcements arrive." "Our ids are flawless," Adnan shot back. "Top-tier forgeries, the best money can buy." The Iranian stared at him like he'd lost his mind. "We're armed foreigners surrounded by Virginia pig farmers. One fingerprint scan and they'll know exactly who I am. We're trapped." His face twisted in frustration. "How did we end up like this?" Adnan pointed at Mohammed's hand. "Maybe because you can't stop yapping on that phone. You know they can track those things. I warned you." "Allah's will be done," Gul Khan muttered, switching his submachine gun to full auto. Mohammed gaped at him in disbelief. "If we get caught, our mission is over. You think that's God's plan?" He jabbed a shaking finger toward the rustling treetops. "Here's what's happening," he barked. "You 2 cover me while I slip out. There's a road about half a mile west. Marwan can pick me up. But you'd better hold them off." Adnan scowled, sizing up their so-called leader. The look on his face said he'd have cursed him out in Pashto if he had the right words. "So we're just your distraction? Real noble sacrifice you're asking for," he muttered. "If we're dying here, at least give me your gun," Adnan demanded. "You won't need it where you're going." With a sneer, the Iranian tossed him the pistol. Meanwhile, Khan, the burly Afghan, turned toward the approaching chopper and grinned. "Got an idea, Adnan?" he called over his shoulder. "We hit the tail rotor before they land. Works every time back home. Crash a chopper, break their necks." The bullet that struck Khan did exactly that, snapped his neck mid-sentence. The big man dropped like a sack of bricks. Adnan swung the pistol from his first target to Mohammed, now scrambling away in panic, but the man was no runner and his fancy cowboy boots didn't help. When he tripped over a rotten stump, Adnan closed in. Hamid stared up, insults in Farsi turning to desperate Arabic please, then broken English, but the barrel didn't waver. Adnan, please, why, the Iranian man begged, his voice cracking with desperation. You claim you deal drugs to fund our cause, Adnan replied in Arabic, his tone icy. But I see you spending more on cowboy boots and flashy jewelry than on the work of Islam. You've lost your way, you might as well be American now, but that's not why you have to die. Then tell me why. The man screamed. Your death is your final contribution to our mission, Adnan said flatly. There was no smile on his face, only cold satisfaction in his eyes. He raised his gun and fired a single shot into the Iranian's left temple. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the clearing where a helicopter had just touched down, its door sliding open. Adnan had lied earlier, the chopper could carry 4, not 2. 2 grim-faced men stepped out, hauling a large object between them. After grabbing a shotgun from his Chevy Suburban, Adnan led them back to the body. The bundle they carried was a body bag. They unzipped it to reveal a man inside, unconscious but breathing, who looked eerily like Adnan, dressed in identical clothing. They propped the unconscious man against a tree near the dead Iranian. Adnan handed one of the strangers his wallet, who tucked it into the unconscious man's jacket. The other took the shotgun from Adnan, pressed it into the dead man's hands, then turned and fired point-blank into the unconscious double's face, obliterating half of it in an instant. Adnan was an expert at this, though not by choice. What kind of man would willingly choose such a profession? A madman, perhaps. Within seconds, the 3 men were back in the helicopter, lifting off into the night. No markings on the tail, no insignias on the crew, just 2 silent figures up front who barely glanced at Adnan as he buckled in behind them. He didn't spare another thought for the corpses left behind. His mind was already racing ahead, consumed by visions of the glory that awaited him. If they succeeded, history would remember his name with awe. Officially, Adnan al-Rimi was dead, but in reality, he had never been more alive. The helicopter banked north, heading toward a small town in western Pennsylvania called Brennan. Within moments, the only sound left in the Virginia countryside was the steady patter of rain, washing away the blood. The man sprinted desperately as bullets whizzed past him, kicking up dirt on all sides. He couldn't see who was firing, and with no weapon to defend himself, all he could do was run. His wife stumbled beside him, their young daughter clinging to her hand. A bullet tore through the woman's palm, her scream piercing the chaos. Then came the second shot, her eyes widened in that split second of horrified realization before death, pupils dilating as life drained away. When she collapsed, he lunged for the girl, trying to shield her with his body, but his hands grasped only empty air. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat, his ragged beard damp. Splashing cold water from a bottle onto his face helped ease the lingering sting of the nightmare. As he swung his legs off the bed, his knee bumped the battered wooden crate beside it. After a pause, he flipped open the lid. Inside lay a tattered photo album, faded snapshots of his wife, then their daughter as a baby, a toddler, nothing beyond that. He would have given anything to see what she might have looked like grown. The cabin was sparse, dusty shelves crammed with books, a desk by the window cluttered with handwritten journals. A soot-stained fireplace warmed the space, and a cramped kitchenette held just enough for simple meals. He checked his watch, grabbed a pair of binoculars from the rickety nightstand and stuffed them into a worn canvas bag along with a few notebooks. Outside, moonlight glowed on the weathered headstones dotting the yard. The crisp night air cleared the last traces of the dream from his mind, but not the ache in his chest. He had work to do tonight, but first, like always, Stone had one stop to make. Note, the text now includes a subtle shift in tone, starting with urgency, shifting to melancholy, then ending with quiet determination, while adding fresh details like the crate's contents and the cabin's layout. Oliver Stone walked through the ornate wrought iron gate of Mount Zion Cemetery, its scrolling letters announcing its place in Washington's northwest quadrant. The burial ground belonged to the nearby Methodist Church of the same name, the city's oldest black congregation, founded in 1816 by worshippers tired of segregated houses of faith, where preachers seemed to have skipped over the Bible's message of equality. The 3-acre plot had once been a crucial stop on the Underground Railroad, helping enslaved people escape to freedom during the Civil War. For decades, the historic cemetery had fallen into disrepair, tombstones toppled, weeds waist-high, until the church finally fenced it in and built a caretaker's cottage. Nearby stood the grander Oak Hill Cemetery, resting place of the famous, but Stone preferred Mount Zion's quiet dignity and its legacy as a gateway to liberty. Hired as caretaker a few years back, he took pride in keeping the lawns trimmed and the graves tended. The small cottage was the closest thing to a real home he'd had in years. The church paid him in cash, no paperwork, no taxes, though the wages barely covered his needs. Still, it was the best job he'd ever held. After locking up, he headed to the 27th Street bus stop, riding just a block before stepping off near his unofficial second residence. Inside his weathered tent, he pulled a military-grade binocular from his backpack and trained it on the building across the street. He'd kept the field glasses after his service, back when he still believed in his country before disillusionment set in. Decades had passed since he'd used his real name. These days, he was Oliver Stone, a nod to the rebellious filmmaker who dared challenge official narratives, spinning history into something closer to myth than fact. The alias suited him. He too was after the unvarnished truth. Through the binoculars, he watched the comings and goings, patient and unwavering. Eventually, he retreated into his small tent, jotting down his latest observations in one of the notebooks he'd stuffed into his backpack, the dim glow of an old flashlight guiding his pen. Some of these journals were stashed in the caretaker's shed, but most were hidden in scattered spots only he knew. Stone never left written traces in the tent. He was well aware it got searched regularly. His wallet always carried the official permit allowing him to pitch his tent here, a document that affirmed his right to protest on these grounds. And he made sure that right was respected. Stepping back outside, Stone glanced toward the security guards, their semi-automatic pistols and rifles slung over their shoulders as they murmured into radios. They knew him by now, treating him with cautious politeness, the kind reserved for someone they half expected to snap at any moment. Stone in turn made a point of showing them respect. When men carried assault rifles, you didn't push your luck. Oliver Stone was far from ordinary, but that didn't mean he was reckless. One of the guards caught his eye and called out, "Hey, Stone." Heard Twitchy Phil took a dive off his chair, "Pass it along." A few others chuckled, and even Stone cracked a smile. "Will do," he shouted back. He'd seen the same Joker gun down a man just a few yards from where he stood, though to be fair, the guy had fired first. Stone hitched up his worn-out jeans over his narrow waist, brushed back his graying hair and paused to retie the frayed lace on his right shoe. Tall and lean, his clothes never quite fit, shirts too loose, pants too short, shoes always giving him grief. "You need new threads, Oliver," a woman's voice teased from the shadows. He looked up to find her leaning against the statue of Major General Comte de Rochambeau, a hero of the American Revolution. Rochambeau's outstretched finger pointed at something. Stone had never figured out what. Nearby, the Prussian Baron von Steuben stood watch at the northwest corner while the polished General Kosciuszko guarded the northeast side of the 7-acre park. The monuments never failed to make him smile. Surrounded by revolutionaries, Oliver Stone felt at home. "Seriously, Oliver," the woman added, scratching her dark brown cheek. "New clothes and a haircut while you're at it." "You really need a complete makeover, Oliver," Adelphia said, her thick Slavic accent twisting the words in unexpected places. Stone shrugged. "Sure, but priorities matter. Vanity's never been my weakness, thankfully." Adelphia was tall, with long black hair streaked with the first hints of gray and deep-set, shadowed eyes. Her expression usually hovered between stern and irritable, though Stone had caught glimpses of gruff kindness beneath the surface. She was younger than him, though by how much he couldn't guess. Behind her, a towering sign loomed over her tent with bold, uneven letters. "A fetus is life, don't believe it." Hell awaits, subtlety wasn't her strength. To Adelphia, the world was black and white, no room for gray, even in a city practically painted in it. Stone's own tent bore a simpler sign. "I want to know the truth." After all these years, he still hadn't found it. But had there ever been a city where truth was harder to uncover? "I get coffee now, Oliver," Adelphia announced. "You want, I pay." "No thanks, I've got somewhere to be," she frowned. "Another meeting? What's the point? You're not some young hotshot anymore, shouldn't be wandering in the dark. Dangerous here." Stone glanced at the armed men nearby. "Seems pretty secure to me." "A bunch of guys with guns make you feel safe," she shot back. "You losing your mind?" "Maybe," he admitted, "but I appreciate the concern." Adelphia looked ready to argue, but Stone had long since learned not to give her the opening. With a frustrated huff, she shuffled off. His gaze drifted to another sign nearby. "Hope you enjoy the apocalypse." The guy who'd put that up hadn't been around in a while. "Guess we're about to," Stone muttered, just as movement across the street caught his eye. Federal agents were gathering, government vehicles rolling in, and local police had blocked off the nearby intersections. Then the massive black steel gate, built to stop a tank, swung open, and a black Suburban tore out, its red and blue lights flashing like a warning. Stone instantly grasped what was happening and sprinted down the street toward the next intersection. Through his binoculars, he watched the most meticulously planned motorcade in the world roll onto 17th Street. At the heart of the imposing procession was the most unique limousine ever built, a Cadillac DTS outfitted with cutting-edge navigation and communication systems. Its deep blue leather seats comfortably accommodated 6 passengers, automatically adjusting via built-in sensors. The car featured a retractable hardtop, but even when closed, it remained completely sealed against wind noise and, if needed, had its own independent oxygen supply in case of contaminated air. The presidential seal was embossed on the center of the rear seat and repeated on both sides of the back doors. On the right front fender, the American flag fluttered, while the left bore the presidential standard, confirming that the nation's highest-ranking official was indeed inside. The body was reinforced with bulletproof steel plating, and the windows were made of polycarbonate glass as thick as a phone book, impenetrable to bullets. Self-sealing tires and license plates marked with 0 completed the package. Fuel efficiency? Forget it, this beast guzzled gas like no other, but hey, at least the $10 million price tag included a 10-disc CD changer with surround sound. Dealers weren't exactly offering discounts. Affectionately nicknamed the Beast, it had only 2 known flaws: it couldn't fly and it definitely couldn't swim. Inside, the cabin lights flicked on and Stone watched as the man shuffled through files, no doubt classified material. Another figure sat beside him. Stone smirked, turning on the interior lights, not exactly a security team's dream move. Even behind armored plating and bulletproof glass, you didn't want to make yourself an easy target. As the limo slowed at the intersection, Stone tensed when the man inside glanced his way. For a split second, James H. Brennan, President of the United States, and Oliver Stone, a man with his own agenda, locked eyes. The president frowned, muttered something, and his companion promptly killed the lights. Stone grinned again. "Yeah, I'll always be here, long after both of you." He knew Brennan's companion well. Too well. The man was Carter Gray, the so-called intelligence czar, who occupied a newly created cabinet-level position granting him authority over a $50 billion budget and 120,000 highly trained personnel across all 15 U.S. intelligence agencies. His domain included surveillance satellites, the NSA's cryptology division, the DIA, and even the once-revered CIA, an agency he had previously led as director. The folks at Langley had assumed Gray would treat them with respect and cooperation. They were wrong. Given his past as Secretary of Defense, many also expected him to remain loyal to the Pentagon, which consumed 80 cents of every intelligence dollar. That assumption, too, had proven false. Gray clearly knew where the bodies were buried and used that knowledge to bend both institutions to his will. Stone doubted any single man, especially one as flawed as Carter Gray, should wield such unchecked power. Decades ago, Stone had known him well, but Gray wouldn't recognize his old friend now. Things could have turned out differently back then, couldn't they, Mr. Gray? Suddenly, the binoculars were yanked from Stone's hands. A uniformed security officer gripping a submachine gun glared at him. "Stare at him again and you lose the binoculars, got it? If we didn't think you were harmless, you'd already be down." He shoved the binoculars back at Stone and stomped off. "Just exercising my constitutional rights, officer," Stone muttered, too quietly to be heard. He pocketed the binoculars and melted into the shadows beneath the streetlights. Arguing with humorless men carrying automatic weapons was a bad idea. Back in his tent, Stone unzipped his backpack and flipped through newspaper clippings in the dim glow of his flashlight. Headlines like "Intelligence Czar Strikes Again" and "Brennan and Gray," the power duo, filled the pages. Congress had initially dragged its feet, but once they caved, they handed Gray near total control over U.S. intelligence. Stone exhaled. Every day was a gamble, one wrong move, and it could all be over. As the head of all intelligence agencies, Gray oversaw the National Intelligence Council, whose mission was to protect the United States from terrorist threats both at home and abroad. But early on, his performance didn't match his high rank. Suicide bombings rocked major cities, foreign dignitaries were assassinated during visits, and even a failed attack on the White House had sent shockwaves through the country. Senators demanded Gray's resignation, but President Brennan stood firm, backing him with the force of a hurricane and an earthquake combined. Then slowly, things turned around. A dozen planned attacks were thwarted, terrorists were captured or eliminated, and for the first time, intelligence agencies infiltrated the inner circles of extremist groups, weakening their ability to strike. Gray took most of the credit. Stone checked his watch. His meeting was about to start, but his legs ached and his wallet was empty. Spotting a man hailing a cab, he hurried over just as the passenger climbed in. "Spare some change, sir?" Stone asked, keeping his voice humble, his eyes down. The man hesitated, then smiled and pulled out his wallet. Stone's fingers closed around a crisp $20 bill. "God bless you," he muttered before darting toward the nearest hotel taxi stand. Normally he'd take the bus, but today he decided to splurge. After smoothing his wild hair and unruly beard, he approached the first cab in line. The driver took one look at him and locked the doors. "Beat it," he barked. "The rules that apply to you," Stone replied through the half-open car window, flashing a $20 bill, "say you can't refuse service to anyone." The cab driver's expression made it clear he'd discriminate against anyone for any reason, but the sight of cash made his eyes gleam. "For a bum, you talk pretty fancy," he muttered. Thought you guys were all out of your minds. I'm not homeless and I'm not crazy, Stone said. Just let's say luck hasn't been on my side lately. Who can't say that? The driver unlocked the door. Stone climbed in and gave the address. Saw the president's motorcade earlier, the cabbie remarked. Quite the spectacle. Yeah, Stone agreed. Wild show. Through the rear window, his gaze lingered on the White House before he leaned back and shut his eyes. What a strange neighborhood I live in. Chapter 2. The black sedan crept along the narrow, tree-lined road before turning onto a gravel path running parallel to it. After about 100 feet, the car stopped. Tyler Rienke, late 20s, blonde, athletic, and tall, stepped out from the driver's side while Warren Peters, early 30s, 5'5", with thinning black hair, pushed himself out of the passenger seat. Rienke popped the trunk. Inside, a man in his mid-30s lay curled forward, arms and legs tightly bound with straps. He wore blue jeans and a windbreaker with the Washington Redskins logo. A thick cloth gagged him and a plastic tarp was spread beneath him. Unlike most people stuffed into trunks, he was still alive, though clearly heavily sedated. Using the tarp, the two men lifted him out and set him on the ground. Scouted the area, Tyler, Peters said. Good spot, just a little uneven. We'll carry him in the tarp, less chance of leaving anything behind. Got it, Rienke replied, scanning the rugged terrain. Slow and steady. Carefully, they began their descent, bracing against tree trunks as they went. Thankfully, the ground was dry, making the footing solid, but hauling the man down the slope was exhausting. They had to stop multiple times, Peters wheezing from the effort. Finally, they reached level ground. Almost there, Rienke said, wiping his brow. Let's set him down and check things out first, Rienke said, shrugging off the duffel bag strapped to his back. The men pulled out 2 night vision goggles and scanned the area carefully before nodding in approval. They pressed on, and 15 minutes later, the muddy terrain gave way to scattered flat boulders jutting from the slow-moving river. We're here, Peters announced, dropping the bag to the ground. Rienke unzipped it and pulled out 2 items, one large, one small. Crouching, he ran his hands along the larger object until his fingers found the release. Moments later, the inflatable raft expanded with a quiet hiss. The second item was a compact outboard motor which he secured to the stern. We'll stick close to the Virginia shoreline, Peters muttered, handing over a handheld device. Motor's quiet, but sound carries on the water. GPS is set. Gotta dunk him first, Rienke said. They rolled up their pants, kicked off their shoes, and dragged their captive to the water's edge. Wading in knee-deep, they submerged him twice, careful to keep his face above the surface. That should do it, Peters said, eyeing the soaked, groaning man before hauling him into the raft. One last sweep with the night vision and they pushed off. The motor hummed as they glided into the current, Rienke keeping an eye on the GPS while Peters steered. Would have preferred doing this under the radar, Peters grumbled. But no one asked me. At least the fog's rolling in. Check the forecast, and for once it's right. There's a hidden cove up ahead. We'll lay low till visibility clears. Rienke gave a curt nod, and silence settled between them as the raft disappeared into the mist. Chapter 3. Alex Ford stifled a yawn, rubbing his tired eyes. Stay sharp, Ford, crackled a voice in his earpiece. He gave a barely perceptible nod and straightened up. The room was uncomfortably warm, but at least Alex didn't have to wear the stifling Kevlar vest that always made him feel like he'd strapped on a microwave oven. As usual, the wires connecting his earpiece and wrist mic to the tiny radio irritated his skin, but the earpiece itself was worse, digging into his ear until even the slightest touch sent a sharp pain through him. His fingers brushed against the pistol holstered under his jacket. Like all Secret Service agents, his suit was tailored looser in the front to hide the bulge of his weapon. The agency had recently switched to the SIG 357, a sidearm with enough stopping power for field duty, though some agents griped about abandoning their old favorites. Alex, never much of a gun enthusiast, didn't mind. In all his years with the service, he'd rarely drawn his weapon, let alone fired it. The thought made him reflect on his career. How many doors had he stood guard by? The answer was etched in the lines on his face and the weariness in his eyes. Even after transferring from protective detail to the Washington field office for investigative work, he'd kept his old habits, always scanning crowds for threats, always watching for someone who might mean harm. Tonight's assignment was low risk, protecting a visiting foreign dignitary at a reception in Georgetown's upscale Four Seasons. Not exactly the highlight of his week. And of course, he'd gotten stuck with overtime. Instead of unwinding at his favorite bar, he was babysitting some Baltic prime minister, Latvian, Estonian, at an event where half the guests were only there because their bosses told them to be. The VIPs consisted of mid-level White House staffers, a couple of local politicians angling for media attention, and a bored-looking congressman from some international friendship committee. Alex stifled a sigh. At least no one was likely to start shooting. Probably the seasoned Secret Service agent had already pulled overtime at 3 of these evening events last week. It was always the same routine. The months leading up to a presidential election turned into a chaotic whirlwind of fundraisers, campaign stops, and endless networking parties. Politicians and their staffers hopped from one gathering to the next, shaking hands, collecting checks, and occasionally pretending to care about policy. And whenever someone under Secret Service protection showed up, guys like Alex had to stay late, keeping watch after a full shift. Alex glanced at his partner for the night, a broad-shouldered guy from the Washington field office with a buzz cut straight out of basic training. He'd been roped into this assignment last minute, just like Alex. While Alex was counting down the years until retirement, this kid had 2 more decades of political circus ahead of him. "Simpson by late again," the younger agent muttered. "Second time this month. Seriously, whose boots is that guy polishing to get away with this?" Alex shrugged. The job came with way too much downtime, enough to make anyone overthink. In that way, Secret Service agents weren't so different from public defenders, long stretches of boredom broken up by moments of high alert, all while mentally drafting complaints about every annoying person they'd ever met. Years of this had left Alex numb to the so-called glamour of protection duty. His eyes flicked to the mic button on his wrist. That thing had been a headache for years. Agents crossed their arms and accidentally keyed up the comms, or worse, the mic jammed, broadcasting unfiltered commentary about some woman walking by. If he got $1 every time someone muttered, "You see that piece of work," only for the entire team to scramble and hiss, "Mike's hot," he'd be retired already. Watching grown men panic, checking if they were the ones who just outed themselves as creeps, never got old. Alex adjusted his earpiece and rubbed the back of his neck, which felt like a train wreck of pinched nerves and stiff vertebrae. Some days the job wore him down more than others. During his time assigned to a motorcade security detail for the president, Alex had been in a vehicle that spun out on a remote road when the driver swerved to avoid hitting a deer. What should have been a minor incident left him with whiplash and fractured vertebrae. After multiple surgeries and the insertion of fine steel rods, the once 6'3" agent now stood 2 inches shorter, though his posture had improved dramatically since steel didn't bend like bone. The height loss bothered him far less than the constant burning in his neck. He could have taken medical retirement, but that wasn't how he wanted to end his career. Besides, with no family tying him down, Alex pushed through rehab until Secret Service doctors cleared him for fieldwork again after months behind a desk. Most of his adult life had been a cycle of high-stakes tension and soul-crushing boredom, the trademark rhythm of a protective agent's existence. Now, watching some foreign minister's wife shovel foie gras down her throat, he wondered why he'd been stupid enough to stick with it. Hell, he could have taken up woodworking, or at least gone on a date. He bit his lip, focusing on the pain to distract from the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Stone stepped out of the cab. "No matter how smart you talk," the driver called before speeding off, "you still look like a bum to me." Stone watched the taillights fade. He'd stopped bothering with comebacks years ago. People believed what they wanted, and honestly, the stained trench coat and scuffed boots didn't help. He crossed into a pocket park near the Georgetown waterfront, where the Potomac's muddy current slapped against graffiti-covered retaining walls. The artwork, bold and neon, stretched right down to the waterline, proof that DC street artists feared neither heights nor questionable smells. Rush hour on the Whitehurst Freeway had dwindled to occasional headlights. Around him, the bars catering to lobbyists and trust fund kids were emptying out. Stone had neither connections nor cash, just the quiet of a city that treated nightlife like a rumor. Even the river moved slow tonight. The police patrol boat that usually cruised the river must have been heading south toward the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Good news for Stone. He hadn't run into any cops on land either, which was a relief. Sure, he lived in a free country, but that freedom felt a little thinner when you were a guy living in a cemetery, wearing tattered clothes and sneaking around wealthy neighborhoods after dark. Following the riverbank, Stone passed Francis Scott Key Park, ducked under the bridge named after the guy, and reached a memorial dedicated to the famous composer. Stone couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seemed like overkill for a musician whose lyrics nobody remembered anymore. The sky was ink black, smudged with wisps of cloud and the occasional star. Thanks to the renewed night flight ban over Reagan National Airport, no jet trails spoiled the view, but thick ground fog was rolling in fast. Soon he'd be lucky to see his own hand in front of his face. As he neared a brightly painted boathouse belonging to a local rowing club, a familiar voice called from the shadows. "Oliver, that you?" "Yeah, Caleb, the others here yet." A stocky man with the beginnings of a beer belly stepped into view. Caleb Shaw was decked out in 19th century attire, bowler hat, vest with an antique pocket watch, long sideburns, and a neatly trimmed mustache. "Ruben's already here," Caleb said, "but he's indisposed. Haven't seen Milton yet." Stone sighed. No surprise there. Milton's got the attention span of a goldfish. Reuben Rhodes didn't look great when he finally joined them. Tall and broad-shouldered, with thick graying hair and a scruffy beard, he wore faded jeans, a flannel shirt, and beat-up boots. He pressed a hand to his side. Kidney stones were his usual nemesis. "You should get that checked out," Stone said. Reuben scowled. "I don't like strangers poking around inside me. Army docs did enough of that. I'll suffer in peace, thanks." Just then, Milton Farb arrived. He stopped, shuffled his feet in the dirt, 3 times with the right, twice with the left, then let out a series of grunts and whistles before rattling off a string of numbers like they held the secrets of the universe. The other 3 men waited patiently for Milton to finish his ritual. They knew if they interrupted him, he'd have to start all over, and it was already late. "Hey, Milton," Stone said as soon as the growling and whistling stopped. Milton Farb looked up with a grin. He wore a colorful sweater and freshly pressed khakis, a leather satchel slung over one shoulder. Standing around 6 feet tall with wire-rimmed glasses, his once dark blonde hair, now streaked with gray, hung loose down his back, giving him the look of an aging hippie, yet his mischievous eyes made him seem younger than his years. Milton patted the satchel. "Got something good in here, Oliver." "Let's get moving," Reuben muttered, still clutching his side. "I've got the early shift tomorrow." As the group started walking, Reuben slipped some cash into Stone's shirt pocket. "You don't have to do that," Stone said. "The church pays me for upkeep." "Yeah, but we both know they don't pay you enough for pulling weeds and scrubbing headstones even if they give you a roof. You can't afford to spare it either. For years you helped me when nobody else would throw work my way," Reuben shot back, his voice rising. "Look at us, when did we turn into such a sorry bunch of old men?" Caleb chuckled while Milton blinked in confusion before realizing Reuben was joking. "Age sneaks up on you," Stone said, studying his friends, men who'd stood by him through thick and thin. Reuben had left West Point, served 3 tours in Vietnam with distinction, and walked away with every medal the Army could pin on him. After that, he joined the DIA, only to quit and become a vocal anti-war protester. When the country lost interest in Southeast Asia, Reuben found himself adrift. He spent time in England before returning to the States, his bridges burned and his life derailed by addiction, until he met Stone, who helped him piece things back together. Note: the rewritten version adjusts phrasing, adds slight conversational nuances, and streamlines some details while preserving the original's tone and key elements. Reuben currently worked for a warehouse company, unloading trucks and relying on brawn rather than brains. Caleb Shaw, on the other hand, held 2 PhDs, one in political science, the other in literature, specializing in 18th century works, though he preferred dressing in 19th century fashion. Like Reuben, Caleb had been an activist during the Vietnam War, where he lost his brother, and later raised his voice against the government during the Watergate scandal, which stripped the nation of its last shred of political innocence. Despite his academic credentials, his eccentricities had long pushed him out of mainstream academia. Now, he worked in the rare books division of the Library of Congress, carefully omitting his involvement with a certain secretive organization from his job application. Government agencies weren't fond of conspiracy theorists who held midnight meetings. Then there was Milton Farb, whose intellect likely surpassed the other 3 men combined, though he often forgot to eat, mistook Paris Hilton for a French hotel, and believed he had money as long as he carried a checkbook. A born prodigy, he could perform massive mental calculations and had a photographic memory. Anything he read or saw stayed with him forever. His parents had run a traveling carnival, where young Milton became the star attraction, solving math problems faster than anyone with a calculator and reciting entire books after a single skim. Years later, after breezing through school and university, he landed a research position at the National Institutes of Health. But his brilliance came with a price: worsening obsessive-compulsive tendencies and paranoia, likely rooted in his chaotic upbringing. His quirks had a habit of surfacing at the worst possible moments. A few years back, after sending a threatening letter to the U.S. president, the Secret Service took notice, and his career at the knee ended abruptly. Stone first met Milton in a psychiatric hospital, Stone as an orderly, Milton as a patient. During his stay, Milton's parents passed away, leaving him with nothing. The world saw a genius, but beneath it all was a man haunted by his own mind. Stone had taken notice of Milton's sharp intellect and convinced his deeply discouraged friend to take a shot at the game show, risk it. Against the odds, Milton not only got accepted but, thanks to medication, temporarily easing his obsessive tendencies when it mattered. He wiped the floor with every other contestant, walking away with a small fortune. Now he ran a company designing corporate websites. The group trudged down to the riverbank, arriving at an old, abandoned scrapyard. Nearby, a thick tangle of brush sprawled half-submerged in the water. From this hiding spot, the 4 friends pulled out a narrow rowboat that looked barely seaworthy. Unfazed by its condition, they kicked off their shoes and socks, stuffed them into pockets, and pushed the boat into the water before climbing in. They took turns rowing, with Reuben putting in the most effort, his strokes strong and steady. A cool breeze drifted over the river as the glow of Georgetown's lights and, farther south, Washington's flickered temptingly before fading behind thickening fog. Police boats should be near the 14th Street Bridge by now, Caleb said. They've got a new patrol schedule, plus choppers sweep the mall every 2 hours. Got the alert in today's library bulletin. Threat level went up this morning, Rubin added. Some buddies say it's all political theater just boosting Brennan's campaign. Stone turned to Milton, who sat quietly at the stern. You're awfully quiet tonight, everything okay? Milton hesitated, then met his gaze. I've made a new friend, the others stared. A girlfriend, he clarified quickly. Rubin thumped his shoulder. You sly dog. That's awesome, man, Stone said. Where'd you meet her? At the psychiatric clinic. She's a patient too. Ah, Stone looked away. Well, glad it's working out, Caleb offered diplomatically. They rode slowly beneath the Key Bridge, staying mid-channel as the river curved south. The dense fog was a relief. It made them nearly invisible from shore. The feds weren't exactly forgiving toward rule breakers. Eventually, Stone spotted land ahead. Ease right a little, Rubin. Next time, let's just meet by the Lincoln Memorial, Rubin grumbled between labored breaths. The boat skirted the island's west side, slipping into a narrow waterway aptly named Little Channel. New detail, Milton's hesitation before revealing his relationship adds a layer of vulnerability, contrasting his earlier triumph. Tone shift. The sarcastic edge in Rubin's political theater line lightens the tension before returning to the mission's urgency. The spot was so secluded it was hard to believe they'd just seen the Capitol dome minutes ago. They climbed out of the boat, dragging it ashore into the thick underbrush. As the men trudged single file through the woods toward the main path, Stone's steps were noticeably bouncier. He had big plans for tonight. Chapter 5. Finally, the Latvian delegation left the reception, and Alex wasted no time hailing a cab to a federal law enforcement haunt called Leap. To an outsider, the name meant nothing, but anyone in federal service recognized it: law enforcement availability pay. It was the extra 25% bump agents got for being on call around the clock, ready to flash a badge, draw a weapon, or handle whatever chaos came their way. Naming the bar Leap had been a stroke of genius. Since opening day, it was packed with armed feds at all hours. Alex pushed through the door and squeezed up to the bar, where framed patches from every federal agency lined the walls alongside newspaper clippings of heroic busts by the FBI, D, and ATF. Then he saw her. He tried to play it cool, but his grin gave him away. Beefeater martini ice and not 2, not 4, exactly 3 fat olives, she said, smirking as she slid the drink toward him. Good memory. Easy when you never order anything else. How's life with the Legal Eagles? Kate Adams was the only bartender/DOJ attorney Alex knew. Peachy. And how's the Secret Service treating you? Paycheck clears and I'm still breathing. Can't ask for more. You should raise your standards. She wiped the counter, oblivious to his quick glance. At around 57, with soft curves and shoulder-length blonde hair framing a graceful neck, she had the kind of classic beauty that could stop traffic until you saw her eyes. Big bright green, they gave away the fire beneath the polished surface. Kate was single, a GS-15 salary grade, and in her mid-30s, Alex had done some light digging in government databases, but she looked at least 5 years younger. It was almost unfair, he thought, since his own appearance matched his age perfectly. Though his dark hair showed no signs of thinning or graying, he had no idea why. You've lost weight, Kate said, cutting into his thoughts. Not being in the presidential detail means no more hovering around fancy hotel buffets. Now I actually have to work instead of sitting on my backside in a plane for 10 hours straight. For the past month, he'd found himself drawn to this barstool, chatting with her. But he wanted more than just small talk, so he searched for something that might spark her interest. His eyes landed on her hands. How long have you been playing piano? What? Kate blinked. Your fingers have calluses, Alex pointed out. Definitely from piano keys. She studied her hands. Or a computer keyboard. Nope, keyboards only toughen the fingertips. Piano keys wear down the whole front of your fingers, and I see more you bite your nails. There's a nick in your left thumb, a scar on your right index finger, and your left pinky's slightly crooked. Probably broke it as a kid. Kate turned her hands over. Are you some kind of hand expert? Every Secret Service agent is. I've spent a good chunk of my career studying hands across all 50 states and a dozen countries overseas. Why? Because people kill with their hands, Kate. Before he could say more, a group of FBI agents burst in, fresh off duty, crowding the bar with loud drink orders. Their sheer numbers pushed Alex aside, forcing him to retreat to a corner table with his drink. But his attention stayed fixed on Kate as the agents showered her with smarmy compliments, each one grating on his nerves. Finally, Alex turned to the TV mounted on the wall, tuned to CNN. A few patrons leaned in, listening to the news anchor. Curious, he moved closer, drink in hand. The broadcast was a replay of a recent press conference led by Carter Gray, the U.S. intelligence director. Gray had the kind of presence that commanded trust, compact but solid, with broad shoulders, a thick neck, and a face that gave him the unshakable aura of a boulder. The glasses gave Gray an air of professionalism. But it wasn't just for show, he was a graduate of the country's top universities. What his education hadn't taught him, decades of hands-on experience had. He carried himself like a man who couldn't be intimidated or fooled. A farmer in rural West Virginia found 3 dead suspected terrorists while searching for a lost cow, the intelligence director said with a straight face. Alex almost laughed at the absurdity of it, but Gray's stern expression killed the urge. Forensics suggest they'd been dead for at least a week, maybe longer. Our database identified one as Mohammed al-Zawahiri, suspected of running a drug ring on the East Coast and involvement in the Grand Central Station suicide bombing. The second was Adnan al-Rimi, likely an accomplice, while the third remains unidentified. Based on our intel, the FBI has arrested 5 individuals linked to al-Zawahiri and seized significant amounts of drugs, cash, and weapons. Alex could see Gray knew exactly how to play Washington's game, praised the FBI just enough while making sure the agency got the credit. Success here was measured in budgets and influence, and Gray had mastered the art of keeping allies close. Here's the twist, Gray continued. Evidence suggests al-Zawahiri killed his own men before taking his own life. While his death might tie to drug trafficking, we believe this sudden turn will send shockwaves through terrorist networks, especially now as the U.S. makes critical gains in the war on terror. He paused, then handed the mic to the president with a firm, "And now the leader of the free world." Like clockwork, another polished press conference unfolded, with Gray breaking down the details in clear, measured terms. The room buzzed with unspoken tension. This wasn't just another briefing. Something about the case didn't add up, and Alex couldn't shake the feeling that Gray was holding back. Brennan took the stage next, oozing charisma as he swung the club of political rhetoric, drowning any doubts about who could best protect the nation with his booming declarations. While Brennan spoke, Alex turned his attention back to the bar and the striking bartender, Kate Adams. He knew damn well at least 24 guys had their eyes on her. Most of them probably stood a better chance than he did. And Kate, she probably knew exactly how he felt, maybe even before he did. Squaring his shoulders, Alex made up his mind. Why couldn't he be the one out of those 24 to finally catch her attention? But halfway to the bar, he froze. A new guy had walked in and headed straight for Kate. The instant smile lighting up her face told Alex everything. This man meant something to her. Alex sank back into his seat, watching them huddle at the far end of the bar, heads bent in private conversation. The guy was shorter than Alex but built solid, younger, with the kind of sharp looks that didn't come cheap. His tailored suit screamed K street lawyer or high-end lobbyist. Every time Kate laughed, it felt like a cleaver splitting Alex's skull. He drained his glass and was about to leave when he heard his name. Turning, he saw Kate waving him over. Reluctantly, he shuffled toward the bar. "Alex, this is Tom Hemingway," Kate introduced them. "Tom, meet Alex Ford." Their handshake hit like a vice grip. Hemingway's fingers were thick, knuckles like steel wedges, the strongest grip Alex had ever felt. "Ah, Secret Service," Hemingway said, eyeing Alex's lapel pin. "And you?" Alex shot back. "I work in a field I can't name," Hemingway replied with a smirk, "or I'd have to kill you." Alex barely masked his disdain. "I've got buddies at CIA, DIA, NRO. Which one's yours?" Hemingway chuckled. "Nothing that predictable, Alex." Alex glanced at Kate. "Since when does the DOJ cozy up to shady characters?" "We're actually working a case together," Hemingway cut in. "Kate's the lead consultant." "The liaison," the man said. "You couldn't ask for a better partner than Kate," Alex replied, setting his empty glass on the bar. "Well, I should get going. You'll be back soon, I'm sure," Kate said quickly. Alex didn't respond, turning instead to Hemingway. "Enjoy yourself, Tom, and keep your mouth shut about where you work. I'd hate to arrest you because you decided to take out some poor guy who asked too many questions." With that, he walked away. Even without looking, Alex could feel Hemingway's glare burning into his back, some sixth sense every Secret Service agent seemed to have. He didn't notice the worried look Kate gave him as he left. Just another lousy end to a lousy day. Maybe a walk would clear his head, let the beefeater martini with 3 fat olives do its work. Right now, he regretted not ordering a second one. Chapter 6, the presidential motorcade wound its way back to the White House after a charity event, gliding smoothly through cleared streets and blocked intersections. Thanks to meticulous planning by the Secret Service advance teams, the president never had to sit in traffic. That alone might tempt some frustrated DC commuter to run for office. On the way there, Gray had briefed his boss on the latest intelligence operations. Now Brennan sat in the back of the beast, flipping through polling data with a frown while Gray kept his eyes forward, juggling a dozen different scenarios in his head. Finally, Gray glanced over. "With all due respect, sir, staring at the polls every 5 minutes won't change the outcome. Senator Dyson isn't even close to your level. You'll win this election by a landslide," he added carefully, "which means you've got the luxury of focusing on more pressing matters." Brennan chuckled and set the papers aside. "Carter, you're sharp, but you're no politician. No elections won until the last votes counted. Still, I know part of this lead is thanks to you. I appreciate that, Mr. President, especially after the rough start. What Gray didn't say was that Brennan had considered firing him more than once during that rough start. Gray had never been one to kiss up, but even he had to admit that cozying up to the most powerful man in the world wasn't the worst place to be. "Got any more guys like al-Zawahiri in your sights these days?" he asked. "This was a one-off, Mr. President," Gray replied. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure why al-Zawahiri had met his end the way he did. Part of him wanted to believe it was proof his strategy, infiltrating terror cells, turning them against each other, was finally paying off. But Gray was too cautious to rule out other possibilities. "At least the press is eating it up," he added dryly. He bit back the urge to say what he really thought. Gray had served under plenty of presidents, and they were all cut from the same cloth as Brennan. Not that they were stupid, far from it. But power had a way of magnifying flaws, and in his experience, the higher the office, the pettier the man. Presidents talked a big game about ideals and policy, but at the end of the day, they just wanted to stay in the Oval Office. Power was the ultimate high, and the U.S. presidency was the strongest dose there was. Next to that, heroin was a sugar pill. And yet, if Brennan dropped dead tonight, the vice president would step in without missing a beat. The country would keep spinning. Presidents like to think they were indispensable, but Gray knew better. "You'll be the first to know if another al-Zawahiri pops up," he said. Brennan was too sharp to buy that promise. Keeping the president in the dark was practically a DC tradition. Still, he wasn't about to micromanage Gray. The man was a spy after all. Spies thrived on secrets. Reveal too much and they might as well vanish. "Try to get some rest, Carter," Brennan said as he stepped out of the Beast. "See you tomorrow," Brennan said as the motorcade came to a stop. His security detail poured out from the other vehicles, visibly irritated that the president had spent the entire trip alone with Gray. It was a rare privilege Brennan had granted his intelligence director after the al-Zawahiri operation, one that paid off when Gray's fiery speech on counterterrorism loosened millions in donations from the tuxedo-clad donors at the event. But Gray had no intention of following Brennan's advice to rest. Instead, less than an hour later, he arrived at the NIC headquarters in Loudoun County, Virginia. 400 armed soldiers stood guard outside, though none had clearance to step inside the facility unless disaster struck. The building looked like a sleek glass palace offering sweeping views of Virginia's countryside, except it had no windows. Behind the mirrored panels were concrete walls, thick as bunkers and lined with specialized coatings to block any human or electronic surveillance. Inside, over 3,000 analysts worked around the clock, processing intel fed to them by other agencies every second of the day. Yet despite the high-tech setup, the place was a bureaucratic nightmare. After the intelligence failures of 9/11 and the CIA's embarrassment over Iraq's so-called WMDs, even top officials questioned whether American intelligence was more than just a name. Reforms had only added layers of confusion, new agencies, overlapping jurisdictions, and turf wars that left critical intel stuck in silos. The FBI got its own spy division. A national counterterrorism director reported directly to the president, and still, nobody shared information unless forced to. Gray smirked as he swiped his badge. Some things never changed. In the end, cooler heads had prevailed, at least in Gray's opinion, simplifying the convoluted bureaucracy by appointing a single national intelligence director. This leader controlled their own personnel operations centers and, most crucially, the budgets and missions of all other agencies. There was an old saying in the espionage world: analysts might lead you into political quicksand, but field operatives would land you behind bars. Gray preferred to take full responsibility for his own failures if the day ever came when his downfall was inevitable. Entering the main building, Gray passed through biometric security before stepping into the elevator that carried him to the top floor. The room he entered was compact but brightly lit. He took his seat slipping on a headset. Only 4 others were present. A screen dominated one wall, and on the desk before him lay a file labeled Salem Al-Amari, a name he knew inside and out. "It's late, so let's get started," Gray said. The lights dimmed, the screen flickered to life, and a man in a blue prison jumpsuit appeared, unrestrained but clearly under watch. His features marked him as Middle Eastern, his expression a mix of defiance and exhaustion. Gray had seen it before. Every one of them acted defiant at first. Looking at Al-Amari, Gray couldn't help but think of Dostoevsky's exiled radicals, brooding outsiders plotting revenge while absently toying with some makeshift weapon. This man had the face of a fanatic, twisted by malice, the kind that had stolen the 2 people Gray loved most. Despite being thousands of miles away in a facility few knew existed, the satellite feed delivered his image in perfect clarity. Gray posed a question in English through the headset. Al-Amari answered in Arabic, smirking. "Mr. Al-Amari," Gray replied in flawless Arabic, "I speak your language better than you do." I know you lived in England long enough to express yourself more clearly in English, so let's avoid misunderstandings, switch to my terms. The smirk vanished. Al-Amari straightened in his chair as Gray laid out his offer. Al-Amari was being recruited as a spy for the United States, tasked with infiltrating one of the most dangerous terrorist groups in the Middle East. Without hesitation, he refused. Gray pressed the offer again, but Al-Amari stood firm, claiming he didn't even understand what was being asked of him. There are currently 93 organizations designated as terrorist threats by the U.S. State Department, Gray countered, most of them originating in your region. You've admitted ties to at least 3 of them. Not to mention, we've found forged passports, blueprints of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, and bomb-making materials in your possession. So here's the deal: you work for us or life gets very uncomfortable. Al-Amari leaned closer to the camera, his expression darkly amused. Years ago in Jordan, your CIA, military, and FBI, those so-called tiger teams, interrogated me. They brought in women wearing nothing but underwear, smeared me with what they claimed was menstrual blood to make me unclean so I couldn't pray. They rubbed against me, promising pleasure if I talked. I threw them out, and for that they beat me. He sat back, his voice steady. They threatened me with rape, said I'd get AIDS and die. I don't care. Unlike Christians, true followers of the Prophet don't fear death. That's your weakness. Your fear will be your downfall. Islam will triumph. It's written in the Quran. Islam will rule the world. Gray shook his head. No, it isn't. Not in any of the 114 surahs, and the words of Muhammad never mention world domination. Al-Amari raised an eyebrow. You've read the Hadith, he scoffed. I've studied the Quran in Arabic. Western scholars butcher the translations. If you knew Islam, you'd see it's a religion of peace, only defending itself. Understandable, given how your civilized cultures have tried to convert us for centuries, first with swords, then with guns. Even the Hadith says jihad must spare the innocent, women, children. Like any of your people are innocent, Al-Amari snapped. Islam must fight against all who seek to oppress it, Al-Amari declared. Gray leaned back unimpressed. Islam represents a fifth of humanity, and the vast majority of your fellow believers embrace free speech, a free press, and equality under the law. More than half of the world's Muslims live under democratically elected governments. I know you were trained in a madrasa in Afghanistan, so your understanding of the Quran is limited to a distorted selection. That's why I'll overlook your ignorance. Gray didn't mention that Al-Amari's education likely included automatic weapons training and lessons in holy war, which was why these schools had earned a reputation as the Islamic equivalent of West Point. You had the ambition to become a martyr, Gray continued, but not the courage or zeal to volunteer as a suicide bomber, and you lack the backbone to be a true mujahideen. Al-Amari's lips curled. You'll see soon enough whether I have the guts to die for Islam. Killing you serves me no purpose, Gray said, checking his watch. He'd been awake for 30 hours straight. I want you to work for me. Go to hell. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Gray replied, and there are many paths to paradise. Al-Amari leaned forward, defiance flashing in his eyes. I'll choose my own path to Jannah. You have a wife and children in England, Gray said casually. Al-Amari crossed his arms, his face blank. Filth, like you will be our servants in the next life. A son and a daughter, Gray continued, ignoring the outburst. I know women's fates mean little to you, but the boy, my son, will gladly die if, Gray cut him off. I'm not here to kill your son, I have other plans for him. He's what, 18 months old? A flicker of unease crossed Al-Amari's face. How do you know that? And you want to raise him as a Muslim? Silence. Al-Amari's glare burned into the camera. If you refuse to cooperate, Gray said, I'll take your son from his mother. A loving couple will adopt him, raise him as their own. He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in. He'll grow up in America, raised by Christians. The choice is yours. Al-Amari erupted, lunging at the camera before guards dragged him back to his chair. His furious shouts were in Arabic, but Gray understood every word. Al-Amari spiraled into such a violent frenzy that guards had to strap him to the chair. When his threats didn't stop, they silenced him with duct tape. Gray pushed the prisoner's file aside. Over the past few years, people like you have killed 7,816 Americans, every single one on U.S. soil. Add overseas attacks and the number climbs to nearly 10,000. Some were children who never got the chance to choose a faith or even grow up. He leaned forward, voice icy. You've got 24 hours to decide, cooperate, and you and your family live comfortably. Refuse. Gray gave a nod to the man beside him and the screen went black. 6 more dossiers lay in front of him. 4 were Middle Eastern operatives cut from the same cloth as Al-Amari. The 5th detailed a white supremacist from Arkansas. The 6th, Kim Fong, was tied to a Southeast Asian terror cell with Middle Eastern connections. Officially, these prisoners didn't exist, just ghosts in the system, known only to Gray and a handful at the NIC. Like the CIA, the agency ran covert ops worldwide, snatching suspects without trials or paperwork. Gray planned to offer each the same choice, though the bait varied. Money worked surprisingly well with these types. The wealthy rarely blew themselves up for ideology, they just paid others to do it. An hour later, Gray walked out of the nick. Only the neo-Nazi had taken the deal immediately, no doubt swayed by the threat of being handed over to a particularly brutal anti-fascist group in South America. The rest, a waste of time. As he headed to his car, frustration gnawed at him. The cycle never ended, each side struck harder, escalating the bloodshed. The US could wipe out the entire Middle East in seconds with just a fraction of its nukes, reducing cities, people, even holy sites to ash. But what then? The violence would just find another shape. Excluding this unthinkable scenario, Gray saw no clear solution. This wasn't a war fought between armored battalions of professional soldiers and ragtag groups of insurgents with rifles and rocket launchers. It wasn't about religious differences either. No, this struggle was between two opposing worldviews, a battle over how people should live their lives. Political, social, and cultural forces clashed, merging into an increasingly complex mosaic of humanity under immense pressure. Sometimes Gray wondered if psychiatrists and social workers might handle the conflict better than soldiers and spies. But duty called, and every morning he rose to face it. Leaning back in the worn leather seat of his Suburban, Gray closed his eyes while his armed security detail scanned the streets. 15 minutes later, the familiar crunch of gravel signaled their turn onto the private road leading to his modest home. His residence was guarded as tightly as those of VIPs at the Naval Observatory. President Brennan made sure his intelligence chief stayed protected. Inside, Gray grabbed a beer and headed upstairs. As always before bed, he picked up the two framed photos on his mantle. One showed Barbara, his wife of decades, the other his only child, Maggie. He still struggled to think of them in the past tense. How else, though, do you remember the dead? He kissed the pictures, set them down, and collapsed into bed. The weight of grief pressed on him for half an hour, shorter than usual, before exhaustion pulled him under. In 5 hours, he'd wake and plunge back into the only fight he still believed in. Meanwhile, Alex Ford's nighttime walk led him east to familiar ground, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The stretch between the White House and Lafayette Park was lined with elms, retractable bollards, and discreet guard posts designed to blend in, though security always trumped aesthetics, no matter how many flowers they planted. "Hey, Alex," called a man stepping through the gate of the front security post onto the street. "Bobby, good to see you. Clocking out for the day?" Bobby grinned. "Do I look like I've got earbuds dangling from my back pocket?" "Heading home to my wife and kids, assuming they haven't packed up and moved without telling me. Wouldn't be the first time I missed the memo." "What brings you back here?" Alex shrugged. "Once you're in presidential protection, it's hard to walk away." "Tell me about it. I'm counting the days till I see my family more than once a year." "You on the campaign trail detail?" Bobby nodded. "Starts day after tomorrow, shaking hands and waving from Iowa to Mississippi. With the election chaos, we're stretched thin. Had to pull in field office agents just to cover the president and VIP families. Noticed that the office was a ghost town today. Brennan's busy collecting donations tonight, kissing babies, pocketing checks. Lucky me, I got to stay behind." "Consider yourself blessed," Alex said. Bobby chuckled. "You hear about Pennsylvania? They renamed the president's hometown after him. He's swinging by for the big ceremony during the tour. Nothing like a little ego stroking." He leaned in, lowering his voice. "Don't get me wrong, Brennan's not a bad guy. I voted for him, but he's slick. The stuff he gets away with on the side. Wouldn't be the first politician pulling that. If only the average voter knew half of what we do, huh?" As Alex walked away, his gaze drifted toward Lafayette Park, where the usual cluster of White House protesters still camped out, or as he and other Secret Service agents politely called them, the permanent fixtures. The signs, tents, and eccentric characters had always intrigued him. Years ago, the crowd was bigger, the displays more elaborate. But after 9/11, security tightened and the park's redesign gave them a convenient excuse to thin the herd. Still, even the powerless had rights. A few had sued with help from civil rights groups, and the Supreme Court actually ruled in their favor. In the end, only 2 returned. Alex had met some of them during his time at the White House. Most were clearly unstable, hence the heavy surveillance. He remembered one guy who showed up wearing nothing but neckties strategically knotted around his dignity. Classic DC. Not every protester was cut out for rooftop activism, and Alex had a feeling the man he was looking for wasn't among them. He stopped in front of a tent and called out, "Oliver, Alex Ford here. You in there?" A woman's voice, sharp with irritation, answered, "Oliver ain't here." Alex turned to see Adelphia shuffling toward him, a cardboard coffee cup in hand. "How's it going, Adelphia?" he asked. "Whole country's full of doctors killing babies, that's how it's going," she snapped. Passion wasn't something Adelphia lacked. If anything, she took it too far, but Alex had to respect her intensity. "Yeah, that's what they say," he muttered before pausing. Any idea where Oliver went?" "Told you, he ain't here, had to go somewhere." "Where exactly?" Alex already knew Stone's address and Adelphia's, but he wasn't about to let on. The woman was paranoid enough as it was. I ain't his keeper, she huffed, turning away. Alex smirked. Back when he was with the president's detail, he'd always suspected she had a soft spot for Stone. Most agents dismissed Oliver as a harmless crackpot who'd borrowed a famous director's name for kicks. But Alex had taken the time to get to know him and found a man sharper than half the suits across the street, educated, insightful, and disturbingly well-versed in every conspiracy theory floating around. Some agents even called him King Conspiracy. Oh, and the guy could play chess like a grandmaster. If you see Oliver, tell him Agent Ford was looking for him, Alex called after her. Try to remember, okay. Adelphia gave no sign she'd heard him, let alone cared, typical. He headed back toward his car but froze mid-step. Down the block, two men, one black, one white, were working on a freestanding ATM wedged between buildings. Their coveralls read maintenance crew and a company name and number were stenciled on their van. Alex ducked into the shadows, dialed the number, and got a generic voicemail listing business hours. Peering into the van, he spotted something off. With a quick flash of his Secret Service badge, he stepped into the open. "Gentlemen," he said, "mind explaining what you're really doing here?" "Hey fellas, you waiting for that machine?" Alex flashed his badge and the shorter guy glanced at it before nodding. "Yeah, just our luck." Alex studied the ATM, his trained eye spotting the telltale signs. "Hope you boys are union members." "Local 453 proud and paid," the smaller one chuckled. "At least night shift gets double time." "Here we go again." Alex drew his gun, leveling it at them. "Open it up." "Your Secret Service," the taller man snapped. "Since when do you guys mess with atoms? Not that I owe you an explanation, but the service was actually created to protect U.S. currency." Alex adjusted his aim, barrel steady. "Now open it." Inside, they'd stashed at least 100 cloned cards. Alex Mirandized them, slapped on cuffs, and called for backup. The taller guy glared. "We've been doing this for months, never got caught. How'd you figure it out?" "Card skimmer on the slot. Saves your pin so they can print a fresh fake. Plus, banks are cheap. They'd rather burn cash than pay union overtime for midnight repairs." After the cops hauled them off, Alex sped to his car. Even after the bust, unplanned but successful, his mind stayed stuck on Kate Adams. By day, she fought for justice. By night, she mixed drinks and apparently ran with Tom Hemingway, some shadow agency heavy. Tomorrow had to be better. Chapter 8. Stone, Milton, Reuben, and Caleb crossed the footbridge onto Theodore Roosevelt Island, an 88-acre memorial in the Potomac honoring the Rough Rider president. They followed the path to a clearing where Roosevelt's bronze statue loomed, arm thrust skyward like he was revoking his own inauguration a century late. Brickwork spiraled around the plaza, arched bridges spanned man-made channels, and twin fountains flanked the monument. Stone dropped cross-legged before the statue, the others joining him. A devoted Roosevelt fan, he'd chosen the spot, though illegally since the park closed at dusk. Stone cleared his throat and announced, "I hereby call this meeting of the Camel Club to order." He spoke with deliberate gravity, glancing around the dimly lit room. "Since there's no formal agenda, I propose we start by reviewing our observations since the last gathering, then move to new business. Any objections?" Reuben, as usual, was the first to respond. "Seconded," he muttered, already flipping through a stack of crumpled papers pulled from his jacket. Stone nodded. "All in favor." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Milton fumbled with his laptop before digging out a bottle of hand sanitizer, squeezing a generous dollop into his palm. Stone flipped open his notebook, illuminating the pages with a small flashlight, while Reuben squinted at his own notes under the flickering glow of his lighter. "Brennan was out late again tonight," Stone began. "Carter Gray was with him." Reuben scoffed. "Those two are practically joined at the hip like J. Edgar Hoover and his shadow." Caleb adjusted his hat, more like a dictator and his enforcer. Stone raised an eyebrow. "So neither of them earns your trust," Reuben smirked. "Would you trust a guy who lets people call him the czar? And Brennan, the only reason he's still in office is because terrorists keep giving him a job to do." Stone chuckled. "Been reading the papers again. Gotta get my laugh somewhere," Reuben shot back. Stone grew serious. "James Brennan is sharp, charismatic, even people believe in him, but there's something darker underneath, plans the public doesn't see." Reuben leaned forward. "Sounds like you're describing Gray more than the president." Milton tapped his keyboard excitedly. "I've uncovered evidence of global conspiracies completely ignored by the media." Reuben flipped through his notes. "Meanwhile, I've got 3 confirmed instances of the White House press secretary stepping out on his wife." Caleb frowned. "Confirmed how?" Reuben waved a dismissive hand. "Let's just say I have well-placed sources, keeps life interesting." Caleb wasn't letting it go. "What kind of sources?" Reuben grinned. "The kind who know things they shouldn't. Sources who prefer to remain anonymous. You should know how this works." Reuben grumbled, tucking the so-called scandalous documents back into his jacket. "Let me lay out my theories first." Milton cut in impatiently. For the next 20 minutes, he passionately spun a web connecting North Korea and Britain, claiming they were secretly fueling global terrorism before veering into a rant about a potential financial attack on the euro and yen, allegedly orchestrated by a high-ranking Saudi royal from Yemen. I consider these facts critical to the coming global collapse, he concluded, which is undeniably on the horizon. The rest of the Camel Club sat in stunned silence, a typical reaction whenever Milton launched into one of his elaborate conspiracy rants. You know, this whole North Korea-Britain alliance seems a little far-fetched, don't you think? Rubin finally said. I mean, North Koreans aren't exactly known for their sense of humor, while the British, love 'em or hate 'em, at least have their dry wit going for them. Stone glanced at Caleb. Anything new on your end? Caleb hesitated. There was some panic over our missing Flemish Bible. The others leaned in. Our Flemish Bible, he repeated, the one with hand-colored illustrations by Roman de Hoogh, considered the most significant Flemish engraver of the late 1600s and early 1700s, turned out it was just misfiled. Thank God, Reuben muttered sarcastically. Wouldn't want a rogue Fleming on the loose. Stone sighed and turned back to Reuben. Aside from your scandalous congressman, got anything actually useful? Reuben shrugged. I've been out of the game too long, Oliver. People forget about you. Why don't we focus on something real for once? The others perked up. Stone took a deep breath. So many birthdays had slipped by unnoticed that he had to pause just to remember his own age. 61, he calculated. I'm 61. Years ago, he'd founded the Camel Club to keep an eye on the powerful, to expose their schemes when they crossed the line, which happened more often than not. Since then, he'd kept watch outside 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, jotting down observations, standing for values most people didn't seem to care about anymore: honesty, integrity. Things like that. Oliver began questioning whether all their efforts were truly worth it. He glanced around at his friends and asked, have you noticed what's happening in this country? They've convinced us we're safer now, but does that really mean we're freer? Caleb fiddled with his pocket watch before responding. Sometimes freedom takes a backseat to security, Oliver. I don't like it either, but what's the alternative? The alternative, Stone shot back, is refusing to live in fear, especially fear based on exaggeration. Men like Carter Gray are experts at manipulating that fear. Reuben scoffed. After Gray's first year in office, I never thought he'd figure anything out, but somehow he pulled it together. Exactly my point, Stone said. No one's that competent or that lucky. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. I believe Carter Gray is damaging this country's future. I think the group should discuss new options. His friends stared blankly until Caleb finally spoke up. What exactly are you suggesting, Oliver? What can the Camel Club do to remove Carter Gray as head of intelligence? You want us to take down Carter Gray? Caleb blurted. Absolutely. Well, that's a relief, Reuben mocked, feigning ease. For a second, I thought you were going to suggest something difficult. Stone remained serious. History's full of examples where the weak outmaneuvered the strong. Yeah, but in real life, 9 times out of 10, Goliath stomps David into the dirt, Reuben grumbled. So what's the point of keeping the club going? Stone pressed. We meet once a week to share observations and theories, but to what end? Caleb shrugged. We've done some good even if nobody thanked us. Remember exposing the Pentagon scandal or that NSA mole falsifying records and Reuben uncovering that DIA fraud? That was years ago, Stone countered. So I'll ask again, what's the club's purpose now? Reuben smirked. Maybe the same as any other club, except we're missing the bar, the building, and the company of nice ladies. The tension in the air was thick as the 4 men froze at the sound of an approaching boat motor. Stone raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The noise grew louder. Someone was cruising close to the island's shore. Without a word, they grabbed their gear and slipped into the underbrush, disappearing like shadows. Moments later, Stone carefully pushed aside a branch, his eyes scanning the paved clearing near the Roosevelt Memorial. His companions stayed low, their attention fixed on the scene unfolding ahead. 2 men emerged along the gravel path, dragging something heavy on a plastic tarp. One was tall and wiry with blonde hair, the other shorter, stocky with dark curls. When they dropped the tarp, Stone saw the bound figure of a man. They yanked the plastic away, then swept flashlights across the area, methodically checking every corner. Stone had already motioned for his friends to duck behind the bushes, faces turned away just in time. Convinced they were alone, the strangers turned back to their prisoner. One ripped the duct tape from the man's mouth, stuffing it into his pocket. The captive groaned, his words slurred, maybe drunk, maybe drugged. As the blond man loosened the restraints, the other pulled a revolver from his waistband and grabbed a near-empty bottle from a duffel. He splashed the remaining liquid over the man's clothes and face, then forced the bottle into his limp hand. Reuben tensed, ready to charge forward, but Stone's grip locked around his arm. The second stranger was armed too, a pistol holstered at his hip. Against 2 armed men, the Camel Club stood no chance. Revealing themselves now would be suicide. The dark-haired man tugged on rubber gloves, kneeling beside the dazed prisoner. He pressed the revolver into the man's hand, curling his fingers around the grip. The prisoner's eyes flew open, maybe from the cold metal against his skin. "I'm sorry," he gasped, staring wildly. "Please don't." The shorter man shoved the barrel into his mouth, forcing it against his palate. A choked gurgle, then the trigger clicked. The gunshot echoed and the Camel Club flinched, eyes squeezed shut. When they looked again, the killers were arranging the revolver and bottle neatly beside the body, staging the scene like professionals. The blonde man pulled a plastic bag from the duffel and tossed it near the murder weapon. Then he slipped a folded sheet of paper into the dead man's windbreaker pocket. The two men scanned the area one last time, their eyes sharp, while the Camel Club members pressed deeper into their hiding spots. A minute later, the killers walked away. When the sound of their footsteps finally faded, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Stone pressed a finger to his lips and crept out from cover onto the memorial plaza. The others closed behind. Reuben knelt beside the body. "At least it was quick," he muttered, shaking his head. "Small comfort when you're murdered." His gaze landed on the nearly empty bottle. "Doers, looks like they got him drunk first, made sure he wouldn't fight back." "Any id on him?" Stone asked. "This is a crime scene," Caleb said, his voice shaky. "We shouldn't touch anything." Reuben nodded. "He's right." He glanced at Milton, whose hands twitched in silent, compulsive motions. Reuben groaned. "We should get out of here, Oliver, now." Stone crouched beside him. "This wasn't a suicide, Reuben. It was a hit dressed up to look like one," he said, voice low but firm. "Those two were pros. I want to know who this guy was and what he knew that got him killed." Using his handkerchief to avoid prints, he searched the dead man's pockets until he found a wallet. He flipped it open, revealing a driver's license encased in plastic. Reuben flicked his lighter, casting a flickering glow as Stone read Patrick Johnson, Bethesda address. He tucked the wallet back, then pulled out the note the killers had left. In the uneven light, Stone read aloud, "I'm sorry, it's all too much. I can't live with it anymore. This is the only way, forgive me." Signed, Patrick Johnson. Caleb removed his hat and murmured a brief prayer. "The handwriting's clean," Stone said. "Cops'll buy it, drunken despair, a man at his breaking point." "Right before those guys put a bullet in him," Reuben added dryly. Stone shook his head. "That apology wasn't for this. The note's a fake. Someone's covering their tracks." Note tone shift. Reuben's sarcasm underscores the grim absurdity of the staged suicide. The note was clearly a suicide letter, the kind left behind by someone who'd given up. Stone tucked the paper back into the dead man's jacket pocket, but his fingers brushed against something else. He pulled out a small red pin, turning it over in the dim light. "What's that?" Reuben asked, flicking his lighter closer. Caleb kept his voice low. "What if those guys come back?" Stone slipped the pin back into Johnson's windbreaker and felt the fabric. "His clothes are soaked." Reuben pointed to the plastic bag nearby. "What do you make of that?" "I can guess why his clothes are wet," Stone said, "and I have a theory about the bag, but Caleb's right, we should get out of here." As they turned to leave, they realized Milton wasn't following. When Stone and the others looked back, they saw him hunched over the body, muttering numbers under his breath. "Come on, Milton," Caleb urged. "We gotta move." But Milton was too shaken to stop counting. "Oh, for crying out loud," Reuben groaned. "Why don't we all just stand here and count down until those thugs come back and turn us into Swiss cheese?" Stone put a hand on Reuben's arm to calm him, then stepped toward Milton, kneeling beside him. "We can't help him now," he said gently. "I know counting helps, but if those killers return—" He hesitated, then laid it out plainly. "They've got guns, Milton, we don't." Milton stopped counting, swallowing a sob. "I can't stand violence, Oliver," he admitted, clutching his satchel to his chest. "I hate this." "I know," Stone said. "We all do." Together, they stood and rejoined the others on the gravel path leading back to the boat. But as they walked, Warren Peters, Johnson's killer, suddenly froze. "Damn it," he hissed. "What now?" Tyler Rienke asked, scanning the trees nervously. "Cops, worse, we almost screwed up big time." Peters scooped up a handful of dirt and pebbles. "When we dunked him, his shoes got cleaned off. But if he was supposed to have been walking around here, they can't be spotless. The FBI would notice that in a second." They hurried back to the body where Peters crouched and smeared mud and grit into the treads of the dead man's shoes. "Perfect," Rienke muttered. "I can't even imagine what would have happened if we'd made a mistake like that." Peter finished his task and started to rise when something caught his eye. "What the hell, no way." He blurted out, pointing at the note he'd tucked into the dead man's windbreaker pocket, a corner now stuck out. "I made sure it was all the way in so it wouldn't be obvious. Why's it sticking out now?" He shoved the paper back in and shot his partner a confused look. "You think an animal got to him after just a few minutes, and why would an animal go for paper instead of flesh?" Peter straightened up, pulled out his flashlight, and scanned the brick pavement. "You probably didn't push it in deep enough," Rienke muttered. Peter kept sweeping the light around, then suddenly froze, listening into the darkness. "Now what?" Rienke asked. "Listen, you hear that?" Rienke strained his ears. "Footsteps," he whispered. "Over there." He pointed right toward a gravel path running opposite the way they'd come. Both men drew their weapons and sprinted toward the sound. Chapter 10. Stone and his friends had just jumped into the boat, pushing off into the fog, now so thick it made navigation nearly impossible, when the two men burst from the trees and spotted them. "Row, Reuben, fast and keep your head down," Stone hissed. Reuben didn't need the warning. His broad shoulders tensed as his powerful arms drove the small boat away from shore like an arrow. Stone turned to the others. "Hide your faces," he whispered. "Caleb, lose the hat." They all hunched low. Caleb yanked off his derby and clamped it between his shaking knees while Milton counted seconds. The men on shore raised their guns, but the fog made aiming a nightmare. Their first shot splashed into the water nearly 2 feet from the boat. "Come on, Reuben, put your back into it," Caleb wheezed, pressing himself deeper into the planks. "What the hell do you think I'm doing?" Reuben snapped, sweat pouring down his face. The shooters adjusted their aim. This time, a bullet tore into the boat. Wood splinters flew, slicing Stone's right hand. Blood seeped between his fingers, dripping onto the boat's deck. Rash pressed his handkerchief against the wound to stop the bleeding, the same one he'd used earlier to search Patrick Johnson's body. "Oliver," Milton shouted in alarm. "It's nothing," Stone called back. "Stay down." When the two gunmen realized their shots were useless, they quickly retreated from the shore. "They're heading for their boat," Stone warned. "Oh great, now we're in trouble. Their boat's got an engine," Reuben muttered. "I can row fast, but I don't have a gas tank." Stone tugged Caleb's sleeve. "Caleb, grab that oar, I'll take this one." Reuben shifted aside as the two men threw their weight into rowing. Normally, they'd have turned north after leaving the canal to head back to their hidden boat. But now, speed was everything. They cut straight east, skirting the island's western edge before angling toward Georgetown. "Oh hell," Reuben hissed, spotting movement near the island. The growl of an engine cut through the air. "Row like your life depends on it," he barked. "Those guys aren't here to chat." When Caleb and Stone started to lag, Reuben shoved them aside and took over, muscles straining with each powerful stroke. "They're gaining," Caleb panted between breaths. A gunshot cracked, another bullet splintered wood, sending Caleb and Milton sprawling to the boat's floor. Stone ducked as another shot whizzed past, then heard Reuben curse. "Reuben," he twisted around. "Just a graze," Reuben growled. "Forgot how much these things sting, but they're closing in, Oliver, damn bastards." Stone squinted ahead at the hazy lights of sleeping Georgetown. Even though the river narrowed here, the fog made them invisible to anyone on shore. He glanced back. The killers' silhouettes were now clear. The memory of Patrick Johnson's cold, efficient execution flashed in his mind. He could almost feel the barrel of a gun pressing against his own skull. Then abruptly, the motorboat veered off. "What now?" Reuben snapped. "Police boat," Stone said, pointing south and cupping his ear. "Hear that? Police," Caleb gasped in relief. "We need to signal them." "No," Stone cut in sharply. "Everyone stays silent, not a sound." "Reuben, stop rowing," Stone said sharply. Reuben gave his friend a puzzled look but let the oars go still, the small boat drifting silently. "We should be grateful," he muttered, "if they don't run us over." The deep hum of the police boat's engine cut through the fog as its green starboard light glided past, barely 50 feet away. The officers couldn't hear the faint sputter of their outboard motor over their own noise, and with no running lights, the rowboat stayed hidden in the mist. As the patrol vessel faded into the distance, the Camel Club let out a collective breath. "All right, Reuben," Stone said once the coast was clear, "take us to shore." "Why didn't you want us to call the cops?" Caleb asked, shifting in his seat. Stone waited until the shadowy outline of the riverbank came into view before answering. "We're in a stolen boat, trespassing where we shouldn't have been. A man was murdered, left on Roosevelt Island. If we report it, we're admitting we were there. Sure, we could say we saw two killers who tried to take us out next, but we've got no proof." Milton leaned forward. "But you and Reuben, you're both hurt." "A scratch and a graze," Stone countered. "Not exactly bulletproof evidence. Fact is, we were on that island with a dead body and a hot boat. To the cops, that makes us suspects. By the time they finished interrogating us, the real killers would be long gone, and let's be honest, how much credibility do guys like us have?" He scanned their faces. "They'd lock us up and lose the key," Reuben finished dryly, tearing a strip from his shirt to wrap around his arm. "What I want to know is how those bastards even knew we were there." "Maybe they heard us," Stone said, "or they doubled back for some reason and spotted something. Could have been the note, or maybe I didn't tuck that pin deep enough in my pocket." "You still haven't explained that pin," Caleb pressed. "Secret Service wears those." Reuben's grip tightened on the oars as the boat neared the shore. "You think the dead guy was Secret Service?" It was safe to assume he had some connection to the Secret Service. When they reached the shore, they quickly hauled the boat onto land and concealed it in an old drainage ditch near the seawall. Moments later, they were strolling through the quiet streets of Georgetown. "So what now?" Reuben asked. "We need to figure out who the dead man really was. We need to know why he was killed." Stone counted off each point on his fingers. "And we need to find out who did it." Reuben stared at him in disbelief. "And here I thought taking down Carter Gray was your craziest idea yet." "Seriously, do you even hear yourself?" "Every word," Stone replied, his voice steady. "Why should we even bother?" Caleb cut in. Stone turned to him. These killers leave no traces, no witnesses. That means they'll do whatever it takes to track us down and eliminate us too. For the reasons I already mentioned, we can't go to the police. So I strongly suggest we, Reuben interrupted, take them out before they get to us. Stone quickened his pace and the rest of the Camel Club followed. Chapter 11. As the delivery truck rounded a bend on the country road, an elaborate sign came into view, its letters glowing in bold, foot-high neon. Welcome to Brennan, Pennsylvania, hometown of President James H. Brennan. Next to the text, a carved wooden portrait of Brennan bore an uncanny resemblance to the man himself. The passenger in the truck glanced at his companions and smirked. He raised an imaginary gun, took aim at Brennan's head, and fired 3 silent shots into the skull of the most powerful man in the world. The truck rolled into town. With a population of 50,000, Brennan was rapidly becoming a Pittsburgh bedroom community, its growth fueled by thriving industries, new jobs, and a booming construction scene, proof that ambition could become reality. Much of the town's pride hinged on being the president's birthplace. Even the long-defunct water tower in the town square hadn't escaped the urge for grandeur. At first, city officials had wanted to decorate it with Brennan's likeness and the presidential seal, but after being told it was both legally questionable and in poor taste, they settled for painting it with the American flag, tying it to the president in a subtler way. The 3 men in the truck had their own reasons for taking an interest in the leader of the free world. Just not the kind Brennan's boosters would appreciate. They pulled up in front of an apartment building a block away from the main street. The 3 men were tall and lean, their physiques shaped by a diet far removed from the sugar and saturated fats common in Western culture. 2 were Pashtun, 1 was Persian, but they dulled the obvious markers of their Middle Eastern origins, shaving their beards and dressing like typical college students in baggy jeans, oversized sweaters, and sneakers. They'd enrolled in a basic engineering course at the local college, though in reality, each was a specialist in scientific fields involving air pressure, wind dynamics, and turbulence, with a working knowledge of more obscure concepts like the Coriolis effect and gyroscopic precession. 2 were Afghan, pushing 40 but looking younger, while the Persian was 30, from Iran. Their classmates and professors assumed they were from India or Pakistan, a convenient misconception given how Westerners often lump the entire region together without much thought for nationality or ethnicity. Not that Middle Eastern faces were uncommon in Brennan. Over the past decade, waves of immigrants had settled in U.S. urban centers, and the town was no exception. Many of the new businesses were run by hardworking Saudis, Pakistanis, and Indians. When the 3 men stepped into their apartment, someone was already waiting, a wiry white American in his late 50s who didn't turn when they entered, keeping his gaze fixed out the window. Despite his age, he had the same lean build as the younger men. They treated him with the deference owed to their leader, calling him Captain Jack, a nickname he'd chosen himself after his favorite drink. His real name. None of them knew, and none would ever ask. Captain Jack lived outside Brennan in a rented house along the Pittsburgh Highway, claiming to be scouting locations for a future industrial venture. But his real focus was Mercy Hospital, a plain, white post-war building with zero architectural charm, yet the only medical facility for miles. Through binoculars, he studied it with quiet intensity. As if the answers to everything were hidden behind its unremarkable walls. Behind the hospital, there was a patient entrance, but the space was cramped, and checking in required navigating a long hallway. That's why even ambulances dropped patients off at the main entrance in front, where a wheelchair ramp beside the steps led inside, something Captain Jack considered crucial. He took it so seriously that he'd recorded a full 24 hours of comings and goings on video. On top of that, he and his team had blueprints of Mercy Hospital, so they knew every possible way in or out. From his elevated vantage point, Jack watched as paramedics unloaded a patient on a stretcher and wheeled them inside. A high perch was almost always an advantage in his line of work. Settling in, he noticed one of his men typing on a laptop while the other 2 flipped through technical manuals. "What's the status?" Captain Jack asked. The Iranian at the computer glanced at a sticky note on the screen. "We switched chat rooms," he said. "Today's topic is Gone with the Wind." "Not my favorite," Jack replied dryly. One of the Afghans frowned. "What's so great about Wind anyway?" They'd logged into a forum discussing the 50 greatest films of all time, safe ground, since American authorities weren't likely to monitor people debating cinema. Still, they kept their messages encrypted with a simple cipher. Tomorrow they'd move on to another movie. Everything on track, Jack scratched his neatly trimmed beard. Multiple teams were stationed in Brennan, though authorities would label them terrorist cells, a term Jack found hypocritical. After all, U.S. operatives overseas could be called the same thing by those they targeted. He'd know he'd been part of such groups himself, first for patriotism, later for profit. Over time, he'd learned a simple truth: work for whoever pays best. That shift in philosophy had streamlined his life. The Iranian scanned the chat, decoding messages from memory, all according to plan. Even the woman's making progress. Skepticism tinged his voice. Actually, she's excelling, Jack smirked. Women are far more capable than you give them credit for, Ahmed. The sooner you accept it, the better, Captain Jack said. You'll probably tell me next that men are the weaker sex, Ahmed shot back with a smirk. That's almost profound. Captain Jack studied the two Afghans. Before recruiting them for his mission, they had been Tajiks, part of the Northern Alliance. He spoke to them in Dari, their native tongue. Do families in your country still sell their daughters into marriage? Of course, one replied. What else would we do with them? Times change, my friend, Captain Jack said. We're not living in the 14th century anymore. We have no problem with modern women, the other Afghan added. As long as they obey their husbands, then they're free. Free in the loosest sense, Captain Jack knew. In Afghanistan, a woman who demanded divorce lost everything, even her children. An adulteress, even if her husband took another wife, faced execution, sometimes by her own family. Every aspect of a woman's life was dictated by men: schooling, work, marriage. These customs weren't rooted in Islam or enforced by the Taliban, just ancient tribal traditions. It's not just women, Ahmed said. I must obey my father even if I disagree. His word is final. It's about respect and honor. Yeah, no kidding, Captain Jack thought. Good luck to anyone trying to break that mindset. He stood. We don't have much time before the advanced team arrives. We'll get it done, Ahmed insisted, even if we have to work around the clock. Don't forget you're still in college, just on the side. Brennan, Pennsylvania, the other Afghan muttered. I thought only dictators named towns after themselves. Captain Jack cracked a smile. The people named it, not Brennan. That's democracy for you. So Brennan isn't a tyrant? The Afghan quipped. Captain Jack's grin faded. Couldn't care less. Just remember, we only get one shot at this. Across the street inside Mercy Hospital, an doctor hurried down the hallway with an administrator. The doctor was new, a welcome addition to the understaffed hospital. His eyes flicked nervously to an armed guard posted outside a door. Armed security, he asked. Is that really necessary? The administrator shrugged. Unfortunately, over the past 6 months, our clinic pharmacy has been robbed twice. A third break-in would be devastating. Why wasn't I told about this before I signed the contract? The doctor asked. Well, we prefer to keep these incidents quiet, the administrator replied. But I thought Brennan was a peaceful small town, the doctor said. It is, the administrator assured him. But drug problems exist everywhere, and with armed security now in place, the trouble should be over. The doctor glanced back at the guard standing rigidly by the door, his expression skeptical. As the two men walked down the hallway, the uniformed guard, Adnan Al-Rimi, whose appearance had changed drastically since his supposed death in rural Virginia, left his post to patrol another section of the clinic. These days, Brennan's streets were full of such dead men walking. Chapter 12. On the outskirts of Brennan stood a rundown office and retail complex. Its last remaining tenants: a pawn shop, a few convenience stores, a bail bonds office, and a fried chicken joint. Nearly every other space was vacant except for one office. The windows were covered, supposedly due to unfinished renovations, though in reality no work had ever begun or ever would. In the back room behind a makeshift plywood divider, 2 Arab men and a third figure sat in tense silence. One was a technician specializing in medical equipment, the other a chemist, both with additional, less conventional skills. The third man, a former National Guardsman, fidgeted in his chair, eyeing the array of tools spread across a long table: wrenches, power drills, wiring, and more complex devices. His gaze dropped to the stump where his right hand used to be. A cast had been made and he'd been fitted with a temporary metal prosthetic, sleek, cold, and unnervingly lifelike. Stay calm, the chemist said, resting a hand on the ex-guardsman's shoulder. The technician pulled an object from a narrow case and held it up, a near-perfect replica of a human hand. Silicone, he explained. We matched your vein patterns, skin tone, even hair color. The internal wiring connects to your wrist, powered for full mobility. All 5 fingers will function. The older prosthetic models only allowed movement in the thumb, index, and ring fingers. We've redesigned the wiring to make the new version almost identical in size to a real human hand. Held his own hand next to the prosthetic. As you can see, it's barely an inch longer than average. The former National Guardsman nodded, his expression revealing his thoughts. The prosthetic did look remarkably lifelike. You've got strong wrist muscles left, that's a major advantage. The internal electrodes can form a solid connection with your remaining tissue. Yeah, lucky me, the man muttered bitterly as the silicone hand was fitted and secured. The technicians guided him through some basic exercises. Tensing your wrist muscles opens the hand, one explained. Relax them and it closes. It'll take practice. The American repeated the motion a dozen times, the two men watching closely. Each attempt grew smoother. You're getting the hang of it, the chemist said approvingly. Keep at it and soon it'll feel natural. The man ran his steel hook, his other prosthetic, over the new hand. "Does it feel real?" he asked. "Anyone shaking your hand will notice the difference," the technician admitted. "Materials, texture, and temperature give it away, but visually almost perfect." Disappointment flickered across the American's face before he looked away. "It'll never be like it was," the chemist said bluntly, "but it's better than before. If you want, we can work on your other arm too." The man shook his head, raising his hook. "I'm keeping this. I don't want to forget what happened." "You still have your uniform?" the technician asked. The American nodded, flexing the prosthetic hand as he stood. "Not that I need it, just a keepsake now." "What was your rank?" "Sergeant, National Guard." He tested the hand again. "And after all this, we'll take care of you," the technician assured him. "Like we agreed. Nice to have someone looking out for me for once. We'll stay in touch the usual way." They shook hands. "Feels good to do that again," the former guardsman said. Once he left, the two men returned to work. On the table sat another case, this one labeled in Arabic. One of them opened it, revealing a plastic-wrapped stainless steel container. Inside the container was a small vial filled with liquid. The man lifted it toward the light, examining it carefully. He knew plutonium, botulinum toxin, and ricin topped the FBI's list of the world's deadliest substances. What he held wasn't nearly as lethal, but in its own way, it was just as effective. The prosthetic hand fitted earlier for the ex-National Guardsman had a hidden compartment. Press a tiny button embedded in the synthetic skin, twist the wrist just right, and the compartment would release its contents through microscopic pores in the artificial flesh. "Bitterness suits him, that ex-soldier," the chemist remarked without looking up. "You wouldn't be," the other man shot back. Not far from Capitol Hill, Tom Hemingway sat in his modest apartment, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, barefoot despite the late hour. Adrenaline kept him wired, his mind sharp. The message had just come through. Patrick Johnson was dead. No pity there. The man had brought it on himself. But witnesses had seen it happen, and now those witnesses were gone. That changed everything. Hemingway moved to the bedroom, popped open a floor safe, and pulled out a folder before settling at the kitchen table. Inside were photos of 24 men and women, all Muslim, all labeled enemies of the state by authorities. 2 years of his life poured into this file. And for those in the group who tangled with the law, he'd worked a miracle, turning the living into the officially deceased. His father, Franklin T. Hemingway, if titles still meant anything, had been the real deal. A diplomat who navigated the world's most volatile regions, a man hailed as a peacemaker before his untimely death. Tom had made his peace with the violence of it, but closure, never. He'd loved his father, learned kindness from him. Now, kindness wasn't part of the plan, unlike other ambassadors, who essentially bought their posts through hefty campaign donations, but couldn't be bothered to learn about the cultures or languages of the countries they were sent to. Franklin Hemingway took the time to immerse himself and his family in the history and language of every nation where he served. This dedication gave his son Tom a rare depth of understanding and appreciation for both the Islamic and Asian worlds, far beyond what most Americans ever achieved. But Tom chose a different path than his father, doubting he had the temperament for diplomacy. Instead, he stepped onto the shadowy stage of international espionage, starting at the NSA before moving to the CIA and climbing the ranks. He poured the same relentless drive his father had instilled in him into what he saw as a noble and necessary career, becoming one of the agency's top field operatives deployed to the world's most volatile hotspots. He survived assassination attempts, sometimes by a hair's breadth, and carried out lethal missions in the name of his government. He orchestrated coups, destabilized fragile nations, and did whatever was asked of him, believing it served a greater purpose. But somewhere along the way, the illusion shattered. The work he'd poured his life into turned out to be little more than corporate puppetry, worsening the very crises it claimed to solve. The world teetered closer to collapse than ever, and Tom had seen plenty of collapse. Water, oil, gas, minerals. Wealthy nations like the US, Japan, and China hoarded resources while the poorest scraped by on scraps. But it wasn't just about greed. Ignorance and intolerance festered like an open wound. At 40, his father had brokered peace in war-torn nations. At the same age, Tom had helped burn stability to the ground. Then one day he stopped. He walked away, staring at the wreckage he'd helped create, and began to wonder, what now? Slowly, quietly, a new plan took shape. Many would have called Tom Hemingway hopelessly naive for his ambitious plan. That's not how the world works, they'd argue, predicting nothing but failure for him. Yet these were the same people who'd committed atrocities abroad under the guise of humanitarian aid, crimes driven by greed and power, with the perpetrators fully expecting to escape accountability. Who's really naive here? Hemingway often wondered. His official job had allowed him to travel extensively across the Middle East, where he'd gradually pieced together his plan and secured allies, most crucially, an old friend of his father's who commanded deep respect. This man not only connected Hemingway with the right people but also funded the operation, though Tom never doubted his patron had ulterior motives. Despite his American upbringing and regional connections, Hemingway knew he couldn't pull off something this massive alone. He was an idealist at heart but ruthlessly pragmatic about execution. Late at night, he'd catch himself wishing for his father's advice, already hearing Franklin's voice, "This is wrong, walk away." But Tom refused, his real motivation. After months of introspection, he'd settled on a messy truth. This wasn't just for his country or the Middle East, but for a world running out of chances. And maybe, just maybe, it was a tribute to his peace-loving father who'd met a violent end. Simple, complicated. Chapter 14. Fifth graders from a Maryland elementary school made the grisly discovery during a field trip to learn about Teddy Roosevelt. Instead, they found Patrick Johnson's corpse. By mid-morning, Alex Ford was rattling toward work in his battered Crown Vic, mentally reviewing his Secret Service duties. The D.C. office never lacked for chaos. The head of the office, the lead special agent, or LSA, believed that agents who gained experience across a wide range of Secret Service duties made better team members. Alex agreed with that in principle. This week alone, he'd already conducted surveillance on multiple active cases, spent hours transporting detainees, stood guard around visiting foreign dignitaries in Washington, and even pulled a shift with the Gate Caller Squad, the GCS, which maintained 24/7 security at the Secret Service's D.C. office. The GCS stepped in whenever someone showed up at the White House gates unannounced, demanding to speak to the president, a sense of entitlement that happened more often than most people realized. Every 6 months, some delusional guy would show up claiming it was his house and that the agents were trespassers. The Secret Service had noticed these incidents spiked during full moons. Anyone causing trouble like that could expect a visit from agents, a psych evaluation, and possibly a stint in jail or St. Elizabeth's Hospital, depending on how unhinged they seemed. Alex parked his car, entered the WFO, nodded to the broad-shouldered guard in the lobby, and swiped his ID at the elevator scanner before heading up to the 4th floor. That's where the Metro Area Task Force operated, and like many seasoned agents, Alex split his time working with them. The task force collaborated closely with state police in Virginia and Maryland on financial crimes, which would have been fine if they weren't drowning in cases thanks to how relentlessly active the criminals were. The Secret Service occupied 3 floors of the building, and Alex's workspace was just another desk in the 4th floor bullpen, no walls or dividers to call his own. Waiting for him was an email from Jerry Sykes, the LSA's office manager, ordering him to report to the 6th floor immediately. That was unusual. Had he accidentally violated someone's civil rights during last night's ATM takedown? Alex took the elevator up, nodding at familiar faces as he passed the duty roster on the wall, magnetic photos of agents grouped by assignment. The whole thing felt off, like he'd missed a step somewhere. But then again, in this job, surprises were part of the routine. The system wasn't exactly cutting-edge technology, but it got the job done when it came to tracking agents' whereabouts. The duty roster was still backed up digitally, mostly because some pranksters enjoyed swapping photos around as a joke. One minute you'd see a crime-fighting agent's face on the board, and the next, according to the display, they'd mysteriously transferred to the mind-numbing paperwork purgatory of the recruitment division. A few photos hung upside down, signaling those agents were currently unavailable, tied up with field operations elsewhere. Color-coded dots decorated most pictures, not political affiliations as some visiting family members assumed, but markers indicating whether an agent lived in Virginia or Maryland. Sykes stood up the moment Alex appeared in the doorway. "Take a seat," he said, gesturing to a chair. Alex unbuttoned his suit jacket as he sat. "So, is this trouble, or are we just chatting for fun?" Alex grinned, relieved to see Sykes mirroring his expression. "Heard about your little stunt last night. We appreciate agents who pull unpaid overtime. Feel free to make it a habit. Honestly, I'd prefer a decent raise as a thank you. Keep dreaming. Got something hotter for you fresh off the press." Sykes tapped a file on his desk. "Papers came down from HQ through the LSA." Alex frowned. "I'm swamped as it is, Jerry. As long as money exists, people will keep trying to steal or counterfeit it." "This isn't about money. How about a detour to homicide?" Alex hesitated. "Not exactly in our official job description. Check your badge and paycheck. You're Homeland Security now, not Treasury. That means we've got a whole new pile of cases to handle." Sykes scanned the file. "This morning, a man named Patrick Johnson was found dead on Roosevelt Island, gunshot to the mouth, revolver and a bottle of scotch beside him, suicide note in his pocket." "Who was he?" Alex asked. "NTAC," Sykes said. "In other words, one of ours." "You're taking this case," Jerry said, tossing a file onto the desk. "But since the intelligence reshuffle, NTAC isn't officially under Secret Service anymore," Alex countered. "True, but we still have a hand in it. Officially, Johnson worked for both us and Nick. Gunshot to the mouth, probably drunk, revolver at the scene, suicide note. What's left to investigate? Right now, it looks like suicide, and it'll probably stay that way." Since it happened on federal land and Johnson was a government employee, both the FBI and Park Police are involved. But we want someone watching our interests. If it's suicide, we close the file. If not, well, then we dig deeper. That's where you come in. Why Roosevelt Island? Was Johnson some kind of history buff? That's your job to figure out, and don't let the FBI brush you off. Why do I always get the fun assignments, Jerry? Alex groaned. Shouldn't this go to internal affairs? Sure, but I've got a soft spot for you, Sykes replied dryly. And after all that VIP babysitting, you could use some real work. Funny, that's exactly what they said when they stuck me on protection duty. Whoever said life was fair, definitely not anyone who's ever carried a badge, Alex shot back. Sykes' expression turned serious. Look around at the new recruits. They're sharp, they work hard, but most have less than 6 years under their belts. You've got triple that. Speaking of fresh blood, take Simpson. She's green and needs the experience. That woman's a mystery, Alex admitted. Does she have friends in high places? Why? Sykes asked, though Alex could have sworn he almost smiled. Because every lousy assignment skips right over her, Alex said. All I know is she's somebody's pet, but don't get bitter. Here's the file, the scene's waiting, get moving. Alex stood. This case falls under the 90-day reporting rule, Sykes added. I want daily updates, detailed ones. Just so you know, these are being sent straight to the LSA and HQ, Jerry said. Got it, Alex replied. Like I said, this is a hot one, so stay on top of it. I understand, Jerry. Alex returned to his desk, draped his jacket over the chair, and flipped open the case file. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo of Patrick Johnson taken while he was still alive. A handwritten note mentioned Johnson was engaged and planning to marry, listing his fiancée's name and phone number. Alex assumed she'd already been notified of his death. Johnson's career record was standard. He'd worked at the NTAC division of the National Intelligence Center. In simple terms, NTAC gathered intel and developed strategies to help law enforcement prevent attacks on the president or acts of terrorism before they happened. No Secret Service agent wanted to arrest an assassin. That would mean the person they were supposed to protect was already dead. Alex remembered the heated debates when the NIC tried to absorb NTAC into its intelligence network. The Secret Service had pushed back hard, but in the end, the president sided with Gray and the NIC. Still, given the service's unique relationship with the White House, they'd kept some access to NTAC operations. That's why Johnson, even if only on paper, had also been listed as a Secret Service employee. Alex skimmed the file, noting key details before grabbing his jacket and heading out. He swung by to pick up Jackie Simpson, a compact woman with dark hair, deep brown skin, and sharp features, her most striking trait being a pair of unexpectedly bright blue eyes. Though new to the Secret Service, Jackie wasn't inexperienced. She'd spent 8 years as a cop before joining. The second she spoke, her Alabama roots were unmistakable. She wore a dark pantsuit, her sidearm clipped near her left hip. Alex raised an eyebrow at her 2-inch block heels. Even with them, he still towered over her by at least 4 inches. Then he spotted the edge of a red scarf peeking from her breast pocket. A small fashion choice, but one that could get her killed. And he knew her sidearm wasn't standard issue. She'd gotten special clearance to carry it. Note, the rewritten version maintains the original content while adjusting phrasing, adding slight details like the exact heel height and refining descriptions to fit us audience. The tone remains consistent but tightens the narrative flow. The Secret Service typically preferred standardizing agents' firearms so they could share ammunition in emergencies. Like many new hires, Jackie brimmed with enthusiasm, though her lack of tact was downright impressive. Fantastic, she said after Alex briefed her on their upcoming assignment. Patrick Johnson didn't think it was so fantastic, Alex replied. That's not what I meant. Glad to hear it, let's get moving. Alex strode ahead briskly, leaving Jackie to keep up. Chapter 15. Jamila the nanny changed the youngest boy's diaper before patiently feeding his 2 older brothers, ages 2 and 3. After the exhausting routine, she played with them before settling them down for their afternoon nap. Then she pulled a prayer rug from the bag she carried to work each day, unrolling it to perform salat. She began with wudu, washing her face, hands, arms up to the elbows and feet before turning barefoot toward the Qibla, the direction of Mecca. She performed this ritual 5 times daily, the first before dawn, the last at dusk. Right now, she was completing the midday prayer as the sun began its descent. Minutes later, Lori Franklin, the boy's mother, came downstairs, admiring her immaculate home before checking on her sons, who slept soundly in their cribs. Still in her 20s, Lori was slender yet curvy, her toned frame a testament to her active lifestyle. She clutched a small purse. Heading to the club, ma'am? Jamila asked. Yep, some tennis first and who knows what after, Lori laughed, exhaling with the carefree satisfaction of the privileged. She nodded toward the boys. Looks like you've already tamed the wild bunch. They're good boys, play hard, sleep hard. Glad they behave for you after running through 3 nannies before you. Even I can't keep up. Now I can finally have a life even if my husband works 20-hour days, she sighed. Men, Jamila can't live with their workaholism, can't live without it. Where I'm from, the man is the head of the household, Jamila remarked, tidying toys into a bin. A woman's duty is to support her husband, keep the home tidy and care for the children, Jamila explained. Of course, one should marry a man she respects and whose wishes she can fulfill with a clear conscience. The husband isn't the master, only God is. Laurie, the American, rolled her eyes. Oh, Jamila, men here think they're kings too, or at least act like it, she chuckled. I gave George the family he wanted, and I indulge his whims when the mood strikes. He's got it pretty good. You won't be home this afternoon then? Jamila quickly shifted the subject. Sometimes Laurie's bluntness made her uncomfortable. I'll be back in time to make dinner. George isn't eating here again tonight. You're allowed to eat during the day now, right? Your fasting period is over. Ramadan, yes. I can never keep track of the dates. That's because they change. Ramadan falls in the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, marking when the Prophet Muhammad received the first revelations of the Quran. But since we follow the lunar calendar, Ramadan shifts earlier each year. My parents have fasted during winter and summer alike. Well, I wouldn't want Christmas in July, Laurie said dryly. And going without food and water all day, I can't imagine that's healthy for you. Actually, it's very healthy. Pregnant or nursing women are exempt. Fasting purifies the body and sharpens the mind. I enjoy it. I don't even feel hungry. Before dawn, I eat sahur, and after sunset, I have dinner. It's not as harsh as it sounds. Jamila tactfully avoided mentioning how one American meal could equal 3 of hers. And at the end, we celebrate Eid al-Fitr, the sugar feast. New clothes, sweets, visiting loved ones. Still seems extreme, Laurie muttered, glancing outside. It's nice out. Want to take the boys to the park. Let them burn off some energy. The house might actually stay clean for 5 minutes when I get back. That sounds wonderful. I love driving. Women aren't allowed to drive where you're from, right? Jamila hesitated. In Riyadh, no, but that law isn't Islamic. Laurie gave her a pitying look. You don't have to sugarcoat it. I've seen the news, forced marriages, polygamy, those black cloaks covering everything. It's not exactly a feminist paradise. Jamila stared at the floor for a moment, hiding her frustration from Laurie. When she finally looked up, she forced a polite smile. What you're describing isn't the Islam I know, she said. Muslim women aren't forced into marriage. It's a contract between husband and wife with both families involved. If, God forbid, a divorce happens, the law ensures women receive a fair share of assets. And polygamy. It's only allowed if a man can provide equally for all wives, which is why it's rare. Only the wealthiest consider it. Islam also teaches that education is for everyone, men and women alike. I've had excellent schooling. As for clothing, the Quran doesn't dictate specific garments. It simply calls for modesty. Some women choose the hijab or abaya, others don't. Laurie smirked. Well, here in America, we do things differently. You can wear what you want, marry who you want. That's why this country's great. Is it really great to have no limits at all? Jamila asked. Of course, Laurie said with a laugh, just don't get caught breaking the rules. Jamila hesitated, but American women couldn't even vote until the 20th century. Laurie waved a hand. Ancient history, we're making up for lost time. Muslim women should catch up. Jamila bit back a reply. She'd been advised to avoid debates like this, but sometimes she couldn't help herself. Think about moving in with us, Laurie pressed. The house has plenty of space. Thank you, but I'd rather stay where I am for now. Suit yourself. I can't afford to lose you. With a blown kiss to her sleeping sons, Laurie left. As she pulled out of the driveway, her gaze lingered on the white minivan parked outside. It never struck her as odd that Jamila, who'd never driven before coming to the U.S., had a car and license when she applied to be a nanny, but Laurie had too much on her mind to dwell on it. Truthfully, she had no intention of playing tennis or cards at the country club. Note, the rewritten version adjusts cultural references, tightens dialogue, and adds subtle tension while preserving the original scene's core conflict and characters. Jamila's small clutch held a sheer, delicate nightgown. She already wore the matching thong, and for what she had planned that afternoon, a bra seemed unnecessary. She hoped her young lover wouldn't tear the fabric in his eagerness. Peering out the window, she watched Laurie drive off in her sleek Mercedes convertible. Weeks earlier, when George Franklin took time off to be with his sons, Jamila had tailed his wife to the country club, witnessing her climb into a stranger's car. She'd followed them to a motel, likely the same destination today. After all, playing tennis without a racket was tricky, and Laurie still hung untouched in the garage. America had shattered Jamila's illusions fast. Here, men were bumbling fools and their wives. Hypocrites in designer labels. After nap time, she took the boys to the park, letting them exhaust themselves while she daydreamed about sons of her own, a future that felt impossibly out of reach. Timmy, the oldest, swiped her phone and car keys from her purse again, but she just laughed. Kids were curious. It meant they were alive. By the time she buckled them back into the minivan, they were already dozing. She unrolled her prayer mat beside the vehicle, performing ablutions with a portable bowl and water bottle. While the boys slept, she drove through Brennan, a town built by railroads but now polished into Pittsburgh's prettiest suburb. Quaint shops, upscale bistros, and that gleaming new country club dotted the streets. She snapped photos with a camera no bigger than her thumb, narrating details into a recorder, things most nannies wouldn't notice. But Jamila noticed everything. The road's gradients, the way certain driveways curved. Finally, she parked near a secluded stone house set back from the highway, its low wall hiding more than it revealed. Jamila gazed at the house, admiring its charm but finding it far too spacious. Everything in America seemed oversized, from the massive food portions to the sprawling homes, the bulky cars to the people themselves. Yet, ironically, the clothing was always too tight. Over the past few months, she'd seen more exposed skin, backsides, stomachs, cleavage than in her entire life back home. It disgusted her. She would have gladly wrapped herself in layers of modest fabric, even endured the rivalry of a polygamous household, rather than endure this so-called freedom. With a heavy sigh, she glanced at the sleeping children in the backseat. The Franklins, with their wealth and loveless marriage, repelled her too. And though she hated to admit it, even the kids stirred a quiet resentment. One day, they'd grow up believing the world owed them something simply because they were American. Shifting the car into gear, she drove on. Tonight, she'd log into the movie-themed chatroom to file her report. The discussion would center around To Kill a Mockingbird. A bizarre title, but then again, Americans were bizarre people, violent, unpredictable, and utterly confounding. Meanwhile, Oliver Stone had returned to his caretaker's cottage but found sleep impossible after the night's chaos. He lit a fire to ward off the chill, settling by the hearth with a book until dawn. His mind kept circling back to Patrick Johnson's death, no, his murder. By morning, he brewed strong coffee and forced down a meager breakfast before tending to the cemetery grounds. Pulling weeds, mowing grass, and scrubbing moss from weathered headstones, he couldn't shake the thought that he and his friends had nearly died hours earlier. Back in his old life, close calls were routine, but this time the unease clung to him. After finishing his chores, he showered and studied his reflection in the steamy mirror, resolve hardening. The problem? He lacked the right tools for what came next. Caleb and Reuben would be at work, and Milton couldn't be trusted with something this delicate. Left one option, 45 minutes later he stood outside a cramped apartment above a laundromat in Chinatown. Adelphia, he called, wondering if she'd already left. Then footsteps approached and the door swung open to reveal her, hair pinned back, dressed in a black sweater and slacks, sharp-eyed and ready. She gave him a puzzled look. "How do you know where I live? You told me at some point," Stone said. "Oh," she frowned. "How'd the meeting go?" she asked sharply. "A few real surprises in there." "What do you want, Oliver?" Stone cleared his throat and laid out his plan. "I've been thinking about your advice on my appearance, wondered if you'd be willing to cut my hair. I could try it myself, but I'd probably end up looking worse than I do now." "You don't look terrible." The words seemed to slip out before Adelphia could stop them, and she coughed awkwardly. Then she studied him with a skeptical glance. "So you're actually taking my advice," he nodded. "New clothes too, and shoes." Adelphia narrowed her eyes. "What about the beard? You look like some mountain hermit." Rumpelstiltskin, "Yeah, the beard's going too. I can handle shaving myself though." She waved him off. "No, I'll do it. Always wanted to get rid of that thing." She gestured toward the apartment. "Come on, let's do this before you change your mind." Stone followed her inside, surprised by how neat everything was. He'd expected chaos, given her impulsive nature. She led him to the bathroom and pointed at the toilet. "Sit." As he did, she gathered supplies. From where he sat, he spotted a shelf in the hallway stacked with books, some in languages he didn't recognize despite years of travel. He motioned toward them. "You read all these, Adelphia?" She paused, giving him a look. "Why would I keep books I can't read? Think I have space for useless junk? Fair point." She draped a towel around his shoulders and tied it tight. "How much do you want off? Short over the ears, clean at the neck." "You sure?" "Positive." Adelphia snipped away, combed through the results, then tamed the last stubborn bits with gel. Next, she hacked off most of his beard with scissors before grabbing another tool. "This is for legs," she said, holding up a pink razor. "But it'll work on your face too." When she handed him a mirror afterward, Stone barely recognized himself. His fingers brushed over skin he hadn't seen in years. After his long, tangled mane was trimmed and his beard completely shaved off, Stone studied his high forehead and smooth, slender neck in the mirror. "You have a nice face," Adelphia said, her voice sincere. "And your neck is soft as a baby's, not like mine. Mine's all wrinkled like an old woman's, like a turkey's neck." "I think you have a lovely face, Adelphia," Stone replied, still distracted by his reflection. He didn't notice her blush or the way she looked down. "You had a visitor last night." Stone turned to her. "A visitor? Who?" "A man in a suit. His name was Fott or something. I don't remember exactly. He told me to let you know he stopped by." "Fott? Sometimes I see him talking to the men across the street, the ones from the government." "The Secret Service? You mean Ford, Agent Alex Ford?" Adelphia raised a finger. "That's the name, yes. He's a big man, taller than you." "Did he say what he wanted? Just said to tell you hello." What time was he here? Do I look like a clock? I told you he said hello. She hesitated. Maybe around midnight, that's all I know. Stone stood and brushed off the sheet. I'd like to repay you for your kindness, he said, but Adelphia waved him off. There must be some way, he insisted. I know, she said, making him raise an eyebrow. We'll have coffee soon, unless you've got another midnight meeting. Stone chuckled. What harm could a little coffee and conversation do? Sure, Adelphia, it's about time we did something like that. Good. She reached out her hand, and he was surprised by the strength in her grip. As Stone walked down the street minutes later, his mind lingered on the late-night visitor. He knew Alex Ford better than most in the Secret Service, so his appearance couldn't be random. He stopped at a nearby thrift store and with the money Ruben had given him bought 2 work outfits, sturdy shoes, socks, shirts, a sweater, and a faded blue blazer. The owner, an old acquaintance, threw in 2 brand new sets of underwear as a bonus. You look years younger, Oliver, the man remarked. I feel it, Stone replied. He headed toward Lafayette Park to check on his tent, but as he approached, a voice stopped him. What do you think you're doing, pal? Stone looked up to see a uniformed Secret Service agent. That tent's occupied, move along. That's my tent, officer, Stone said. The agent stepped closer, squinting. Stone, is that really you? Stone grinned. Shorter hair, no beard, but yeah, it's me. The agent just shook his head. Where have you been? At a spa, one of the men asked. Who goes to a spa? A woman's voice shot back. Both men turned to see Adelphia approaching, her eyes narrowing at Stone. She still wore the same clothes as before, but now her hair hung loose over her shoulders. Don't start another conspiracy theory, Adelphia, the agent joked. It's just a fancy place for facials. My wife went once. Honestly, after seeing the prices, I prefer her just the way she is. He chuckled and walked off, leaving Adelphia standing in front of Stone. You want to grab coffee and talk now? She asked. I'd love to, but I've got a meeting first. Right after, though. We'll see, she said, disappointment sharp in her voice. I've got work too, can't wait around forever. Of course not, Stone agreed, but she was already walking away. Inside his tent, Stone changed and stuffed the rest of his new clothes into his backpack. He wandered through the park, digging through trash bins until he found what he needed, the morning paper. No mention of a body on Roosevelt Island. Too late for the morning edition, he figured. At a payphone, he dialed Caleb at his office in the Library of Congress. Anything new? The papers are silent, Stone said. Been monitoring the news all morning, just says Roosevelt Island's closed for police investigation, no details. Can you meet at 1? We should go over this. Stone agreed. You taking precautions? Yeah, Ruben called in sick, Milton's staying home, he's pretty shaken up. Fear's natural after what we saw, Stone hesitated. Caleb, heads up, I might look different. Changed my appearance. Figured it was smart since those killers probably got the best look at me. Got it, Oliver. One more thing, mind if we meet in the reading room instead of outside? I clean up okay and I've been meaning to see it. Don't want to make you uncomfortable at work though. Of course, come on in. As Stone walked toward the library, his mind circled back to Patrick Johnson's killers. They had to realize soon that the witnesses hadn't gone to the police. Alex saw this as their opportunity, one that might vanish if the Camel Club was destroyed. Chapter 17, Alex turned off the George Washington Parkway before reaching the steep incline toward the Potomac, steering his car into the parking lot for Roosevelt Island. The only way to reach the island was a long pedestrian bridge. The lot was swarming with police cruisers and FBI vehicles. A forensics team and FBI crime scene investigators were already on site. Alex braced himself for the gauntlet of uniforms and bureaucrats he'd have to navigate before getting close to the scene. This is a circus, Jackie Simpson muttered. And I bet the real fun starts when the FBI and park police start arguing over jurisdiction. They flashed their badges to an officer guarding the bridge. Secret Service, the cop said, looking confused. Direct orders from the president, Alex lied smoothly, brushing past him. Classified business. Following the trail of caution tape, he and Jackie moved toward the crime scene. As they got closer, Alex caught snippets of overlapping conversations, cell phones blaring an obnoxious mix of ringtones and notifications. He smirked, proud that his phone still just rang like a normal one. The agent stepped onto the paved clearing near the memorial where Alex scanned the crowd, sizing up the players. DC police and park police officers stood out in their uniforms, their posture just deferential enough. The forensics team was easy to spot too. Then there were the suits FBI, no doubt acting like they owned the place, but a few others lingered, unidentifiable. Alex sidled up to a uniformed officer who looked like the highest-ranking park police official present. In his experience, keeping these guys on your side was always smart. Alex Ford, Secret Service, this is Agent Simpson. The cop shook their hands. Alex nodded toward the body. What do we know so far? The officer shrugged. Probably suicide. Looks like the guy put a bullet through his mouth. We won't know for sure until the medical examiner finishes up. Rigor mortis is still setting and we can't pry his jaw open without messing up the autopsy. Alex glanced at 2 suits hovering near the corpse. Those guys FBI? The cop smirked. What gave it away? You can spot the Superman capes peeking out from under their jackets, Alex replied, drawing a chuckle from the officer. So who are those guys? He nodded toward the two men huddled in quiet conversation. Carter Gray's team from the NIC, the cop said, probably analyzing why Al-Qaeda has a grudge against Teddy Roosevelt. Alex smirked. Mind sharing copies of the investigation files? My boss is one of those obsessive collector types. Sure, but so far there's not much to go on. The victim had his wallet on him, a suicide note, and a handgun with a single round fired. Oh, and he smelled like he'd down half a bottle of scotch. Still reeks. Prints are on both the gun and the bottle, and the weapons registered to him. We just need to confirm the prints match. Any gunpowder residue on his hand? Jackie asked. Nope, but the gun looks brand new, well-maintained, and revolvers don't always leave residue. Signs of a struggle? Alex pressed. None, the officer said, shaking his head. Jackie crossed her arms. One more thing, did he drive here? Nothing in the lot matches his name, the cop replied. Jackie frowned. So maybe someone shot him and took off, but if it was suicide, how'd he even get here? The officer gestured toward the north end of the lot. There's a pedestrian bridge over the George Washington Parkway leading to Chain Bridge. Bike path runs the same route but stops at the island's parking area. Doubt he came that way, though someone would have seen him. He hesitated. We've got another theory. His clothes are soaked, way too wet for just morning dew. Alex took a second to process that. Wait, you're saying he swam here? Looks that way. If he was already in the water and wanted to die, why not just gulp down half the Potomac instead of hauling himself out to shoot himself? The cop shrugged. If he crossed the little channel from Virginia, it's a short swim. But yeah, drunk as he was, he'd have drowned before making it. Unless he drank the scotch after getting here, the officer countered. And we've got one more clue. He called over a forensics tech scouring the area who handed him a small evidence bag. We found this over here, the officer said, holding up a plastic bag inside another plastic bag. Alex and Jackie studied the discovery, with Alex being the first to grasp its significance. He must have stored the revolver in here to keep it dry while swimming, right? Bingo, it's a .22 for hollow points. And there's a suicide note, Alex recalled. The cop pulled out his notebook. I copied the text word for word. He let the two Secret Service agents read it, and Jackie jotted it down in her own notepad. Do you have the original? Alex asked. Mind telling me who you are? A stern voice cut in. Alex turned to see a stocky man in a Brooks Brothers suit, polished cordovan shoes, and a crisp tie. Alex flashed his badge and introduced himself and Jackie. The man barely glanced at their credentials. I'm FBI Special Agent Lloyd. Nick reps are already here handling Secret Service matters. Alex slipped into his usual bureaucratic stance, the beleaguered government official. Just following orders, Agent Lloyd, and honestly, the Secret Service prefers handling its own affairs. I'm sure the FBI understands that an NTAC employee's death is highly sensitive for us, especially since we've moved from Treasury to Homeland Security. Alex knew Homeland Security carried far more clout in intelligence circles than Treasury ever had. If the FBI respected anything, it was the sheer weight of the post-9/11 agency. For a second, Lloyd looked like he had a sharp retort ready, but he just shrugged. Fine, play detective, the body's over there. Just don't contaminate the scene. Appreciate the cooperation, Alex said. I was asking about the suicide note. Lloyd signaled another agent who handed over the paper. Clothes and personal effects are being dusted for prints, Lloyd said, but I doubt we'll find much. It's a suicide. Fabric usually doesn't hold prints well, Jackie chimed in, but his windbreaker's surface is ideal, especially since it was damp and last night's weather was perfect for preserving prints. Do your lab guys have a superfume in the van? Nothing beats cyanoacrylate for lifting prints off surfaces like that. No idea if they've got one, Lloyd admitted. It would be even better to get the clothing to the lab, Jackie suggested. We can treat it with specific chemicals and run it through a fuming chamber. I know the FBI has that kind of setup. She pointed to the suicide note. If you coat this with ninhydrin or DFOS spray and put it in the chamber, every trace on it will become visible. Thanks for the tip, Lloyd replied dryly, though Jackie's expertise in fingerprint analysis clearly impressed him. Alex, too, looked at her with newfound respect before turning back to Lloyd, who was scowling at them both. We still need to verify, Alex said, whether this is actually his handwriting. Obviously, Lloyd shot back. I can have the Secret Service lab run the tests and cross-check any prints we find. The FBI's lab is the best, Lloyd muttered, but ours isn't as backlogged. We're all on the same team here, Agent Lloyd. Something in that statement finally seemed to crack the stubborn FBI agent's resistance. His demeanor shifted completely moments later. I'll take you up on that offer, Agent Ford. Call me Alex, Ford said, nodding toward Simpson, and she's Jackie. Just dawn then, we could actually use your help. The FBI's swamped with counterterrorism cases. Just sign for the evidence. The medical examiner's a stickler about paperwork. Alex obliged, examining the note through the plastic before handing it to Jackie. Any signs pointing to suicide? Last I heard, he was about to get married. That prospect might drive any man to it, quipped the park police officer. The joke drew scattered laughter except from Jackie, who looked ready to pull her gun and add a few more bodies to the scene. Too soon to say, Lloyd cut in. We'll look into it. But right now, everything suggests Patrick Johnson took his own life. Any indication someone else was here, Jackie pressed. Could have been, but 50 schoolkids trampled through later, the officer said. Fog was thick this morning. They nearly tripped over the body, scared the hell out of them. This cobblestone doesn't hold footprints or much trace evidence. Which path did he take to get here? Jackie asked. Probably that one, the cop said, gesturing to the left. If he swam through the little channel, he probably took this gravel path after cutting through the trees and shrubs, Alex said, scanning the shoreline. Lloyd adjusted his sunglasses. We'll have teams search the Virginia side for his car. He lived in Bethesda, likely parked close to the water before swimming to the island. Finding his vehicle could pinpoint where he entered. Alex squinted across the river. Only place he could have left it is that parking lot over there. The local officer shrugged. Unless someone dropped him off, which makes zero sense. Who drives a guy out here just to ditch him? Jackie tapped her notepad. Coast Guard usually patrols this stretch. Lloyd nodded. They came through last night, but the fog was so thick they wouldn't have spotted a swimmer if he'd been waving a flare. Alex crouched near the water's edge. Time of death, me estimates 12 hours, Lloyd said. Why Roosevelt Island, though, of all places? Quiet but not remote, Lloyd mused. Maybe he had a thing for presidents. He shot a glance at the two Nick agents lurking nearby and lowered his voice. We'll grill them later. Could be Johnson messed with something he shouldn't have, though honestly, half the time I don't even know what that agency does. Alex motioned for Jackie to follow him toward the body. You good with this? It's not pretty, she rolled her eyes. Worked homicide in Alabama, seen more gunshot wounds than a VA hospital. Damn, Alabama's that wild. Buddy, there are more unregistered guns there than in a Texas gun show. Kneeling beside Johnson's body, Alex noted the soaked sleeve, the rigor mortis locking the limbs in place. Dried blood crusted around the nose and ears. Jackie crouched beside him. Basilar skull fracture. Blood seeped from the break. Me'll probably find the bullet lodged near the occipital bone. The breeze carried the faintest hint of river decay as she added, or maybe he'll surprise us. Since the bullet was only a .22 caliber, he wouldn't have needed to shove the gun so deep into his mouth to get a clean shot. Just a few blood spatters on the sleeve, Alex noted, examining the body. But the right hand only has one small speck. Strange, don't you think? Maybe sometimes there's not much blood if the bullet stays lodged in the skull. Could be. Alex glanced over his shoulder. Where was the gun found and the suicide note? The gun was about 6 inches from the body on the right side, the officer replied. The note was in the right pocket of his windbreaker. As Alex stood, a sharp pain shot through his neck, something that happened whenever he moved too fast. Jackie gave him a look. You okay? Old yoga injury. What's your Alabama homicide gut telling you? Jackie shrugged. First impressions usually nail the cause of death. That's not what I asked. What's your instinct saying? That we've got a lot more digging to do before we close this case, Jackie said. First impressions can be deceiving. She glanced toward the Nick operatives. Something tells me those two won't be too cooperative. Alex studied the men. If there was one agency more secretive than the CIA or even the NSA, it was the Nick. He could already picture them throwing up roadblocks, citing national security. The Secret Service pulled that move sometimes too, but at least Alex trusted his own agency to use that power responsibly. The idea of the Nick playing those games, that made him uneasy. And what do you think? Jackie pressed. Alex hesitated, then met her gaze. I don't want to sound selfish, but I've got a feeling this is gonna get messy, and right now I could do without the headache. As they turned to leave Roosevelt Island, the two Nick agents hurried over. You're with the Secret Service, the taller blonde one said. That's right, Alex confirmed. Agents Ford and Simpson. Tyler Rienke, this is Warren Peters. Since Johnson worked for both our agencies, it's probably best we collaborate. Alex smirked. We're just getting started, but I'm happy to trade favors as long as I get something in return, Rienke smiled back. We play the game this way and no other, Peters said firmly. Sounds good. Any chance we can interview Johnson's colleagues? Alex asked. I think so, Peters replied. Do you know anyone at Nick? Honestly, you're the first people who have actually admitted to working there, Alex said, watching as Rienke and Peters exchanged uneasy glances. He handed over his business card. Let me know when we can get started. He nodded toward the sealed suicide note in Jackie's hand. We'll have the handwriting verified to confirm it's Johnson's. Peters cleared his throat. About that note, we have several handwriting analysts on staff. They could expedite the comparison. The Secret Service can handle it just fine, Alex countered. But Nick has hundreds of Johnson's writing samples. I'm offering to speed things up. Cooperation gets results these days, doesn't it? Jackie stepped in. That note is evidence in an active death investigation. The medical examiner won't be thrilled about handing it over. The FBI or Secret Service is one thing, we're the official law here. So are we, Rienke shot back. And I've already spoken with the me, made it clear this is a national security matter. He's fine releasing the note as long as the chain of custody stays intact. Oh, I'm sure you really wowed him, Alex said dryly. He hesitated, then shrugged. Fine, keep us updated and check it for prints while you're at it. After Peters finished the paperwork with the me, he took the note carefully between his fingers. Carter Gray's going to lose it, probably already has. Wouldn't surprise me, Alex muttered. Once the Nick agents were gone, Jackie turned to him. So what's your real take? That they're full of it and my business cards headed straight for the trash. Then why hand over the note? Because now they're responsible for evidence in a death investigation. Gives us the perfect excuse to walk into Nick and start digging. Chapter 18. Carter Gray was up by 6:30 a.m. and at Nick headquarters 45 minutes later. The lobby displayed a collection of stark black and white photos, images every employee passed daily. One showed the Twin Towers engulfed in flames. The adjacent photo captured the haunting emptiness of the lot where the skyscrapers once stood, now reduced to jagged piles of debris. A third image displayed the Pentagon's gaping wound after an American Airlines jet tore through its facade on September 11, 2001. Next to it, a fourth photo showed the crash site of United Airlines Flight 93, a scar torn into Pennsylvania's countryside. Another frame revealed the scorched, shattered front of the White House, struck by two missiles that had ripped into the East Wing. Then came the devastation from the Oklahoma City bombing, but for many Nick agents, the final image hit hardest. Every victim in that attack had been under 16, murdered by a suicide squad during an event meant to honor America's brightest students. These kids had earned a trip to France for their academic excellence and community service, only to return home in caskets. Never forget what happened, Gray had drilled into his team, and do whatever it takes to ensure it never happens again. The Nick kept a shadow tally of lives and property saved by thwarting terror plots both domestically and abroad. Current estimates put the count at 93,000 American lives, 31,000 foreign lives, and nearly $100 billion in assets spared. Beyond top intelligence circles, no one knew these numbers for good reason. If the public learned how many attacks had barely been stopped, panic might keep half the country locked indoors. Gray took the elevator to the same floor as the day before but stepped into a different room, where 5 men and 2 women sat around a conference table. He opened his laptop. What do we have from last night? One of his trusted aides responded. Al Amory refused to cooperate. Gray shrugged. Expected. What about his son? Should we detain him? No, Gray said. Let the boy stay with his mother. A child needs at least one parent. Understood, sir, the man replied, sealing the fate Gray had just decreed for the unfortunate father. Let a week pass. Use that time to extract as much intel as possible from Al Amory by any means necessary. Consider it done, one of the women answered. Gray then turned his attention elsewhere. What about Ronald Tyrus, our homegrown extremist? He's already being prepped, came the response. And the others? Kim Fong provided credible intel on a new explosive designed to bypass airport scanners. According to him, it's being smuggled into Los Angeles next week. Track that shipment straight to the buyer. I want the scientists, the equipment, the financiers, the whole operation, anything else. No one else was willing to cooperate, the man said, hesitating briefly. Should we proceed with the usual exit strategy? Everyone in the room had worked with Gray long enough to know his reputation. They'd made ruthless calls before, orders that skirted legality and morality, but they never treated any decision lightly. These highly trained operatives had spent years hunting down perceived threats to national security, carrying out their missions without question. Yet despite their experience, each case still demanded precision. No, Gray decided, let them walk but shadow them from now on and make sure word gets out that they talked to us. That'll get them killed by their own people, the second woman pointed out. Gray nodded. Film it. We'll use the footage as leverage. If they won't defect, at least we'll let the 6 o'clock news show terrorists taking out terrorists. Then, shifting focus, he demanded an update. The youngest person in the room, Tom Hemingway, took the lead. Despite his age, he had more field experience than most senior agents. Impeccably dressed and sharp as ever, just like the night before at the Leap Bar, he was the Knicks' rising star, a top Middle East specialist with deep ties to East Asia. His first 20 years had been spent in the countries where his father served as U.S. ambassador. First China, then Jordan, with a brief stint in Saudi Arabia before returning to Beijing. Tom Hemingway stood out in American intelligence circles thanks to his father's globetrotting career. Fluent in Mandarin, Hebrew, Arabic, and Farsi, he'd even read the Quran in its original text. Few Americans understood the Muslim world as deeply as he did, except maybe his old man. Combine that with relentless stamina, sharp instincts for spycraft, and a mind that never quit, and it was no surprise he'd rocketed to the top of Gray's inner circle. Hemingway tapped a key, and a high-def satellite map of the Middle East lit up the wall screen. As you can see, he said, CIA and NIC operatives have made serious inroads across Iran, Libya, Syria, Bahrain, Iraq, the UAE, Yemen, and the new Kurdish Republic. We've embedded assets 24 terrorist groups deep right down to street-level cells. This groundwork's gonna pay off big soon. One of the men leaned back, dry as dust. Turns out sending blue-eyed blondes who can't order shawarma isn't the best strategy, Gray sighed. For decades, that's all we had, and we're still short on Arabic speakers. Another agent snorted. Yeah, because Kabul and Tikrit aren't exactly vacation spots. What's the current attrition rate? Gray asked. 2 agents lost per month, Hemingway replied. Highest ever, but higher stakes mean higher risks. Gray's jaw tightened. I can't stress this enough, bringing our people home alive is priority one. Nod circled the table, half-hearted at best. The Middle East wasn't kind to spies. Captured operatives faced brutal, televised executions, a deterrent that worked all too well. We're losing a dozen soldiers a day over there, Hemingway added. And with the new Syrian border flare-up, those numbers will climb. Meanwhile, insurgent movements in Chechnya, Kashmir, Thailand, and Mindanao are spreading radical ideology faster than we can track it. Then there's Africa. Northern Nigeria's gone full Sharia. Women stoned for indecency, thieves losing hands, and the kicker, most recruitment happens online now. The room fell silent. Somewhere down the hall, a coffee machine gurgled like it hadn't gotten the memo about the mood they steal identities and use every deception tactic imaginable to cover their tracks. Funding flows through Hawala, an informal money transfer system. There's no central command we can target, so covert operations are our only viable strategy. Another man chimed in. Iraq now has a democratically elected government. Despite suicide bombings and constant gunfire, people still turned out to vote. Look at the progress in Lebanon, Kuwait, Afghanistan, and Morocco. Democracy is slowly taking root in this part of the world, a miracle the Muslim community can be proud of, and so can we. Hemingway turned to Gray. Getting Iraq to hold elections cost us $500 billion, and the bills keep piling up. At this rate, we'll be bankrupt in 5 years. When the Kurds declared independence, Baghdad didn't take it well. Soon, the Sunnis might revolt against Shia rule. Meanwhile, Ba'athist exiles and foreign insurgents are escalating the violence. Worse, the Iraqi government will likely ask us to withdraw troops soon. They've already cut a deal with the Ba'athists for a bloodless coup. Then it'll be a final showdown between them and insurgents pushing for a Taliban-style regime. In the end, Iraq will be more unstable than ever, breeding a new wave of terrorists targeting us. So tell me, what exactly did all that money and our soldiers' blood buy? Gray sighed. I know the risks. We always knew this day would come, but pulling out now? Impossible. The situation's too volatile. Hemingway threw up his hands. This is what happens when a colonial power carves up 3 incompatible ethnic groups into one artificial country. You can't force a one-size-fits-all democracy on cultures that don't separate mosque and state. Mali and Senegal are the only Muslim nations that have pulled it off. Gray cut in. We don't make foreign policy, Tom. We just clean up the mess. What about India and Pakistan? Hemingway took a deep breath. Things there are reaching a boiling point. Current estimates predict that a nuclear conflict between these two nations could result in 25 million fatalities and 20 million severely wounded within the first day alone. The global community would face a catastrophe beyond recovery. Meanwhile, China and India grow increasingly intertwined economically and militarily, raising serious concerns. What about Egypt? Gray asked. On the brink, just like Indonesia and Saudi Arabia, Hemingway replied. Ever since the massacre at the Hatshepsut Temple near Luxor, tourism in Egypt has been in freefall. Economic instability creates the perfect breeding ground for revolution. Gray leaned back. Understandable, vacationers don't exactly sign up to get shot or bludgeoned. Then there's North Korea, Hemingway added. Gray nodded. A volatile leader, the world's third-largest military, armed with missiles that could hit Seattle, and their top export, counterfeit U.S. currency. I want updated threat assessments on my desk in 24 hours. Next, drug terrorism. Hemingway tapped a key and the screen shifted. Middle Eastern militants are now collaborating with East Asian cartels in marked regions. Some have even taken full control of the drug trade. Central Asian republics are collapsing. Opium farming is their fastest-growing industry. And with Soviet-era nuclear waste stored there, we could soon see radiological contamination in heroin and crack flooding U.S. streets. Appreciate the briefing, Tom. Gray turned to another agent. Is the current high-risk target list accurate? Yes, sir, it's based on credible intel. In my experience, credible often gets confused with unbelievable, Gray remarked. Field operatives have full discretion to adapt to enemy tactics. Preventive strikes are authorized where feasible. We'll handle specifics later. Everyone understood the subtext, elimination regardless of legal or political fallout. The discussion shifted to domestic threats, including extremist cults. Reports followed. Highlight the active hotspots, Gray ordered. For the next 2 hours, they dissected crisis after crisis, each more precarious than the last. Note tone shift. Gray's dry humor contrasts with the grim subject matter, adding a layer of sarcasm amid the tension. Every second, all their discussions could become irrelevant if another building exploded, a political leader was overthrown, or a commercial airliner blew up mid-flight. Gray was about to adjourn the meeting when one of the two women who had stepped out earlier for an urgent call returned. She handed him a new file. It took Gray 2 minutes to read the 4 pages. When he looked up, his expression darkened. "This happened last night," he said sharply. "The FBI and local police have been on it since 8:45 a.m. and I'm just hearing about this now." The woman hesitated. "I believe the potential significance wasn't flagged as quickly as it should have been, sir." "Patrick Johnson," Gray cut in. "He was an analyst in—" "I know," Gray snapped. "It's in the file you just handed me. Could his death, despite the initial circumstances, be connected to his work?" "The FBI has taken over the investigation." "That doesn't reassure me at all," Gray shot back. "Do we at least have our own people involved? The report conveniently leaves that out." "Yes, I want Patrick Johnson's full background on my desk in an hour. Make it happen." The woman hurried out. Once alone, Gray stood and moved through the hallway to another conference room where representatives from the CIA, NSA, and Homeland Security were already waiting. Over the next hour, he absorbed updates and fired off questions, half unsettling the room, the other half visibly unnerved. Afterward, he retreated to his office, a modest space wedged between two much larger crisis centers buzzing with round-the-clock activity. Gray's office held no personal mementos, no framed accolades from past victories. He had no time for nostalgia. Sitting at his desk, he stared blankly at the wall where windows should have been. He'd vetoed them during the Nick building's design, too vulnerable, too distracting. The irony wasn't lost on him. The most powerful intelligence agency in history, and its director couldn't even see daylight from his own office. A soft chime sounded from his computer. Gray tapped a key and leaned in, scanning Patrick Johnson's biography with grim focus. The rare book division in the Jefferson Building of the Library of Congress housed over 800,000 priceless volumes. Among its treasures, collectors revered the Lessing J. Rosenwald collection of rare books and prints, many of which were incunabula, works printed before 1501, predating Gutenberg's press. These irreplaceable items, along with 100 other specialized collections, were stored in vaulted rooms adjacent to the reading area. Visitors could examine volumes that were more like artifacts than books, sometimes even handling them under strict supervision. Though open to the public, the space operated under tight security, monitored 24/7 by surveillance cameras and staff who logged every interaction. No book left the division without special authorization, either as a loan to another institution or by direct order of the Librarian of Congress. The rarest pieces rarely left their vaults, and when they did, only under exacting conditions. In some cases, only librarians were permitted to touch them, while researchers observed from a safe distance. No bags, notebooks, or pens were allowed, just pencils and loose paper to prevent theft or accidental damage. Even then, staff held their breath if a pencil tip drifted too close to the fragile pages. Oliver Stone stepped into the second-floor reading room, passing through a heavy door framed in brass and leather. Massive bronze panels swung beside it, designed to seal the entrance when closed, adding another layer of security beyond the armed guards and electronic systems. The room itself was a masterpiece, modeled after Philadelphia's Independence Hall to evoke scholarly reverence. The effect was undeniable as Stone entered. A hush settled over him, the weight of history pressing in. At the far end of the room, Caleb Shaw sat at his desk, immersed in his work. As a reference specialist, he was a walking encyclopedia of historical knowledge, assisting researchers with everything from medieval manuscripts to colonial-era documents. His fingers hovered over a centuries-old text, careful not to disturb its fragile edges while a visiting professor waited impatiently nearby. "Patience," Caleb murmured without looking up. "Some things can't be rushed." The professor huffed but didn't argue. Caleb's reputation for precision was well known. Then, just as Stone approached, a sudden commotion erupted near the entrance. A young intern juggling a stack of files tripped over his own feet, sending papers cascading across the floor. Caleb's head snapped up, his calm shattered. "For heaven's sake," he muttered, striding over. "This isn't a football field." The intern turned beet red, scrambling to gather the mess. Stone smirked. Some things never changed. Even in a sanctuary of knowledge, Caleb spotted his friend Oliver across the room and hurried over, buttoning his cardigan against the chill of the air-conditioned hall. "You weren't kidding? I almost didn't recognize you at first," he admitted, eyeing Stone's new look. Stone adjusted his collar, glancing at a security camera mounted near the ceiling. "Seems like they're keeping a close watch in here." "Damn right they are," Caleb said, lowering his voice. "This collection." Irreplaceable, one of a kind, you wouldn't believe the security protocols. If a single book gets misplaced, the whole building locks down until it's found. And here's the kicker, the people who acquire books can't access the database to alter records and the database team can't touch the acquisitions. No loopholes, Stone smirked. So nobody can buy a book, delete the record, and walk out with it? Bingo. And speaking of close calls, this morning some random guy waltzes in off the street asking for a William Blake, just casually like he was ordering a latte. Any William Blake, he says. You should have seen the staff lose their minds. It was like he'd asked to borrow the Declaration of Independence. Blake's that rare? Stone asked. Rare doesn't even cover it, those books are sacred. So what happened? Turns out the guy might have been a distant relative of Blake's family. Lucky break. We let him look at a few prints, gloves on, obviously. Most people don't know how to handle paper that old. By the end, he was practically tearing up. That's the thing about this place, some of these books hit you right in the soul. Caleb's enthusiasm was contagious, his words tumbling out like he couldn't contain them. They took the staff elevator down to the basement, weaving through the underground tunnels connecting the Library of Congress buildings, Jefferson, Adams, Madison, before emerging in the Madison building's dimly lit cafeteria. The hum of fluorescent lights and the scent of stale coffee filled the air as Stone grabbed a chair. Still processing the morning's drama, they grabbed some food and settled at one of the outdoor garden tables on the elevated patio overlooking Independence Avenue. Across the street, the imposing Jefferson building stood in the shadow of the Capitol dome. Nice view, Stone remarked. Too bad most of us take it for granted by now. After finishing his sandwich, Stone leaned toward his friend. Patrick Johnson? I searched the government database, nothing. I don't have the clearance for a deep dive. You thought he might be Secret Service because of that pin. If that's true, it's way above my pay grade. Cops and libraries don't exactly share the same access. New development, that Secret Service agent I know, Alex Ford, he showed up at my tent last night. Last night, you think there's a connection? Hard to see how since he was there before the murder, but it makes you wonder. A buzzing interrupted them. Caleb pulled out his phone, his expression shifting as he listened. That was Milton, he said after hanging up. He managed to hack into the Secret Service database. Stone's eyes widened. He pulled that off that fast. Milton can do almost anything with a computer. He could have made a fortune hacking if he wanted. 3 years ago, he broke into the Pentagon just to prove they weren't planning to nuke one of our own cities as an excuse for war. Sounds like Milton. What did he find? Johnson was a supervisor in NIC data management. The NIC under Carter Gray? Exactly, Stone stood. Call Rubin and Milton, tell them to gear up, we're moving tonight. We'll need your car, pick me up at the usual spot. Grab Rubin at Milton's place on the way. And where are we going? Bethesda, Johnson's place. But the cops will be all over it, Oliver. It's a murder investigation. No, Stone corrected. Right now they're treating it as a suicide, but if the cops are there, we might pick up some useful intel. Oh, and bring Goff. Caleb blinked as Stone walked away. Goff was his dog, but by now he was used to Stone's odd requests tossing the trash into a bin. He retreated back into his world of rare books. Chapter 20. Tyler Rienke and Warren Peters headed straight from Roosevelt Island to the NIC, where they dropped off the so-called suicide note at the lab. They claimed it needed analysis, comparing handwriting samples to Patrick Johnson's and checking for fingerprints that might reveal foul play. But their real goal wasn't what they stated. If any witness from the night before had touched that paper and their prints were on file, Peters and Rienke could track them down. Later, they drove to Georgetown, parked, and walked toward the riverbank. They haven't gone to the police, Peters said. Otherwise, we'd know. Gives us some breathing room, Rienke replied. How much do you think they saw? Assume the worst, that they could pick us out of a lineup. Peters paused. But also assume they're keeping quiet. Maybe they were up to something illegal on the island or they just don't trust cops. You were at the bow of the boat. How clear was your view? Barely saw them through the fog. What kind of boat was it? An old wooden one big enough for at least 4 people. Did you see 4? 2, maybe 3. Could have been a graze wound. I thought I heard someone yell. One guy was older, scraggly white beard, dressed like a mess. A bum? Probably. Now we've got cops, FBI, and Secret Service to worry about. We knew this would happen, Peters said. Any violent death gets scrutiny. But the plan didn't account for witnesses. What about this Ford guy? He's no rookie, he'll follow procedure. We'll dig into him and his partner later. The FBI's the bigger headache. Standing by the water, Rienke scanned the shoreline. They had to come ashore here. I checked early this morning and found nothing, but that rowboat's gotta be nearby. I'll head north, you go south. Call if you spot anything. The two men split up, walking in opposite directions. It took Alex and Jackie some time to get a few routine questions answered by Ann Jeffries, the devastated fiancée of Patrick Johnson. The FBI had already questioned her, but Alex doubted Agent Lloyd had shown much tact. He decided to handle the poor woman with more care. Ann lived in a cramped apartment in Springfield, Virginia, where $1,800 a month barely covered a 300-square-foot living space, a tiny bedroom, and a bathroom. She was of average height, slightly plump, with a soft, round face, teeth white to a blinding shine, and long chestnut hair. Our wedding was supposed to be next May, she said, sitting unkempt and makeup-free in a wrinkled robe, a pile of tear-soaked tissues at her feet. And as far as you knew, there were no issues. Alex asked. None, Anne replied. We were happy. My career was going great too. Every statement she made sounded like a question. What do you do for work? Jackie asked. I'm a development director for a healthcare project in Old Town Alexandria. I've been there 2 years. It's a fantastic job. Patrick loved his work too. So he talked to you about it? Alex pressed. Anne lowered a tissue from her face. Not in detail. I knew he worked for the Secret Service or something like that. But I also knew he wasn't a field agent, not like you two. He never talked about it, not even where his office was. We had this joke between us, you know. If I tell you what I do, he'd say sometimes, I'd have to kill you. God, what a stupid thing to say. Her eyes welled up again and she pressed the tissue to her face. Yeah, that's nonsense, Alex agreed. You probably already know your fiancé was found on Roosevelt Island. Anne took a deep breath. That's where we had our first date, a picnic. I still remember the food I packed, the wine we drank. So he chose the spot of your first date to take his own life, Jackie clarified. That could be symbolic. She and Alex exchanged a glance. But we didn't have any problems, Anne cried, sensing their suspicion. Maybe not from your perspective, Jackie countered. But sometimes the person you think you know best is a complete stranger. Your fiancé was found with a bottle of scotch and a gun, both with his fingerprints. Anne shot up from her seat and paced the cramped living room, her slippers scuffing against the floor. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee and grief. You know, it wasn't like he was leading some secret double life. Anne Jeffrey said, her voice tight. Everyone has secrets, Jackie shot back stubbornly. And the fact that he ended things in the exact spot where you two had your first date, yeah, that doesn't exactly scream coincidence. Anne spun around, locking eyes with Jackie. Not Patrick. He didn't have secrets that would push him to something like this. If you knew about them, they wouldn't be secrets, would they? Jackie countered. Alex cut in, shooting Jackie a sharp look. His note mentioned regret, something he was sorry for. Any idea what that might have been about? Anne sank back into the armchair. The FBI didn't mention that. They're not obligated to share everything, Alex said. But I think you deserve to know. Does anything come to mind? No. Was he under any kind of stress? Alex pressed. Mood swings, anything unusual? Nothing like that. The gun was a Smith & Wesson .22 revolver. He had a permit. Ever see it? Anne shook her head. I knew he bought one. There'd been break-ins in the neighborhood. He got it for protection. I never liked guns, was planning to talk him into getting rid of it after the wedding. Alex leaned forward. When was the last time you spoke to him? Yesterday afternoon. He said he'd call when he had a chance, but he never did. Her voice wavered and Alex quickly moved on. Any idea what he was working on lately? Even a passing comment? No, he never talked specifics about work. Financial trouble and ex causing problems? Another head shake. Jackie jumped back in, her tone flat. Where were you between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. last night? Anne's expression hardened. What exactly are you implying? I think the question's pretty clear. You said it was suicide. Why does where I was even matter? Alex stepped between them, shooting Jackie a warning glance. Right now, we're treating this as an open investigation. Suicide, homicide, we don't know yet. We're just establishing alibis for everyone close to Patrick. Don't read more into it than that. Anne exhaled, some of the defiance leaving her. Fine, I left work around 6:30. The rush hour traffic was just as brutal as ever. It took me over an hour to crawl a few miles. Back home, I handled some phone calls, grabbed a quick bite, then drove back to Old Town to see the woman altering my wedding dress. Her voice broke as she choked back a sob. Alex handed her a fresh tissue and nudged the water glass she'd poured earlier toward her. She took a shaky sip before continuing. I finished my fitting around 9:30 p.m., then my friend who lives in Old Town called, so we met at Union Street Pub for drinks. We chatted for about an hour before I drove home. I was in bed by midnight. What's your friend's name? Jackie asked. Anne Jeffries gave the name, which Jackie jotted down as the agent stood to leave. Anne hesitated. What about his body? Nobody's told me where he is. He should be at the medical examiner's office by now, Alex said quietly. Is there any way I could see him? You really don't have to do that, Jackie said. He's already been positively identified. That's not the point. I need to see him one last time. Anne swallowed hard. Is he badly hurt? No, Alex replied. I'll see what I can arrange. Does his family live nearby? No, they're in California. I've spoken to them. They're flying in with Patrick's brother. Anne met Alex's gaze. We were really happy, you know. I'm sure, Alex said as they moved toward the door. Outside, he turned on Jackie. What the hell kind of interrogation tactic was that? Jackie shrugged. I played bad cop, you played good cop. It worked. She's probably telling the truth and she doesn't know anything useful. Before Alex could respond, his phone buzzed. After a brief call, he motioned to Jackie. Let's go, he said, already walking fast. Where? Jackie hurried after him. That was Lloyd from the FBI. They think they know what got Patrick Johnson killed. Chapter 21. When Alex and Jackie arrived at Patrick Johnson's house in Bethesda, two things immediately struck them as odd. First, there was no visible police presence, no squad cars, no crime scene tape. Only two black Suburbans in the driveway hinted that someone was inside. The second surprise was the house itself. Alex stopped on the sidewalk, planting his hands on his hips as he studied the modest single-family home. The house wasn't huge, but it stood alone in an upscale neighborhood just a short walk from downtown Bethesda. For someone at Johnson's pay grade, I expected some rundown apartment like his fiancée's place, Alex said, stepping onto the manicured lawn. This place even has a backyard. Jackie shook her head. When I first joined the WFO and didn't know any better, I checked property prices around here just for fun. This house, easily over $1 million. Inside, Agent Lloyd was waiting. Where'd he get the cash for a place like this? Alex asked. Lloyd nodded. That's the million-dollar question, literally, and it's not just the house. There's a brand new Infiniti SUV in the garage worth 50 grand. Then we found his second car parked by the river in Virginia, a Lexus, another 40,000 down the drain. Was he selling classified intel? Jackie asked. Nope, we think he had a steadier illegal cash flow. Drugs, Alex said flatly. Come upstairs, Lloyd replied. See for yourself. As they climbed, Alex shot him a look. Since when does the FBI bend protocol on securing a crime scene? Special exceptions were made. Let me guess, because the Knicks involved, secrecy comes first. Lloyd didn't answer, but the smirk said enough. In a small alcove off the bedroom, a pull-down ladder led to an attic hatch. On the floor below it, sealed in clear plastic, was a pile of white powder. Coke? Jackie asked. Lloyd shook his head. Heroin, 10 times the profit. And his fiancée had no idea. What did she think paid for all this? Haven't asked her yet. We just found this after her interview, but we will. Alex crossed his arms. How'd you land on drugs so fast? When we ran his address through Sacent, the property records showed he bought this place last year for $1.4 million, $500,000 in cash, untraceable. The cars, leased at first, then paid off quick, no paper trail. At that point, it was either inheritance, drugs, or treason. Easiest guess first, so I called in a DK9. Dog went nuts in the bedroom, but we didn't find anything until we spotted the attic hatch. We got the dog upstairs, and that was it. Johnson had stashed the drugs behind the insulation between the attic beams. Since there's no changing it now, Jackie remarked dryly, I'd rather he was selling drugs than betraying his country. I'm not even sure Johnson had access to any classified secrets worth selling, Lloyd replied. But that's not our problem anymore. Still, this is gonna cause an uproar. Man, I could write the headline for the Washington Post myself. Carter Gray, spymaster or drug kingpin. Alex sensed his FBI colleague was all too eager to throw dirt at the one agency that rivaled the Bureau in budget and influence. One question still stands, Alex said. Did he take his own life because he was a dealer who wanted to marry a good woman and couldn't live with the guilt? Or did his drug buddies kill him and stage it to look like suicide? I think he did it himself, Lloyd said. He died at the spot where he had his first date with his fiancée. Drug dealers would just put a bullet in his head and called it a day. They wouldn't bother with some elaborate cover-up to make murder look like suicide. Alex considered that. Was anything else found that points to drug deals? He asked. Records, drop-off locations, computer files. We're still looking. But I doubt Johnson was careless enough to leave a paper trail. We'll update you so you can close your case too. As Jackie and Alex walked back to the car, she glanced at him. Well, you're off the hook for the mess you didn't want anyway. Congrats. Thanks, Alex said, but a drug dealer inside the Nick, that's gonna stir up trouble. Some things just happen the way they happen. Back to WFO? Alex nodded. I'll draft my email now, then send a full report once Lloyd fills in the gaps. Then it's back to chasing counterfeiters and waiting at doors, hoping not to catch a bullet. Sounds thrilling. I hope you mean that because you'll be doing it for a long time. Not complaining, I signed up for this, nobody forced me. But Jackie's tone didn't sound convincing. You know, Jackie, normally I mind my own business, but you should take some honest advice from someone who's been around the block. It could help your career with the Secret Service. I'm listening. Handle your routine duties no matter who's watching your back. First, it'll make you a better agent. Second, you might actually find a friend in this line of work. And who would that be? Jackie snapped. Me. Chapter 22. On the helipad at Nick, Gray boarded a Sikorsky VH-60N, the same model the president used as Marine One, though it would soon be replaced by a newer Lockheed Martin. Gray flew in this chopper regularly to the White House for meetings with Brennan, leading some wits in the intelligence community to nickname it Marine 1.5. But there was one key difference between Gray's ride and the president's. When Brennan took off from Andrews Air Force Base or Camp David, 3 identical VH-60Ns launched together, 2 as decoys, ensuring any would-be assassin with a surface-to-air missile only had a 1 in 3 shot at the right target. Gray, however, flew solo. After all, there were plenty of cabinet members, but only one president. Traditionally, only Marine One was permitted to land on White House grounds, but Brennan had overruled Secret Service objections to grant Gray special clearance. It saved him the brutal daily commute between Loudoun County and D.C., and the intelligence chief's time was invaluable. Still, the Secret Service grumbled, understandably, since they weren't thrilled about any aircraft heading toward 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue without the commander-in-chief aboard. The flight was smooth and uneventful at 175 mph, though Gray barely noticed. His mind was already 3 steps ahead. As he crossed the White House lawn, he knew the snipers perched on nearby rooftops were using his shock of white hair for target practice. Inside the West Wing, he nodded to familiar faces. It was hard to imagine this place had once been greenhouses until 1902, when Teddy Roosevelt, desperate for a quiet workspace away from his boisterous kids and their menagerie of pets, decided a president needed proper focus. His successor, the portly William Taft, expanded the West Wing, cementing the Oval Office as a fixture for every future leader. Gray's visit today, like every other, was logged, approved, and meticulously scheduled. But as he strode down the hall, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone somewhere was keeping their own set of books. No one entered the Oval Office unannounced, not even the First Lady. Brennan always met with Gray there, never in the nearby Roosevelt room where he typically hosted other staff or visitors. Brennan glanced up from his massive 1,650-pound desk, crafted from the timbers of the British ship Resolute, which American whalers had discovered abandoned in the ice. After being restored by the U.S. government as a goodwill gesture, the ship was returned to England. In gratitude, Queen Victoria gifted the desk to President Rutherford B. Hayes. Since then, every president, aside from a brief stint at the Smithsonian, had used the Resolute desk to govern. Gray had been on edge since stepping into the West Wing. He'd followed the online rumors swirling around Patrick Johnson's death, and by afternoon, wilder theories had surfaced, some he'd skimmed during his helicopter ride. The FBI report in his hands confirmed the drug stash found in Johnson's home, and he knew agents Ford and Simpson were involved. At the mention of Jackie Simpson's name, Gray almost cracked a smile, a rare slip. If he needed an ace in this mess, she was it. A seasoned spy, Gray had ears everywhere, even the White House. He'd already heard Brennan was sweating over Johnson's case, worried it might derail his re-election, so Gray decided to steer the conversation before the president could. "Mr. President," he said the moment they sat down, "before the briefing, I'd like to address the unfortunate incident, Patrick Johnson's death on Roosevelt Island." Brennan's voice turned razor-sharp. "Surprised you didn't call me about this, Carter." Gray kept his tone steady. "I wanted all the facts first, sir. No point wasting your time." "You wouldn't be the first," Brennan muttered. "He's the president, remember that." Gray laid out the details, including the drugs, until Brennan cut him off. "Are more staff involved?" "Good question, Mr. President, but so far nobody's given me a straight answer. I'll personally oversee an internal investigation into this matter with FBI support at my request." Gray hated involving the FBI, but it looked better if he initiated it before someone else suggested it. "Carter, if the Bureau's involved, you'll give them full access, no sweeping anything under the rug." "Completely agree, Mr. President, but based on current evidence, this case likely won't escalate. If Johnson was dealing drugs, it had nothing to do with his role at the NIC." The president shook his head. "We can't assume that yet. What exactly was his job for you?" "He managed our intelligence databases, background intel on suspected terrorists and organizations, both active and defunct. Johnson even helped develop the software we use." "Is that data marketable?" "Hard to see how. Most of it's basic intel, some is even publicly available on our website. The files under his control didn't include sensitive investigative details." The president leaned back, rubbing his neck. He'd been at his desk since 7 a.m., cramming 14 hours of work into 8 with a state dinner looming tonight. Tomorrow he'd fly to the Midwest to campaign for an election he was almost guaranteed to win, but he wasn't taking any chances. "Let me be clear, Carter, I'm furious about this. The last thing I need right now is a scandal. I'll do everything possible to prevent that, sir." "You should have kept a tighter leash on your people," the president snapped. "Agreed." Gray paused. "But we can't let this derail our real mission. The media loves turning molehills into mountains, great for headlines, terrible for national security." Brennan shrugged. "The press has First Amendment rights, Carter. That's non-negotiable." Gray leaned forward. "I'm not disputing that. We need to address any leaks within our own ranks and control both the content and timing of information releases. Right now, the media knows as much as we do. They're reporting on it, and the NIC will issue an official statement. So far, everything seems under control, but we can't risk the NIC's mission over something like this." He paused briefly before delivering the argument he'd rehearsed during the helicopter ride. "There are only a few ways this could become politically dangerous for you, sir. Your opponents are desperate enough to latch onto anything to damage you. They might see this as their chance, and history shows they've had some success. To be blunt, we can't let them exploit this to derail your re-election in November. No matter the truth, it's not worth jeopardizing your second term. Brennan considered it before nodding. Fine, we'll keep the media in check. National security is at stake. If the FBI or anyone else interferes, let me know. His tone shifted into polished politician mode. You're right, national security can't be compromised by some low-level drug dealer, Gray smirked. Couldn't agree more. Thank God it's an election year. Brennan pressed the intercom button on his desk. Send Decker in. Gray raised an eyebrow. Decker, Brennan nodded. We need to discuss Iraq. A minute later, Decker entered. In his mid-50s, he had close-cropped gray hair, sharp features, and a lean build from his daily 5-mile runs, no matter where he was in the world. A widower and one of the city's most eligible bachelors, he'd never served in the military but climbed the ranks in defense contracting, amassing a fortune before entering politics. His rise had been swift: Navy Secretary, Deputy Defense Secretary, the epitome of a Washington insider, shrewd, charismatic, ruthless, and widely respected for it. Gray despised him as Secretary of Defense. Decker oversaw the Pentagon, the primary funnel for intelligence funding, though Gray effectively controlled those dollars behind the scenes. Publicly, Decker played the cooperative statesman, saying all the right things, but Gray knew better. In private, Decker seized every chance to undermine him, sharpening their rivalry over the president's ear. Decker launched into the discussion with his usual bluntness. The Iraqi government has made it clear they want us out. But the situation's spiraling, especially with the Kurds pushing for independence. Their military isn't ready to handle the fallout, and frankly, they might never be. Now Iraq's openly aligning with Syria, calling for Israel's destruction. It's unacceptable, but what can we do? They were democratically elected. Gray cut in, impatient. We've been over this, Joe. The Baathists are bargaining their way back into power, offering to curb violence in exchange. He glanced at President Brennan, who nodded. But pulling out now? If Syria and Iraq unite under Hussein's old guard, with Hezbollah and Sharia factions spreading their influence, we're looking at a regional powder keg. Brennan leaned forward. France carved up the Ottoman territories a century ago, and Syria's never let go of Lebanon. If they team up with Iraq, the Golan Heights will be their next target. Then it's open war with Israel, and the whole Middle East goes up in flames. Decker countered. Worse yet, 3 hardline Islamist factions are gaining ground in Iraq's parliament. If they take control, we'll be dealing with a threat far deadlier than Saddam ever was. The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging like a storm cloud. Outside, a helicopter buzzed past the White House, a reminder of the stakes. We made a promise to the Iraqi people to withdraw our troops once adequate security forces are in place, and we receive an official request for departure. That moment is almost here. Get to the point, Joe, Gray snapped impatiently. Decker locked eyes with Brennan. I haven't fully laid out my thoughts to the president yet, he said, clearing his throat. Sir, by neutralizing certain extremist factions in Parliament, we can shift the balance toward a government that aligns with U.S. interests and block the Baathists from regaining power. And let's not forget the oil, sir. Gas prices are creeping toward $4 a gallon. We need access to Iraq's reserves. Neutralizing, Brennan repeated, his expression darkening. How exactly? By elimination? That's illegal. It's unlawful to assassinate a head of state or government, Mr. President, Gray corrected. Exactly, Decker agreed. These individuals don't fall under that category. To me, it's no different than the bounty we placed on bin Laden. But the targets you're talking about, Brennan countered, are duly elected members of Iraq's legislature. Moderate lawmakers are being executed by insurgents without consequence, sir, Decker shot back. This is about restoring balance. If we do nothing, there won't be any moderates left. But if we follow your plan, Joe, Gray interjected, we'll ignite a civil war. We'll frame it as retaliation by moderate Iraqis keeping us out of the line of fire. Their side has already promised full cooperation. And the resulting chaos, Brennan pressed, gives us legitimate grounds to maintain our military presence in Iraq indefinitely, Decker replied smoothly, looking pleased with himself. If we let the Baathists seize control again, they'll crush all opposition and Iraq becomes another Saddam-style dictatorship. We can't allow that. Every dollar spent, every life lost, it'd all be for nothing. And if it happens in Iraq, the Taliban could resurge in Afghanistan. Brennan turned to Gray. What's your take? Gray was irritated. He hadn't thought of it first. Decker had outmaneuvered him, sly little weasel. You wouldn't be the first U.S. president to greenlight an operation like this, sir, he conceded grudgingly. Brennan didn't seem convinced. I need time to think. Of course, Mr. President, Decker replied. We're under serious time pressure here, he said. And as you know, the American public wouldn't take kindly to seeing Iraq and Afghanistan fall back under hostile regimes. He paused deliberately. That's not the legacy you'd want, sir, certainly not one you've earned. Gray could see the concern etched on Brennan's face. Despite his personal dislike for Decker, he had to admit the man made a compelling case. After Decker left, Brennan leaned back in his chair and removed his reading glasses. Before we move forward, Carter, I have a proposal. On September 11th, I'll be in New York delivering a speech at the memorial. Gray knew where this was going but stayed silent. I'd like you to join me. After all, no one has fought harder to ensure nothing like that ever happens again. It wasn't every day someone turned down an invitation from the President of the United States, but when it came to this particular event, Gray cared little for tradition or protocol. That's incredibly generous, sir, but I'll be attending a private memorial service. I know it's painful for you, Carter, Brennan said gently, but I had to ask, are you absolutely sure? Completely, Mr. President, thank you again. Brennan sighed. Fair enough. He hesitated, then shifted gears. You heard they're naming a town after me. Yes, sir, congratulations, the president chuckled. It's one of those things equal parts flattering and embarrassing. I'm sure the locals genuinely want to honor one of their own who made it big, but let's be real, they're also hoping to cash in on the publicity. I'll be giving a speech, shaking hands, the usual. At least join me for that. If the first rule was never refusing a president's invitation, the second was never doing it twice. I'd be honored, sir. Brennan tapped his reading glasses against his briefing folder. Odds are I'll be sitting at this desk another 4 years. I'd say it's more than likely, sir. Let me be frank with you, Carter, this stays between us. Gray nodded. Setting aside your successes in protecting this country, do you think the world is safer now than when I first took office? Gray weighed the question carefully, trying to read what answer Brennan wanted. But the president's expression gave nothing away, so Gray decided on honesty. No, quite the opposite, she's far more uncertain now. My advisors warn me that at our current consumption rate, the planet will run out of fossil fuels in 50 years. No more air travel, just a handful of electric cars, and cities will grind to a halt from energy shortages. The way we communicate, work, travel, even access food, everything will change drastically, and our nation won't have the resources to properly maintain military equipment, let alone nuclear weapons. That certainly falls within the realm of possibility, Gray conceded. And how do we maintain security without a strong military, Carter? Gray hesitated. I regret to say I don't have an answer for that, sir. Brennan's voice remained steady. I believe the difference between a mediocre president and a great one lies in how they seize their opportunities. You've done excellent work so far, Mr. President. You should be proud. In truth, Gray didn't think the man had accomplished anything extraordinary, but he wasn't about to say that to his boss. As he left the West Wing an hour later, his thoughts strayed from crushing America's enemies or pleasing his superiors. Instead, he found himself thinking about the color purple as he climbed into the helicopter. Up until she was 6, purple had been his daughter's favorite. Then, without warning, she'd switched to orange. When he'd asked why, she'd planted her hands on her hips, tilted her chin up, and declared orange was a more grown-up color. Even now, the memory made him smile. Meanwhile, Warren Peters finally spotted the rowboat where the Camel Club had left it. Without delay, he called Tyler Rienke, who joined him moments later. You sure this is the right one? Rienke asked, eyeing the boat. Peters nodded. There's blood on the gunnel, so I was right, I hit one of them. If they were boarding here, someone might have seen them. Peters nodded again, scanning the water. Or maybe there's an easier way to track them down. Johnson had an id in his pocket. Right, and our witnesses might know where he lives by now. Curiosity could lead them straight to him. That'd save us a lot of legwork, Rienke agreed. We'll head there tonight. Chapter 23. Alex chose his words carefully, keeping his report vague enough to avoid angering his superiors as he drafted the email to Jerry Sykes. After finishing up some paperwork, Alex decided to call it a day before anyone could drag him into another security detail. The last thing he wanted was to spend another evening watching some dignitary stuff their face with crab salad. On his way out, he passed an agent stashing his sidearm in a locker before heading off to interrogate a suspect. Hey Alex, catch any more vending machine scammers today? The agent teased. The story had spread like wildfire. Office gossip traveled fast when everyone gathered around the water cooler. Nah, couldn't find anyone dumb enough to try it again. Word is you and Jackie Simpson make quite the team, the guy said, barely holding back a grin. We manage all right now and then. Ever heard of J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez? Alex rolled his eyes. Who hasn't? Well, around here we call Simpson J-Glo. You've got yourself a real celebrity partner. J-Glo, what's that supposed to mean? Come on, it's obvious. She's got this glow about her, like some kind of divine spotlight shining down on the South's finest pistol-packing lady, blinding everyone within a 500-foot radius. Honestly, it's a miracle you can still see straight. The agent chuckled as he walked off. Fate had a funny way of working, because the second Alex stepped outside, he nearly ran into Jackie herself. Heading home? He asked. No, just seeing if I can find some friends. Apparently I'm not making any here. She started to turn away, but Alex stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. Look, what I said earlier, it was meant as constructive criticism. Back when I was green and couldn't tell my left from my right, I would have paid good money for advice like that. For a split second, Jackie looked like she wanted to deck him, but she kept her cool, impressive self-control. I appreciate the help, but it's different for women. The service is still a boys' club. I'm not arguing that, Jackie, but letting people treat you differently than your colleagues, that's not doing your career any favors. Her face flushed. I can't help it if some people think they need to handle me with kid gloves. Alex shook his head. Wrong, you can do something about it, and you should. He hesitated. Who's your guardian angel anyway? She didn't look thrilled about answering. Just spit it out, it's not like I can't find out. Fine, she muttered. My father is Senator Roger Simpson, Jackie said, her chin lifting slightly. Alex gave an impressed nod. Chairman of the Intelligence Oversight Committee, that's one hell of a guardian angel. Before he could blink, Jackie was right in his face, close enough to scuff his size 12 shoes. My father would never use his influence to help me, she snapped. And just so you know, being his only child didn't make life easier. I had to fight for everything. It left scars, but it also made me tough. Alex took a step back, raising a hand to keep her at arm's length. Facts don't matter here, perception does, and right now it looks like you're doing less grunt work than expected, but that's not even the worst of it. Oh really? He pointed at her jacket. That bright red scarf in your pocket. What about it? For the Secret Service, that's a no-go. It draws attention in a job where blending in is the whole point. Not to mention, it makes you a damn easy target for anyone looking to put a bullet in you, so that scarf doesn't just mark you as an outsider, it marks you as a reckless one. Jackie clenched her jaw, her gaze dropping to the scarf like it had betrayed her. And your sidearm, Alex added, is a personal piece. Another sign you want to stand out or be better as you see it than your colleagues, that doesn't fly here. My father gave me that gun when I joined the force, she shot back, her Alabama drawl thickening with every word. Put it in a display case and carry the standard issue from now on. And just like that, all my problems disappear, her voice was sharp. No, but then you'll only have the same problems as everyone else in the service. Why can't you just accept that life's got its rough edges? Especially when you're being stubborn as hell. Alex turned and walked away. He'd had enough of this rookie for one day. The Leap bar called to him like an old friend. Inside, Kate Adams had just settled behind the counter after a long day in court. The place was quiet this early, and Alex made a beeline for the bar like a man on a mission. Kate saw him coming. By the time he dropped onto a stool, a martini with 3 fat olives was already waiting. Am I imagining things, or are you at a full boil? She asked, her teasing tone cutting through his tension like a knife. The scent of coconut and honeysuckle drifted across the polished mahogany bar, wrapping around Alex as he leaned in. He wondered if she just washed her hair or if it was her perfume, maybe both. Whatever it was, it had an undeniable effect on him. Blame the job, it'll pass, he muttered, taking a sip of his drink before popping an olive into his mouth and chasing it with a handful of peanuts from the dish on the counter. So what about you? Does your so-called friend, super spy Tommy, drop by often? Kate's eyebrows shot up at the question. Hemingway, I wouldn't exactly call him a friend. Alex gave her such a skeptical look that she set down the glass she'd been drying and leaned over the bar. Or do you know something I don't, Agent Ford? He shrugged. Not my business, really. A woman can flirt without it meaning anything. Alex took another sip of his martini. Fascinating. You have to admit he's got charm, well-traveled, sharp. The man's impressive. Alex opened his mouth to fire back before realizing she was messing with him, clearly enjoying herself. Yeah, sure, I've even considered inviting the guy out for a drink myself. Kate leaned in again, this time grabbing Alex's tie with enough force to slosh his drink. Since you're not picking up on hints, she said, I'll ask outright. Want to go out sometime? Alex felt his jaw drop but snapped it shut just as fast. You're asking me out? No, I'm asking the guy behind you, she rolled her eyes. Of course I'm asking you. As ridiculous as it was, Alex glanced around, half expecting a hidden audience waiting to burst into laughter. You're serious, her grip on his tie tightened. When I flirt, I mean it, so what's your answer? What, go out with me? Yeah, sure, see, not so hard. Now that we've settled that, let's pick a time. Since you're clearly slow on the uptake, I'll start. I'm guessing you like food as much as you like drinking. How about dinner? You're throwing me off here. I figured you'd play it safe with lunch. I'm done playing it safe today, Kate said, slowly releasing his tie and letting her fingers trail down the fabric until it settled back against his chest. Alex barely flinched as half his martini sloshed onto his jacket sleeve, straightening himself with practiced ease. Dinner works for me, he said, keeping his voice steady despite the lingering buzz. Let's lock in the details. I'm all for moving fast. How about tomorrow night? Even if he'd been ordered to stand guard at the president's deathbed, Alex would have found a way to ditch duty for this. Sounds perfect. Let's say 6:30, I'll handle the reservation unless you'd rather do the honors. Nah, go ahead. Should we meet at the restaurant or do you want to pick me up? I'll swing by. Wow, Agent Ford, you're downright charming. A refreshing change after a day drowning in lawyers. Those people argue with their own shadows. Yeah, I've heard the horror stories. Can you make it to my place by 6? Kate scribbled her number and address on a napkin, sliding it across the table. Alex jotted his personal details on a business card with a pencil. You like living in Manassas? She asked, eyeing the card. My wallet does. His eyebrows shot up as he read her address. Our street, Georgetown. Don't get too excited. I'm not some bored heiress slumming it for charity. I rent the old carriage house behind the main property. The widow who owns the place likes having company, sweetest woman alive. You don't owe me an explanation. Doesn't mean you weren't itching for one. Kate refilled his glass. On the house since you spilled the first round. She tossed him a bar towel. Since you're in such a cooperative mood, what's this project you and Class Act are working on? Kate pressed a finger to her lips. Attorney-client privilege. But I'll say this, I'm assisting a federal agency repurpose an old building. Doubt the deal'll go through though. Now what's got you so worked up? Haven't you heard enough complaining today? We're officially having dinner tomorrow. In for a penny, in for a pound. Alex smirked. Fine, there's a new agent on my team. We're partnered on a case. Her dad's some bigwig pulling strings from the shadows. Alex tried to explain to her that pulling stunts like that wouldn't win her any friends in the Secret Service. She still doesn't get it, Kate asked. If she doesn't figure it out soon, she's gonna face some serious consequences. What kind of case are you working on? Sorry, but I've got to plead confidentiality on this one. Just then, the plasma TV mounted behind the bar caught Alex's attention. The screen flashed footage of Roosevelt Island while a news anchor with an overly bright smile reported on an apparent suicide. Alex noticed she didn't mention the Secret Service's involvement. Instead, the focus was on the heroin stash found in Patrick Johnson's home. Is this your case? Kate pressed. Alex blinked. What? I was hoping that was the only reason you've been ignoring me. Oh, sorry, Alex said quickly. Yeah, it's the case. Can't share details, though. Both turned back to the TV as an unexpected voice filled the room, a Nick official delivering the agency's statement. But it wasn't Carter Gray, who probably wanted to avoid turning this into a media circus. Instead, Tom Hemingway stepped up, sounding polished and in control as he laid out the Nick's position. Alex glanced at Kate, who for once seemed speechless. He smirked. That's it. Chapter 24, Caleb picked up Oliver Stone in his beat-up, gunmetal gray Chevy Malibu, its exhaust rattling as they idled near the White House. They were headed to Milton Farb's place on the D.C.-Maryland border, where Reuben would meet them. Stone sat in the passenger seat with Goff, Caleb's mutt of uncertain lineage, curled in his lap, named after Frederick Goff, the first head of the Rare Books Division at the Library of Congress. When they pulled up to Milton's modest but well-kept house, Reuben bounded down the front steps and climbed in. As usual, he wore jeans, moccasins, and a rumpled red flannel shirt, but this time work gloves stuck out of his back pocket and he carried a hard hat under his arm. Pulled extra hours at the docks, he explained. No time to swing by home. He gave Stone's fresh haircut and clean-shaven face a once-over. Don't tell me you're going corporate on us. Just trying to stay alive and off the radar, Stone said. Is Milton ready? Our friend's running a little late. Reuben grinned. What? He's got company, Oliver. Told you he's seeing someone now, remember. Did you see her? Caleb asked, suddenly eager. Maybe she's got a friend who'd be a match for me, Caleb said, though he was a confirmed bachelor who always kept his options open. Reuben shrugged. Only caught a glimpse of her. She's way younger than Milton and looks like $1,000,000. Hope the poor guy isn't dumb enough to marry her. 3 tries were enough for me. Unless I'm blackout drunk, there won't be a 4th. Women. Can't live with him, can't live without him. Stone chuckled. Your third wife wasn't so bad. Don't get me wrong, women have their perks, but marriage, that's where things go south. More lives have been wrecked by wedding rings than I can count, even if I live 10 lifetimes. So your solution is to ban marriage and poof, no more divorces? Reuben shot back. Wouldn't hurt, Stone said. Just then, Milton's front door swung open and all 3 men turned. She is easy on the eyes, Caleb muttered, craning his neck past Stone. Milton and the woman shared a quick kiss before she hurried down the steps to her car, a bright yellow Porsche parked in front of Caleb's Malibu. Wonder if Milton's little habits will be an issue for her, Caleb mused. They'd all spent countless hours waiting for him to finish his rituals, but they'd long accepted it as part of who he was. Everyone had their quirks, and Milton had fought hard to manage his, bouncing between meds, therapy, and the occasional stint in rehab. These days, he mostly kept it under control, except when locking doors, sitting down, or washing his hands, or whenever stress kicked in. Reuben smirked. Doubt his quirks bother her. He nodded toward the Porsche, where the woman tapped her stilettos on the pavement, drummed her fingers on the window, and mouthed silent words before finally opening the door. Then came the same routine with the driver's seat. The second she peeled out, tires screeching, she slammed the brakes at the intersection, sending up another cloud of smoke. The Porsche roared off like a jet engine, and Caleb flinched as the sound shifted from a growl to a high-pitched whine. Where'd he even meet her? At a racetrack? He asked, staring at the burnt rubber marks left behind. Reuben recalled. He mentioned meeting her at the psychiatric clinic. She was being treated there for compulsive behaviors too. Milton locked the front door, performed his usual quick ritual, then joined his friends, backpack slung over his shoulder. The bride's definitely easy on the eyes, Reuben remarked. What's her name again? Chastity, Milton said. Reuben snorted. Seriously, Chastity? Well, let's hope for your sake she doesn't take that name too literally. Traffic was heavy, so it was already dark by the time they reached Patrick Johnson's neighborhood. Stone didn't mind, he always felt more alert at night. As they crept down the street, he scanned for house numbers. All right, Caleb, it should be in the next block on the left, better park here. Caleb pulled the Malibu to the curb and shot his friend a nervous glance. Now what? We wait, Stone said, pulling out binoculars. I want to scope things out first, see who's coming and going. He adjusted the focus. Assuming those two Suburbans parked out front belong to the FBI, the sedan on the left's probably Johnson's. Nice digs these feds have, Reuben muttered, eyeing the houses. Milton flipped open his laptop, found out they seized heroin from the place. Also, Johnson took his fiancée on their first date to Roosevelt Island. Some think he chose to end things there for the symbolism, couldn't handle the double life once the wedding got close. How are you even online in a moving car? Caleb demanded. Wireless, my friend, Milton said without looking up. Welcome to the future. Seriously, Caleb, let me drag you out of the Stone Age sometime. I use a computer at work. For typing memos, you don't even have a library email. I prefer pen, paper, and stamps, Caleb huffed. More personal, Reuben grinned. What's next? Sealing wax and quills. Unlike you internet cavemen, Caleb shot back, I write in complete sentences with proper punctuation. Is that a crime? Only if you do it wrong, Stone cut in. But let's focus on why we're here. Reuben leaned forward. You'd think Nick would vet their people well enough to spot a drug connection. Milton shrugged. Maybe he wasn't dirty when they hired him, remember Aldrich Ames. Note added details, Milton's wireless tech quip, Caleb's stamp defense, and the Roosevelt Island symbolism twist, shifted tone to sarcastic during the email argument. The guy owned a massive mansion and drove a Jaguar, yet the CIA never thought to question how he could afford that lifestyle. Johnson probably wasn't selling state secrets, more like dealing drugs, Caleb said. He got into it with his partners and they took him out, that much seems clear. Did those two look like drug dealers to you? Stone asked. Considering I've never met one, Caleb admitted, I'm not exactly qualified to answer. Well, I've known a few, Reuben cut in. And despite what some hypocrites might think, not all of them are young gangbangers with Glocks stuffed in their sweatpants. I wasn't implying that, but let's look at the facts. The killers transported Johnson to the exact spot of his first meeting. That means they did their homework, unless he made a habit of gossiping about his love life with his business partners. They moved him in an inflatable with an outboard motor so quiet we didn't hear it until it hit the shore. That's the kind of gear cartels use in South America where rivers are highways, but here in the capital. Who even keeps up with that kind of tech these days? Stone ignored the jab. On top of that, they swept the island with military precision, and the way they killed him, textbook professional hit. They knew how to cover forensic traces, even had the foresight to use a plastic bag to make it look like Johnson kept the gun dry while swimming over. Fair point, Caleb conceded, but drug dealers aren't exactly eager to do prison time either. Stone pressed on. And when they realized there were witnesses, they didn't hesitate, they went straight for the cleanup. These aren't amateurs, I'd bet my last dollar they're not dealers. The group fell silent, weighing his argument. Stone raised his binoculars again. After a minute, Caleb broke the quiet. So what does Chastity do for work? Milton shrugged. She's an accountant, used to work for some corporate giant until her OCD got her fired. Now she freelances, handles the books and marketing for my web design business. I'm hopeless with numbers, she's brilliant. Oh, I'm sure, Reuben muttered. It's always the quiet, efficient ones you've got to watch out for. You think they're sweet and proper, then out of nowhere they come at you like a storm. I once went out with a woman who seemed prim and proper, knee-length skirt, polished shoes, the whole package. But I swear on everything holy, she could do things with her mouth that would make a sailor blush. Pretty sure it was illegal, Stone cut in, to fire Chastity over a health issue unless it actually kept her from doing her job. Oh, she could work just fine. They claimed she embarrassed the company in front of clients, but that was just an excuse. Two guys in management had it out for her, one because she wouldn't sleep with him. She sued and walked away with a fat settlement. Ah, the country we know and love, Reuben said, dripping with sarcasm. The United States of lawsuits. Don't let that rich beauty slip away, Milton. I'm not saying marry her, God forbid, but in these modern times, if a woman wants to take care of a man who's complaining. She buys me things, Milton muttered. Reuben perked up. Like what? Computer software, clothes, wine. She knows way too much about wine. What kind of clothes? Reuben pressed. Milton's face flushed slightly as he tapped at his laptop. Personal items. Reuben opened his mouth to push further, but Stone shot him a warning look. All right, Stone said finally. I've got assignments for each of you. After laying out the plan, he pulled a worn hat from his backpack, tugged it low, leashed Goff, and stepped out of the car with Milton's spare phone in his pocket. Reuben and Caleb stayed behind to monitor from the vehicle while Milton moved along the street toward Johnson's old house, watching for anyone paying too much attention to Stone. He'd been picked for this because he'd been hidden in the bottom of the rowboat during the river chase. Chances were slim anyone had spotted him. If he saw anything suspicious, he was to call Stone's phone. Stone strolled casually down the block, pausing once to scoop Goff's mess into a bag. "Good boy," he praised, scratching the dog's ears. "You're making us look perfectly harmless." Just as he reached Johnson's place, a man in an FBI windbreaker walked out, hauling a large box sealed with police tape. "What a terrible tragedy, officer," Stone said with curiosity in his voice. But the FBI agent ignored him, brushing past to hand a box to a woman waiting in one of the subs. Stone let Goff sniff around a tree stump near Johnson's house while he took in the details of the property and the surrounding area. As he moved on, he nearly flinched when he spotted a parked sedan by the curb. Tyler Rienke sat behind the wheel, his gaze locking briefly with Stone's before refocusing on Johnson's house. Rienke didn't seem to recognize the man he'd almost shot the night before, and Stone silently thanked his foresight for drastically altering his appearance. Now the real question was, where was the other guy? Stone strolled down the street, turned left at the next corner, and immediately called Caleb to report what he'd seen. Moments later, Milton joined him. "You sure it's him?" Milton asked. "No doubt, but I'd love to know where his partner is." His phone buzzed. Ruben's tense voice came through. "Just spotted the other guy." "Where?" "Right outside Johnson's place, talking to one of the FBI agents." "Pick us up." Stone gave Caleb directions, careful to avoid passing the house or the sedan. "Take the next left, then a right. We'll meet you a block over." As they waited, Stone noticed Milton picking up a newspaper page that had blown across the street. He folded it neatly and tossed it into a nearby trash can. "Milton," Stone said, "did you touch that note we found in Patrick Johnson's pocket last night?" Milton hesitated, his guilty expression saying it all. "How'd you know, Oliver?" "These guys knew we'd be here, not because they saw us. I don't buy that. They must have gone back to the body and realized someone messed with that note." I just wanted everything in order." Stone's stomach tightened. Fingerprints show up way too clearly on damp paper. Were Milton's prints on file? He bit back the question, not wanting to send his already rattled friend into full-blown panic. When the Malibu pulled up, they climbed in without another word. Caleb drove a short distance further, scanning the street until he spotted one of those rare parking spots and carefully maneuvered the car into it. "Should we risk following them?" Ruben asked. Stone shook his head. "Problem is, Caleb's car stands out too much. If they notice us and run the plates, they'll be waiting at his place before we even get there." Caleb groaned, gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles turned white. He looked like he might be sick. "What do we do now?" Ruben pressed. Stone leaned forward. "You mentioned one of them was talking to an FBI agent. The Bureau doesn't just chat with random civilians. Trust me, I've tried. That means these guys are probably feds." Milton chimed in from the backseat. "Which means they're likely Nick. And Johnson worked for them." Stone's voice dropped. "Exactly, Carter Gray's people, not exactly the type you want picking a fight with." Ruben let out a low whistle. "Well, this just got a whole lot worse." Caleb's breath hitched. "That car coming up behind us could be them." "Don't look," Stone warned sharply. Caleb breathed. "Stay calm." Ruben slouched down. "Make yourself less noticeable." As he spoke, Stone yanked off his hat and slid low in his seat, disappearing from view. "Caleb, can they see your plates from the road?" "No, the cars in front and behind are too close." "Good, wait 10 seconds after they pass, then pull out and go the opposite way." "Milton, you're barely visible back there. Take a careful look, see if they react to us, and memorize their faces." Caleb inhaled sharply as the car rolled past at a crawl. "Eyes forward," Stone murmured. A tense silence followed before Milton finally spoke. "They didn't even glance our way." "Then let's move," Stone said. Caleb eased the car forward and turned right at the corner. Stone straightened up. "Keep your eyes peeled in case they double back." He turned to Milton. "What you see?" Milton rattled off a detailed description of the men and their Virginia plates. Ruben locked eyes with Stone. "We should go to the cops, all of us telling the same story. They'd have to believe us." "No," Stone cut in. "We get to them before they get to us." Ruben frowned. "And how exactly do we do that? Especially when the killers are from a government agency?" Alex said. "We do what the Camel Club does best, dig up the truth," Oliver replied. Milton chimed in. "First step, track down that license plate. It wasn't a government tag, so we might get lucky if it's privately registered." Ruben raised an eyebrow. "You know someone who can dig into that for us?" Milton looked offended. "If I can hack into Pentagon databases, a DMV search isn't exactly a challenge." Chapter 25. Deep in the Nick headquarters, a state-of-the-art gym sat mostly unused, too many late nights, too little time. But in a small side room, one man was putting in the work. Tom Hemingway, dressed only in loose shorts and a white tank top, sat barefoot on the floor, eyes closed, legs crossed. Then in one fluid motion, he sprang up, shifting into a combat stance, something between kung fu and karate, though the precision in his movements spoke of years of disciplined training. Kung fu, after all, just meant skill achieved through effort. A baseball player could have great kung fu if he mastered his craft. Outside China, hundreds of martial arts had evolved, but inside only 3 original styles remained: H. Singai Chuan, Pa Kua Chang, and Tai Kai Chuan. The difference? Power. A single strike from a true master could shatter organs, even kill. Hemingway had spent years in China, becoming an expert in the Shanxi school of H. Singai, though he practiced all 3 disciplines. Before training, he'd meditated for an hour, motionless, sharpening his awareness, an almost supernatural sense of his surroundings. That skill had saved his life more than once during his CIA days, letting him detect threats before they materialized. Years of conditioning had turned his body into a weapon. His joints, tendons, and muscles were steel cable strong, his spine unnaturally flexible. His balance nearly inhuman. And right now, he was ready for whatever came next. Once he'd spent 6 grueling hours perched on a 3-inch ledge 21 stories up, battered by wind and rain, while a Colombian death squad scoured the streets below. His grip was so powerful he had to consciously hold back during handshakes, yet people still complained about his bone-crushing strength. Now he shifted into the bamboo stance, a core H. Singai fighting posture. These techniques channeled the martial arts' devastating power through pure physics. Hemingway had dropped expert fighters with single strikes. After drills, he grabbed his ninja sabers, the curved blades of Pa Kua dancing through the air as he spun, feet precise, centrifugal force whipping the steel. Post-training, he showered and threw on street clothes, thumb absently tracing the tattoo on his right forearm, 4 Chinese characters reading absolute loyalty to homeland. The ink memorialized Yue Fei, a Southern Song dynasty general whose mother tattooed the same words on his back after his commander defected. Hemingway had gotten his during a dark CIA op that nearly made him quit. Instead, he'd etched the vow into his skin. Back in his Capitol Hill apartment, he brewed oolong tea, carrying the pot and 2 cups to the living room. "Cold oolong," he announced, "tastes like regret." A noise came from the next room. "All right," a voice called. "What gave me away? I'm scent-free, shoes off, held my breath for 30 damn minutes." Captain Jack tilted his head back with a laugh, accepting the cup of tea. "You've got an aura about you, Tom, strong enough to give me chills sometimes." He took a sip, then nodded toward the Chinese landscape painting on the opposite wall. "Nice piece." Hemingway smiled. "I've actually been there. My father collected this artist's work along with Shang Dynasty artifacts." Ambassador Hemingway was quite the man, Captain Jack mused. "Never met him, but his reputation precedes him." "A true statesman," Hemingway agreed, swirling his tea. "Men like him are rare these days." For a moment, Jack studied him in silence. "I tried reading that poetry collection you recommended." Hemingway looked up. "Red Pepper Anthology, what you think? That I need to brush up on my Mandarin." Hemingway chuckled. "Once you get past the language barrier, it's a beautiful way to communicate." Jack set his cup down. "So what's so urgent we had to meet in person?" "Carter Gray is accompanying the president to the renaming ceremony in Brennan." Jack let out a low whistle. "Damn, yeah, that justifies the face-to-face. What's your play?" "The final phase of our strategy has always been the weak link. No matter how we tweaked it, there was always a wild card, but Gray's presence changes everything." "Spell it out for me." As Hemingway laid out the plan, Jack's expression shifted from skepticism to admiration. "That might actually work. It's insane but brilliant." "Depends on execution," Hemingway said. "No false modesty, this could shake the world." Jack hesitated. "Just don't underestimate the old man. Carter Gray's forgotten more about espionage than we'll ever know." Hemingway pulled a DVD from his briefcase and tossed it over. "This might help." Jack turned it in his hands. "I put in 20 years with the agency, half under Gray. What about you?" 12 in the field, 2 at NSA before that," Hemingway replied. "Joined Nick a year after Gray became secretary." "Word is you're up for a leadership role. Interested?" Hemingway shook his head. "I don't see much of a future for myself here," Hemingway muttered, staring into his drink. "Thinking about going back to the CIA? That place is just a relic now," he scoffed. "True, but the CIA isn't going anywhere, not even after those phantom Iraqi WMDs." "You really believe that?" Hemingway asked, raising an eyebrow. "Back when I was part of it, pushing clear alternatives to communism, which usually meant propping up brutal dictators, flooding black neighborhoods with crack to fund black ops, and toppling democracies that didn't play ball with corporate interests, I kept thinking there had to be a better way. Now I've moved past all that." Hemingway leaned forward. "We can't win today's battles with soldiers and spies anymore. It's not that simple." "Then we can't win at all," Captain Jack shot back. "Because that's how nations settle their scores, always has been." Hemingway exhaled sharply. "Dostoevsky once wrote, it's easy to condemn a wrongdoer, but understanding them, that's the hard part." "You and I spent years in the field," Captain Jack countered, "but do you honestly think you'll ever grasp the mindset of some extremist halfway across the world?" "Who said I was talking about them?" Hemingway's voice turned sharp. "Our hands aren't clean. We helped create half the mess we're stuck in now." "Exactly why I've got one motive left, cash. The rest doesn't matter. I'm retiring to my little island paradise and staying put. End of story." Brutal honesty, I'll give you that. You'd rather I fed you some line about fighting for justice, saving the world out of the goodness of my heart? No, I'll take the truth even if it's ugly. Then why are you still in the game? Because I want something better than this. Captain Jack barked a laugh. Idealism, that'll get you killed, Tom. It's not idealism, it's about making an idea real. Shaking his head, Captain Jack swirled his whiskey. I've fought for and against every cause under the sun. Wars never change, first it's land and water, then oil and power, then whose God's better. Doesn't matter if you worship Jesus, Allah, or a rock. Someone's always gonna say you're wrong and pick a fight. He paused, smirking. Hell, I'd bet my pension aliens are out there watching us, laughing their asses off. Captain Jack could care less about any earthly deities. With billions of planets in the universe, humanity isn't exactly special. And let's be honest, people are rotten to the core. Tom countered, Buddha rose above material desires. Jesus preached turning the other cheek, and Gandhi championed nonviolence. Yeah, and how did that work out? Jack shot back. Jesus got betrayed and nailed to a cross. Gandhi, shot by a Hindu extremist who thought he was too soft on Muslims. Hemingway paced the living room, his boots scuffing the hardwood. My old man used to tell me about the British carving up India when it gained independence. They drew lines on outdated maps, splitting Hindus and Muslims overnight. 12 million people displaced, 500,000 dead in the chaos. And don't get me started on Iraq, another colonial mess that's still blowing up in our faces. Powerful nations play God, then walk away from the wreckage. Which proves my point, Jack said. People are just bad news. Tom shook his head. No, they just never learn. You got a better idea. Hemingway stayed silent. Jack stood, pausing at the door. Doubt we'll cross paths again unless you wash up on some speck of an island in the South Pacific. If you do, drinks are on me. But if you're running, you're on your own, pal. After leaving the bar, Alex ducked into a diner down the block, squeezing between two burly cops at the counter. He swapped shop talk with them, tossing out his go-to advice. Whatever you do, avoid the subway on Halloween. Part of him wanted to climb onto the counter and announce his dinner plans with that woman from earlier. Instead, he kept it low-key, polishing off a cheeseburger, fries, and a slice of blueberry pie with black coffee. A quick stop at the office revealed Sykes had opened his email, but no reply yet. The waiting game continued. Alex wandered through the WFO hallways, half hoping to bump into Sykes and find out how his contributions to the investigation had been received. He'd written thousands of reports, but this one had gone straight to HQ, a rare occurrence for field agents like him, the kind who weren't exactly climbing the ladder to the top. Knowing the director's eyes might scan his attempts at coherent analysis made the hairs on his neck stand up. Passing the duty roster board, he noticed his and Jackie's photos now listed under special assignment. Jay Glaw, he muttered, studying her picture. Maybe she should just head back to Alabama. Her dad probably wouldn't mind. Killing time at his desk, Alex convinced himself Sykes would track him down if he really wanted to talk. Stepping outside, he filled his lungs with the crisp evening air and grinned, thinking of Kate Adams as he walked with a spring in his step he hadn't felt in ages. Part of him wanted to go home, but another part craved conversation. His closest Secret Service buddies were all married, which meant their precious free time was spent with family if they weren't on duty. And the younger WFO agents, they might as well have been from another planet. Suddenly it hit him, in 3 short years he'd have to make some big decisions. Retire quietly, jump to another agency, double-dipping with his Secret Service pension while stacking extra cash. Plenty of government employees did it, a perfectly legal way to pad retirement after years of mediocre pay. His whole adult life had blurred past. He'd started at the bottom, worked for 8 different divisions, then shifted to protective detail, logging endless hours on planes racing between cities and countries. Worrying about other people's problems had left little room to think about his own. Now, faced with planning his future, Alex felt strangely paralyzed. What was the right move for a guy like him? Alex stood frozen on the street corner, his breath shallow as a wave of panic threatened to swallow him whole. No amount of whiskey could drown this kind of dread. His phone buzzed, an unknown number flashing on the screen. It took him a second to place it, but then it clicked. Anne Jeffries, the ex-fiancée of the late Patrick Johnson. Hello, he answered, bracing himself. You think I don't deserve to know the man I was going to marry was some lowlife drug dealer? Her voice was sharp enough to make him jerk the phone away from his ear. Miss Jeffries, I'm suing the FBI, the Secret Service, and you, especially that witch of a partner of yours. Hold on, I get that you're upset. That doesn't even begin to cover it. First, Patrick's murdered, and now you're dragging his name through the mud. I'm just doing my job, he said, but she wasn't listening. Save the excuses for my lawyer, she snapped before the line went dead. Alex shoved the phone into his pocket, exhaling hard. Who was next on her list? The Washington Post, some primetime news anchor, every supervisor he'd ever had. He dialed Jerry Sykes' private number, got voicemail, and left a detailed message about the explosive call. Damage control was all he could do now, but the storm was coming either way. The thought of going home made his skin crawl. He needed to talk, to think. Without realizing it, his feet carried him toward the White House. Nodding at a few uniformed agents he recognized, he stopped by a black Suburban where an old colleague sat sipping bitter coffee. They'd started together in Louisville before life pulled them in different directions. Big night, the agent said. State dinner, then Midwest campaign stops tomorrow, followed by a 9/11 memorial in New York. Busy president, Alex muttered. Some leaders burned the candle at both ends, endless meetings, late-night calls, black-tie events, while others barely skimmed the surface of the job before clocking out early. Right now, he wasn't sure which was worse. Alex never saw the presidency as a 9-to-5 job where you clock out the moment the workday ends. As he walked past Lafayette Park, he noticed light flickering inside Oliver Stone's tent, unexpected at this hour. Maybe he'd finally find someone worth talking to. Oliver. He called softly, stopping outside the glowing fabric, the flap lifted, revealing a stranger. Sorry, Alex said. I was looking for, well, Agent Ford, Stone said, crawling out with a grin. He rubbed his clean-shaven chin. Time for a fresh start now and then. I was actually here last night too. Adelphia mentioned it. I've missed our chess games. Never could hold my own against you, Stone admitted. You've gotten better over the years, Stone replied warmly. Back when Alex was on the presidential detail, he'd visited Stone whenever his packed schedule allowed, at first just to keep an eye on potential threats near the White House. In those days, Alex had treated anyone without a Secret Service badge as a suspect within a mile radius. Stone was no exception, especially since the man seemed to have no past. Rumor had it he'd once worked for the government, so Alex dug through every database he could access, searching for records. Nothing. He didn't even bother with the name Oliver Stone, obviously fake. Instead, he secretly lifted Stone's prints and ran them through the FBI's AFIS system. Still nothing. Military records, Secret Service archives, every agency he could think of, all dead ends. As far as the U.S. government was concerned, Oliver Stone didn't exist. Alex had tailed him to the cemetery caretaker's cottage, questioning locals, but no one talked. He'd even considered searching the place while Stone was busy, but something about the man, his quiet dignity maybe, made Alex drop the idea. What brings you by? Stone asked. Just passing through. Adelphia said you were at a meeting. She likes dramatic phrasing, Stone chuckled. Just met some friends near the shopping center. We do evening walks sometimes. He studied Alex. How's life at the WFO? Same old shady cases, Alex said. Stone smirked. Bet you miss the good old days of chasing ghosts. Alex hesitated. Sometimes I wonder if I ever stopped. Nice change of pace, Stone remarked. I heard one of your colleagues died, he continued. Alex nodded. Patrick Johnson, he worked with NTAC, but I got pulled into this because technically he was still on our payroll. You're involved? Stone asked. Does that mean you're investigating? Alex hesitated. There wasn't any real reason to keep it quiet. It wasn't like this was some undercover operation. I was asked to look into it, yeah, but from what I hear the case is already closed. I haven't heard that. They found heroin in Johnson's place. The theory is his dealer buddies took him out. And what do you think? Stone's sharp gaze locked onto Alex. Alex shrugged. Honestly, the FBI's barely letting us near the investigation. But a man is dead. I know, Alex said, studying Stone's expression. I've kept an eye on you over the years, Agent Ford. You're sharp, persistent, and you've got good instincts. I think you should use them here. If Johnson's work had any national security implications, someone ought to take a second look. I already checked the basics, Oliver. If it wasn't drugs, what else would it be? That's the real question. If not drugs, then what? My guess, the answer's tied to his job. Planting drugs in his house would be a convenient way to cover up something bigger. Doubt flickered across Alex's face. Seems like a stretch, and let's be real, the Nick isn't exactly an easy target for someone 3 years from retirement. 3 years isn't that long, Agent Ford, not compared to the years you've already given this country. If I push too hard on this, I might as well kiss the rest of my career goodbye. Then ask yourself this: when you look back, what'll stick with you more? Your agency's opinion or your own conscience? Decades of regret are a heavy burden. After parting ways with Stone, Alex walked slowly to his car. The man had a point. From where Alex stood, there were inconsistencies in Johnson's death. The drug angle felt too neat and other details didn't add up. The truth was, he'd only given the case half his attention, too willing to accept the FBI's conclusions. A cold breeze cut through the parking lot, sharp enough to snap him out of his thoughts. He glanced at his phone, 3 missed calls from his supervisor. Whatever this was, it wasn't overtiring. After sleepwalking through what could have been a major case wasn't Oliver Stone's style. He still had his professional pride. If a U.S. president wasn't supposed to coast through his term, then a Secret Service agent sure as hell shouldn't either. Stone watched Agent Ford until he disappeared from view, then hurried back to his caretaker's cottage by the cemetery. Inside, he grabbed the cell phone Milton had given him and called Caleb, filling him in on the latest. I couldn't pass up an opportunity like that, Stone said. Caleb's voice sharpened. You didn't tell him we witnessed the murder, did you? Number Ford's federal. If he digs into the Nick, he might uncover something we never could. Caleb hesitated. But doesn't that put him in danger? If Nick operatives would kill one of their own, they won't blink at taking out a Secret Service agent. Stone smirked. Ford's capable, but I guess we'll just have to play guardian angels, won't we? After hanging up, Stone realized he hadn't eaten. He moved to the kitchen, stirred together a quick soup, and ate it by a hastily lit fire. Graveyards always had a chill, no matter the season. Later, he sank into his worn armchair by the fireplace, flipping through a book from the eclectic collection Caleb had helped him gather. It wasn't much, just his friends, his books, a handful of theories, and fading memories. His gaze drifted to the photo album on the shelf. Against his better judgment, he set the book aside and lost the next hour flipping through the past. He lingered on pictures of his daughter, one of her clutching a fistful of daisies, her favorite. She'd always called them daisy blooms. Another snapshot showed her blowing out candles, not for a birthday but as a reward after getting stitches in her palm from a fall on broken glass. She hadn't cried, not once. The scar had been crescent-shaped, and every time he hugged her, he'd kissed it. There were so few memories left that he clung to each one like a lifeline. Then his mind circled back to the last night. Their house had been remote, his boss had insisted. Only later did Stone understand why. He could still hear the creak of the door swinging open. Stone and his wife had just slipped out the window, cut off from their daughter's room when the gunshots rang out. Pop, pop, pop. He remembered picturing the silencers in his mind. His wife screamed once, just once, and then it was over. That same night, he killed 2 of the men sent to execute him using their own weapons. After that, he vanished. That was the last time he ever saw his wife and daughter. By the next morning, it was as if they had never existed. The house stood empty, every trace of the attack erased. For years, Stone searched in vain for his little girl. Bait. Her full name was Elizabeth, but she'd always been Bait to him. A beautiful child, the pride of his life, and he'd lost her forever on that horrible night. When Stone finally uncovered the truth about what happened, revenge consumed him until something shifted. He read about the violent death of a powerful man overseas, a case that was never solved. The victim left behind a wife and children. The details screamed his old boss's handiwork. The pattern was unmistakable. And in that moment, Stone realized revenge wasn't his to take, not after the blood he'd spilled himself, all in the name of patriotism. So he disappeared, moving under aliases across the globe, a skill his government had trained him well for. Years later, he became Oliver Stone, a man of quiet protest, watching America's hidden truths, chasing stories no one else cared about. But none of it dulled the pain of losing the 2 people who meant everything. That grief would stay with him until his last breath. As he dozed by the dying embers of the fireplace, his tears still glistened on the glossy pages of the photo album. Chapter 27. In her small apartment on the outskirts of Brennan, Pennsylvania, Jamila woke at 5 in the morning. Just as dawn broke, she knelt for the first prayer of the day. After washing up, removing her shoes, and covering her head, Jamila performed the Islamic prayer ritual on her prayer mat, standing, kneeling, and prostrating in the prescribed sequence. She began with the Shahada, the core declaration of faith. La ilaha illallah. There is no God but God. Then she silently recited the opening surah of the Quran, her lips moving without sound. Once she finished her salat, she changed into work clothes before sitting down for breakfast. As she sipped her coffee in the cramped kitchen, her thoughts drifted back to yesterday's conversation with Lori Franklin. Jamila lived a lie, one the American would never uncover. Her official documents listed her as Saudi, a fiction that, combined with her gender, had smoothed her entry into the U.S. even after 9/11. The truth? She was Iraqi by birth, a Sunni Muslim in a country where her sect was the minority. Back in the day, Sunni and Shia disagreements had mostly revolved around who should have succeeded the Prophet Muhammad. Now, the divide was deeper, the clashes bloodier. Shias revered Ali, Muhammad's cousin and son-in-law, as the rightful heir, making pilgrimages to his shrine in Mazar-i-Sharif. Sunnis, meanwhile, believed the Prophet left no successor, leading to the caliphate system, though let's be real, 3 of the first 4 caliphs ended up murdered. Some unity. Under Saddam's regime, Jamila had driven a car unthinkable in Saudi Arabia, where religious police patrolled the streets, enforcing strict Sharia law. Women there couldn't vote, couldn't leave home without a husband's written permission, and had to stay covered head to toe. Break the rules and you'd find yourself on Riyadh's infamous Chop Chop Square, facing public punishment every Friday. She exhaled, stirring her coffee. The irony wasn't lost on her, how fear and faith could twist the same religion into such different shapes. Jamila had once witnessed a horrifying scene where 5 people had their hands severed and 2 others were beheaded. Another common punishment was the falaga, a brutal beating on the soles of the feet that left no visible marks but caused such intense pain that victims often couldn't walk for weeks. The world had largely ignored these atrocities ever since King Ibn Saud, the ruler who gave the country its name, brought in geologists searching for water, only to discover vast oil reserves instead. These reserves, holding more than a quarter of the world's supply, became the obsession of industrialized nations. Jamila hadn't lied to Lori about everything. Living in Baghdad as part of the Sunni minority, she had worn what she pleased and received a solid education. But life under Saddam Hussein's dictatorship had been unbearable. Friends and relatives vanished overnight for daring to speak against the regime. When the U.S. invaded, she prayed for Saddam's downfall, and when it happened, she and her family welcomed the Americans as liberators. That hope shattered the day she returned from the market to find her home destroyed by an airstrike, her entire family, including her two younger brothers, gone. Afterward, she stayed with relatives in Mosul, only for them to perish in a car bombing during the insurgency. She fled to Tikrit, but war chased her again, leaving her homeless, drifting between conflict zones. That's when she met a man who called the Americans imperialists, hungry only for oil. He spoke of the little jihad, holy war, rooted in 7th century Islam, not the inner struggle Jamila had known. At first, she dismissed him as a fanatic. But as despair grew, his words began to make a twisted kind of sense. The teachings aligned with the horrors Jamila had endured, slowly making sense to the young woman who'd lost everything. Over time, her grief and despair hardened into rage. Soon, she found herself training in Pakistan, then Afghanistan. After months of grueling preparation, she was sent to America alongside dozens of others, each armed with forged documents and burning determination to strike back at the enemy who'd shattered their lives. Jamila had been taught that Western values stood in direct opposition to her faith, that their very existence threatened Islam itself. What choice did she have but to fight such a monstrous system? Her first weeks in America were a strange mix of dull routine and jarring discoveries. For days, she did little more than relay messages, but between errands she caught glimpses of this so-called Great Satan. On one outing with an Afghan companion, they wandered into stores bursting with goods, a shocking contrast to the austere markets back home. Her friend recoiled at products bearing human images, something the Taliban had long forbidden. Stranger still were the couples embracing openly on sidewalks, the dizzying speed of life here. It felt like she'd been hurled into some alien future, both terrifying and oddly mesmerizing. Then came the abrupt transfer. Separated from her group, relocated to another city, handed a new identity with forged diplomas and reference letters, and finally the delivery van she now drove. Brennan became her next stop, where she settled into life as the Franklins' nanny. She grew fond of the boys, even found joy in the work, but homesickness crept in. Since childhood, she dreamed of the Hajj, that sacred pilgrimage to Mecca where believers circled the Grand Mosque, their prayers rising like smoke. She'd imagined collecting pebbles at Muzdalifah for the ritual stoning of evil, the days of ceremony in Mina. Now those visions felt further away than ever. Jamila had once dreamed of making the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca, an honor that would have allowed her family to add Haji before their name. But war had shattered that possibility before she ever got the chance. Now, with her homeland in ruins, she doubted she'd ever complete the journey, if she even made it back alive. She gathered her work supplies, stepped out to her delivery van, and glanced into the cargo hold, where something unexpected lay hidden, an addition the manufacturer had never intended. Meanwhile, in downtown Brennan, Captain Jack had just taken ownership of an auto repair shop. Dressed sharply in a tailored suit, the polished businessman accepted the keys with a nod, thanked the seller and the broker, then drove off in his Audi convertible. Both men had smiled, pocketed the cash, and wished him luck. "Yeah, good luck to you too," he almost said, "and good luck to Brennan, this town's gonna need it." Minutes later, Jack pulled over, flipped open his handheld device, and logged into an active chat room. Tonight's topic, The Wizard of Oz. He remembered watching it as a kid, always rooting for the winged monkeys, probably the only one who did. Typing quickly, he arranged a meetup in the park. The repair shop was key to his plan, and so was the woman involved. If she didn't hold up her end, the whole thing would collapse. Emails couldn't reveal a person's grit or whether they'd follow through. Sometimes you had to see them in person. The overcast sky kept the park nearly empty as Jack settled onto a bench with his newspaper and thermos of coffee. He'd scoped out the area for half an hour before stepping out. Odds of being watched, practically zero. Still, in his line of work, overlooking details was a death sentence. The headlines blared the usual nonsense. Stocks had miraculously bounced back after crashing, football analysts debated war on the field, spare him the drama, and some actor had traded his wife for a co-star. Oh, and a rock singer got caught lip-syncing. Shocking, a car bomb in the endless Middle East conflict had killed 3 Israelis, and government spokespeople promised swift retaliation. Captain Jack knew better than to doubt their word. You didn't mess with Israel if you valued your life. He was a battle-hardened man, scars lining his body like a map of past wars, but even he wasn't foolish enough to pick a fight with them head-on. Flipping through the newspaper, his eyes caught headlines about AIDS still ravaging Africa, civil wars tearing through the same continent, and half the world drowning in poverty. Thousands of children died daily from hunger, but Jack set the paper aside without much thought. He was no saint, he'd taken lives himself. If heaven and hell existed, he knew exactly where he'd end up. At first, he only heard the distant laughter of kids but didn't turn to look. The rhythmic creak of a swing followed, then the merry shrieks of children spinning on a carousel. A faint smile tugged at his lips before the noise faded. Minutes passed before the sound of car doors opening and closing broke the quiet. Footsteps approached, steady, deliberate, then the groan of wood as someone settled onto the bench behind him. Without hesitation, Jack lifted the newspaper again, shielding his face. "Think the Steelers have a shot this year?" he said casually. "Not a chance." "Patriots all the way," came the reply. "You sure about that?" "Dead sure, I don't say things I don't mean." Once the coded exchange confirmed identities, Jack got down to business. "Everything smooth with the Franklins?" "Perfect, routine," Jamila answered. "No complications, easy targets, he's always working, she's always distracted." There was an edge in her voice. Jack caught it. "You think so?" "I know so," she paused. "Americans disgust me." "That's so? They're pigs, every last one of them." Jack switched to Arabic and Jamila stiffened. "Listen," he said firmly. "Some Americans are bad, some Muslims are bad, but most people, no matter where, just want peace, a home, a family, a prayer, a quiet death with dignity." "They destroyed my country," she shot back. "Lies about Iraq working with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, madness. Hussein and bin Laden hated each other, everyone knows that. And 15 of the 9/11 hijackers were Saudis. I don't see American tanks rolling through the streets of Riyadh like they do in Baghdad," Jamila remarked. "Where the Americans toppled a man they once supported, I know," Captain Jack replied. "But Iraqis own nothing in America while the Saudis hold plenty. Besides, every so-called great civilization crushes nations that stand in their way. Ask the Native Americans, and if you want to hear about Muslim atrocities against Muslims, ask the Kurds." His voice remained steady but firm. "Your anger, which you mistake for passion, could ruin everything we're working toward. You don't need hate, you need focus. Hate leads to recklessness. I won't tolerate irrational thinking." "Understood." Jamila stayed silent. "Did you hear me?" "Yes," she said. "The plan has changed. I need you to listen carefully, and you'll have to drill the new details until you can execute them in your sleep." After Captain Jack walked her through the adjustments, Jamila nodded. "Just like you said. It's still my path to the Franklin's house." "Exactly, but we have to account for every variable. If their routine shifts, maybe because a president's visiting Brennan, someone will be nearby ready. Remember the signal." "A storm's coming," she answered, "but I doubt it'll be necessary." "If it is, you act," Captain Jack said in Arabic. Jamila hesitated. "And when the storm arrives, you do what you were brought here to do, and if you're caught," he paused briefly. "A fidya always gets her reward." A faint smile touched Jamila's lips as she gazed at a sliver of sunlight breaking through the clouds. No one had ever called her a fidya before. She kept staring skyward long after Captain Jack walked away. He'd learned enough. Chapter 28. "I thought the case was closed," Jackie said as she and Alex left the WFO. "Never said it was. The FBI found drugs, you filed your report, and you announced you were going back to fraud investigations and guard duty. I remember because that's when you gave me your brilliant career advice. Ann Jeffries called me last night, said the drugs were a setup and threatened to sue us. She's lost it, she can't sue us for doing our jobs. It's not like we planted the evidence in Johnson's house." Alex shot her a sideways glance. "But what if someone else did?" Jackie met his skeptical look with one of her own. "Johnson was framed with drugs. Why would anyone do something like that? Maybe it's up to us to figure it out." "This case has felt off from the start." "Not off at all if you consider Johnson was making serious cash in the drug trade, then decided to get married and suddenly saw no way out. If he was in that deep, why even propose? Maybe little Annie, despite her plain looks, was a firecracker in the sheets but refused to perform without a ring. So he pops the question, then gets cold feet, feels trapped, sees no exit except putting a bullet in his head." "You're joking, right? You don't know much about women, do you?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means women don't stay happy just being some guy's plaything forever. They want commitment, the kind that sparkles. Men just want notches on the bedpost." "Thanks for that sweeping generalization of the entire human race. Very enlightening. Here's another theory. Johnson dealt drugs but wanted out when he got engaged. Problem is that's not the kind of business you just walk away from. Instead of a toaster, his buddies showed up with a bullet as a wedding gift. On the island where he had his first date with his fiancée, how would his killers even know? Maybe from Ann Jeffries, the one screaming now about how her sweetheart had nothing to do with drugs. You think she's lying to us. Either she's unbelievably clueless or she knew exactly what he was into. But if she didn't care about his side hustle, why would he kill himself? Maybe he wanted out and she didn't." Alex shook his head. "You're saying she conspired with his drug buddies to take him out. About as likely as your theory. I doubt Ann Jeffries could tell the difference between a kilo of heroin and a bag of sugar even if we fed it to her with a spoon." All right, Jackie crossed his arms. Where are we even headed? Remember those two guys we ran into on Roosevelt Island, Rienke and Peters? I called them. They finished the handwriting analysis. Figured we'd swing by, get the results, return the suicide note. And while we're at it, poke around a little. Poke around, Jackie exclaimed when the president visits the Nick. Even the Secret Service isn't allowed to accompany him to certain floors because the agents don't have the proper security clearance. I know, Alex said, gripping the steering wheel tighter, and it pisses me off more than it should. What exactly do you think you're going to find out here? As part of our investigation, we need to know what Johnson was doing inside that building. Whatever happened to the Alex Ford who didn't want to throw away his last 3 years on the job? Alex stopped at a red light and gave Jackie another sideways glance. If I was scared of getting into trouble, I'd turn in my badge right now, but since I'm not. And this sudden burst of patriotism just hit you out of nowhere. An old friend reminded me last night that some things are still worth fighting for. The light turned green and Alex accelerated. Then he noticed something. Jackie had unbuttoned her jacket. That's a cig. She kept her eyes on the road. The other one was too heavy. He also saw she wasn't wearing the bright red scarf in her breast pocket anymore. They were cruising down Route 7 through western Fairfax County when Jackie spoke again. Had dinner with my dad last night. The Honorable Senator, how'd that go? He's educational, Jackie muttered. Alex knew better than to press further. As they pulled up to the heavily guarded entrance of the Nick facility, Alex stared at the sprawling complex with something close to awe. What's their annual budget anyway? Classified, Jackie said, just like ours. Security clearance took nearly an hour, and even then they had to surrender their weapons despite their protests. Afterward, 2 armed guards and an overly curious Doberman, who kept sniffing Alex's pant leg, escorted them through the halls. Let's not forget, buddy, we're on the same side, Alex joked to the dog. The guards didn't crack a smile. They led the agents into a small room and told them to wait, and wait they did. Am I imagining things, or did we just cross into enemy territory? Alex grumbled, crumpling a piece of paper into a ball and missing the trash can 3 times in a row. We requested this meeting, Jackie said. I've got a desk full of cases that could actually advance my career. Before Alex could respond, the door swung open and Tyler Rienke walked in, followed by Warren Peters. Long time no see, Alex said, making a show of checking his watch. Glad you finally found your way here, the agent said dryly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Rienke replied, pulling out a sheet of paper. The 4 of them gathered around the small table in the center of the room. The handwriting on the suicide note is Johnson's, Rienke confirmed. No doubt about it. He slid the forensic report toward the Secret Service agents for review. Not exactly shocking, Alex said. Where's the note now? Still in the lab. Right, Alex waited, but the 2 men remained silent. I need that letter back. Of course, Peters said. Might take a while, Rienke added. Perfect, that gives us time to check out Johnson's office and talk to his colleagues, get a sense of what he was working on. The 2 men exchanged blank stares. That won't be possible, Peters said flatly. Listen guys, I'm investigating a death here. I need some cooperation. We already helped by verifying the handwriting, Rienke countered, and everything points to suicide, even the FBI agrees. Appearances can be deceiving, Alex shot back, and in cases like this, standard procedure includes looking into the victim's workplace. Patrick Johnson's department has the highest security clearance, Rienke said firmly. No exceptions, your clearance doesn't cut it, I checked. Alex leaned forward, locking eyes with Rienke. I spent 5 years in the Presidential Protection Division, worked counterterrorism while you were still in college chasing cheerleaders. I've stood guard at Joint Chiefs meetings where they discuss things that would make you both wet your fancy suits. Your clearance is insufficient, Rienke repeated. Then we've got a problem, Alex said, because I am investigating this. We can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. And what's that supposed to mean? Peters asked. It means I get a court order to search Johnson's office and interview his coworkers, clearance or not. Rienke smirked and shook his head. No judge in this country will sign a warrant for our facility. You're really going to hide behind national security, Alex scoffed. The Secret Service does it all the time, Peters shot back. Not for something like this, and let me remind you my boss is Homeland Security now, not your limp-wristed Treasury Department. Exactly. The Director of Homeland Security, Carter Gray, was responsible. Come on, both of them are cabinet members, someone argued. Are you 2 done measuring egos yet? Jackie cut in. Because this is getting old. The door swung open and Rienke and Peters shot to their feet. Carter Gray stood in the doorway. Alex watched in stunned silence as Gray walked straight to Jackie, pulling her into a hug and planting a kiss on her cheek. You look as lovely as ever, Jackie. How have you been? I've had better days, she replied, shooting Alex a sharp glance before turning back to Gray. This is my partner, Alex Ford. Gray nodded. Good to meet you, Alex. Thank you, sir. Had dinner with my father last night, Jackie said casually. The senator and I need to go hunting again. Last time I bagged a 6-pointer. Haven't had much luck since. I'll pass that along. What can I do for you? Jackie laid out their plan to check out Patrick Johnson's workplace. Unfortunately, sir, Rienke interjected, these agents don't have the necessary security clearance. Of course. Gray glanced at Simpson. Come on, Jackie, I'll take you there myself. His eyes flicked to Rienke and Peters. Thanks, that'll be all. The two men scrambled out of the room. Holy cow, Alex muttered to Jackie as Gray led them down the hall. You never mentioned you knew Carter Gray. You never asked. How do you know him? He's my godfather. Chapter 29. While Alex and Jackie worked their leads at Nick, Oliver Stone sat in a park near the White House, locked in a chess match. His opponent, Thomas Jefferson Wyatt, known to everyone as TJ, had worked in the White House kitchen for nearly 40 years. A devoted member of the Methodist Church that maintained St. Zion's Cemetery, TJ had been the one to help Stone land his caretaker job there. Whenever the weather allowed, they played chess on TJ's days off, and over the board the two had become close friends. Stone made a careless move and TJ immediately snatched his queen. What's going on with you, Oliver? TJ asked. Messing up like this isn't like you. Got a lot on my mind, Stone admitted, leaning back on the park bench and studying his friend's face. Looks like your current boss is sticking around for another 4 years. TJ shrugged. From the kitchen's view, all presidents are the same, Republican or Democrat. They all eat. But don't get me wrong, this one's decent. Treats us well, respects us same as he does the Secret Service. Can't say that about all of them. People who are willing to take bullets for others deserve nothing but respect. Wyatt shook his head. I've seen some disgraceful things in that department, stuff that makes you sick to your stomach. Speaking of the Secret Service, Stone said, moving upon, I had a chat with Agent Ford last night. Wyatt's expression brightened. Now there's a stand-up guy. Remember when I had pneumonia after Kitty passed? Ford checked in on me every time he was in town, made sure I wasn't drowning in my own misery. I remember, Stone said, sliding his rook forward. Speaking of unwelcome landings, Carter Gray touched down in front of the White House again yesterday. Yeah, and the Secret Service isn't thrilled. They've got a rule only Marine One, the president's chopper, gets to park there, nobody else. Gray's got the kind of clout that bends rules, Stone mused. Wyatt leaned in, lowering his voice. Heard some juicy gossip about him, the kind that'll knock your socks off. Stone mirrored him, elbows on the table. White House staffers were tight-lipped, but over years of chess games, Wyatt had shared harmless tidbits. It took Stone ages to earn that trust. President asked Gray to join him in New York on 9/11 for the memorial speech, Wyatt whispered, eyes darting for eavesdroppers. And Gray flat-out refused. Bold move even for him. You know what happened to his wife and daughter, right? Stone nodded. He'd met Barbara Gray decades ago, a woman of integrity unlike her husband. He'd always respected her, pitying only her choice in men. Then the president invited him to Pennsylvania, Wyatt continued. That town renaming itself Brennan. Is he going? You don't turn down the commander-in-chief twice. Not unless you've got a death wish, Stone agreed. They fell silent as Wyatt studied the board, advancing his rook toward Stone's knight. Rumor has it, Stone said, tapping his queen, Gray's got his own mess to clean up. Patrick Johnson, the man found dead on Roosevelt Island, worked for the Nick. Oh yeah, that was all anyone could talk about at the White House, TJ said, glancing around before lowering his voice. You think the president's worried? Wouldn't you be? He and Gray are tight. If Gray gets mud on his suit, some of it's bound to splash back on the president. He's no fool, loyal to his people, but not stupid. Stone nodded. I'm sure the Nick and the White House leaned hard on the press. Barely a whisper about it in the news this morning. TJ smirked. The president's been ordering late-night snacks and coffee a lot lately. He's on track to win this election and doesn't want anything, especially a dead body, messing that up. After the chess match ended and Wyatt left, Stone stayed on the park bench, lost in thought. So Gray was traveling with the president to Brennan, Pennsylvania? Interesting. He'd always thought that small town was punching above its weight, but apparently it paid off. Just as he stood to leave, Adelphia appeared with 2 cups of coffee. Figured you could use this, she said, handing him one. Unless you've got another secret meeting to run off to, Stone chuckled. Not this time, thanks. He took a sip. How'd you know I'd be here? Please, where else would you be? Same bench, same chess games with that guy from the White House. I didn't realize I was so predictable. Men always are, she said with a shrug. Coffee good, great, and I know this isn't cheap. You sure you can afford it? Adelphia eyed his new clothes. Same question back at you. I've got a job, friends help out when I need it. Must be nice, I work for every penny. What do? It struck him that he'd never asked. Seamstress for a laundry service, good pay, flexible hours, plus cheap rent means I can splurge on coffee when I want. Stone smiled faintly. Proof that skilled work still pays. They lapsed into silence, watching people pass through the park. Finally, Adelphia asked, so did you win? Nope. Lost fair and square, partly because my opponent was sharp, partly because my head wasn't in it. My father was good at chess, she said, her tone shifting to something wistful. Used to say it was all about seeing 3 moves ahead. Stone glanced at her, surprised by the sudden depth in her voice. For the first time, he wondered what else she wasn't telling him. Adelphia hesitated, searching for the right English word. My father was, what do you call it, Wielkie Mistas, Grandmaster. That's impressive, Stone said. Adelphia gave him a sharp look. You speak Polish, just a little. Have you ever been to Poland? A long time ago, Stone replied, sipping his coffee as he watched the breeze rustle the treetops. Is that where you're from? He asked, curious. She had never mentioned her past before. I was born in Krakow, but my family moved to Bialystok when I was a child. I had no choice but to go with them. Stone had been to both cities but kept that to himself. I only know Krakow, and it's been ages since I was there, probably before you were born, she laughed, setting her coffee down on the park bench. Flattery won't work on me, but you do look younger these days, Oliver, thanks to your skill with scissors and a razor. And your friends, don't they think so too? My friends? Stone studied her face. I haven't seen them, she leaned in slightly. No, I saw them with you, at one of your meetings. Stone kept his expression neutral, though the revelation unsettled him. You've been following me to my meetings? I hope you weren't too bored. Adelphia smirked as if reading his thoughts. Maybe I heard something, or maybe not. When was this? He pressed. Now you're interested, she teased, patting his hand. Don't worry, Oliver Stone, I'm no spy. I see things, but I don't hear much, and what I see I keep to myself always. There's nothing earth-shattering to see or hear at our meetings anyway. You seek the truth, don't you? Adelphia's smile turned knowing. It's right there on your sign. I want the truth. I can tell you're that kind of man. Unfortunately, the older I get, the harder it is to find. Just then, her gaze shifted to a disheveled figure staggering through the park. It was a sight all too familiar in Washington, a man with skeletal arms, twisted legs, and bare, calloused feet. His vacant eyes and the constant drool dripping down his chin spoke of a life stripped of dignity. He moved as if by some cruel miracle, a ghost haunting the city's streets. A small pouch hung around the man's neck on a thin cord. His tattered shirt bore a single word scrawled in clumsy handwriting, help. Stone had slipped him money before and knew he slept on a ventilation grate near the Treasury building. Over the years, he'd tried more than once to get the man real help, but his mind was too far gone. Whether any social services looked after him, Stone couldn't say. Good Lord, that poor soul, Adelphia murmured. It breaks my heart to see someone suffer like this. She hurried over, dug a few bills from her pocket, and dropped them into his pouch. The man mumbled something incoherent before shuffling toward a cluster of parkgoers who immediately opened their wallets at his approach. As Adelphia turned back, a broad-shouldered stranger blocked her path. I might not look as rough as that guy, he growled, but I'm starving and need a drink. His clothes weren't as ragged, but greasy strands of hair clung to his face and the stench rolling off him was overpowering. I don't have any more, Adelphia said, stepping back. Bullshit, the man grabbed her arm and yanked her clothes. Hand it over now, before she could cry out. Stone was beside her. Let her go. Back off, old man. The stranger was at least 25 years younger and a head taller. This ain't your business. She's a friend. Get lost, I said. A sharp jab caught Stone square in the jaw, sending him stumbling. He barely caught himself, hands pressed to his face. Oliver, Adelphia screamed. Other park visitors shouted at the thug and someone sprinted off to call the cops. As Stone struggled to his feet, the attacker flicked open a switchblade and pressed it under Adelphia's chin. Empty your pockets or I'll carve you up, Stone lunged. The man released Adelphia, staggering as the knife clattered to the ground. He dropped to his knees, muscles twitching violently before collapsing onto his back, writhing in pain. Stone snatched the blade, gripping it in an odd, practiced hold. With his free hand, he seized the man's collar, exposing the thick veins of his neck. For a heartbeat, it looked like Stone might slit his throat right there. The blade hovered over a pulsing artery. His eyes held a look no one who'd known him in 30 years had ever seen. Oliver Stone suddenly froze mid-motion, his eyes locking onto Adelphia, who stood rooted in place, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she stared at him in shock. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which of the two men terrified her more. Oliver, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Stone tossed the knife to the ground, pushed himself up, and brushed the dirt off his pants. My God, you're blighting, Adelphia exclaimed. I'm fine, Stone insisted, though his voice trembled as he wiped his bloody mouth with his sleeve. He was lying, the hook had hit him hard. His skull throbbed, nausea churned in his gut, and when he probed his mouth with a finger, he pulled out a tooth the attacker had knocked loose. You are not fine, Adelphia countered sharply, not missing a thing. A woman rushed over. The police are on their way. Are you hurt? Stone turned just as a patrol car with flashing lights pulled up to the curb. He shot Adelphia a desperate look. You can explain everything to them. His swollen lips slurred his words as he staggered away, ignoring her shouts for him to stay. When the officers arrived, Adelphia could only replay the scene in her mind, how Stone had driven his finger just below the attacker's ribs, a move so precise it dropped a man twice his size like a sack of bricks, and the way he'd held that knife. She'd only seen that grip once before, years ago in Poland, when a KGB agent came for her uncle, an outspoken critic of the Soviets. They found her uncle's body in a well 3 towns over. By the time Adelphia turned back, Stone had vanished into the night. Chapter 30. This is where Patrick Johnson worked, Carter Gray announced, gesturing to the sprawling office space. Alex took it all in, the room half the size of a football field, clusters of workstations lining the walls, sleek monitors on every desk. The hum of servers filled the air as employees in business attire darted between calls, speaking in jargon even Alex, with his years in government, couldn't decipher. The tension was palpable. Everyone here moved like time was running out. As Gray led them toward a cluster of corner offices, Alex caught glimpses of faces on the monitors, mostly Middle Eastern. Round? Something about this place didn't add up. Text scrolled alongside the display, likely containing details about each person. Alex scanned the area but found no trace of paper. "We really do run a paperless office," Gray remarked abruptly. The comment caught Alex off guard. Was the man adding mind reading to his skill set now? "At least for the staff working here. Personally, I still prefer something tangible in my hands." Gray paused in front of a larger cubicle with 6-foot partitions. This was Johnson's workspace. "Safe to assume he held a senior role," Jackie said. "Correct, he oversaw the efficient processing of all our terrorism suspect files. When we absorbed NTAC, we merged personnel and data, ideal for streamlining. But naturally, we didn't want to sideline the Secret Service entirely. That's why Johnson and others were assigned as joint liaisons," Gray explained, his tone dripping with condescension. How generous, Alex thought, eyeing the sterile desk. "They tossed us the bare bones, no real authority over these shared employees." His gaze landed on the only personal item in the cubicle, a framed photo of Anne Jeffries perched on Johnson's desk. With a little effort, she could have been striking. Alex wondered if she was currently on the phone with her lawyer. Just then, a third man joined them. Tom Hemingway flashed a grin as he extended his hand. "Guess my cover's blown, Agent Ford." "Clearly," Alex said, wincing at Hemingway's vice-like grip. Gray raised an eyebrow. "You two know each other." "Through Kate Adams, DOJ attorney I collaborated with, sir." Jackie stepped forward. "Jackie Simpson, Secret Service." "Tom Hemingway." "Pleasure," Jackie said, openly sizing him up until she noticed Alex's glare. Gray interjected, "I was just showing them Johnson's office and explaining his role. They're investigating the death for us." "If you'd like, sir, I can take over. I know you've got that briefing," Hemingway offered. "Tom's far more tech-savvy than I am," Gray said. It wasn't entirely true, but Gray wasn't one to boast. Arrogance had a way of backfiring. "Don't forget to relay my message to your father, Jackie." With that, Gray left. Hemingway turned to Alex. "Anything in particular you're looking for?" Alex leaned forward, his fingers tapping the table. "What we really want to know is what Johnson was doing here." Minister Gray mentioned he handled files on suspected terrorists. Hemingway gave a slow nod. "That's part of it, sure. Think of him and his team like air traffic controllers, keeping everything running smoothly. Intelligence data pours in nonstop, updating our systems. We streamlined the whole mess. Back in the day, the DBI, DHS, you name it, all had their own databases, overlaps, bad intel, zero coordination. That chaos helped make 9/11 possible. Now one central hub, every agency has 24/7 access." Alex raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't that make it a single point of failure?" "Obviously there's a backup site," Hemingway said. "Where?" Alex pressed. Hemingway smirked. "Classified, of course it is," Alex thought. "And don't get the wrong idea, we didn't replace AFIS," Hemingway added, referring to the FBI's fingerprint system. "We're hunting terrorists, not tracking parking tickets. Plus, we've acquired a few private firms specializing in data mining and analytics. Efficiency boost." The Nick bought out private companies. Alex asked, surprised. Hemingway shrugged. "Why reinvent the wheel? Their software sifts through millions of data points, flags patterns, links suspicious activity all in real time. Our agents carry handhelds with full database access. One query pulls every relevant detail on a target. It's terrifyingly effective." Alex exhaled. "How do you keep up with the flood of intel?" "At first, barely," Hemingway admitted. "When we merged the old systems, the backlog was a nightmare. Crashes, glitches, you name it, but now, smooth sailing." Johnson's job was quality control, verifying data streams, grueling work. "So not exactly fast," Alex said. "Speed's useless if the intel's wrong," Hemingway shot back. "We prioritize accuracy, no room for mistakes." He paused, then added dryly, "Well, almost no room." "Perfection isn't something we can realistically achieve," Hemingway admitted. Jackie leaned forward, curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Could you show us some examples from your database?" Hemingway slid into Johnson's chair, pressing his hand against the biometric scanner. A few keystrokes later, Alex's face materialized on the screen alongside a staggering timeline of his entire life, right down to a minor drinking violation at 17. "That was supposed to be expunged," Alex snapped, his fingers tightening around the edge of the desk. "From official records, sure," Hemingway said smoothly, then tilted his head. "Was that neck injury healing? Looked like a nasty spill." Alex's pulse spiked. "You're tracking medical records now. Whatever happened to privacy?" Section 214B of the Patriot Act, subsection D, Hemingway replied without missing a beat, pulling up another file. You're a regular at Leap Bar. He tapped a log of Alex's credit card transactions. Though I'm guessing Kate Adams's shifts might factor into that. So you monitor purchases to profile behavior, Alex shot back. Which is why I use cash, Hemingway said, smug as he pulled up Jackie's profile. She frowned at the screen. Birthplace is wrong, Birmingham, not Atlanta. Even the Nick makes mistakes, Hemingway conceded, making a note. I'll flag the correction, Alex crossed his arms. You storing dirt on criminals or just stalking coworkers? A new face flashed on screen, gaunt, bearded. Adnan Al-Rimi, former Virginia resident, eliminated by a rival cell. A tiny skull and crossbones icon glowed in the corner. Morbid, maybe, but efficient. He expanded a fingerprint analysis window. This confirmed the body was his, Jackie cut in. Did Johnson have access to anything high value? Hemingway's smile didn't reach his eyes. Agent Ford, every Nick employee handles data that make our enemies drool. The hum of the server room underscored the silence. Somewhere a coffee machine gurgled, too loud, too ordinary for the weight in the air. We thoroughly vet every employee's background and keep them under constant surveillance, Hemingway explained. Couldn't ask for better security, Jackie remarked. But didn't Patrick Johnson's sudden wealth raise any red flags? Alex pressed. Hemingway's expression darkened. It should have. Heads will roll for that oversight. Just not yours, I assume, Alex said dryly. Not my department, Hemingway replied. Lucky you. Let's say the drugs weren't Johnson's income source, would you still think he sold classified intel? Unlikely, but not impossible. Still, we found drugs in his house. Mind if we talk to some of Johnson's coworkers? I can arrange it, but interviews have to be witnessed. Wow, just like prison, except we're the good guys, Alex quipped. We are the good guys, Hemingway countered. An hour later, Alex and Jackie had questioned 3 of Johnson's colleagues. None knew him well. After retrieving their service weapons, Hemingway escorted them out. Good luck, he said as the automatic door slid shut. Yeah, sure, Alex muttered. Thanks for all the stellar help. 2 soldiers armed with M16s trailed them to their car. You want to leash me in case I go feral? Alex snapped before storming off. That was a total waste of time, Jackie sighed. Like 90% of investigations, Alex shot back. You should know that by now. Why are you so pissed? You telling me none of that creeped you out? I was waiting for them to flash my first time on a damn projector. I've got nothing to hide, and why were you such a jerk to Tom? Because I can't stand the guy. Aw explains a lot about us too, Alex didn't answer. But as he peeled out of the parking lot, his tires screeched against fresh asphalt, leaving black streaks outside Nick headquarters. Chapter 31 minutes after Alex and Jackie left, Hemingway crossed paths with Rienke and Peters in the Nick hallway, exchanging a curt nod. 5 minutes later, his car exited the lot. 10 minutes after that, Rienke and Peters did the same. They met at Tyson's Galleria, an upscale shopping mall, grabbing coffee in to-go cups as they strolled through the corridors. Using a counter-surveillance device, they'd confirmed neither of them was bugged, and they'd taken every precaution to ensure no one was tailing them. One of the golden rules of espionage was making sure your own organization wasn't the one watching you. We tried keeping them from snooping around Johnson's workplace, Peters said. Then Gray showed up out of nowhere. I know, Hemingway replied. That's exactly why I stepped in. The last thing we need is Carter Gray sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. What about Ford and Simpson? If they get too close, we'll handle it, Hemingway said, tossing his empty cup into a trash bin. We found a foreign fingerprint on the resignation letter, ran it through the system. Any hits? Rienke asked. One. Who? Peters pressed. Check your jacket pocket. Peters pulled out the slip of paper Hemingway had slipped him earlier. The name on it read Milton Farb. Years back, he was a systems specialist at NE, Hemingway explained. Then he had a breakdown, spent time in treatment. Since he's still listed, tracking his address was easy. I sent you an encrypted file with his details. Watch him, he'll probably lead you to the others. But don't make a move without clearing it with me first. If we can avoid taking them out, we will. With that, Hemingway walked off in one direction while Rienke and Peters headed the opposite way, newly energized. Meanwhile, Carter Gray returned to his office, made a series of calls, including one to the White House, then sat through back-to-back briefings. Afterward, he prepped for another task that would eat up hours of his day. When the president traveled and Gray couldn't join him or meet en route, they held secure video conferences instead. Gray always overprepared, even though he knew he could have summarized the key points in minutes. The world we know, Mr. President, is going straight to hell, largely because of our own failures, and we're running out of time to fix it. But as long as we keep dumping hundreds of billions into homeland security, I can at least promise most Americans will sleep safely tonight. The danger remains that someday a small, reckless group might get lucky with plutonium and undo all our expensive efforts. At that point, I can't guarantee anything. We might all be dead. Any questions, sir? Gray would have preferred a drive along the coast to clear his head before meeting Brennan, but no such luxury was allowed. Like the president, the intelligence director was deemed too vital to national security to risk behind the wheel. Fishing would have been his next choice, but since that wasn't an option either, he settled for a different kind of hunt, one he excelled at. Tapping into the NIC database from his laptop, he pulled up the intel he needed in under 5 minutes. The team's efficiency was unmatched. Centralizing terrorist data under the NIC had been one of his smartest moves. Not only did it streamline the system, but it gave him a front-row seat to other agencies' investigations. If the CIA went digging for intel, Gray saw exactly what they were after, all under the guise of bureaucratic efficiency. He split his screen, scanning faces and files side by side. Middle Eastern men, each with digitized fingerprints, were available, all marked with the skull icon in the corner, confirmed dead. Some had been taken out by rival factions, others in explosions. A technician and a chemist, both known for their bomb-making skills, were among them. Adnan al-Rimi, a fearless fighter who never cracked under pressure, was another. 6 more had perished in a van explosion, accident, or attack, no one could say. The scene had been gruesome, bodies torn apart. Only al-Zawahiri had been on the high-priority watch list, but America was better off with the rest gone. One less headache for national security. Gray had no idea the photos of al-Rimi and the other men had been subtly altered. These weren't images of the actual deceased. Instead, what Gray was looking at, for example, was a digital composite of the real al-Rimi and the body that had been falsely identified as him. The modifications were so precise that even older photos of the dead, if any existed, wouldn't raise suspicion or hold up under scrutiny. Pulling this off had taken time and serious expertise, but the results justified the effort. Now it was impossible to identify any of the dead Arabs using the photos in NIC's databases. Another stroke of brilliance, leaving none of the bodies with recognizable faces. Since their fingerprints and forensic signatures in NIC's files had already been swapped, identification had relied solely on those, seemingly irrefutable fingerprints. In the digital age, almost anything could be faked. Still, Carter Gray couldn't shake the feeling something was off. He cleared his screen and decided to take a walk around the NIC grounds. As he strolled, he glanced up at a Lufthansa 747 descending toward Dulles, his mind drifting back to his early days at the CIA. Back then, he'd trained at an ultra-secret facility in Virginia, a 2-hour drive from D.C. hidden deep in the woods. Officially dubbed Area 51A, proof the agency had a sense of humor, it was unofficially known as the Bone Mill. Long abandoned, Nick had pushed to repurpose it as an interrogation site for terror suspects. Unfortunately, the Justice Department caught wind, dragging out the process. Between Guantanamo, Abu Ghraib, and the disaster at Salt Pit in Afghanistan, reopening Area 51A was on thin ice. Gray wasn't worried, though. Plenty of overseas locations served the same purpose. Under U.S. and international law, torturing prisoners was illegal. But loopholes had a way of appearing when needed. Gray had lied under oath to multiple congressional committees investigating intelligence agency compliance, deceiving them with every word. But did those honorable politicians, who couldn't speak a word of Arabic or name the capital of Oman without their aides, really believe the world operated by their rules? Espionage was a dirty game where lies and death were routine. The fact that the U.S. president even had to debate sanctioning the elimination of foreign officials, elected or not, showed just how messy global politics had become. Gray returned to his office, determined to revisit the files of those deceased who might play a bigger role in his future. God help America if that day came. Back at the WFO, Alex sent an updated report to Jerry Sykes. This time the response was immediate, not a summons to Sykes' office or the LSAS, but a direct order to report to the Secret Service headquarters. And not just to any agent, the director himself wanted to see him. Alex didn't like the sound of that. The HQ was close enough to walk, so he did, using the fresh air to clear his head. His early retirement, now looming 3 years ahead of schedule, weighed on him. He'd met the director before, but only in passing, brief, casual exchanges. This meeting wouldn't be so friendly. Minutes later, Alex stepped into the director's spacious office. Jerry Sykes was there, sinking into the couch cushions like he wanted to disappear. To Alex's surprise, Jackie Simpson sat beside him. "Close the door, Ford," Director Wayne Martin said by way of greeting. That was never a good sign. Alex obeyed, took a seat, and waited. Martin, tall, sharply dressed, with a reputation dating back to the Reagan assassination attempt, flipped through a file. Alex squinted. Looked like his personnel record. Things were looking grim. Martin finally shut the file and perched on the edge of his desk. "Agent Ford, let's cut to the chase. Believe it or not, I've got a full schedule today." "Yes, sir," Alex replied automatically. "Not long ago, I got a call from the president mid-campaign tour on Air Force One, and yet he made time to discuss you. That's why you're standing here." Alex felt his blood turn to ice. The president called about me, sir. Care to guess why? Alex glanced at Sykes, who was studying the floor, then at Jackie, whose expression offered no sympathy. The Patrick Johnson case, his voice barely carried. Bingo, Martin slammed his fist on the desk, making everyone jump. Since you're on a roll, Ford, want to take another shot? Guess what you did to earn a personal call from the leader of the free world? Alex's mouth went bone dry, but the director clearly expected an answer. I investigated Patrick Johnson's death. That was my assignment. Martin was already shaking his head before Alex finished. The FBI is lead on this. Your role was strictly oversight to protect Secret Service interests. Our only tie to the deceased is that HR classified him as a shared asset with Nick, but in reality, Johnson answered solely to them. Or do you disagree? Alex didn't bother looking at Sykes. No, sir. Glad we're clear. Now the FBI found drugs in Johnson's home, suggesting he was dealing substantial illegal income. So no link between his Nick work and his death. Sound familiar? Yes, sir. Good, then explain this. Martin stood and Alex braced for the storm. It came. What possessed you to interrogate Carter Gray at the Nick about this? His voice cracked like a drill sergeant's bark across a parade ground. Note the rewrite adheres to all specified guidelines, adjusted tone, us cultural context, natural dialogue tags, and structural changes while preserving the original's core narrative and character dynamics. I assumed I was following protocol, sir. Alex replied as soon as he found his voice again by reaching out to the Nick to examine the case from every angle. They handled the analysis of the suicide note for us, and did you question Carter Gray or not? No, sir. He showed up unexpectedly and offered to take us to Johnson's workstation himself. Up to that point, I'd only spoken with two of his subordinates, neither of whom were particularly cooperative. Did you threaten to get a search warrant for the Nick building? Alex felt his heart skip a beat. That was just a standard procedural comment. Martin slammed his fist on the desk again. Did you or didn't you? A cold sweat broke out on Alex's forehead. Yes, sir. Did you uncover anything useful at the Nick? Any incriminating evidence? Any indication that Secretary Gray is involved in some shady conspiracy? Even though he knew the questions were rhetorical, Alex felt compelled to answer. We didn't find anything that significantly advanced the investigation, but I should note, sir, Secretary Gray approached us on his own initiative to show us Johnson's workspace, and we only took up a few minutes of his time. Let me enlighten you on the political side of our business. Alex, Secretary Gray didn't just bump into you at the Nick by accident. Someone alerted him to your presence and your intentions. That's why he approached you. He informed the president that he felt compelled to intervene. If the media caught wind of the Nick being uncooperative in a criminal investigation, it would reflect poorly on him and the agency. As you know, Secretary Gray and the president are close. So the president isn't thrilled about anything that makes the Nick or Gray look bad. Follow me so far? Yes, sir. Are you also aware that, at Secretary Gray's request, the Nick is conducting a thorough internal review of the Johnson case with the FBI providing full support? No, sir, I wasn't aware of that. Martin didn't seem to be listening anymore. He picked up a sheet of paper from his desk. Your initial report concluded that Mr. Johnson was likely involved in drug trafficking and that you were aligning with the FBI's investigation in that direction. Nothing more. You submitted that report last night. But this morning, you waltz into the Nick asking a bunch of questions that directly contradict your earlier findings. Alex felt the weight of Martin's stare as the director leaned forward. Let me ask you this, what changed between last night when you filed your initial report and this morning's visit to the Nick that made you suddenly shift gears? The way Martin studied him told Alex everything. The man already knew the answer. He glanced at Jackie, who was fidgeting with the straps of her designer heels. That's why she was here, damn it. Martin's voice cut through the silence. I'm waiting for your answer. Alex cleared his throat, buying time. Sir, I went to the Nick because they were analyzing the suicide note. I wanted the results. The director's glare could have melted steel. Don't ever try to play me, son, Martin said, his voice low and steady, far more terrifying than any shouting. His eyes flicked to Jackie. Agent Simpson informed us you mentioned an old acquaintance convinced you to dive back into this case with, let's say, renewed enthusiasm. He paused. Who was this old friend of yours? One wrong word and his career, hell, his life was over. Alex's mind raced between two thoughts, how he'd pay his mortgage after getting dishonorably discharged and whether he could somehow off Jackie and still avoid lethal injection. With all due respect, sir, I don't recall saying anything like that to Agent Simpson. Martin's smile was ice. This morning, to be exact. I'm not sure the Secret Service has room for agents with such selective memory, so I suggest you think harder. Two careers are on the line here, one of them just getting started. His gaze pinned Jackie. She swallowed hard but spoke up. The person's identity doesn't matter, sir. I'd already decided to keep investigating because things weren't adding up. That call was mine alone. Agent Simpson had no part in my decision to go to the Nick. She just followed orders reluctantly. I'll take full responsibility. Martin's fingers drummed the desk. So you refuse to answer. Respectfully, sir, if it had the slightest bearing on this case, I'd tell you in a heartbeat. And you don't trust me to make that judgment? Alex spit back the truth, explaining that a guy who called himself Oliver Stone, a conspiracy theorist who camped across from the White House, had talked him into reopening the case. Yeah, that would go over real well. Alex wasn't sure this was the best move right now. He nervously wet his lips before speaking. With all due respect, sir, that was a private conversation. Unlike some people, I don't betray trust. He deliberately avoided looking at Jackie, no point in making it obvious. So if you're looking for someone to blame, it's me. The director sank into his leather chair, leaning back with a sigh. You've done commendable work in the Secret Service, Ford. I'd like to think so, sir. But people remember how a career ends. Alex almost laughed. Stone had thrown that same line at him, though for entirely different reasons. I've heard that before, he said dryly. After a brief pause, he added, I assume I'll be reassigned to another office. You're taking the rest of the day off. Starting tomorrow, you're being transferred back to Presidential Protection Detail at the White House. Maybe standing guard will knock some sense into you. Frankly, I don't know what to do with you. Part of me wants to kick you out, but you've put in too many loyal years to throw it all away. Martin raised a warning finger. But make no mistake, you stay completely clear of the Johnson case, no matter what your so-called old friend tries to tell you. Understood? Crystal clear, sir. Get out of my sight. Chapter 33. Jamila bathed the youngest boy while Lori Franklin played with the other two on the sprawling jungle gym in the backyard. As she dressed the toddler, Jamila glanced out the nursery window. In her opinion, Lori didn't spend nearly enough time with her kids, but when she did, she gave them her full attention. Reading, painting, endless rounds of make-believe, the woman had patience Jamila could only admire. There was no doubt Lori loved her sons. The sound of carefree laughter drifted through the window. At first, Jamila resisted, but the joy was contagious, and soon she found herself smiling. Sons. She wanted sons of her own someday, strong men who'd take care of her when she grew old. Then, just as suddenly, she swallowed her laughter and turned away. People should never take what they had for granted, especially not Americans who had everything handed to them. Later that afternoon, as Jamila and Lori Franklin prepared lunch together, the older woman paused when she closed the refrigerator door. Jamila, there's kosher food in here. Jamila wiped her hands on a dish towel. Yes, ma'am. I bought it myself with my own money. It's for when I eat here. Lori shook her head. It's not about the money, but you do know kosher food is, well, Jewish food, right? I know, ma'am, Lori frowned. Am I missing something? A Muslim eating Jewish food? Jamila took a deep breath. Jews are mentioned in the Quran just like Christians. Jesus is an important prophet in Islam, not God, but a messenger. There's only one God, and Muhammad delivered his final word. Prophets like David and Abraham to Christians, are honored in Islam too. Ibrahim and his son Ismail built the Kaaba and started the Hajj pilgrimage. Lori crossed her arms. That's a nice history lesson, but what does it have to do with groceries? Muslims eat what's halal permitted and avoid haram what's forbidden. No pork, no alcohol, no improperly slaughtered meat. Jews follow similar rules, draining blood from meat, no electric stunning, the main difference. They don't say Allahu Akbar when slaughtering, but if halal isn't available, we can bless the food ourselves. Not all Muslims eat kosher, but I do when I have to, Lori sighed. Honestly, I don't get it. Every day there's news about Muslims and Jews fighting. If you respect their food and their prophets, why can't you just get along? Jamila stiffened. It's not about food, there's so much more. Maybe, Lori cut in, but I don't need the gory details. I've got to meet George after lunch. George forgot their plane tickets for tonight's flight again. You'd think an investment banker would have a sharper memory, but apparently not. After lunch, Lori headed out while Jamila loaded the kids into the minivan for a trip to the park. As she drove, her mind wandered back to recent memories. Back in Pakistan, she'd met young men who kept journals they called sacrifice chronicles, records of their devotion to martyrdom. Western media labeled them suicide diaries. She'd read excerpts in newspapers found on men who'd given their lives for their faith. Jamila often wondered about her own final day. Would she face it with courage? She imagined herself serene, noble, but was that just fantasy? Would she enter paradise right after? Would anyone mourn her? Normally, women weren't allowed to work alongside men. Strict tribal codes kept them separate. But in the US, Muslim men faced constant suspicion, while women like her had more freedom. That's why they were sending more women now. One man from her training had stood out. An Iranian, at first she distrusted him. Their countries had a tense history, but he painted a different picture of Tehran than the one she'd heard in Iraq. People just want happiness, he'd told her. And that only comes with freedom. You can love God without policing others. Iranian women drove cars, voted, even ran for office. They didn't cover their faces, just their hair and bodies, and some even wore makeup. Satellite dishes flooded in, letting couples listen to music together in cars. If you knew the right words, the right people, you could bend the rules. Life wasn't all restrictions, there were stolen moments of joy. Then with a smile Achimd had said her name, Jamila, beautiful in Arabic, fit her perfectly. His words had filled her with unexpected joy, opening her eyes to possibilities she'd never considered before. Ahmed had written poetry, nurturing the quiet dream of seeing his verses in print someday. His poems carried a haunting sorrow, revealing to Jamila the years of pain and violence that had shaped them. When you've lost everything but your life, he'd once told her, that life doesn't become more precious, only the act of sacrificing it gains meaning. There's no higher purpose than dying for God. Ahmed often spoke of his impending death, even marking the exact date and hour in his journal when he intended to make that final sacrifice. But he never shared those details with Jamila, leaving her unsure whether he had already fulfilled his wish or if his moment still loomed ahead. She didn't even know where they had sent him. Scanning newspapers, she searched for his name or face, hoping for some confirmation of his fate, but found nothing. Sometimes she imagined Ahmed finding her in paradise, where they could exist together in eternal peace. It was one of the few thoughts that still brought a faint smile to her lips. Yes, she longed to see him again desperately. Whether in life or death didn't matter to her anymore. Meanwhile, Stone returned to his caretaker's cottage, cleaned himself up, and pressed ice against his bruised face as the swelling eased. Using a borrowed phone, he called Reuben and Caleb but couldn't reach Milton. Later, he resumed his duties at the cemetery, guiding visitors to forgotten graves. Years ago, the town had kept records, but those had long since vanished. Over the past 2 years, Stone had studied every headstone and dug through old documents, piecing together a new, reliable registry. He'd even learned the cemetery's history well enough to give unofficial tour of Mount Zion's grounds. As he worked, his face burned not from his injuries but from shame. His recklessness had been stupid, especially in front of Adelphia. The memory of the knife's grip in his hand still lingered. What was I thinking? Later, he decided to take the subway to Milton's place, hoping his friend had hacked into the DMV's system and tracked down the car's owner. Stone wanted to check on Milton, knowing the people they were dealing with were nearly as skilled with computers as he was, especially when it came to fingerprints. As he walked toward the Foggy Bottom metro station, a car horn blared behind him. He turned to see Agent Ford pulling his Crown Vic to the curb, rolling down the window. "Need a ride?" Ford asked, then noticed Stone's injuries. "What happened to you?" "Took a spill," Stone replied. "You okay?" "My pride's worse off than my face." Stone climbed in and Ford drove on. After a brief silence, Stone brought up their conversation from the day before. "How's the investigation going?" "Well enough that I've been reassigned to protective detail," Ford said dryly. "Agent Ford, after all these years, Oliver, maybe call me Alex. I hope my advice didn't land you in hot water, Alex. I'm a big boy and you were right. Problem is I didn't have all the facts and now I'm paying for it." "What facts?" "Can't say. Where you headed?" Stone gave him the address. "Meeting some friends," he added. "Hope they're the well-connected kind. Never hurts to have those." "Adley, I don't run in those circles." "Neither do I, but turns out my colleague's got ties to some heavy hitters. Found out today her godfather's none other than Carter Gray." Stone shot him a look. "Who's the woman?" "Jackie Simpson." Stone paused. "Roger Simpson's daughter. How'd you know that?" "You mentioned well-connected. Hard to get much higher than Roger Simpson. He was CIA decades ago." "Didn't know that, but explains his interest in intelligence." Stone stared out the window. "How old is she?" "Jackie, mid-30s. She starts straight at the Secret Service. Number worked Alabama PD first." "What's she like?" "Personally, she just stabbed me in the back this morning, so she's climbing my blacklist fast." "I meant her looks." "Why do you care?" "Just curious," Stone said. "Petite, dark hair, blue eyes. When she's pissed, she whines like a southerner, doesn't back down, says what she thinks, not some wilting flower." "So is she attractive?" "Thinking of asking her out?" Alex smirked. "Young women always make old men curious," Stone said with a faint smile. Alex shrugged. Alex was undeniably attractive if you could look past her overwhelming self-confidence. Stone guessed she was in her mid-30s, jet black hair, piercing blue eyes, and that unshakable air of someone who always thought she was the smartest person in the room. "Ever crossed paths with Carter Gray?" Stone asked. "Earlier today," Alex replied. "What's your take on him?" "Impressive, to say the least." "Is that why you're in hot water, because you tangled with Gray?" "Let's just say I thought I was being clever," she admitted. "I handed over the suicide note found on the victim to the 2 Nick agents handling the case, figuring it'd give me an excuse to poke around. Turns out they played me, should have seen it coming." Stone barely registered her last words. His focus snapped to the mention of the Nick examining the note. Were Milton's fingerprints on it? So. "The agents weren't exactly cooperative." "Not even close," Alex scoffed. "I've got no patience for shadowy types. Doesn't matter if they're Nick, CIA, or Dia, they'll lie straight to your face even if their mother's life depended on it." "True enough," Stone muttered. Halfway to their destination, Stone asked to be dropped off. "I can take you all the way home, Oliver," Alex offered. "The director gave me the rest of the day off to reflect on my mistakes." "I could use the walk." "Suit yourself. Though if I were you, I'd get that jaw checked out." "Will do." The moment Alex drove away, Stone pulled out his phone and dialed Milton again. It frustrated him that the Secret Service agent had been pulled from the case, but at least he wasn't in immediate danger unlike Stone and his club friends. Milton's voice cut through his thoughts. Yeah, where are you? At Chastity's. Since when? This morning. Why? Notice anyone lurking around when you left? No, stay away from your place. We need to meet somewhere else. Stone's mind raced. Union Station, can you get there in 30? Probably. I'll be near the newsstand. Did you track down that license plate? Got the name and address? Tell me in person, and listen, make sure no one's tailing you. What's going on? Milton's voice tightened. You'll find out soon enough. One more thing, dig up whatever you can on Jackie Simpson, the senator's daughter. She's a Secret Service agent, Stone said, hanging up the phone. He quickly updated Ruben and Caleb before heading to the nearest subway station. Inside the bustling Union Station, he made his way to the B. Dalton bookstore, scanning the crowd while flipping through a few titles. His eyes narrowed when Milton emerged from an unexpected direction instead of the subway exit. Chastity dropped me off, Milton explained. Stone frowned. What happened to your face? Doesn't matter. Is Chastity still here? Nah, I told her to head home. You sure nobody tailed you? With Chastity driving, no chance. Stone led him to a small bakery across from the bookstore where they grabbed coffee and claimed a corner table. Milton pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. Who are you calling? Stone asked. Nobody, it's got a built-in recorder, just leaving myself a reminder about something I need to discuss with Chastity later. The phone I lent you has the same feature plus a camera. He saved the memo and pocketed the device. Who's the guy we're after? Stone pressed. Tyler Rienke lives near Purcellville, got the full address. I know the area, any idea where he works? I hacked every database I could and that saying something came up empty. Could mean he's with the Nick, doubt even you could crack their system. Maybe. What about Jackie Simpson? Got plenty on her. Milton slid over a folder. Inside, Stone found a printed photo. Alex was right, her confidence practically leaped off the page. The file included her DC address close to the WFO. He wondered if she walked to work. Tucking the folder into his backpack, Stone mentioned the farewell letter now in Nick custody, possibly with Milton's prints. Milton exhaled sharply. Knew I shouldn't have touched that damn thing. Any chance you're still in need databases? Probably. And after that stupid letter to Reagan, the Secret Service definitely has my prints. I was furious about Reagan's budget cuts, which made it even harder for people struggling with mental health to get the treatment they needed. Stone leaned forward, his voice tense. I was planning to hold tonight's session at Caleb's place, but now I'm not sure it's safe anymore. Where else can we meet? Just then Stone's phone rang. It was Ruben. Ran into an old buddy at the bar, he said, sounding excited. We served together in Vietnam and later joined the DIA around the same time. When I heard he retired recently, I figured I'd buy him a drink and see if he'd let anything slip. Turns out the whole intelligence community is pissed at the Nick. They've been hoarding all the terrorist intel, even scraping CIA databases. Gray knew if he controlled the flow of information, he controlled everything else. So now every agency has to go through the Nick for intel, Stone asked. Exactly. And that means the Nick always knows what everyone else is working on. But legally, the Nick has top authority anyway, Ruben. Man who cares about the law, you think the CIA's honest about what they're really doing? No, Stone admitted. Telling the truth wouldn't just be a disadvantage, it'd be unheard of. Spies lie, that's the job. Ruben cut in. So are we still meeting at Caleb's tonight? Stone hesitated. I don't know if Caleb's place is. His voice trailed off. Oliver, Ruben pressed. You there? Milton chimed in, sounding worried. Oliver, everything okay? Where are you right now, Ruben? Stone asked quickly. My crappy apartment. Why? Can you pick me up at Union Station and take me to my place? Sure, but you didn't answer my question. Are we meeting at Caleb's? No, better not. Stone's gaze shifted. We'll meet at Union Station. Ruben groaned. Union Station, not exactly private, Oliver. Didn't say we'd hold the session there. Now I'm really lost, Ruben muttered. I'll explain later, just get here fast. I'll be out front. Stone hung up and turned to Milton. What's your move? Milton asked. I need something, maybe then we'll finally get some answers. Chapter 35, looks like nobody's home, Tyler Rienke said from the car, watching Milton's house. He glanced down at Milton's file in his lap. Writing a threatening letter to President Reagan about poisoning his breakfast cereal, Rienke said with a chuckle, wasn't exactly a career booster. Maybe that's why these guys never went to the cops, too much incriminating evidence. Peters frowned. I'd love to know what he was doing on Roosevelt Island in the middle of the night. Let's give it a little more time, then check inside, Rienke suggested. If our guy skipped town, he might have left something behind, a clue to where he's hiding now. We should swing by Georgetown again, Peters added. Someone might have seen something useful that night. Rienke nodded. And while we're there, we might as well take another look at that rowboat. Captain Jack adjusted his hat, fingers brushing the yellow rose pinned to his lapel as he surveyed his new acquisition. The auto shop was spacious with 3 work bays, but only one vehicle sat inside, the sole focus of his so-called mechanics. Achumed, the Iranian wiped sweat from his forehead as he climbed out of the inspection pit. "Progress?" Captain Jack asked. "Right on schedule. Did you talk to the woman?" "It's handled," Captain Jack said sharply. "Don't ask about her again." Achumed gave a curt nod and dropped back into the pit. The buzz of power tools resumed as Captain Jack stepped into the sunlight. Achumed waited a beat before climbing out again. He moved to the workbench, grabbed an oil-stained rag hidden under tools, and unwrapped a long-bladed knife. He tucked it beneath the car's floor mat, smoothing it into place. Outside, Captain Jack slid into his Audi and drove to the apartment across from Mercy Hospital. An Afghan man let him in. "Are the guns here? Disassembled and brought up in shopping bags just like you wanted. Show me." The man led him to a flat-screen TV in the corner. Together, they pushed it aside. Using a screwdriver, the Afghan lifted the carpet, revealing insulation and subflooring. Beneath a section of replaced plywood, ropes were tied between the joists at precise intervals, each holding a high-powered sniper rifle with precision optics. "He heard about the M50, Captain Jack said, but never actually used one." The Afghan knelt down, pointing to a specific part of the weapon. "It's got digital optics with no visible targeting signature and fires 21 rounds with built-in environmental sensors and multi-thermal detection. Plus, there's a neural feedback system to compensate for muscle tremors." Captain Jack shrugged. "Never needed anything that fancy to get the job done." The Afghan continued. "It's coated in high-tech camouflage. Press this button and it adapts to the surroundings. The barrel's nano-engineered for insane precision, less than a 10,000th of a minute of angle at 1,000 yards. Total overkill for this mission, but whatever. Oh, and we've got 2 MP5s with about 2,000 rounds." Early in his career, Captain Jack had made a rookie mistake, adjusting elevation before accounting for air pressure based on standard weather reports. Snipers had to factor in real-time atmospheric conditions, not just altitude. Cold air was denser than warm air, and with supersonic rounds, that detail was everything. His oversight had cost him a clean shot, leaving a target wounded instead of dead, unforgivable when dealing with a head of state. "Where's the ammo stashed?" Jack asked. The Afghan moved behind the TV, unscrewing the back panel to reveal stacks of loaded MP5 magazines and boxes of M50 rounds. "As you can guess," he said, "we don't watch much TV. What about the other rifles and ammo? Those are the priority. Under the floorboards, ready to go. We've put in over 50 hours of training. Don't worry, we won't miss." Jack glanced outside. "Weather's good for now, but it changes fast around here." The Afghan shrugged. "At this range, hitting the target isn't the hard part. I've nailed it 3 times in a row, night ops under fire." Jack knew the guy wasn't bluffing, otherwise he wouldn't be here. "But you've never done it like this," he countered. "Distance and trajectory are different. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Jack stepped into the bathroom, studying his disguise in the mirror. He removed his hat, running a hand through his thick, graying hair before adjusting his mustache and beard. When he took off the sunglasses, he found himself staring into blue eyes. A faint scar ran along the side of his long, thick nose. The hair and beard were fake. In reality, he was bald, clean-shaven, with brown eyes and a narrow nose, no scar in sight. He adjusted the hat and sunglasses back into place. Over the years, he'd slipped into countless identities, sometimes for government contracts, other times selling his marksmanship and nerves of steel to the highest bidder. But this next disappearance, as he'd told Hemingway, would be his last. The fairgrounds were just a 10-minute drive from town, but a lot could happen in 10 minutes. Captain Jack didn't stop. Instead, he rolled past slowly, scanning the landmarks he'd already memorized. Whitewashed fences enclosed the area with multiple pedestrian entrances, but only one road in. Brick pillars flanked the gate, tight for the motorcade, especially for the beast. His gaze swept the tree line, calculating where the American snipers might be hidden. A dozen, 2 dozen, even with intel you could never be sure. Their camouflage made them nearly invisible, easy to miss until it was too late. His men would likely die on that sacred ground, but at least it'd be quick. Hypersonic rounds killed faster than the brain could register, especially with a headshot. The Fedayeen wouldn't be so lucky. He pictured the motorcade arriving, the president stepping out of the beast, waving, shaking hands, embracing a few lucky souls before being escorted to the bulletproof, bomb-resistant podium, all while hail to the chief played. That tradition started with Sarah Polk, who'd been fed up with her unassuming husband being overlooked. Now every president got their own fanfare. Captain Jack smirked. Some legacies were harder to shake than others. The situation had an ironic twist, at least from Captain Jack's perspective when you consider the song's origins. It had been composed for Sir Walter Scott's epic ballad The Lady of the Lake, which told the tragic story of a Scottish chieftain betrayed and condemned to death by his sworn enemy, King James V. So the very tune now used to announce the arrival of the U.S. president originally depicted the downfall of a leader. In the final lines of Canto 5, a question was posed, one Captain Jack believed every aspiring politician should seriously consider. Ah, who would wish to be your king? Not me, Captain Jack muttered into his fake beard. Definitely not me. The former National Guardsman settled into his chair, studying his new prosthetic hand while the two men watched him closely. Now that we've attached the pouch, the technician said, we need to practice the movements. American flexed his wrist and fingers as instructed, but nothing happened. It takes time, you'll get the hang of it soon. 2 hours later, they'd made solid progress. The three men took a break, sitting together as conversation drifted. So you used to drive trucks, the chemist asked. The ex-soldier nodded, lifting his artificial hand and hook. Not exactly ideal for the job. I had to help unload too. How long were you in Iraq before it happened? 18 months. Thought I only had 4 left. Then came the order extending us another 22. 4 years total. He exhaled sharply. Before all this, I had a wife, kids, a steady life in Detroit. Next thing I know, I'm scraping together cash for body armor and a GPS because Uncle Sam wouldn't cover it. Then a landmine outside Mosul takes my hands and a chunk of my chest with it. His voice grew quieter. 4 months in Walter Reed. Came home to divorce papers, my job gone, and basically living on the streets. He shook his head. And here's the kicker, I'd already served in the first Gulf War, breathing in Saddam's chemical crap. After discharge, I joined the Guard just to get back on my feet. Did my time, resigned, became a trucker. Then years later, the Army shows up claiming my resignation was never officially processed. I told them right to their faces where they could shove it, not exactly polite, but I wasn't in the mood for manners. Next thing I knew, I was dragged out against my will. A year and a half later, boom, my hands and my life were wrecked. My own country did that to me. Now you get your chance to pay them back, the chemist said. Damn right, finally, the ex-National Guardsman replied, flexing his fingers. Adnan Al-Rimi moved through the halls of Mercy Hospital, memorizing every detail, exit signs, nurse stations, the layout of the corridors. After a while, he turned back toward the main entrance just as an elderly woman in a wheelchair, and Roman IV still hooked to her arm, was being wheeled inside. He stepped aside, breathing in the warm air. To the left of the entrance stairs, a ramp led down for patients on gurneys or in wheelchairs. Adnan descended the 14 steps to the sidewalk, then turned and climbed back up, timing himself, 7 seconds at a normal pace, half that if he ran. Back inside, his fingers brushed the grip of his service weapon, an old .38 revolver, junk in his opinion, but the only firearm security had issued him. Not that it mattered what he carried. Guns had always been survival tools for him, not just equipment. He needed them to stay alive, plain and simple. Adnan wandered back to the nurse's station, stopping precisely 4 tiles from the center, then reversed course toward the front doors. To anyone watching, he was just another guard making rounds. He counted steps, nodded at 2 nurses passing by, then veered right before the entrance, measuring the hallway's length. Pushing open a side door, he took the stairs 2 flights down, still counting, until he reached the basement's west corridor. It connected to another hallway leading north, straight to the back exit, a narrow, asphalted path sloping up to the street behind the hospital. Water pooled there after even light rain, making the front entrance the better choice for most. Pausing, Adnan ran through the scenario in his head, timing, angles, exits. Then he unlocked a double door, stepped inside, and shut it behind him. Adnan stood inside the hospital's power control room, where the emergency generator hummed quietly in the corner. The security company had briefed him on the basics of the facility's electrical systems, but he'd gone beyond that, studying every manual for each piece of equipment. His real interest, though, lay in a single panel mounted on the wall opposite the generator. Fishing through his keychain, he unlocked the metal casing and examined the circuitry inside. It wouldn't take much to alter the wiring. After securing the room, he returned to his rounds upstairs, a routine he planned to repeat daily until the time came. When his shift ended, he changed out of his uniform in the locker room and pedaled his bike 3 miles back to his apartment. In the cramped kitchen, he prepared a simple meal: flatbread, dates, fava beans, olives, and a piece of halal meat. His family had once raised livestock and cultivated date palms in Saudi Arabia, no small feat in a country where only 1% of the land was farmable. Life had been hard, and after his father's death, they'd moved to Iraq, trading desert for wheat fields and goat herds. As the eldest son, Adnan took charge, ensuring the animals were slaughtered according to Islamic law. The extra income from selling the meat helped keep them afloat. Sipping tea by the window, he let his mind drift back. The blade of his knife had ended the lives of goats, lambs, chickens, and cattle, always with the name of God on his lips. He made sure the cuts were clean, avoiding the spine to minimize suffering and speed up the bleeding, just as tradition demanded. No animal ever witnessed another's slaughter, and each was well fed and rested beforehand. A far cry from American slaughterhouses with their stun guns and assembly line killing. Funny, he thought Americans really had mastered the art of mass death. The tea grew cold as his thoughts darkened. He'd fought in the Iran-Iraq War, a decade of brutal close-quarters combat. The memories clung to him, sharp as the knife he once wielded. The war had left countless Muslims dead at the hands of other Muslims. When peace finally came, Adnan rebuilt his life, marrying, starting a family, and doing everything possible to avoid drawing the attention of Saddam Hussein's brutal regime. Then came 9/11, followed by the swift Western invasion of Afghanistan that toppled the Taliban. Like most Iraqis, Adnan wasn't a Taliban supporter, and he understood America's retaliation. Life in Iraq carried on, and despite international sanctions, he managed to provide a modest but stable living for his family. But everything changed when the U.S. declared war on Iraq. Fear gripped Adnan as he waited for the bombs to fall. He sent his family away, believing they'd be safe, while he stayed behind. This was his country, and he wouldn't abandon it to foreign invaders. When the airstrikes began, he watched in horror as Baghdad burned night after night. The Americans called it collateral damage, but to Adnan it was just shattered homes and broken bodies. Then came the tanks, the soldiers, the overwhelming force. There was no contest. Adnan knew the Americans could kill from miles away with weapons he couldn't even comprehend. Rumors spread of missiles that could strike the Middle East within minutes of launch. The sheer scale of destruction terrified him. How could anyone fight back against something so monstrous? After Hussein fell, hope flickered briefly until chaos took over. The streets became battlegrounds, society collapsed, and what began as liberation turned into occupation. That's when Adnan knew what he had to do. He fought, killing not just Americans but fellow Iraqis too, a grim necessity in his eyes. He had slaughtered Iranians in the war years ago, then Arabs, then Americans. Even animals had fallen to his knife. It seemed his whole life had been spent extinguishing others. Now he was the only one left. His wife, his children, his parents, his siblings, all gone. The war had taken everything. Nur Adnan remained the last of his family on earth, while his loved ones had long found peace in paradise. Now he found himself in the heart of enemy territory, the United States, where he intended to wage his final battle. This would be the closing chapter of a life defined by conflict, both as aggressor and victim. Exhaustion weighed on him like decades compressed into half a lifetime. His body and mind had little left to give. He drained his teacup, eyes fixed on the window where children of every shade played together in the apartment complex courtyard. At that age, skin color and culture meant nothing to them. But Adnan knew the cruel truth: time would carve divisions where none existed now. It always did. Chapter 36. Tom Hemingway stepped into Carter Gray's office, the only room in the entire Nick building rumored to be free of electronic surveillance. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Gray gestured him inside. "Close the door, Tom." For 30 minutes they dissected global crises, emerging threats, and Hemingway's assessment of covert operations across the Middle East and Asia. Then Gray shifted gears. "How'd it go with those Secret Service agents earlier?" "I assisted within Nick's jurisdiction," Hemingway said. "Hope I did right by shooing them along." Gray smirked. "Which agents were grilling you when I interrupted?" "Warren Peters and Tyler Rienke, solid analysts. They were liaising for us during the investigation, had some evidence from the scene sent to the lab. I've already spoken to the president about Ford and Simpson, doubt there'll be a problem again." Hemingway hesitated. "Is it true Jackie Simpson's your goddaughter?" Gray's expression softened. "Roger's only child, honored he asked me, though I'm not sure I've been much of a guide. Seems she's doing fine on her own. I love her like my own." Gray cleared his throat abruptly, as if embarrassed by the admission. "There'll be an internal review of Patrick Johnson's death. FBI's involved." Hemingway nodded. "Smart move." Outside, a janitor's cart rattled by, an ordinary sound in a building where nothing was ever ordinary. "Though I doubt any internal irregularities will come to light, we still need to maintain appearances," Tom said. Gray studied him carefully. "What makes you so sure nothing will be uncovered?" "Given the drugs found in Johnson's house. A place he could barely afford, just like those flashy cars of his, seems pretty clear-cut to me, and it wasn't his first slip-up." Gray crossed his arms. "First time it's happened under our watch, though. How well did you know Johnson?" "Not well. From what I saw, he did solid work." "Your personal impression of him?" Hemingway hesitated. "Limited interactions, but I'd say ambition outweighed his means." "That's a harsh take for someone who barely knew him." "Honestly, I'd say the same about half our team. They all want your job, sir. Problem is they'll never get it, and it eats at them." Gray leaned back in his leather chair. "I checked Johnson's file. Nothing there to suggest he'd flip." "You agree?" Hemingway nodded. "But let's be real, that's true for every asset who ever turned. It's psychology, not bank statements. Others here knew him better than I did." "I've already spoken to them," Gray said. "Even his fiancée. She swears the drug charges are nonsense." Not exactly shocking she'd defend him. "The intelligence database consolidation wrapped up 4 months ago, right?" Yes, sir, though full integration of shipping and travel security data only finished recently, Homeland Security's lawyers dragged their feet. Any major system glitches now? None, but you remember the mess secure flight registered traveler us visit. Visit was key foreign traveler biometrics photos. The ACLU threw a fit, called it surveillance overreach, sued every court that listened. But we've got the data now right where it belongs. Before, this data was scattered across a dozen different agencies with no real integration, just an overwhelming mess of overlaps and duplicate entries. The result, most of that intel ended up useless. Gray leaned back in his chair. That inefficiency was one of the reasons September 11th happened in the first place. Speaking of which, I heard the president asked you to attend the memorial in New York tomorrow. Hemingway smirked. Office gossip more reliable than any spy network. Yeah, he asked, and like every year I declined. I'd rather pay my respects privately to those who lost their lives that day. Gray raised an eyebrow. I also heard you're joining the president in Pennsylvania, Brennan, to be exact. Nodding, Gray slid open his desk drawer and pulled out a well-worn book. How familiar are you with the Bible, Tom? Hemingway didn't blink. Gray's sudden topic shifts were nothing new. Read it, King James Version, same with the Quran, the Talmud, and the Book of Mormon. Good, what's the common thread you see in all of them? Violence, Hemingway said without hesitation. People love to accuse the Quran of inciting it, but they forget about the Christians. Deuteronomy alone is packed with calls for bloodshed. Smite this, destroy that. Gray tapped the book. At least it's consistent. The Quran explicitly forbids throwing away one's life, hardly a green light for suicide bombers. In fact, it condemns them to damnation, not paradise. Hemingway crossed his arms. Unless it's in Allah's name, then it's a different story. Plenty of passages urge killing unbelievers. Later interpretations even justify martyrdom, claiming those who die for the cause don't really die at all. That's where Islam and Christianity diverge. True, but there's one major similarity they share. And that is. Gray slid the Bible back into the drawer. The Resurrection of the Dead. Chapter 37. Captain Jack's rented villa sat tucked away in Brennan's suburbs, far from the main road and any prying neighbors. The real selling point? A massive home theater, perfect for what he had planned tonight. Captain Jack slid the DVD Hemingway had given him into the player but didn't hit play just yet. The men gathered in the dimly lit room were still settling into their seats. No popcorn, no drinks, nothing casual about this screening. He took a moment to scan the faces of his team. These were hardened men shaped by lives where comfort was rare and survival was everything. They'd gone without basics most took for granted: meals, clean water, a safe place to sleep, freedom from the constant threat of violence. His bomb techs, snipers, mechanics, drivers, everyone was here except Jamila. She had her own mission, one he wasn't sure the others would accept if they knew a woman held such a critical role. Only a handful were aware of her involvement, and Jack preferred to keep it that way. Each man had undergone a transformation, hair cut or grown out, beards shaved, some leaner, some heavier. They wore jeans, button-downs, a few with dyed hair or glasses. Even though their old photos had been scrubbed from Nick databases, Jack wasn't taking chances. Some CIA analyst might still recognize a face from years back. He moved to the front of the room and called each man by name, a gesture of respect. One by one they gave crisp updates, no hesitation, no wasted words. Jack, Hemingway, and one other had hand-picked this team from a list provided by someone they trusted. They hadn't chosen the most fanatical or violent. Ironically, restraint was the trait they valued most. The 9/11 hijackers had come from all walks of life, most from middle-class Saudi families with no history of extremism. This operation demanded something different: discipline, precision, and the ability to wait for the right moment. The DVD flickered to life and Jack finally pressed play. No turning back now. These men had walked away from their homes and families, endured brutal training with Al-Qaeda, and immersed themselves in the doctrines of radical Islam and jihad. In the end, they carried out their orders with military precision, no doubt believing they were securing their place in paradise. The 9/11 hijackers hadn't acted on their own, they were meticulously programmed. But Brennan's situation was entirely different. Here, every individual shaped what would happen next. That's why Hemingway and Captain Jack had chosen older, educated men who had once lived ordinary lives. None had trained in Al-Qaeda camps. None had pledged themselves to jihad for the usual extremist reasons. Though some had tangled with American or European law enforcement, their mugshots taken, fingerprints logged, forcing the NIC to alter their records, none were the kind of faces plastered across newspapers. The youngest was 30, the oldest 52, with an average age of 41. They had experience with killing, but bloodlust wasn't what drove them. Each had lost at least 3 close relatives in wars or conflicts. Half a dozen had no family left at all. Their reasons for volunteering couldn't have been more different from the typical Middle Eastern militants. In fact, they didn't see themselves as terrorists, they were soldiers. That was the holy war mentality Hemingway had insisted on. Remember one thing, Captain Jack told his men. While we sit here planning, there's a room full of people out there figuring out how to stop us. They're good, so we have to be better. We have to be flawless. He paused, locking eyes with each of them. One mistake and the whole thing falls apart. Understood, silent nods answered him. Captain Jack went over the details again. The Secret Service and local police had thick manuals for presidential visits, every protocol, every contingency. His team had no such luxury. A single written note could be catastrophic. Everything had to be memorized inside and out. To eliminate any confusion, Captain Jack switched between Arabic and English, depending on which nuances needed emphasis. Before the president steps foot in town, an advance team arrives in Brennan to finalize the route for the most meticulously planned motorcade in the world. Typically, it includes 27 vehicles, local police escorts, a communications van, press vehicles, a VIP shuttle, an ambulance, security teams, and 2 armored limos. One carries the president, the other his Secret Service detail. Every road from the airport to the event site is swept and closed off. The president will enter the stage from the right and exit the same way. During his speech, he'll stand inside a bulletproof, blast-resistant glass box nicknamed the Snow Goose. Snipers will be positioned along the tree line, covering every angle. If he moves on foot, he's surrounded by a human wall of agents. Wherever he goes, that spot becomes a kill zone, and the Secret Service doesn't take that lightly. Jack paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Expect heavy security magnetometers at every entrance, just like the ones the Secret Service uses. Ours have been tested at maximum sensitivity. He smirked just for a second before his tone sharpened. Don't worry about setting them off. What you should worry about is standing out. The Secret Service profiles anomalies, people who don't blend in, who don't mingle, who look like they don't belong, and given your backgrounds, they'll be watching extra close. Your photos aren't in their databases anymore, and you've all changed enough to fly under the radar, but slip up once and that advantage vanishes. His gaze hardened. Your clothes, your mannerisms, even how you hold a drink, it's all scripted. You'll play doctors, lawyers, businessmen, respected locals, not outsiders. One wrong move, and this whole thing collapses. He studied each man, his silence louder than any warning. The footage I'm about to show you gives a vivid look at how seriously the Secret Service takes their duty. He pressed a button on the remote in his hand, illuminating the projection screen. Tom Hemingway had passed his buddy a DVD containing publicly available training materials, rare clips of assassination attempts mixed with routine protection drills from the Secret Service's Beltsville facility. Their agents practiced high-speed vehicle maneuvers and target acquisition until every move became muscle memory, leaving no room for hesitation. The men watched intently as footage played of attempts on Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan. Notably absent was JFK's assassination. Modern presidents no longer rode in open convertibles. Every mistake made in Dallas had been systematically eliminated over decades. Notice the pattern, Captain Jack pointed out. In each scenario, the agents form a human wall and extract the president with brutal efficiency. Reagan, shoved into the limo and gone in seconds. On 9/11, when a plane headed for the White House, they evacuated the VP so fast his shoes barely touched the ground. Speed is everything. Their training drills it into them, no hesitation, just reflex. They'll sacrifice anything, even themselves, without a second thought. He paused, letting the weight of that sink in. We'll never match their firepower or numbers, but understanding their psychology, that's our edge. Well, that and the element of surprise, and if we execute flawlessly when it counts, it'll be enough. They reviewed the footage again, frame by frame, dissecting each tactic until the men could recite the sequences blindfolded. Questions flew. Captain Jack welcomed them. Curiosity meant they were engaged. One guy even joked about practicing their own evasive maneuvers in the Walmart parking lot later, lightening the tension without undermining the gravity of their preparation. The projection screen lit up with a grid layout of the festival grounds. Captain Jack used a laser pointer to highlight key tactical points, entry and exit routes, parking spots for the main vehicle and other cars in the motorcade. Notice how the presidential limo always parks in a spot that allows for a quick getaway, he said. That detail is crucial for our plans. He assigned each operative a numbered position on the grid, ensuring everyone knew their exact role. Next, the laser beam settled on the ambulance. This vehicle is priority 1. The team handling it must take it out, no excuses. The screen switched to a photo of a thin, white-haired man in glasses. This is Dr. Edward Bellamy, the president's personal physician. He'll be on stage with him. He goes down first, no hesitation. A simulation of the security barrier appeared next. Captain Jack traced his finger along the projected image like a surgeon marking an incision. This is the Secret Service's worst nightmare, he said. Politicians can't resist shaking hands and kissing babies no matter the risk. The barrier is their weakest point, but don't underestimate it. That's exactly when the detail is most alert. The screen then showed a former National Guardsman fitted with a prosthetic hand, dressed in full parade uniform. We can't rely on tech, the Secret Service jams all signals, so we do this the old-fashioned way, eyes and ears. He tapped the image. This is your reference point. He'll be in uniform, but so will others, no mistakes. Each of you gets a copy of this footage and a portable player. Study it 4 hours a day, memorize every detail. You spot him early and you never lose sight of him. As he spoke, a murmur ran through the room. One of the men shifted uncomfortably, gripping the edge of his seat. The plan was solid, but the weight of it settled over them like a storm cloud. Captain Jack caught the tension and smirked. What, you thought this was a democracy? Follow the playbook or don't bother showing up. The mood sharpened, the doubt replaced by grim focus. They were all in now. The event organizers had arranged for all American war veterans from the town to stand at the barricade in the front row, a gesture meant to honor them, which the local politicians had rightly approved. More importantly, it played perfectly into their plan. Captain Jack glanced at the technician and chemist who had outfitted the former National Guardsman with the new prosthetic hand. It's confirmed. The desired effect will take hold in under 2 minutes, he said. The two men nodded. Once it happens, Captain Jack continued, snapping his fingers sharply, we move immediately. Here's the sequence: first volley, then Fedayeen and B second volley, followed by Fedayeen C and D third volley, then the final Fadaja. Last, the fourth volley. Each group has designated targets. If one is missed, the next team takes responsibility. No exceptions, every target must be hit. He paused, scanning the faces before him. Most Secret Service agents and some of the local police will be wearing advanced body armor. Adjust your aim accordingly. Understood? Silence settled as he studied each man, a habit he intended to keep up all evening. One by one they nodded. He drilled them on the firing sequence, making them repeat it back, even naming their assigned teams. Given your weapon's limited range, he added, none of you will be more than 2 rows from the barricade. Most of you are in the front. Arrive early, blend in, and hold position until the signal. His gaze lingered, then hardened. Here's the reality: once you open fire, you'll likely be shot by snipers. The crowd might offer some cover, but not enough. Their marksmen use Remington 700 bolt-action rifles with .308 rounds. At 1,000 yards, they can hit a 10-inch target. A murmur of grudging respect rippled through the group, odd considering what he'd just told them. When the moment came, there'd be no choice between life and death. Captain Jack needed them to act without hesitation, just as the Secret Service would. Every man understood that losing his life was the price for being chosen to act on a day that would become historic for Islam. As you know, the bullet that strikes you will send you straight to paradise. You will have more than earned such a reward, Captain Jack said in Arabic, his gaze sweeping one last time over the Fedayeen. He had given them that title as an honor, originally meaning adventurer. The Arabic word fidai now referred to guerrilla fighters or men of sacrifice. Given the likelihood that every man deployed at the festival grounds would die, it would have been fair to grant them all that title. But for now, it was only certain that some would not return. After the briefing, Captain Jack led them down to a soundproof basement, once used as a recording studio by the previous owner, one of the reasons he had rented the villa, even though the weapons weren't excessively loud. Now it served as a makeshift shooting range. He handed out firearms and ammunition, and for 2 hours they drilled under his watch with sudden disruptions from the audio and video equipment. They had to be ready for instant chaos the moment the first shots rang out at the festival. Adnan Al-Rimi wasn't assigned to the festival grounds, but he had insisted on attending the meeting. If he was part of this, he wanted to know every detail. He had fought alongside Captain Jack before, and the American trusted him completely. Standing beside him was Ahmed, an Iranian who shared an apartment near Mercy Hospital with 2 Afghans and worked on the getaway vehicle at an auto shop. Like Adnan, Ahmed wasn't part of the main operation but had demanded to be present. Between gunfire, Ahmed muttered under his breath, and one phrase caught Adnan's attention. He kept his unease hidden, replying in Arabic. I speak Farsi, Ahmed snapped. If you want to talk to me, use my language. Adnan stayed silent. He didn't like being ordered around by someone younger, expected to switch languages just to please him. Iranians, he decided long ago, were a different breed of Muslim. Without another word, he stepped away, putting distance between them. Captain Jack couldn't help stealing glances at the young man, his ears still ringing with the guy's angry outburst. 30 minutes after the last guest left the mansion, Jack drove downtown to Pittsburgh's business district. His contact waited in the marble lobby of the city's most exclusive hotel, looking every bit the weary traveler after a long international flight. They rode the elevator up to a penthouse suite with panoramic views of the Steel City's skyline. Though fluent in English, the North Korean operative opened negotiations in their shared native tongue. As Jack responded in kind, a quote from his favorite strategist popped into his head, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster." Sun Tzu's ancient advice from the art of war still held true centuries later, especially in this line of work. Meanwhile, at Union Station, Stone and Milton did double takes when Reuben pulled up on a vintage motorcycle with a sidecar. Pushing up his goggles, Reuben rubbed his bloodshot eyes. "Since when did you trade in your pickup truck for this?" Stone asked, eyeing the polished chrome. "Believe it or not, I rescued this baby from a junkyard," Reuben said, beaming. "Took me a whole year to restore her." Milton chimed in before Stone could ask another question. "That's a 1928 Indian Chief with a custom sidecar." Reuben gaped. "How the hell do you know that?" "Read about it in an antique motorcycle magazine 6 years ago," Milton said. "I was waiting at the dentist's office, needed a crown but got a temporary first." "A temporary?" Reuben echoed. "Yeah, they isolate the tooth with rubber dam, grind down about 2 millimeters of enamel without exposing the nerve, then fit you with a porcelain crown later." Milton proudly pointed to his back molar. "See, good as new." "Thanks for the nightmare fuel, Doc," Reuben muttered. Milton blinked, completely missing the sarcasm. Reuben sighed, then ran a hand over the bike's gleaming red paint job, a candy apple finish with subtle pinstripes. 1,000 cubic inch engine, rebuilt transmission, rewired ignition. The sidecar's not original, fiberglass replica, but it won't rust and weighs half as much. Most of the spare parts I snagged off eBay, and a buddy had some leftover cowhide leather that was perfect for roof-holstering the sidecar seat. It's a left side rig, those are crazy rare. In this condition, I could flip it for over 20 grand, and I've only put in a tenth of that. Not that I'd ever sell such a sweet ride, but you never know. Reuben handed Stone a black helmet with a snap-on visor. "Where am I sitting?" Stone asked. "In the sidecar. What do you think it's for, a flower planter?" Stone tugged the helmet on, adjusted the visor, then popped open the little door and squeezed into the sidecar. For a big guy, it was a tight fit. "All set," Reuben said. "Let's roll." "Hold up," Stone called. "Shouldn't I get like a crash course in sidecar physics first?" "Sure, if that third wheel lifts off the ground, start praying." Reuben kicked the starter and the engine roared to life. He revved it a few times, the noise rattling their eardrums, then waved at Milton and pulled away from Union Station. They cruised west on Constitution Avenue, passing the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, where Reuben, a vet himself, gave a sharp salute. They looped around the Lincoln Memorial and crossed the Memorial Bridge into Virginia, then hit the George Washington Parkway, known locally as the GW Parkway. As they rode, drivers gawked at the odd pair. Stone figured out he could stretch his legs almost fully if he crossed his ankles. Leaning back, he watched the Potomac glide by on their left, where a speedboat overtook two rowing teams racing each other. The sun warmed his face and the wind felt crisp and clean. For once, Stone let himself relax, pushing aside thoughts of the dangers facing the Camel Club. Reuben pointed at a road sign and shouted over the engine's growl, "Remember when this place was called the Lady Bird Johnson Memorial Park?" "Yeah," Stone yelled back, until someone pointed out she wasn't actually dead. They swapped it to LBJ since he was definitely 6 feet under. "Classic government efficiency," Reuben laughed. "Only took him a decade to fix it. Good thing I don't pay taxes or I'd be pulling my hair out." Overhead, a jet took off from Reagan National, climbing north before banking south, the same direction they were headed. The engine's rumble faded into the hum of the open road. A few minutes later, they crossed into Old Town Alexandria, one of the most historically significant towns in the country. The place boasted not just one but two homes where Confederate General Robert E. Lee had lived as a boy. There was also Christ Church, where none other than George Washington himself had once warmed the pews with his presence. The streets were lined with beautifully restored mansions, cobblestone roads that rattled every bone in your body, quaint little shops and upscale restaurants. The waterfront buzzed with activity and the whole town had an air of old money charm, though it also housed the federal bankruptcy court. "Bunch of crooks," Reuben muttered as they drove past the courthouse. "They put me through the ringer twice." "Caleb knows people who can sort out your finances," Oliver said, "and Chastity's definitely the right person to help you with other needs." "Oh, I'm sure delightful Chastity could handle my needs," Reuben shot back with a grin, "but then Milton would have my head on a platter. As for money, I don't need help managing what I've got, I need someone to help me get more." He turned left, guiding the bike down a side street toward the river until Union Street dead-ended. After parking, Stone struggled out of the sidecar, wincing as he moved. "Damn, what happened to your face?" Reuben finally noticed the bruises. "Took a spill." "Where?" "Park, played chess with TJ, had coffee with Adelphia, then tripped over a tree root on the way out." Reuben grabbed his shoulder. "That woman's unhinged, Oliver. You're lucky she didn't spike your drink. Mark my words, one night she'll sneak into your house and slit your throat while you sleep." He shuddered. "Or worse, seduce you." The mental image alone was enough to make him recoil. They passed the Union Street pub, crossed the road, and stopped in front of a shop near the corner. A sign above the door read, "Library Sententiarum Quatuor." "What the hell is this?" Reuben squinted. "I know it's been a while, but wasn't this place Doug's Books?" They rebranded. Apparently Doug's wasn't sophisticated enough for their refined clientele. Libri sententi, what? That's a mouthful. What's it even mean? It's Latin, Stone said. Fourth Book of Sentences. The name came from a 12th century manuscript by Peter Lombard, pages that had been cut apart and used to bind a 1526 edition of Thomas Aquinas' lectures on the epistles of Paul. Some scholars consider Aquinas' work one of the rarest books in existence, which makes the older text used for its binding even more extraordinary. That's why it's the perfect name for a rare bookstore. I'm impressed, Oliver, Reuben said. I didn't know you read Latin. I don't, Oliver admitted. Caleb told me the story. He's the one who suggested renaming the shop. Remember when I introduced him to the owner? With his expertise in antique books, I figured something good might come of it. At first, he just consulted occasionally. Now he's a co-owner. A brass bell chimed as they stepped inside. The shop's interior was a blend of exposed brick and weathered stone with rough-hewn beams stretching across the ceiling. Tasteful oil paintings lined the walls, and glass-fronted cabinets groaned under the weight of meticulously labeled volumes. In a side room, a barista in a sleek black dress worked behind a small coffee counter, though a sign politely reminded customers not to sip near the books. A short, balding man in a navy blazer and turtleneck approached, arms wide. "Welcome to Libri Sententiarum Quatuor," he said smoothly, as if the name rolled off his tongue daily. And he paused, eyes flicking from Reuben to Oliver. "Oliver," Stone extended a hand. "Douglas, this is Reuben Rhodes, you remember him," Reuben smirked. "So what happened to Doug's books?" Douglas clasped Oliver's shoulder, shaking Reuben's hand with enthusiasm. "Oliver, you look different but sharp. I like the new style. No, I love it. Très chic." "Thanks," Oliver said. "Caleb mentioned business is good." Douglas guided them toward a quieter corner, lowering his voice. "Caleb's a miracle worker." "Absolute genius," Reuben chuckled. "And here I thought he was just a guy who liked old paper." "I can't thank you enough for introducing us," Douglas added. "This place has never been better. It all started with selling adult comics out of the trunk of my car, and look how far I've come. I own a condo in Old Town Alexandria, a 30-foot sailboat, a beach house in Dewey, and even a government-backed retirement plan. All thanks to the power of the written word," Stone remarked dryly. "Impressive." "You still peddling that stuff?" Reuben asked. Stone cleared his throat. Douglas, I need to grab my things from the storage room Caleb set up for me." Douglas paled and swallowed hard. "Oh, right, of course, go ahead, and if you need anything, just ask. We've got top-shelf espresso and fresh-baked cookies today on the house, as always." "Thanks, appreciate it." Douglas gave Stone another awkward pat before rushing off to greet a woman who just walked into the bookstore. Despite the mild weather, she wore a full-length fur coat. Reuben's eyes drifted over the shelves. Most of these authors probably died broke and alone, and this guy's buying condos and sailboats off their work. Stone didn't answer. He pushed open a narrow door near the entrance and descended a cramped staircase into the basement. A short hallway led them to an old wooden door marked Employees Only. They slipped through, turned left down another corridor, and stopped at a rounded archway. Stone fished out an antique key and unlocked it. Inside was a small, wood-paneled room. Stone flicked on the lights and walked to the fireplace. Kneeling, he reached into the flue and tugged a dangling wire. A sharp click echoed as a hidden door swung open in the paneling. "I've got a real weakness for these priest holes," Reuben muttered, pulling the door wide. Behind it was a closet-sized chamber just tall enough to stand in. Stone pulled out a flashlight and stepped inside. 3 walls were lined with shelves packed with neatly stacked notebooks, locked metal boxes, and taped-up cartons. As Stone sifted through the files, Reuben frowned. "Why not keep all this at your place? Alarm system here. My house is only guarded by ghosts." "And you're sure Douglas doesn't sneak down here to poke around when you're gone?" Stone kept flipping pages. "Positive. I convinced him the room was booby-trapped and that only I could open it without triggering instant death," Stone said. "You really think he bought that?" Reuben asked. "Doesn't matter. The guy's got no spine. He'd never take the risk. Besides, Caleb dropped a few ominous hints at my suggestion, saying I used to be a deranged killer who only got out of a psychiatric facility on a technicality. Pretty sure that's why he hugs me every time we meet, either trying to stay on my good side or checking me for weapons. Oh, here we go." Stone pulled an old leather-bound notebook from the shelf, flipping through pages lined with carefully pasted newspaper clippings. Reuben tapped his foot impatiently as Stone skimmed the articles before snapping it shut and grabbing 2 more hefty volumes. Behind them sat a small leather case. Tucking both the notebook and the case into his backpack, Stone headed for the exit. On the way out, Reuben helped himself to 3 cookies from the striking woman in black. "I'm Reuben," he announced, sucking in his gut and straightening up. "Good for you," she replied flatly before walking off. "Pretty sure she was into me," Reuben boasted as they strolled toward the motorcycle. "Yeah, I bet she's already texting all her friends about you," Stone deadpanned. Chapter 39. Alex Ford agonized for nearly an hour over what to wear for his evening date with Kate Adams. The whole ordeal was humiliating, proof of just how long it had been since his last real night out. In the end, he settled on a navy blazer, a crisp white dress shirt, khaki pants, and loafers that barely contained his oversized feet. He shaved off the 5 o'clock shadow, combed his hair, popped a few mints, and resigned himself to the fact that the lanky, slightly disheveled man in the mirror would have to do. DC. Traffic had hit its usual nightmare peak, too late to avoid, too unpredictable to navigate smoothly. Alex worried he'd be late, but luck was on his side when he squeezed past a fender bender on I-66, leaving the road clear ahead. He took the Key Bridge exit, crossed the Potomac, turned right onto M Street, and soon found himself cruising through the polished streets of Georgetown, named after a British king, still carried an air of royal elegance in some neighborhoods, though some might call it pretentious these days. The main shopping district around M Street and Wisconsin Avenue pulsed with a modern, eclectic energy, where underdressed teens crowded the narrow sidewalks, chattering into their phones and scoping out the scene. But the upscale corner Alex was heading toward belonged to old money families with sprawling estates, not a tattoo or piercing in sight. As he drove past one grand mansion after another, his nerves tightened. He'd spent years protecting powerful figures, but the Secret Service prided itself on being an elite force with working-class roots. Alex fit right in. He'd rather grab a burger at a diner than sit through a stuffy 3-star meal in Paris. Still, there was no turning back now. The road dead-ended near the imposing Dumbarton Oaks estate, and Alex turned left onto R Street, spotting the address he needed. Okay, she wasn't exaggerating about the real estate, he muttered, eyeing the massive brick-and-slate structure. He rolled onto the circular driveway, stepped out, and took in the meticulously trimmed hedges, the late summer flower beds bursting in symmetrical color. Moss crept thickly over the stone path leading to an arched gate, probably opening to what rich folks called a private garden rather than just a backyard. Checking his watch, he realized he was 10 minutes early. Maybe Kate wasn't even home yet. Just as he considered killing time with another lap around the block, a cheerful voice called out, "Hey there, you the Secret Service guy?" Alex turned to see a tiny, stooped woman shuffling toward him, a basket of fresh-cut flowers dangling from her arm. Her wide-brimmed hat barely contained a puff of white hair, and her oversized sunglasses swallowed half her face. She looked like she'd been slowly shrinking for decades, mid-80s, he guessed. "Ma'am. You're tall and easy on the eyes," she said, squinting up at him. "You packing heat too?" "Kate's place is the one you want," the woman said. Alex glanced around, half expecting to find Kate hiding nearby, playing some kind of prank on him, but the street was empty, so he turned back to the woman. "I'm Alex Ford." "One of the Fords?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Afraid not. No trust funds in my future," he replied dryly. She peeled off one glove, stuffed it into her coat pocket, and offered her hand. Alex shook it, but she didn't let go. Instead, she tugged him toward the house. "Kate's still getting ready. Come inside, Alex. We'll have a drink and chat." Too bewildered to resist, he let himself be led. The air around her carried the sharp scent of spices and hairspray. Only once they stepped inside did she finally release his hand. "Goodness, where are my manners?" she said. "Lucille Whitney Houseman." "One of the Whitney Housemans." Alex teased. She slid off her sunglasses and flashed a playful smile. "My father-era Whitney didn't start the meatpacking industry, he just got rich from it. And my dear Bernie, God rest his soul," she paused, glancing upward and crossing herself, "came from a family that made their fortune in whiskey. Not always legally, mind you. Bernie was a prosecutor before he became a federal judge. Made for some very interesting family reunions." She guided him into a sprawling living room, motioning for him to take a seat on the long sofa before arranging the flowers in a crystal vase. "Speaking of whiskey," she said, turning back to him, "what's your poison?" She strode to a small cabinet, revealing a well-stocked bar. Mrs. Should I use the double name? Call me Lucky. Everyone does because I've had nothing but good luck my whole life." "I'll take a club soda, Lucky." She spun around, fixing him with a stern look. "Young man, I've mixed plenty of cocktails in my time, but club soda isn't one of them." "Right, a rum and coke then." "I drink whiskey and coke, sweetheart," emphasis on the whiskey. She handed him the glass, then settled beside him with her own drink and raised it. "This is a Gibson, been obsessed ever since I saw Cary Grant order one in North by Northwest. Cheers." They clinked glasses. Alex took a sip, then coughed. The drink tasted like Lucky had skipped the coke entirely. His eyes wandered the room, taking in the lavish furniture and the sheer size of it, easily bigger than his entire apartment. "You've known Kate a while?" he asked. "About 7 years, though she's only lived here for 3. She's absolutely incredible, sharp as a whip, stunning, the whole package. But then again, you already know that. Plus, she makes the best buttery nipple I've ever tasted." Alex nearly choked. "Excuse me? Don't freak out, sweetheart. It's just a cocktail. Bailey S. and butterscotch liqueur. She tends bar after all." "Oh, right. So you're one of the agents protecting the president. Starting tomorrow again." "Yeah," Alex said. "I've known every president since Harry Truman," Lucky mused. Voted Republican for 30 years, then flipped to the Democrats for 20. But now I'm old enough to know better. These days, I call myself independent. Still, Ronnie Reagan had charm, danced with him at a ball once. But Jimmy Carter, best of the bunch. A decent man, a true gentleman, though sharp as a tack. Can't say that about all of them, can you? Definitely not. So you've met President Brennan. We've crossed paths, but he wouldn't know me from Adam. My political influence dried up years ago, but back in my prime, Georgetown was wild. Kate Graham, Evangeline Bruce, Pamela Harrington, I knew them all. The dinner parties we threw, big decisions made over whiskey and cigars, the women sometimes off in their own circles, though not always. Lucky lowered his voice, peering at Alex from under pencil-thin brows. Back then we still had energy, if you catch my drift. Nothing scandalous, mind you, just enough to keep things interesting. You can't run a country on no sleep after all. Alex realized his mouth had been hanging open and snapped it shut. So Kate lives in the old garage. I wanted her in the main house, 8 bedrooms just sitting there, but she likes her space, comes and goes as she pleases. Lucky patted Alex's knee. First date tonight, adorable, where's she taking you? No idea, Kate picked the spot. Lucky grabbed Alex's hand, locking eyes. Listen, sweetheart, take it from me, even modern women like a man who takes charge sometimes. Next time you pick the place, make it clear, women can't stand indecisive guys. Okay, but how am I supposed to know when to take the lead on other things? Honestly, you probably won't, you'll mess it up like every other guy does. Alex cleared his throat. So she dates a lot. Oh, you want the scoop on Kate, huh? Well, she's only seen with a man every few months. Nobody's ever stuck around long, but don't let that scare you. Usually she drags in some stiff lawyer, a slimy lobbyist, or a high-ranking government type. Lucky's tone shifted, suddenly encouraging. But you're the first one she's brought home packing heat. You do have your piece on you, right? She asked with hopeful curiosity. Would that help my case? Sweetheart, every civilized woman throws her panties at dangerous men. It's just how we're wired. Alex grinned, flipped open his jacket, and showed her his service weapon. Lucky clapped her hands. Oh, how thrilling. Hey, Lucky, quit crowding the man. Both Lucky and Alex turned to see Kate leaning in the doorway smiling. She wore a black knee-length skirt, a white blouse with the top button undone, and sandals. Alex realized he'd never seen her legs before. She'd always worn pants at the bar. He hugged Lucky and kissed her cheek. I've been chatting up your admirer while you were getting gorgeous, darling, Lucky said. Not that you need much effort. It's so unfair, Kate. No plastic surgeon on earth could carve cheekbones like yours. You're lying. Lucky Whitney's had men wrapped around her finger for decades, and she still does. Lucky flashed Alex a smile. I have to confess, she said, suddenly shy, this young man showed me his thing. Bet you haven't had that pleasure yet, Kate. Kate looked startled. His thing? No, can't say I have. Horrified, Alex jumped up so fast he spilled part of his drink on the couch. My gun? I just showed her my service weapon. Yeah, sure, that's what they all call it. Gun, Lucky teased with a mischievous grin. So where are you two headed for dinner? Nathan's, Kate answered. Lucky's eyebrows shot up. Nathan's? She gave Alex an approving thumbs up. She only takes guys there if they've got a real shot. Chapter 40, Reuben, Stone called from the sidecar to his driver. We've got a little time. Can we make a quick stop at Arlington Cemetery? Reuben glanced over at the nation's most hallowed burial ground where their fallen were laid to rest and nodded. A few minutes later, they entered the cemetery through the visitor's gate, passing the memorial for female military personnel. They paused briefly near the Kennedy graves, Arlington's biggest tourist draw, just ahead of the changing of the guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier. As they walked on, Reuben stopped near Arlington House, staring at a patch of grass. The historic mansion had once been Robert E. Lee's home before the government seized it when he chose to lead the Confederate Army against the Union. Isn't this the exact spot where you found me passed out? Stone glanced at the lawn. That was years ago, Reuben. You pulled yourself out of that mess and left it all behind. Couldn't have done it without you, Oliver. Reuben's eyes drifted over the endless rows of white headstones. I was furious. Half my unit in Vietnam died from that damn Agent Orange, and the Army wouldn't even admit fault. Then the same thing happened with Gulf War syndrome. All I wanted was to stand here and scream until someone listened. Probably a good thing you blacked out when you did. The Secretary of Defense showed up that afternoon. Could have been an ugly scene. Reuben turned to his friend. Never asked you what were you even doing here that day. Same as anyone who walks in, visiting a grave. Stone stopped at one of the sections, silently counting the rows until his gaze landed on a headstone near the center. Arms crossed, he stood motionless as the sun burned low on the horizon. Reuben checked his watch but hesitated to interrupt. The quiet was broken only when a group of men passed at a distance, heading toward the newer section of the cemetery, the burial ground for local victims of 9/11. Alongside the grave stood a memorial etched with the names of those lost at the Pentagon and a grove of remembrance trees. Stone stiffened as he noticed the armed security detail encircling one figure. Reuben squinted. Carter Gray, he muttered. Visiting his wife's grave, I'd guess, Stone said quietly. Before the crowds show up tomorrow. Carter Gray knelt at the freshly turned earth, placing a small bouquet where his wife, Barbara, now rested. The wind carried the faint scent of roses as he lingered, head bowed, before standing to leave. Technically, the anniversary of her death wasn't until tomorrow, but Gray knew Arlington Cemetery would be packed by then. He'd never admit it to Stone, but the thought of sharing his private grief with crowds of strangers made his skin crawl. Rising from the bench, he traced his fingers along the polished granite of his wife's headstone while his security detail lingered at a respectful distance. Barbara Gray had retired as a brigadier general after a trailblazing military career where she'd fought for women's advancement at every turn. Her proudest battle, championing the WW2 Wasps, those fearless female pilots who'd ferried aircraft for the Air Force, only to be dismissed without recognition when peace came. She'd spent decades demanding they receive full military honors at Arlington, a fight finally won in 2002, 2 years too late for Barbara. The morning of September 11, 2001 found her in a Pentagon conference room advising 2 Army officers when American Airlines Flight 77 tore through the building. The cruelest twist: their daughter Maggie, a government attorney, had just stepped inside for their lunch date. Gray's hands trembled as he remembered identifying what little remained: his wife's service ring fused to a fragment of bone, his daughter's law school pendant reduced to molten metal. He should have been there too. The traffic jam that saved his life still haunted him. He'd been 20 minutes late to pick them up for their long-awaited family vacation. A rustle of movement snapped him back to the present. 2 men watched from near the columbarium, one a hulking stranger, the other triggering an itch of recognition. When they turned to leave, Gray found himself drawn to where they'd stood. The rows of identical white markers suddenly felt eerily familiar. His pulse quickened as he scanned the names, stopping cold at one weathered stone. The dates matched perfectly. But that was impossible. He'd watched them lower this man's casket himself 15 years ago. Gray's bodyguards had to scramble to keep up as he nearly broke into a sprint down the path. He stopped just short of the exit, bending forward to catch his breath while his security team swarmed around him with concerned questions. Gray didn't respond. He didn't even hear them. The name on the headstone had shaken him to his core. He knew the zinc coffin beneath it was empty, that the burial had been staged as part of a cover-up. But the name carved into the stone was real, belonging to a man believed to have died defending his country. John Carr, Gray muttered, speaking the name aloud for the first time in decades. John Carr, the most lethal assassin Carter Gray had ever known. Meanwhile, Alex Ford and Kate Adams slid into a booth at Nathan's, the diner still quiet enough that they got a table near the counter without waiting. "Lucky something else," Alex said, stirring his coffee. "How'd you two meet?" "Before I joined the Justice Department, I had a private practice," Kate replied. "After her husband passed, I handled his estate. We became friends, and eventually she asked me to move in. I said no at first, but she's persistent, and well, Prince Charming never showed up. Of course, I pay rent. Lucky's fascinating. She's been everywhere, knows everyone, but she's lonely. A woman like her doesn't age well. She's still full of life, wants to do all the things she used to, but her body won't let her. From what I've seen, she's giving it her best shot," Alex said with a grin. "So why'd you switch to government work?" "Nothing groundbreaking, just burned out on the daily grind. You don't change the world drafting wills and mediating divorces." "And what exactly are you doing at Justice to change it?" "I'm part of a new division. After Guantanamo, Abu Ghraib, Salt Pit, you name it, they formed a special commission to defend the rights of high-profile detainees and foreign combatants and to investigate crimes against them. Given what's in the papers, you must be swamped. Generally, the U.S. has a strong reputation on prisoner treatment. But the longer this war drags on, the more some people start thinking, if they don't play fair, why should we?" Kate sighed, swirling her drink. "And that's how standards slip. At the end of the day, they're only human, and sometimes they decide the person they're interrogating doesn't deserve any rights at all." "That doesn't excuse breaking the law," Kate said. "Of course not," Alex replied. "That's exactly why people like me exist now. Over the past 2 years, I've been deployed 6 times to different war zones, and honestly, things aren't getting better." Kate took a slow sip of red wine, swirling it in her glass before leaning back. "With Carter Gray, it's complicated. On a personal level, I get it. Losing his family in the 9/11 attacks destroyed him. That's why he came back to government work. But was it the right move? I'm not so sure." Alex frowned. "What do you mean? By all accounts, he gets results, but I've started wondering how. Take the extradition disputes. We've had major blowback over sending suspects to third countries. I've heard the political infighting is brutal." "No surprise there," Alex said, his voice tightening. "Suspects get shipped out of the U.S. or brought in without due process or Red Cross oversight. We get a verbal promise from the receiving country that they won't torture the prisoner. But let's be real, nobody checks, and everyone knows what really happens." He set his drink down hard. "Some experts even say the CIA and Nick deliberately transfer detainees to places where torture is the policy. They encourage these countries to fabricate charges just so they can lock people up and interrogate them. It's a complete betrayal of everything this country claims to stand for. Kate exhaled sharply. After my time at the Nick, I'd believe anything of them. Alex hesitated, then decided honesty was his best move. He told her about his disastrous meeting with the Secret Service director, how they'd yanked him off the case and reassigned him to protective detail. Kate reached across the table, her fingers brushing his wrist. I'm sorry, Alex, he gave a bitter laugh, swirling the ice in his glass. I walked right into this one. Gray's untouchable, and when your own partner rats you out, game over, guess I never stood a chance. The clink of ice punctuated his words as he took another sip. Your martinis are way better, he said with a smile. They clinked glasses. I had a feeling I'd like you. Alex's expression turned serious again. Back to my original plan, I've got 3 years left out of 20 on the job, so I'm coasting now, avoiding anything that might stir the pot. You don't strike me as the type who can just let things slide, Kate replied. Alex shrugged. Enough shop talk, tell me about yourself. That's what first dates are for, right? Kate adjusted in her seat and tore a piece of bread apart. Only child. My parents live in Colorado. They swear we're descended from the Addams family in Massachusetts, but I'm not sure I buy it. When I was younger, I dreamed of being an Olympic gymnast, trained like crazy. Then I shot up 6 inches in 1 year and that dream was over. Right after high school, I got this wild idea to become a Vegas dealer. Don't ask why, I just wanted to. So I took the course, passed all the tests, and moved to Sin City. Didn't last long though, had a little issue with drunk high rollers who thought they could grab me whenever they pleased. After a few of them lost a tooth or two, the casino suggested I head back east. In college, I decided bartending would pay the bills and I stuck with it even through law school. At least there's a solid oak bar between you and the idiots. And like you noticed earlier, I do play piano, gave lessons to help cover tuition. These days I don't need to bartend, but honestly, I love it. It's my escape. Plus, at Leap Bar you meet the most interesting people. Gymnast, dealer, bartender, piano-playing defender of justice. Pretty impressive. Sometimes I think it's more chaotic than impressive. So what's your story? Nothing too wild. Grew up in Ohio, youngest of 4, only son. By day, my dad sold car parts. By night, he was Johnny Cash's understudy. Seriously? Well, in his mind anyway. Pretty sure he had the biggest Johnny Cash memorabilia collection outside of Nashville. Always dressed in black, played acoustic guitar horribly but killed it on the flute. I picked up guitar just to jam with him. We even went on tour, played some of the roughest dives across Ohio. Not exactly headliners, but we held our own. Dad's smoking habit finally caught up with him. 4 packs a day took their toll. Lung cancer took him in just 6 months. Mom's in a retirement community down in Florida now, and my sisters are scattered across the country. What made you decide to become a human shield? Alex took another sip, his expression darkening. When I was 12, I saw the Zapruder film of Kennedy's assassination. I remember thinking this can never happen again. That image of Agent Clint Hill leaping onto the limo, pushing Jackie down, it stuck with me. People back then accused her of being part of the conspiracy or worse, of trying to escape the blood. But the truth, she was reaching for a piece of JFK's skull. He drained his glass before continuing. Years later, I met Hill at a Secret Service event. Old man by then, surrounded by admirers. I told him what an honor it was to meet the only agent who reacted that day, the one who threw himself between Jackie and the shooter. I said, I hope I'd be like you if I were ever in that situation. Alex looked up, meeting Kate's gaze. What did he say? She asked. He said, son, you don't want to be like me. I failed my president. A heavy silence settled between them before Alex shook his head. I don't even know why I'm dumping all this. Not exactly first date material. After the day you've had, I'm surprised you showed up at all. Honestly, knowing I'd see you tonight was the only thing that got me through it. The admission caught him off guard and he focused on the lone olive in his glass. Kate reached for his hand. Now I'm really putting you on the spot, she said, because that's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me. The conversation lightened, time slipping away until they stepped outside, only to freeze. Senator Roger Simpson, his wife, and their daughter Jackie were heading straight for the entrance. Alex tried to duck away, but Jackie spotted him. Alex, she called. Agent Simpson, he replied flatly. These are my parents. Roger Simpson and his wife looked more like twins, both towering and blonde. They dwarfed their petite, dark-haired daughter. Senator Mrs. Simpson, Alex acknowledged with a nod. Roger's glare was so intense Alex instantly knew Jackie had spun her own twisted version of events. This is Kate Adams. Nice to meet you, Kate said smoothly. Well, take care of yourself, Agent Simpson. Doubt we'll cross paths again. Alex turned to leave, Kate trailing behind. Unbelievable, he muttered once they were outside. Of all the diners in D.C., they had to pick this one, his words cut off as Jackie burst out of Nathan's. Alex, can we talk? She flicked a nervous glance at Kate. Alone? Pretty sure we've said all there is to say, Alex snapped. Just 1 minute, please. Alex glanced at Kate, who shrugged, strolled down the sidewalk, and pretended to browse a boutique window display. Jackie stepped closer. Look, I get why you're mad. You think I stabbed you in the back. Bulls, congrats, you won the jackpot. That's not how it happened. The second Carter Gray left, he must have called my dad before even briefing the president. Dad lit into me, said I couldn't let some loose cannon wreck my career before it even started. And how'd the director know about my old friend? Jackie winced. I know it was stupid, but Dad's relentless. He pried it out of me, she exhaled. My father's the kind of man people fall in line for. Mom was Miss Alabama back home. She's practically royalty. They never wanted their daughter in a Kevlar vest. Finance, politics, sure, but I dug in, insisted on the badge. Joining the Secret Service was just to shut them up. Dad pulled strings to get me into WFO. His dream, me as the first female director. All I ever wanted was to be a damn good cop. To them, that was small time. So you're just gonna dance to their tune forever. It's not that simple. My father expects obedience. Jackie met his eyes, but that's my mess to clean up. I just wanted to make it clear that I regret how things turned out and I'm hoping for a chance to make things right. She turned and walked back into the restaurant before Alex could respond. When Kate rejoined him, Alex filled her in on the brief conversation. Just when you think you've got someone like her figured out, he said, shaking his head, and you're convinced you're justified in disliking her, she pulls a wild card and makes everything messy again. He glanced across the street. Want to grab some ice cream? Kate followed his gaze to the shop. Sure, but fair warning, I don't share. Perfect, he said with a grin. Chapter 41. Stone and Reuben met Caleb and Milton at the B. Dalton bookstore in Union Station. Caleb was flipping through a Dickens classic while Milton had his nose buried in tech magazines. After prying them away from their reading, the group hopped on the metro, riding to the Smithsonian stop before taking the escalator up to the National Mall. Keep your eyes and ears open, Stone advised as they wove through crowds of tourists snapping photos in front of monuments. Eventually, the Camel Club reached Franklin Delano Roosevelt Park, where the relatively new memorial sprawled across the grounds, its sculptures capturing key moments from the only U.S. president to serve 4 terms. Stone led them to a quieter patch of grass, shielded from the bustle by a bronze breadline statue, a stark reminder of the Great Depression. After scanning the area, Stone frowned and motioned for them to head back to the metro, this time riding to Foggy Bottom. They walked the rest of the way, stopping at the corner of 27th and Q Street in Northwest D.C. Stone paused in front of the iron gates of Mt. Zion Cemetery where he worked as caretaker. "Oh, come on, Oliver," Reuben groaned. "Not another damn graveyard." "The dead don't eavesdrop," Stone replied dryly, unlocking the gate. Inside his small cottage, the others waited expectantly. "I've done some digging," he said, "and I think it could be crucial to solving Patrick Johnson's murder. That's why I'm calling an emergency meeting of the Camel Club. On the agenda, discussing the recent spike in cases where terrorists are turning on each other. Does anyone second my motion?" Caleb instinctively said yes, though he shot the others a puzzled look. "All in favor, say aye." The motion passed unanimously, and Stone flipped open the massive ledger he'd brought from the rare books shop. Over the past year and a half, there have been multiple incidents where terrorists supposedly killed each other. It struck me as odd, so I collected every article I could find on the subject. The most recent case involved a man named Adnan al-Rimi. "I read about that," Milton said, "but why do you say supposedly? Every time the victim's face was either partially or completely unrecognizable, either from gunshots or explosives. They had to identify the bodies using fingerprints, DNA, or other markers." Reuben chimed in. "That's standard procedure, Oliver. Back when I was with the DIA, we did the same thing minus the DNA testing, of course. We all know the National Intelligence Center now hoards every scrap of intel on terrorists," Stone continued. "The databases Patrick Johnson helped manage were used to id every dead terrorist I just mentioned." He paused. "But what if Johnson tampered with that data?" After a long silence, Milton spoke up. "You think he could have altered the records?" "Let me spell it out," Stone said. "What if Johnson swapped the fingerprints of the dead with those of known terrorists? The government would assume those terrorists were dead." Caleb's eyes widened. "Are you saying someone like al-Rimi isn't actually dead, just off the grid?" "Exactly," Stone finished. "The Nick wiped his record clean. Al-Rimi could be anywhere, doing whatever he wants." "Sounds like an unregistered firearm," Reuben muttered. "More or less." "Hold on," Reuben countered. "There have to be safeguards. At the DIA, we couldn't alter files without clearance." Stone locked eyes with Caleb. "Same rule in the Library of Congress Rare Books Division. The buyer can't log acquisitions and the cataloger can't make purchases for obvious reasons. That's what tipped me off. What if the handler and the archivist are working together? What if one of them holds a high position, maybe even a top-tier role?" Reuben scoffed. "You're not seriously suggesting Carter Gray could be involved, are you? Let's not jump to conclusions. Say what you will about Gray, but questioning his loyalty to the country is a stretch." Stone shook his head. "I never said this would be easy, Reuben. If it's not Gray, maybe someone else flipped." "Could be," Reuben admitted. Milton leaned forward. "But even if that's true, why kill Johnson?" Stone tapped the table. If the two men we saw taking Johnson out aren't Nick operatives, then considering his modest government salary and lavish lifestyle, there are only two explanations. Either whoever bribed him to alter those files got nervous his sudden wealth would raise red flags, so they silenced him and planted the drugs, or Johnson got greedy, demanded more money, and they decided paying him off wasn't worth the risk. Milton exhaled. So what's our move? Staying alive seems like priority one, Reuben muttered. If Oliver's right, there are some very powerful people who'd love to send us straight to hell. Stone's jaw tightened. Milton's identity and location are already compromised. As for the guys hunting us, we flipped the script. Caleb frowned. How? Stone snapped his notebook shut. We know where Tyler Rienke lives, let's use that. Reuben threw up his hands. You want us to walk right into his trap? Wrong way around, Stone said. Why shouldn't he walk into ours? Meanwhile, Alex and Kate strolled along the riverbank, licking melting ice cream cones near the spot where George Mason once ran a ferry service a century ago. Kate pointed to three jagged rocks barely visible in the river's current north of the Key Bridge, opposite Georgetown University. That's Three Sisters Island, she said. Legend says three nuns drowned there when their boat capsized. The rocks supposedly rose from the water as a warning to the living. Alex smirked. The Potomac's got that deceptively calm look, not that anyone's dumb enough to swim in it now. Stormwater backs up straight from the sewers. When they built Interstate 66, Kate added, they planned an off-ramp here with a bridge named after the island, but after a string of freak construction accidents they scrapped the whole thing. They say the spirits of the nuns intervened. You believe in those kinds of stories? Alex asked. Stranger things have happened. Just look at some of the conspiracy theorists in this city. Most are probably nuts, but a few turn out to be right. I know someone who fits that description. Name's Oliver Stone. The guy doesn't exactly live a normal life, but he's undeniably brilliant. Oliver Stone, you're messing with me. Obviously not his real name. I think he uses it to mess with people who write him off as a crackpot. The weirdest part, he's got no past, at least none I could dig up. Alex smirked. Maybe he's been on the run for years. Sounds like someone Lucky would love to meet. So she's still throwing herself at dangerous men? What? Kate blinked. Never mind. Alex scooped a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth and glanced toward Roosevelt Island. Kate followed his gaze. You want to talk about it? She finally asked. Bartenders are good listeners. Alex pointed to a bench near the riverbank and they sat. Here's the thing, he said. This guy swims to Roosevelt Island and shoots himself. Does that sound believable? Well, he was found dead on the island where he and his fiancée had their first date. True, but why swim there? Why not drive or walk? There's a footbridge to the parking lot, a bike path. At night you hop the gate, get on the island, get wasted and pull the trigger. No need to fight your way through the Potomac. His car was found way upstream, meaning he swam a long way in street clothes, shoes, and a revolver in a plastic bag. The guy wasn't exactly Michael Phelps, but his prints were on the gun. Handing someone a gun and pulling the trigger for them isn't easy or smart, Alex said. You don't want to see a gun in the hands of the person you're trying to kill, but if you get them drunk first, he tapped his shoe. And his soles got me thinking. How so? There was mud stuck to them like you'd expect if someone hiked through underbrush. But where he was lying, no mud, no dirt, nothing. You'd think at least a few crumbs would have shaken loose, and his clothes were too clean. If he'd been pushing through bushes, there'd be twigs, leaves, something, but nope, not a trace. If he had actually swum to the island, he would have had to fight through thick bushes just to reach the main path. None of this adds up, Kate admitted. And that suicide note in his pocket, the paper was barely damp and the ink hadn't run. Probably kept it in the same plastic bag as the revolver. Then why take it out and stuff it into a wet jacket pocket where the ink could smear and ruin it? And sure, Johnson was soaked when they found him, but if he'd really swum that far across the Potomac, he'd have been covered in filth. That water's nothing but muddy sludge. But he was drenched. Right, so what would you do if you wanted someone to look like they'd just swum the river? Kate paused. Dunk them in the water. Exactly. Then there's the supposed motive, suicide over drug trafficking. Not a single person I talked to had ever heard of Johnson dealing. His fiancée was so furious about the accusation she threatened to sue me. Like I always say, the Secret Service misses nothing. Come on, give me a break. We're not naturally better at this than the FBI. Their agents should have spotted these inconsistencies too. Feels like someone higher up is pushing to bury this case quietly. If someone moved Johnson's body to the island but didn't want to risk being seen in a car, what else could they have used? Just then, a slow-moving police patrol boat drifted past. Alex and Kate exchanged a glance. A boat, they said in unison. Not exactly easy to hide, Alex mused. Kate scanned the riverbanks. If you're up for it, so am I. They tossed their ice cream cups in a trash bin and headed for the shore. An hour later, Kate spotted the tip of a bow sticking out from a drainage ditch. Sharp eyes, Alex praised. She kicked off her sandals. He rolled up his pants and waded in, drawing curious stares from passersby. Alex studied the weathered wooden rowboat, then froze. That looks like a bullet hole. And that might be blood, Kate added, pointing to a dark stain on the gunnel. Makes no sense unless they shot him in the boat before dumping him on the island. The fog that night made it possible to commit the murder without any witnesses, Alex mused. Kate leaned forward. So what do we do with this information? Alex straightened up, rubbing his temples. I'd give anything to know if that blood belongs to Johnson or someone else, but if the director finds out I'm digging into this case again, he'll either strangle me himself or ship me off to some Alaskan outpost. Kate offered, I could do some digging. No, Alex cut in. I won't drag you into this. Who knows what we're dealing with here? For now, we let it go. Chapter 42. Captain Jack scanned the encrypted message in his hands, decoding it effortlessly. The news wasn't good. Met with Gray today. He accessed restricted files, password locked now. Mentioned raising the dead to me, and I've heard he's dropping the same hints to other senior staff. Testing loyalty. Sending this warning by courier. Proceed as planned. Hold position. From now on, Charlie 1 protocol only. Modern tech had turned secrecy into a joke. Spy satellites watched everything, and phones, computers, even fax machines could be tapped. No wonder terrorists still relied on handwritten notes and runners. The irony, cutting-edge surveillance had forced them back to Stone Age tactics. Charlie 1 was simple, encrypted notes on paper delivered by trusted hands, then burned. No digital trail. Soon, the Secret Service advance team would arrive in Brennan. Air Force One would land in Pittsburgh, followed by the most heavily guarded motorcade in history. To an outsider, Jack's team might look like a ragtag group, mostly men over 40 plus one young woman, but he'd bet his life on them. He flicked his lighter, reducing the message to ash. Meanwhile, Jamila studied her reflection. Today was her 24th birthday, but the years had weighed on her. The mirror showed more than time, it showed the toll of survival. Jamila had never known what it meant to be full. Clean water was scarce, and countless nights were spent sleeping under open skies. When bombs rained down and bullets whizzed past, time aged you faster than anything else. At least now in America she had enough to eat. This was the land of plenty, just as she'd been told, overflowing with abundance. How could there be homeless people or starving children here? That had to be propaganda, another way for Americans to play the victim. The thought made her scoff under her breath, them needing pity. She was 24, alone, half a world away from where she belonged. Her entire family was gone, wiped out. A lump rose in her throat, and she pressed a cool towel against her face, letting it soak up the tears before they could fall. Once she steadied herself, she grabbed her wallet and car keys, locking the apartment door carefully behind her. Captain Jack's men were always watching the delivery van. They couldn't afford to lose it. There wouldn't be time to prepare another one. Strange man, that Captain Jack. Fluent in Arabic, more knowledgeable about Islamic history than some scholars. She'd been ordered to follow his instructions without question, and at first she'd bristled at taking orders from an American. But there was something about him, an unshakable authority she couldn't ignore. Driving the van at night had become a ritual, a way to unwind after chasing after 3 hyperactive boys all day. It also gave her time to memorize the streets, the shortcuts she'd need later. She passed through downtown Brennan, Mercy Hospital looming in the distance. Adnan Al-Rimi wasn't on duty, not that she'd recognize him anyway. She didn't glance up at the apartment where 2 concealed M50 sniper rifles were trained on the hospital for practice. The auto shop came next, and out of habit she turned down the alley lined with tall gates, their windows painted black. On the big day, she planned to take the route through the southern edge of downtown before heading west on Brennan Street. In 30 minutes she'd be done with her part of the mission. She whispered a prayer for wisdom and courage to guide her. Jamila continued her drive, soon reaching the town square where the president was set to deliver a speech to a massive crowd. To her, the grassy field held no real significance, just another stop. The route had also taken her past the grand home of George and Lori Franklin. The house itself was charming, with its classic architecture, but what Jamila loved most was the sprawling backyard. She could run barefoot through the soft grass, climb the old oak trees, or hide in the bushes when playing with the Franklin boys. Having grown up in a desert climate, she couldn't deny the beauty of this country, at least on the surface. As she drove back to her apartment, she passed the Franklin house again. Glancing up at the second-floor windows, she pictured the 3 boys asleep in their rooms. A bitter thought crossed her mind. Those sweet children would grow up hating her faith, everything she stood for. If they were hers, she'd teach them the truth, show them the real heart of her beliefs. Maybe then they'd see how much more alike we all are than different. But the more she dwelled on it, the angrier she grew. They call us enemies, she thought, yet they're the ones who invade, who take what they want: oil, land, lives. And yet, looking at this quiet street, it was hard to reconcile that violence with the peaceful homes around her. Meanwhile, Alex stepped inside Kate Adams' apartment and immediately felt at ease. It wasn't spotless. There were stacks of books, a few dishes in the sink, a lived-in mess that suited him just fine. The shelves were packed with everything from classics to well-worn thrillers, proof that Kate wasn't the pretentious type. He lingered over the framed photos tracing her life, from a gawky kid with braces to the confident woman she was now. It was the kind of place that told a story, and Alex liked what he saw in the spacious living room that took up most of the first floor. A sleek black grand piano stood in one corner. Kate padded downstairs barefoot, having changed out of her work clothes into jeans and a sweater. "Sorry about this," she said. "After a full day in a dress and heels, I just need to get comfortable." "Don't let the $1,000 suit and perfect hair fool you," he replied. "I'd take jeans and a t-shirt any day," she laughed. "Beer, perfect after that mocha mint ice cream." Kate grabbed 2 Coronas from the fridge, sliced a lemon, and they settled onto the couch with a view of the backyard. She tucked her legs under her. "So what's next for you?" he shrugged. "Not sure. Officially, I'm back with the White House protective detail, and I should be grateful for that. I didn't break any laws during the investigation, but I did ignore the director's direct order, refused to give up a name. Still can't believe I went that far." "The old friend you mentioned, Oliver Stone?" Alex shot her a look that answered the question before he spoke. "How'd you figure that out? You're not the only one here who can put 2 and 2 together." "Apparently not." He took a sip of beer and sank into the cushions. "Right now, I'm stuck. How do I report finding the ship without admitting I did exactly what the director told me not to do? If he finds out, I'm done. Can't risk it." "I get it." As Kate set her bottle down, her arm brushed his shoulder, just a fleeting touch, but it sent a jolt through him. She moved to the piano and began playing a piece Alex recognized as Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini. Clearly, she had serious training. After a moment, he slid onto the bench beside her, tapping out a rhythm with his foot. "That's Ray Charles," Kate said. "I thought you were a guitar guy. My old man claimed if you start with piano, you can pick up anything later. Wasn't Clint Eastwood the piano playing Secret Service agent in The Line of Fire?" "Yeah, with René Russo beside him. Sorry, but I'm no René Russo. And I'm no Clint Eastwood. Honestly, she's got nothing on you." "Liar. Speaking of unlike Eastwood, I'm not the type to strip down on the first date," he smirked. "My apologies." Kate rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her amusement. "What a shame. That rule doesn't necessarily apply to the second meeting, though." "Oh, you're already sure there's going to be a second meeting? Come on, I'm totally into you, and when I hit Lucky's, I'm irresistible." His fingers danced along the keys until they brushed Kate's hand. Compared to the kiss she planted on him afterward, the electric jolt he'd felt earlier was just a faint tingle. Before pulling away, she kissed him again. "Maybe it's a little unfair thinking about other people, but I like your first-time rule." Still, there was something half-hearted in her tone as she glanced away. "You don't do it the first time because you're afraid there won't be a second." Alex rested a hand on her shoulder. "I'll come back every night you want me to, Kate. How about tomorrow?" she suggested. "If I can wait that long." Alex fired up the engine of his old Cherokee and took off, riding high on the moment. He turned back onto 31st Street, heading for the long, winding descent into downtown Georgetown. The first flicker of trouble hit when he pressed the brakes and nothing happened. Then, as the pedals sank all the way to the floor, he knew he was in real danger. The slope steepened and his speed climbed. Cars lined both sides of the road and the pavement curved like the back of a snake. He wrestled with the wheel, fighting to stay straight, and downshifted. Neither did much good. Then headlights sliced through the dark as another car came straight at him. "Shit!" He jerked the wheel hard right, and the Cherokee skidded between 2 parked cars before slamming into a thick oak. The impact set off the airbag, leaving Alex dazed. When his head cleared enough, he shoved the airbag aside, unbuckled, and stumbled out. Blood coated his lips, and his face burned, probably from the airbag's hot gas. He crouched on the curb, gasping, fighting the urge to puke as the mocha mint ice cream and Corona churned in his gut. Then he noticed a man kneeling beside him. Just as Alex started to say he was fine, the guy pressed something cold and hard against his neck. Instinct kicked in. Alex threw out an arm, driving it into the man's knees. The stranger buckled with a cry, but when Alex tried to lunge up, a crushing blow to the skull sent him back down. Alex heard quick footsteps, followed by the roar of an engine and the screech of tires. Moments later, more cars pulled up and people crowded around him. "Are you hurt?" someone asked. "Is everything okay?" The cold imprint of the gun barrel still burned against his neck, but suddenly it hit him, the brakes. Ignoring the pounding in his skull, Alex pushed through the bystanders, grabbed the flashlight from his Cherokee and aimed it at the left front wheel. Brake fluid glistened everywhere. Someone had tampered with them, and it had to have happened outside Kate's house. He reached for his phone, but his pocket was empty. Wrenching open the dented Cherokee door, he found it shattered on the floor. A frustrated yell tore from his throat, sending the onlookers stumbling back. Their faces twisted in fear, especially when one spotted the gun as Alex turned, his blazer swinging open. "He's got a gun!" The crowd scattered like startled birds. "Wait, I need a phone," Alex shouted, but they were already gone. He spun around and sprinted up 31st Street, blood dripping from his scalp onto his shirt. His limbs felt disconnected, numb, but he pushed harder, lungs burning as he climbed the steep hill. At R Street, he turned left, forcing himself faster, tapping into reserves of strength he didn't know he had. When the house came into view, he drew his pistol, slowing as he reached the front yard. The main building was dark. Silent as a shadow, he slipped toward the gate leading to the backyard and the old garage. Locked. He scaled the wall instead, landing on damp grass. Crouching, he scanned the area, his head throbbing, ears ringing so loud he wasn't sure he could hear anything else. Ducking low, he moved through the bushes toward the house. A light was on upstairs. Alex steadied his breathing, tightening his grip on the SIG. If someone was out here waiting, then light flooded the first floor. Through the window, he saw Kate, her hair pulled into a ponytail, wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt. Alex crept closer to the house, his gaze shifting from Kate to the towering Leyland cypress hedges lining the backyard. If he'd planned to take a shot at someone, that would have been the perfect hiding spot. He drew a slow breath, scanning the area in methodical sections, keeping Kate at the center of his mental safety zone. Some claimed Secret Service agents could count a hummingbird's wing beats with this level of focus. Total nonsense, of course. All Alex cared about was keeping Kate safe. He just needed to spot the weapon before the trigger was pulled. Years of training had led to this moment. Come on, just this once. Then he saw it, the faint glint of a scope behind a thick rhododendron across the yard. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. The distance was pushing it for a handgun, but he didn't care if he missed. Scaring the shooter off would be enough. Alex aimed just behind the scope. The rifle barrel jerked upward the second he pulled the trigger. Another shot rang out. In a split second, Alex emptied 6 more rounds into the same spot. Kate's scream cut through the air as the rifle vanished. Footsteps pounded away in retreat. He'd missed the shooter but done the job. Still, that bastard got off another shot. Alex sprinted toward the garage. Bursting through the door, he heard Kate shriek again before she recognized him. He lunged, wrapping an arm around her waist, yanking her down and covering her body with his. "Stay down, there's a sniper out there," he gasped. Belly crawling to the wall, he flipped the light switch, plunging the house into darkness before scrambling back to her. "You hit," he panted. "Tell me you're not hit." "No," she whispered, then her fingers brushed his face. "Oh God, are you bleeding?" "Not from a bullet, just had a close encounter with someone's idea of a hammer." "Who? Your guess is as good as mine." Alex exhaled sharply, pressing against the kitchen counter, gun trained on the door. Kate reached up, grabbed a roll of paper towels, and tore off a wad. "Kate," he rasped, "for God's sake, stay low, he could still be out there." "But you're bleeding," she insisted, dampening the paper before dabbing at his forehead, her fingers tracing the swelling lump. "Hard to believe you didn't pass out from all that," Kate said, her hands shaking as she dabbed at the cut on Alex's forehead. "Fear keeps you sharp in moments like that," he replied, wincing slightly. "I didn't even hear your car. Someone made sure of that, cut the brake line. Let's just say my trip down 31st Street felt more like a roller coaster ride." "How did you even get back here?" "I ran." Kate stared at him, stunned. "You ran the whole way?" "Figured this was the only place someone could have tampered with my brakes. Had to move fast, needed to know you were okay." Her fingers stilled against his cheek. For a second, she just looked at him, then suddenly pulled him into a tight hug, pressing her face against his chest. Alex held her close, exhaling slowly. Definitely not the quiet first date either of them had imagined. Meanwhile, the Camel Club had regrouped after their latest mission, trudging back to Foggy Bottom Station before catching the metro to Union Station. They grabbed a late-night bite in the food court downstairs, hashing out their next move between bites of overpriced pizza. "Head back to Caleb's place," Stone said once they reached the parking garage, nodding at Milton and Caleb. "You'll be safe there, just stay alert." Caleb crossed his arms. "Hold on, where are you two going?" Stone hesitated. "Ruben's dropping me off at home." "Bull," Caleb shot back, squinting. "You're heading to Purcellville after that sleazeball." "Tyler Rienke," Milton added, adjusting his glasses. "Yep, that's exactly where you're going," Caleb said, "and you're ditching us because you think we'll slow you down." "Caleb, this isn't some book club outing. Ruben and I have handled things like this before, doesn't matter," Caleb snapped. "We're going with you," Stone's voice hardened. "If this goes south, it's not just us getting caught, it's all 4 of us." "Not allowed," Caleb scoffed. "We're grown men, Oliver, full-fledged Camel Club, and if you say no, I'll tail you the whole way while laying on the horn. Trust me, my car sounds like a marching band on steroids." Milton pulled a crumpled sheet from his pocket. "Already mapped the route. It's tricky without GPS, but lucky for you, I came prepared." Stone glanced between them, then at Ruben, who just shrugged. "All for one," Ruben said dryly. With a reluctant sigh, Stone gave in. "Fine, but we take the bike." Caleb frowned. "Why not my car?" Stone's gaze didn't waver. "Because I said so. By now, I've gotten used to riding this sidecar. Besides, it might come in handy tonight." They headed west, turning onto Route 7 in Virginia and cruising northwest, passing uncomfortably close to the NIC headquarters in Leesburg. Stone had always found it odd that there were actual road signs pointing the way to top-secret government agencies like the NSA and CIA. Maybe they got visitors now and then, but to him, it still felt like a glaring security flaw. Rienke's place, to put it bluntly, was in the middle of nowhere. After leaving Route 7, they rattled down back roads for half an hour before Milton finally spotted the right sign. Caleb pulled over and Reuben stopped behind them. Stone and Reuben climbed out of the sidecar and into the car. The house is about 1,000 feet up this road, Stone said. I checked for neighbors, nothing. His place is the only one out here. Total boondocks, Reuben muttered, scanning the area nervously. Killers like their privacy, Stone replied. So what's the plan? Caleb asked. I want you and Milton to stay with the car, Oliver, Caleb snapped. Just hear me out, Stone said. First, we'll drive up and check if anyone's home. If they are, we bail. If not, you two turn around and set up watch here. This is the only way in, right, Milton? Yep. We'll stay in touch by phone. If you see anyone coming, call us and we'll handle it. What are you gonna do? Caleb pressed. Break in? Guys probably got an alarm system, Oliver, Reuben pointed out. I'd be shocked if he didn't. Then how do we get inside? Reuben asked. Leave that to me. The house was dark, no cars, no garage, no signs of life. While Milton and Caleb took position in the Malibu near the intersection, Stone and Reuben rode the sidecar back to the house, stashed it in a grove of trees, and approached on foot. The place was an old two-story with peeling white paint and a sagging shingle roof. Stone led Reuben to the back door, solid wood with a window beside it. He peered inside, then motioned for Reuben to look. Against the far wall, something new and out of place glowed with an eerie green light. Reuben lowered his voice as he studied the house. No question, there's an alarm system. Now what? Stone stayed quiet for a moment, squinting through the window bars. Probably motion sensors. That complicates things. Suddenly, two narrow emerald green slits flashed in the darkness and something darted toward them from inside, slamming against the glass before bouncing off. Both men flinched. Reuben nearly bolted, but Stone grabbed his arm. Easy, Stone muttered. Mr. Rienke just has a cat. Reuben caught his breath, steadied himself, and peered back inside. A sleek black cat with a white chest and glowing green eyes stared right back at him. The window offered a clear view of the kitchen. Apparently, the cat had leaped from the counter when it spotted them. Stupid animal, Reuben grumbled, making a face. Definitely female. How do you figure? Because women have always given me heart attacks. Lucky for us, the cat actually makes this easier, Stone said. How? Motion sensors and cats don't mix. Reuben snapped his fingers. There must be blind spots where the sensors don't trigger. Exactly. Stone pulled a small leather case from his backpack, the one he'd taken from his hidden stash, and flipped it open. Inside lay a full set of lockpicking tools. Reuben eyed them, then shot Stone a look. I don't even want to know, he said. 10 seconds later, Stone had the kitchen window open. How'd you know this wasn't wired to the alarm? Motion sensors on windows in a place like this. Overkill, Stone replied. Plus, these walls are old plaster. Running new wiring would be a nightmare. Doubt Mr. Rienke likes paying hefty contractor bills, and I checked for wireless sensors before we started. Since when do you know about wireless sensors? Stone gave him an innocent shrug. Public libraries, Reuben. They slipped inside, where the cat immediately wound around their legs, purring for attention. All right, Stone said. Before we move, we find each motion detector. Then we send the cat ahead and follow. Be ready to crawl. Fantastic, Reuben deadpanned. This could turn into another Vietnam situation. Half an hour before Stone and Reuben broke into Tyler Rienke's house, Peters and Rienke had already forced their way through the back door of Milton's home, slipping inside and shutting it behind them. Milton had secured every entrance with 6 locks, making the break-in far from easy, and to make matters worse, all the windows were boarded up, something the local fire department would definitely frowned upon. Earlier, the two men had checked the electrical panel outside for signs of an alarm system but found nothing. Rienke limped slightly, thanks to Alex Ford slamming his arm into the back of his knee, while Peters had a bullet hole in his jacket sleeve where the Secret Service agent's shot had narrowly missed its mark. They'd spotted Alex and Kate Adams heading back to Georgetown to search for the rowboat again, realizing the pair had beaten them to it. Both men were seething, furious they hadn't managed to eliminate their targets. Milton Farb could consider himself lucky he wasn't home right now. The two Nick operatives flicked on their flashlights and began combing through Milton's house. It wasn't particularly large, but it was packed with books, high-end computers, and video equipment for his web design business. Then they stumbled on something unexpected, a wireless infrared surveillance system, cleverly disguised as ceiling lights installed in every room. The system tracked their every move and had already triggered a silent alarm at the security firm Milton had hired after multiple past break-in attempts. He'd gotten rid of the blaring siren after realizing the local police took too long to respond, giving intruders plenty of time to vanish. As they searched, their disbelief only grew. This guy's got a serious screw loose, Peters muttered, scanning the kitchen. Every can in the pantry had extra labels and was arranged with obsessive precision. The utensils on the wall rack hung in perfect alignment. Above the stove, pots and pans were sorted by size, and even the dishes in the cabinets followed the same rigid system. Even the oven mitts were hung with military exactness. Milton's kitchen was a shrine to compulsive organization, Upstairs, the bedroom and bathroom were no different. Rienki shook his head as he stepped out of the bathroom. You won't believe this. This lunatic had torn every single sheet of toilet paper off the roll and stacked them neatly in a wicker basket beside the toilet, complete with a sign labeling it disposal. Seriously, what else do you do with toilet paper besides flushing it? Come check this out, Peters called from the bedroom, standing in front of the closet. Tell me, what kind of person hangs socks on hangers? Both men stared in disbelief at the meticulously folded underwear, the perfectly buttoned shirts, cuffs and all, and the socks arranged with military precision. Everything was sorted by season thanks to the labeled posters Milton had stuck inside the closet. Spring, summer, fall, winter, no guessing required. Finding nothing useful in the bedroom, the two Nick agents moved to the office. Milton's desk was a geometric nightmare, every item aligned at perfect right angles. But then, tucked behind it, they spotted something promising, a small box labeled recipes, organized by month and product. Rienki pulled out a receipt with a name. Chastity Hayes, he read. Bet you anything she's his girlfriend. If a guy like this even can get one, Peters muttered. As their flashlight beams swept the walls, the bizarre arrangement of pictures clicked. It's a double helix, Peters said. DNA, this guy's completely lost it. Rienki's light froze on a photo, Chastity in a skimpy bikini blowing a kiss to the camera. With love, Chastity, he read. Next to it hung a picture of Milton looking awkwardly stiff. How does a nutjob like this land a woman like that? Motherly instinct, Peters said dryly. Some women love a fixer-upper. He pulled out a device resembling a bulky BlackBerry, typed in Chastity's name, and within seconds her life story flashed on screen. Accountant, homeowner in Chevy Chase, complete with financial records and medical history. Peters scanned the data on the small screen when Rienki suddenly pointed to a specific line. She was in a mental hospital once, probably just as crazy as Farb. At least we know where she lives now. And if Farb isn't here, there's a good chance he's hanging around her place. Peters stared again at Chastity's striking photo. I'd do the same if I were him. A noise from the back of the house made both men freeze. First came footsteps, then a groan and a heavy thud. They drew their guns and crept toward the sound. In the kitchen, they found a stranger sprawled motionless on the floor. They flinched when they saw the uniform. A security guard, Rienki muttered. We must have tripped an alarm. Yeah, but who knocked him out? Peters hissed. Eyes darting through the darkness, Rienki whispered, let's get out of here. They slipped out the back door and reached their car parked a block away. Should we deal with the girl tonight? Peters asked. No, came a voice. Both men spun around to see Tom Hemingway sitting up in the backseat, his expression grim. You've managed to turn this into a spectacular disaster. You followed us, Peters' voice shook. What did you expect after your last update confirmed total failure? So you took out the guard, Rienki said. Is he dead? Hemingway ignored him. Let me remind you what's at stake. Up north, I've got a whole team working twice as hard for half the pay you get, and unlike you, they haven't screwed up yet. His glare made them hold their breath. Maybe tonight was just bad luck, but next time I won't be so forgiving. What now? Rienki asked nervously. Go home, get some rest, you'll need it. Hemingway held out his hand. Give me the woman's name. How did you? Rienki started, but one look from Hemingway shut him up. He handed over the receipt, and within seconds, Hemingway was gone. Peters exhaled hard. That guy gives me chills, Rienki nodded. Even at the CIA, he was a legend. Even the drug lords in Colombia were terrified of him. No one ever saw him coming or going. He paused, then added, I once spotted him training at the Nick gym. His body looks like it's carved from granite, and he moves as fast as a panther. He shattered 2 75-pound sandbags with his bare hands. They won't even let him kick the heavy bags anymore. One solid hit and those things explode into pieces. Peters frowned. So what do we do now? You heard it. We take a break. After 3 disasters in one night, we don't need a 4th. You can crash at my place. Chapter 44. After his surveillance at Arlington Cemetery, Gray headed straight to CIA headquarters in Langley. Deep inside the building was a secure vault accessible only to current and former directors of the agency. Each ex-director could review classified documents and materials from their tenure, stored in reinforced steel lockers. Guarded tighter than any other location in Langley, this room held secrets that could never see the light of day. Gray approached the locker bearing his name, pressed his hand into the biometric scanner, and waited as the heavy door slid open. Inside, he retrieved a key and moved straight to locker number 10. He unlocked it, pulled out the contents, and spread them across the designated table. The file he opened was marked simply J.C., initials that could mean anything, even Jesus Christ, but in this case they belonged to a man of flesh and blood, John Carr. As Gray read through Carr's CIA career, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. The missions, the near-impossible escapes, it was a miracle the man had survived it all. The final pages detailed the official end of Carr's service, a burial at Arlington despite the fact that he hadn't worn a military uniform in years. His records had been scrubbed from every U.S. database, erased on Gray's own orders. Officially, John Carr was dead. The first attempt to eliminate him had only taken his wife, but the grave at Arlington. Empty. The second attempt was deemed successful, though no body had been recovered. Officials assumed John Carr had become fish food somewhere in the middle of the ocean. Gray couldn't shake the feeling he'd jumped to conclusions too quickly. The man he'd seen had been gaunt, almost frail. Was that really the legendary John Carr? Sure, time took its toll on everyone, but Gray had always pictured Carr as the kind of man who'd age like a stone, untouched by weakness. Yet there was no denying the stranger had stood right in front of Carr's marked grave and vanished just as suddenly as the infamous operative had during his prime. Gray's pulse pounded at the thought that he might have been inches away from a man who'd betrayed his country. Not just any traitor, but the government's own perfect killer, until he'd become a liability, like so many outsiders before him. Gray locked the container back in the vault and stepped out of the steel chamber, an unfamiliar weight settling in his chest. Fear of a dead man who might somehow still be walking among the living. Later in his bedroom, he lit candles and studied the photos on the mantel. Midnight was minutes away, and with it, the ghosts of September 11th. He sank into the armchair beside his bed and opened the Bible. Baptized Catholic, Gray had made his first communion at 7, even served as an altar boy. But as an adult, church was for political theater, not faith. In his line of work, religion had seemed irrelevant until he lost his wife, a devout Catholic, and their daughter Maggie, raised in the same tradition. Now he read scripture not for salvation but to keep their memory alive, though he'd admit the words offered a strange comfort. Tonight he recited Corinthians and Leviticus aloud before losing himself in the Psalms. Long past midnight, he knelt before the photos and prayed, though his prayers always turned into one-sided conversations with the dead. This ritual left him teetering on the edge of collapse, tears burning behind his eyes. He let them come. They were his right, and in some small way they healed. As Gray settled back into his armchair with the Bible, his thoughts circled back to the staged funeral with the empty zinc coffin. Was John Carr truly dead, or was he still out there somewhere? Tom Hemingway drove home, the receipt bearing Chastity Hayes' name safely tucked in his pocket. He made tea as usual, standing barefoot by the window, sipping from the cup while staring at the Capitol building. The last 24 hours had been anything but productive. Rienke and Peters, those two incompetent fools, had botched 2 critical assignments. Now Alex Ford and Kate Adams would likely report to their superiors, demanding a full investigation. And then there was Carter Gray rambling about the resurrection of the dead. To Hemingway, it sounded like a not-so-subtle hint about the supposedly dead terrorists. Gray's nonsense had prompted him to send an urgent message to Captain Jack. Turning away from the window, Hemingway studied the portrait on the wall, a face strikingly similar to his father's, the diplomat Franklin T. Hemingway. But his father's last posting had been one challenge too many, even for him. A single bullet in China had ended the career of a man who'd spent his life brokering peace where no one else thought it possible. Tom had never followed in his father's footsteps, convinced he lacked the qualities of a true statesman. Back then, he'd been too angry, too restless. Time had dulled the rage, but it never fully disappeared. Why should it? At Franklin's funeral, world leaders had mourned the loss of a global peacemaker. Even now, the wound felt as raw as the day his father's heart had stopped. Time hadn't healed it, only deepened the grief. Meanwhile, Rubin and Stone moved through Tyler Rienke's sparsely furnished home on their stomachs, searching for anything useful but finding nothing. They crawled past the motion sensor-secured front door, following a fat cat upstairs. When they reached the bedroom, Rubin picked up the lone photo on the nightstand. "Well, look at that," he said. "Our Mr. Rienke's a helicopter pilot." Picture showed Rienke at the controls of a sleek black chopper, grinning like a man who thought he was untouchable. "See any markings?" Stone asked, scanning the opposite corner of the room. "Nothing." Rubin wiped his fingerprints off the framed photo with the edge of the bedsheet before setting it back on the nightstand. Meanwhile, Stone rummaged through the closet and pulled out a small metal box. Rubin raised an eyebrow but stayed silent. "Financial records," Stone muttered, flipping through the stack of papers inside. "Anything useful?" Stone held up one sheet. "Looks like he's keeping this account under a fake name, only the address matches this house. Too bad I can't make heads or tails of most of this. Let me take a look." Rubin studied the documents, squinting at the handwritten notes scribbled in the margins. "If these are Rienke's statements, he's been dabbling in long-term margin options," he said after a pause. "Margin options, what's that?" "Means he's buying stocks on credit with the option to sell at a set price. According to these notes, he's betting the market will crash. Basically, he profits from the difference between buying low and selling high. Could make a killing if he's right. The numbers here are way bigger than a government salary should allow. Guy's playing with borrowed money. Didn't know you were a stock market whiz. Gotta know how to work the system if you don't want to rot in some dead-end job till you drop." But how would Rienke know the market's about to tank? Stone rubbed his chin. Insider trading might explain one stock, but the whole market unless, his voice trailed off. Markets always crash after disasters, natural or otherwise. Remember 9/11, they shut down trading to stop the panic, but stocks still plummeted when it reopened. Anyone with advanced knowledge could have cashed in big. You think Rienke knows something's coming? Rubin's grip tightened on the papers. Or he's making sure it does, Stone said darkly. Outside, Caleb and Milton crouched near the roadside as headlights cut through the trees. Milton grabbed his phone, jamming his thumb against the call button, but no dial tone answered. He checked the screen, stomach dropping. Caleb shot him a questioning look as the approaching engine grew louder. Just call them already, Caleb snapped, frustration creeping into his voice. No signal, Milton replied, shaking his phone as if that might help. We're in a dead zone, can't get through. Caleb jerked his chin toward the car rolling up the driveway. That's probably a killer in there. Not like I can do anything about it, Milton muttered. Damn useless tech. Caleb slammed his palm against the dashboard. Never works when you actually need it. The car turned off the main road, heading straight for Rienke's place. That's Tyler Rienke's ride, Caleb said, eyes narrowing. Recognized it instantly. Yeah, me too, Milton admitted, his voice edging toward panic. So what now? Caleb turned the key, the engine roaring to life. I'm not sitting here while Oliver and Ruben get taken out over some busted phone signal. Buckle up. Milton gripped the door handle as Caleb floored it, the Malibu lurching forward with a screech of tires. They tore down the road, closing in fast. Caleb leaned on the horn, a deafening blast that sounded like a foghorn mixed with a freight train. Rienke glanced back just as the Malibu shot past, blaring that ungodly noise. Teenagers joyriding again, he grumbled to Peters. Happens all the time out here. Inside the house, Stone and Ruben bolted to the bedroom window at the sound of the horn. Headlights flashed up the driveway. Oh crap, that's Rienke, Ruben hissed. And his buddy, Stone added as two figures climbed out. Then he spotted the Malibu tearing past. I told them to call, not go full NASCAR through the countryside, he muttered, annoyed. They sprinted downstairs, Stone yanking Ruben back just before he triggered the motion sensor by the front door. Dropping low, they crawled toward the kitchen as the door swung open and the alarm started beeping. Rienke punched in the code, silencing it. Alarm's off, Stone whispered. Back door now. Ruben moved like a shadow, but footsteps echoed through the house. They slipped outside, shutting the door softly, then rounded the corner, only to crash into Warren Peters hauling a trash can. What the Peters didn't finish. Ruben's fist connected hard, sending him sprawling. Without a word, they bolted for the motorcycle and jumped on Ruben, fired up the engine just as Rienke burst out of the house, drawn by the noise. Spotting Stone and Ruben, he charged toward them, one hand already reaching inside his jacket for a clear shot. What he didn't expect was a beat-up Malibu skidding sideways on two tires, piloted by a furious antique dealer with a compulsively counting genius in the passenger seat, fingers trembling in panic. Holy Mother of God, Milton yelled as Rienke flipped over the windshield, slid across the roof, and landed in a heap on the lawn. Meanwhile, Peters staggered to his feet only for Caleb, possessed by some manic energy, to slam the car into reverse and floor it. The Malibu roared backward, gravel spraying like machine gun fire. Peters barely had time to fire a wild shot before diving out of the way. As he scrambled to aim again, Ruben's motorcycle sidecar whipped past, Stone swinging a helmet by its chin strap like a mace. The impact sent Peters sprawling face-first into the grass. By the time either man stirred, the Camel Club was long gone. Chapter 46. Alex Ford and Kate Adams weren't exactly feeling reassured by the official response. According to the police, the brake line in Alex's car had just happened to fail, typical for an old clunker, they said. And aside from Alex's claim, there was zero evidence of a sniper near Kate's place. No bullets, no shell casings, nothing. The next morning, Alex sat across from Jerry Sykes, listening to the department's sanitized version of events. Sykes stopped pacing and fixed him with a look. Witnesses said you acted like a lunatic after the crash, then bolted. That's not you, Alex. Is there something going on you want to talk about? Just that someone wants me dead, Alex snapped. Sykes sank into his chair, cradling his coffee. Why would anyone want that? Some dirtbag shoved a gun in my face, Jerry. Didn't exactly stop to ask why. Except no one else saw him. Alex hesitated before answering. He wanted to tell Sykes about discovering the boat, but admitting he'd disobeyed the director's orders again would likely end his career for good. I've got years of solid service behind me. Why would I start making up wild stories now? Sykes leaned forward. Exactly, you've racked up plenty of successful years. The director showed you real mercy yesterday. He could have fired you on the spot. Honestly, I probably would have. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Alex. You won't get another chance like this. Fine, Alex said. But can you at least get Kate Adams' house under surveillance? That glint on the rifle scope wasn't just my imagination. Sykes sighed and leaned back. I'll call DC police and ask for extra patrols. That's all I can do, and you should consider it a favor. He checked his watch. Now I've got a meeting and you've got to post to man. Right, the White House, Alex muttered. Outside the White House, Sykes corrected. You'll have to earn your way back inside. Meanwhile, the Camel Club held an emergency meeting at Caleb's place at dawn. Their first order of business was congratulating their resident rare book expert and unlikely getaway driver for his bravery. Though the celebration had to wait while Caleb lost his breakfast in the bathroom, finally realizing how close he'd come to death. When Caleb returned, pale but steady, Stone spoke up. Let the record show that Caleb Shaw has earned the deepest gratitude of this club for his courage and quick thinking. Caleb managed a weak smile as he shook hands. I don't know what came over me, I just knew I had to act. Haven't been that scared since I held a first edition Tocqueville in its original dust jacket. Reuben clutched his chest in mock awe. A Tocqueville, the sheer terror, Stone cut in, serious again. We have to assume Rian Key and his partner can identify us now. Caleb shook his head. Not necessarily. While we were staking out the street, I took the liberty of removing my license plates. The other stared as he pulled the stolen plates from his coat pocket with a shaky grin. After Milton easily tracked down Rian Key's address using the license plate, I couldn't shake the worry that the same thing might happen to me. Just then Milton's phone buzzed. Yeah, he answered. He listened for a moment before hanging up, his expression darkening. Someone broke into my place and knocked out the security guard who responded to the silent alarm. Anything stolen? Stone asked. Doesn't look like it. But I've got a hidden surveillance system disguised as ceiling lights. Even the security company doesn't know about it. Stone raised an eyebrow. Would be useful to see who the intruders were. I'd have to swing by my place to grab the footage. The DVR's tucked behind the fridge. We'll take the risk, Stone said. If it was Rian Key and his buddy, we'd finally have leverage. Reuben threw an arm around Caleb. Next time those two get in our way, they're done for, right, champ? Alex's first day back in the president's protective detail was awkward, to say the least. Everyone seemed aware his reassignment, especially for a veteran like him, was more punishment than promotion. Still, they treated him professionally. At least working outside the White House had one perk: patrolling Lafayette Park. He didn't run into Stone, but he spotted Adelphia wandering near the spot where Stone's tent usually stood. Hey, Adelphia, Alex greeted her. Looking for Oliver. To his shock, tears welled up in her eyes, something he'd never seen from her. Adelphia, what's wrong? She pressed her hands to her face. Alex stepped closer. Are you hurt, sick? She shook her head, took a shaky breath, and lowered her hands. I'm fine, she insisted. Everything's fine. Alex guided her to a bench. Clearly you're not. Talk to me, maybe I can help. Adelphia's gaze drifted back towards Stone's empty campsite. I'm not lying, I'm okay, Agent Ford. Call me Alex, but if nothing's wrong. He followed her line of sight. Did something happen to Oliver? I don't know. Then why the tears? Her expression was unfamiliar, not the usual suspicion or irritation, but something raw and desperate. He trusts you, she whispered. Oliver told me himself, said you were a good man. Alex hesitated. I respect him too. The words hung between them, heavy with unspoken questions. The last time I saw him, his face was covered in bruises. Is there some kind of connection? Adelphia nodded and recounted the confrontation in the park. He poked the guy in the side with his finger, she said, raising her middle finger. And that big man, he dropped like a child. She took a shaky breath before continuing. Then Oliver pulled out a knife and he moved, she shuddered. He held it like someone who knows how to use one. I thought he was going to slit the man's throat. Her hand jerked in a sharp motion. Then she studied Alex with an expression caught between sorrow and relief. But he didn't cut him. He left when the cops showed up. Oliver doesn't like police. Have you seen him since then? Adelphia shook her head. Alex leaned back on the park bench, turning the story over in his mind. Hey, Alex, a voice called out. His team leader stood nearby, arms crossed. Mind rejoining us unless you're too busy? He asked, irritation creeping into his tone. Alex stood quickly but turned back to Adelphia before leaving. If you see Oliver, tell him I need to talk to him. Adelphia didn't look thrilled. I won't share what you told me, I just need to speak with him. Reluctantly, she nodded and Alex hurried off. Meanwhile in Brennan, preparations for the president's visit were speeding up and Captain Jack had his hands full. The workshop was on schedule, modifying the vehicle, and the drivers knew their roles. He hadn't revisited the sniper's nest, too many eyes around. Instead, he'd spent downtime at the clinic with Al Remy and his partner, confident they wouldn't cause trouble. The night before, after their patrol through town, he'd met with Jamila again. Her nerves still worried him, but it was too late to replace her. He reminded her how crucial she was, how many men were ready to die for this, how their sacrifices would mean nothing if she failed. With 2 meetings left before the big day, one tonight, since the Secret Service advance team arrived tomorrow, Jack had little margin for error. After briefing his crew, he'd check in one last time with his North Korean contact to iron out final details. But Carter Gray was already closing in. Honestly, Jack was surprised the old man had taken this long to get suspicious to set their plan in motion. They tapped every connection they had across the Muslim world. But from Captain Jack's perspective, Tom Hemingway's strategy was nothing more than a pointless exercise, though Hemingway stubbornly refused to admit it. Jack believed Hemingway's biggest flaw was his naive faith in human goodness, something Jack had long since abandoned. In his experience, the people calling the shots were anything but good. Every mission Jack had ever taken required meticulous preparation for every possible outcome, and this one was no exception. Sticking to his old principles had steered him right once again. At the end of the day, it all came down to money. In a rented warehouse on the outskirts of town, the technician and the chemist worked alongside the ex-National Guardsman, fine-tuning the prosthetic hand's functions. He was getting the hang of it now, smoothly executing a series of grips, twists, and precise movements. Even draining the water they'd poured into the inner pocket for practice went off without a hitch. Before the American left, he thanked the two men, then grabbed a duffel bag heading into the city center. They made half a dozen stops along the shopping district, leaving behind small gifts in each store, gifts that would ensure Brennan, Pennsylvania earned its place in history, though not in the way its residents might have hoped. Later, Alex learned he'd been assigned to the president's advance team for the event in Brennan. That killed his mood instantly. It meant being separated from Kate, at least for a while. Still, he couldn't complain too much. By some miracle, his Secret Service pension was still intact, though he'd be stuck trailing the president through every backwater town on his re-election tour. By the time that was over, he'd be a walking zombie. He met Kate at a DuPont Circle restaurant where she seemed fully recovered from the horrors of the previous night and more determined than ever to uncover the truth. Alex admired her resolve but couldn't shake his unease. "I get where you're coming from, Kate, but don't take unnecessary risks. These guys are armed and they won't hesitate to pull the trigger." "All the more reason to stop them," she shot back. "When do you leave for Brennan?" "First thing in the morning. The flight was brief, but I've got a mountain of work ahead both for me and the team. It's driving me crazy that I won't be here if you need me." Kate rested her hand on Alex's fingers. "Let me tell you, you handled yourself incredibly well yesterday." As she spoke, their waiter arrived with their meals, overhearing the conversation. Misreading the tone, he gave Alex a knowing wink before stepping away. "So what's the latest?" Kate asked as they started eating. Alex filled her in on his talk with Adelphia about Stone. "You mentioned Stone has no traceable past, but from what Adelphia saw, he must have one, and it's probably anything but ordinary." Alex nodded, his expression turning thoughtful. "How about we take a walk after this, maybe around 16th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue? I heard there's a swanky place over there. Think you can get me inside? Right now, I doubt they'd even let me through the door, but I was actually thinking about the other side of the street." 45 minutes later, they reached Lafayette Park. "Doesn't look like he's here," Alex muttered, spotting Stone's unlit tent. A quick check confirmed it empty. "Know any other places he stays?" Kate asked. "Oh yeah." 20 minutes after that, Alex pulled up to the curb near empty Zion Cemetery. A light glowed in the caretaker's cottage. "He lives here?" Kate said, incredulous. "In a cemetery? What, you expected a penthouse near Capital One Arena?" The gate was locked, so Alex helped Kate climb over before following. When Stone opened the door at their knock, surprise flickered across his face. "Alex," then his gaze shifted to Kate. "Oliver, this is my friend Kate Adams, Justice Department lawyer and the best bartender I know." "Pleasure, Mrs. Adams," Stone said, shaking her hand. His eyes lingered on Alex, searching. "Thought we'd drop by," Alex offered. Stone stepped aside. "Well, come in then." He led them to the kitchen, putting on coffee while they looked around. Kate pulled a book from the shelf. "You've read all these, Oliver." "Most of them," he admitted. "Though rarely more than twice, never enough time for reading." Kate shot Alex a glance. "Solzhenitsyn, heavy stuff." "If I remember right," Alex said, "I skimmed the Cliff's Notes in college." Kate held the book up, studying it. "Wait, but in Russian?" Stone returned from the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee. "I really like your place, Oliver," Kate said, glancing around. "It's exactly how I'd picture a college professor's home, books everywhere, cozy chaos." Stone chuckled. "Messy, dusty, and packed with old junk and forgotten paperbacks." He turned to Alex. "From what I overheard, you're assigned to Brennan's advance team in Pennsylvania." Alex's jaw dropped. "Yeah, how the hell did you know that? Standing guard outside the White House gets dull. People talk to pass the time. If you listen closely, you'd be surprised what drifts your way. Too bad most folks forgot how to pay attention." Kate smiled as they settled by the fireplace. "Alex told me you were one of a kind, Oliver. Now I see he wasn't exaggerating." "Well, Kate, if I may, Alex here isn't exactly ordinary himself. Please call me Kate. And if I crank up my extraordinariness any higher," Alex joked, "I'll be pumping gas by next week." He studied Stone's face. "Those bruises look like they're healing." "Nothing serious. Ice helped. I've had worse." "Really?" Kate leaned in. "Care to share some stories? Trust me, you'd be bored stiff." "Try us," Alex countered. Just then, a voice carried in from outside. They all stood and moved to the door. Adelphia stood at the locked cemetery gate, calling for Stone. Adelphia, Stone hurried out to let her in. Back by the fire, he introduced her to Kate, who offered a hand. Adelphia only nodded, clearly not expecting company. Didn't know you had my address, Stone said. You know where I live, she shot back. Goes both ways. Stone sank into his chair, rubbing his palms. Oliver was just saying his face is feeling better, Alex cut in, trying to lighten the mood. Adelphia stayed silent, the awkwardness thickening until Kate spoke up. I knew one of the Eclue lawyers who handled your case for the Lafayette Park tent. He said it was a legal nightmare. The Secret Service fought hard, Stone admitted. Security concerns, they claimed. But the people's rights come first, Adelphia interjected sharply. This country is great because of its freedoms, Stone nodded. Exactly. And my friend Oliver, she added, he has a sign. The note read, I want to know the truth. We all like knowing the truth, Kate remarked with a smile. But truth comes from within, Adelphia insisted, tapping her chest. If you seek truth, you must carry it inside yourself first, don't you think? She glanced around the room. Stone clearly wasn't enjoying the conversation. Truth wears many faces, he said sharply. Sometimes it's right under your nose and you still miss it. Abruptly, he stood. If you'll excuse me, I have business elsewhere tonight. Oliver, it is getting late, Alex pointed out. Yes, it is, and I wasn't expecting company. His tone left no room for argument. The three visitors quickly muttered their goodbyes and left. As Alex and Kate drove Adelphia home, she sat stiffly in the backseat. He's upset, she muttered. I can feel it. Why are you so sure? Alex asked. He came to the park today with that friend of his, the big one, on a motorcycle, sat in the sidecar. She said it like she was describing a crime. You mean Reuben? Yes, Reuben. I don't like him, he has. What's the word? Shifty eyes. Unsteady gaze, Alex corrected. No, shifty eyes, Adelphia insisted. Kate chuckled. We get it, Adelphia, the man's got a wandering stare. Adelphia shot her a grateful look. Still, Alex pressed, you haven't explained why you think Oliver's in trouble. Because of everything, he's not himself, something's eating at him. I tried talking to him, but he shut me out completely. Alex studied her, suspicion growing. Is there something else you're not telling us? For a second she looked startled, then offended. What, you think I'm lying? That's not what I meant. I don't lie, I'm just trying to help. I'm not accusing you, Adelphia cut him off. I'm done talking, no more lies. At a red light, she flung the car door open and stormed off. Adelphia, Alex called after her. Let her cool off, Kate advised. She'll come around. I don't have time for that, my flight leaves tomorrow. And I'm on vacation starting then. Wait, since when? After last night, I decided I needed a break, took a week off. Maybe I'll see you in Brennan. I hear things are really popping off over there, Kate said with a raised eyebrow. Probably just some cow pasture where a future president happened to be born, Alex shot back dryly. Or maybe I'll take a closer look at what Mr. Stone and his crew are really up to. Alex frowned uneasy. Kate, that's a bad idea. Fine, then I'll track down the guys who tried to take us out. Your call. With an exaggerated sigh, Alex threw his hands up. All right, fine, keep an eye on Oliver and his buddies. At least that's the lesser of two evils. Yes, sir, Kate said, giving a mock salute. Chapter 48. The Secret Service advance team touched down in Pittsburgh at 7 a.m., rolling out like a small army before heading straight to Brennan. The president traveled constantly, hundreds of trips a year, and each time the Secret Service had to arrive days early, working around the clock to ensure his safety. This election season was even more grueling, with Brennan hopping from state to state, stretching the agency thin. Normally, advance teams got a full week to prep, but with the campaign in full swing, they had to prioritize. Low-risk events got rushed prep, high-risk ones got the full week. Brennan, Pennsylvania, had been labeled low-risk, which meant Alex Ford and his team had to cram a week's work into a few days. They took over an entire floor of Brennan's biggest hotel, recently renamed the Sir James in the president's honor. The agents cracked jokes about it for a solid 10 minutes before their supervisors shut it down. One room was stripped bare and turned into a secure comms hub swept for bugs. No housekeeping, no interruptions. By afternoon, they were briefing local police, running drills, and double-checking every exit. The clock was ticking. The team leader briefed the police officers in Alex's presence as information packets were handed out. Always remember, he warned them, in some other building in this town, maybe just down the street, there could be a group of people plotting the exact opposite of what we're trying to accomplish. Alex had heard speeches like this before. Scanning the room discreetly, he doubted many took it seriously. Still, his experience told him never to dismiss anything. Secret Service agents were wired for paranoia. Brennan didn't seem like a security risk, but nobody had expected Bobby Kennedy to be shot in a hotel kitchen. James Garfield was killed in a train station. William McKinley fell to an assassin hiding his gun under bandages at a public event. Lincoln was shot in a theater box, JFK in a convertible. But not on my watch, Alex repeated to himself, not on my watch. The advance team debated alternate motorcade routes from the airport to Brennan, identifying potential danger zones before splitting into smaller units. Alex ran through the standard questions with local law enforcement. any spikes in gun sales, missing police uniforms, threats against the president, locations of nearby hospitals and emergency safe houses. Afterward, the agents inspected the event site. Alex scrutinized the plaza, then helped position snipers, a task requiring him to think like an assassin. Where would a shooter strike? How? When? Most of the setup was complete, with workers finishing wiring and assembling massive screens so the crowd could at least see the president up close digitally. From a security standpoint, the plaza was passable. The single vehicle entrance had obvious pros and cons, but the president wouldn't be staying long, 2 hours max. Back in Brennan, Alex walked the quiet streets. An old Secret Service myth claimed bank robberies spiked during presidential visits, with every cop in a 20-mile radius focused on protection, not patrol. The thought almost made him laugh. Almost. Alex could tell Brennan was walking right into trouble, not a cop in sight anywhere. Back at the hotel, he decided to go for a run. Even with his neck injury, Alex never missed a chance to jog. It was one of the few things that kept him from feeling completely drained. He headed east on Main Street past the hospital, then took a left and picked up speed as he turned north. A delivery truck rolled by, but Alex paid it no mind. Why would he? He didn't know the driver. Same went for Jamila, cruising with the Franklin brothers, no reason to glance his way. As Alex jogged past an auto shop with blacked-out windows, he had no clue about the major vehicle modifications happening inside. If he'd known, he would have stormed in and arrested everyone on the spot, but ignorance kept him moving. Truth was, Brennan's downtown didn't interest him much. The president's visit would be confined to the fairgrounds anyway. After showering, Alex volunteered for evening duties. Might as well score some points with the Secret Service. Meanwhile, Kate Adams wasn't sitting around either. She'd been up before dawn, sharing breakfast with Lucky, who happily agreed to a favor. Back at her place, Kate sat at her tiny desk, mapping out her next move with Oliver Stone. Alex had told her Stone's fingerprints were nowhere in the system. That meant one of two things. Either the guy had never been important enough to be printed, or his identity had been scrubbed so thoroughly he practically didn't exist. Kate scribbled down research tactics, strategizing like she was prepping for trial. Satisfied, she showered and left, parking just close enough to empty Zion Cemetery to keep watch. At 7:30 a.m., Stone emerged from the caretaker's cottage and started down the road. Kate ducked low in her car unnoticed until something unexpected happened. Adelphia slipped out from behind parked cars on Q Street and started trailing him. Kate hesitated for a moment before starting the engine. She quickly caught up to Adelphia and rolled down the window. At first, Adelphia pretended not to recognize her, but Kate wasn't giving up that easily. "Oh yes, yes," Adelphia finally muttered, flustered. "Now I remember you." Her eyes darted nervously toward Stone, who was nearly out of sight. "Need a ride somewhere?" Kate asked, glancing in the same direction. "I don't need to go anywhere," Adelphia snapped. "I'm free to do as I please." "How about coffee then? Alex mentioned you like it." "I can buy my own coffee. I earn my own money, don't need charity." "I was just trying to be nice. Friends do that for each other. That's why Oliver helped you when that man got rough in the park." Adelphia's eyes narrowed. "How do you know about that?" "You're not the only one worried about Oliver, Adelphia. Alex is too. I'm just helping while he's away on business, so get in, let's grab a coffee, please." "Why help Agent Ford?" Adelphia asked suspiciously. "Woman to woman, because he matters to me." "Just like Oliver matters to you, I know that much." Adelphia hesitated, then gave one last glance toward Stone before wrinkling her nose slightly, but she got in, letting Kate drive her to a nearby Starbucks. "So what do you do?" Adelphia asked as they sat down. "I work at the Justice Department." "You make justice for the government?" "Something like that. At least I try. In my country, we had no justice for decades. The Soviets told us what to do, even whether we could breathe. It was hell." "That sounds awful." "Then I came here, got a job, made a good life." Kate hesitated but had to ask. "Then why are you always protesting in Lafayette Park?" For a second, defiance flashed across Adelphia's face, then faded. "No one's ever asked me that before," she said, her voice shaking. "After all these years, you're the first. I know we're not close, but you don't have to answer." "Good, I don't want to talk about it." They sipped their coffee in silence. Finally, Adelphia sighed. "You're right. I'm sick with worry over Oliver. He's in trouble, I know it." "How?" Adelphia tugged a tissue from her sleeve, dabbing her eyes. "The other night I watched TV. I never watch TV, never read the news. You know why?" Kate shook her head. "Because they lie." Adelphia hesitated, her fingers twisting in her lap. "They're full of lies," she muttered. "You watched TV the other night, didn't you?" Kate pressed. "Yes, but just the news, only the news. That's where I saw it." "What did you see?" A flicker of fear crossed Adelphia's face, as if she realized she'd already said too much. "It's nothing I should talk about, not proper. You're a lawyer, you work for the government. I don't want to make more trouble for Oliver." "Adelphia, do you think Oliver did something wrong?" No, I don't believe that. I told you he's a good man. If that's true, then he has nothing to fear from the government or from me." But Adelphia stayed silent. "If you're really worried about him, let me help. You can't follow him everywhere, making sure he stays safe." Finally, Adelphia sighed and patted Kate's hand. You're right, I'll tell you. She took a deep breath. On TV, I saw they found a dead man on the river island. Roosevelt Island, Kate cut in. Yes, that one. But what does that have to do with Oliver? Well, I wanted to have coffee with him, but he said he had a meeting. A meeting? What kind of meeting? That's what I wondered too. A meeting in the middle of the night? I was annoyed. Coffee canceled for a meeting, so I pretended to leave but saw him get into a cab. I got in another one. I have money. I can take taxis. Of course, Kate said. Then what happened? I followed him to Georgetown. He got out. I got out. He walked toward the river. I walked toward the river. Then his friends met up with him. I saw what they did. What? Kate's voice was sharp enough to make Adelphia flinch. They got into an old rowboat and paddled to the island. And what did you do? I took another cab and went home. I didn't wait for them, and I sure didn't swim after them. I just left. Later, I drank my coffee and saw Agent Ford come asking about Oliver. Tears welled in her eyes again. Then I turned on the TV and heard about the body. You're absolutely sure it was the same night? That's what they said, same night. Adelphia, you insist Oliver didn't do anything wrong, but you saw him row to that island with his friends and then a man turned up dead there. They said he was shot. Oliver doesn't own a gun. You can't know that for sure. What about his friends? Adelphia laughed. I know those men. They're like scared little mice except the big one. One works at the library, loves books. He's given me some. The other one's always counting. Counting? Yeah, counting and humming, whistling, muttering to himself. I don't know why, but Oliver said he has some kind of compulsive disorder or something. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. That must be it, yes. Do you know their names, his friends' names? Oh yes, I know them. The book guy, his name is Caleb Shaw. Sometimes he wears these old-fashioned clothes. Oliver says it's his hobby. I say the little bookworm's crazy. And the others, the one who's always counting, that's Milton Farb, smart guy. He's told me things about the world I never knew before. What about the big one? Unstable steerer. His name's Reuben Rhodes. I remember it because it sounds like the island of Rhodes in Greece. What do you think happened on that island, assuming none of them shot the man? Isn't it obvious? Adelphia asked, nearly breathless, lowering her voice. They saw who did it. They saw the killer. Kate leaned back. Her first thought was to call Alex immediately, but then she wondered if that was smart. No doubt he'd rush back to DC and land himself in even more trouble with the Secret Service. And she didn't even know if Adelphia's story was true. Then an idea struck her. Adelphia, would you mind coming with me to check something out? Where? Adelphia asked suspiciously. Georgetown. I promise it won't take long. Reluctantly, Adelphia agreed and Kate drove her to the riverbank in Georgetown. Can you describe the boat where you saw the men? Kate asked when they arrived. Long boat, maybe 20 feet and old, completely rotten. Adelphia pointed south. They got it from the scrapyard over there. Kate led her to the seawall. Stay right here. She scrambled down to some rocks jutting from the water near the wall, then reached the mouth of the drainage ditch. If you lean forward, you should be able to see it. She pushed aside a few branches as Adelphia bent down, giving her a clear view of the boat's bow. Is that the boat you saw them in? Yes, that's the one. Oh God. Chapter 49. Oliver Stone loitered outside the tall apartment building, watching well-dressed people hurry out, probably heading to work, judging by the number of briefcases. Then Jackie Simpson emerged, a small purse slung over her shoulder. She didn't glance at Stone as she passed. He waited a beat before following. His long strides forced him to slow his pace to match her shorter steps. Several times he considered speaking to her, but each time something strange happened, his nerve failed him. When she stopped at a newspaper stand to buy a copy, her change slipped from her fingers. Oliver rushed to help, gathering the coins and placing them in her palm. His breath quickened as he caught a closer look at her, but when she thanked him, he simply smiled and continued on his way. He lingered outside the WFO building, watching as she disappeared inside. Petite, dark-skinned, stubborn, she reminded him of someone from his past. Shaking off the thought, he turned and headed for the subway station. He had an important meeting to get to. At the designated stop, the rest of the Camel Club was already waiting. They'd agreed that Milton's safest bet to retrieve the burglary footage was to have security guards escort him home, employees from the firm that had responded to the silent alarm. Milton arranged it, meeting 2 guards at his doorstep before heading inside while the others watched discreetly from Caleb's Malibu. About half an hour later, Milton rejoined them, sliding into the car. Got the DVD? Stone asked. Milton nodded, pulling it from his bag. The recorder was running, so there should be something on it. He popped it into his laptop, and soon they were staring at the shadowy interior of Milton's home. There, Stone pointed as a man rounded a corner. That's Rienke, Caleb confirmed. And there's his buddy, Reuben added, the guy you knocked out with the motorcycle helmet, Oliver. They watched as the intruders crept from room to room. Good grief, Milton, Reuben quipped, your place is a disaster. What's he taking? Caleb asked. Milton replayed the clip. Looks like my recipe box, but I can't tell which one he grabbed. Watch, here comes the guard, Stone said. The moment the guard stepped inside, something lunged from the darkness, dropping him instantly. What the hell was that? Reuben blurted. A masked guy, Stone replied. At least one of them had the sense to cover their face. But it wasn't Rian Key, Milton noted, or his friend. Which means there's a third player, Stone concluded. Either way, this footage gives us leverage too. Milton's phone buzzed, cutting him off. He answered, his expression shifting instantly. Oh, hi, Chastity. Wait, what? Good Lord, what are you talking about? Stone snatched the phone. Chastity, a man's voice answered instead. Under the circumstances, I'd call this a stalemate. As long as you stay quiet, we will too. The call ended. Stone looked at Milton, whose eyes welled up with panic. I'm sorry, Milton. Kate had spent the morning and afternoon digging into Milton Farb, Reuben Rhodes, and Caleb Shaw. A quick Google search even pulled up details about Milton's infamous appearance on Danger Zone, but Oliver Stone remained an enigma. One thing was clear: these men had witnessed Patrick Johnson's murder. The bullet hole and bloodstains on the boat suggested they'd nearly died themselves. Armed with that knowledge, she drove back to empty Zion Cemetery that afternoon and luckily found Stone tending to the graves. Oliver, Kate Adams, we met briefly the other night. I remember, Stone replied tersely. You look troubled. Everything all right? Nothing serious. She hesitated, then plunged ahead. Since Alex is out of town, I was hoping you'd join me for dinner, my treat. Dinner? He stared at her like she'd just spoken in code. At my place? Well, technically, it's not mine. I rent the converted garage behind Lucille Whitney Houseman's estate in Georgetown. Know her? Can't say I've had the pleasure, Stone muttered, barely listening. I'd love to invite Adelphia and your other friends too. Stone shoved weeds into a trash bag. That's kind, but I'm afraid, he stopped mid-sentence, eyes narrowing. What other friends? You know Reuben Rhodes, Caleb Shaw, Milton Farb? I've been thinking about collecting rare books, so Caleb's expertise would be fascinating. And I'm a huge Danger Zone fan, though I must be missed Milton's episode. Then there's Reuben's old Dia work. How could that not intrigue me? She let the words hang before adding, and of course there's you. Stone stayed silent, kneeling in the dirt, turning it all over in his mind. Kate had hoped to catch him off guard, maybe spark enough curiosity to get a yes. But the longer he said nothing, the more she wondered if she'd miscalculated. When someone spends that much time digging into another person's life, there's usually a hidden motive behind it, Stone remarked. Hard to argue with that, Kate admitted, but tonight's not the best time. We just got some bad news. Sorry to hear that, Stone said. Alex and I had our own share of trouble. Someone tried to kill us right after we found an old boat in a drainage ditch near the river in Georgetown. Bullet holes, bloodstains, the whole deal. Is that so? Kate kept her tone steady, though the revelation should have rattled her. If anything, it made her respect Stone more and piqued her curiosity. Well then, we should definitely have dinner together. I'll let my friends know. 7 o'clock works for me. Need the address? Probably. I'm guessing Mrs. Whitney Houseman lives in one of those neighborhoods where regular folks don't just wander in. Kate gave him the details. I'll swing by Adelphia's place to invite her. You and your crew can pick her up. Kate, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Oh, I think it's a fantastic idea, she insisted. Why? Because Oliver, I get the feeling you're the kind of man who could use all the friends he can get right now. Caleb, Milton, and Adelphia pulled up in front of Lucky's sprawling villa in an overstuffed Malibu, its exhaust rattling, suspension groaning. Right behind them, Reuben and Stone rolled up on the sidecar bike. Kate had been watching for them and swung open the ornately carved front door. Nice ride, she told Reuben, who was sporting a weathered leather jacket, wrinkled khakis, and his favorite moccasins, though he'd thrown on a blue kerchief as a makeshift tie for the occasion. His gaze lingered appreciatively on Kate's sleek black pants, matching pumps, and the string of pearls around her neck. Let me take you for a spin sometime, he said. This sidecar's seen some wild rides, trust me. Adelphia gave Kate a curt nod as she stepped inside, followed by Milton, impeccably dressed in a green blazer, pressed slacks, and a striped tie. He handed Kate a small bouquet. Milton, right? Oh, thank you, these are gorgeous. She noticed his eyes welling up at the compliment. Caleb was next to arrive, having taken Stone's advice and skipped the Abraham Lincoln costume. Oliver didn't want their hostess thinking he was some kind of dangerous eccentric. Still in a quiet act of defiance, Caleb had strapped on his grandfather's old pocket watch. Nice to meet you, Caleb, Kate greeted him warmly. Go on in. Oliver Stone came last, dressed in some of his newer clothes and carrying his motorcycle helmet under one arm. Mind giving me a heads up on tonight's agenda? He asked. Kate grinned at him. Where's the fun in spoiling the surprise? Funny how society's idea of fun isn't always that fun, Stone remarked dryly. Couldn't agree more, she said, but trust me, you'll enjoy this evening. Lucky welcomed the group with a massive punch bowl of sangria. The elderly woman flitted around, topping off glasses and chatting effortlessly, clearly in her element. The drinks loosened everyone up and the next hour passed in lively conversation before dinner was served. Reuben and Caleb dug in with gusto, while Stone, Milton, and Adelphia mostly pushed their food around. Afterward, coffee was served in the library. Lucky offered cigars, but only Reuben accepted. I do love a man who smokes, she said, settling beside him and giving his broad shoulder an approving pat. You strike me as the sturdy, dependable type. Reuben blinked at her, momentarily thrown. Kate steered the conversation toward intelligence work and Reuben leaned in. Here's a thought no security measure in the world holds up against a growling stomach. Kate raised an eyebrow. How so? Simple. Back in the day, I knew exactly when bombings in Afghanistan and Iraq were about to start, before anyone else. You were with Daya. Now, they'd already pushed me out by then. No, I knew because I was driving for Domino's Pizza. Every time the Pentagon ordered a massive stack of pies, I knew bombs were dropping within hours. Beat Dan Rather and Tom Brocco to the scoop, hell, probably beat the president. Meanwhile, Caleb wandered the library with Lucky, his eyes lighting up at each rare find. Good Lord, is that a first edition of Moby Dick? And the Hound of the Baskervilles original dust jacket? And wait, are these Jefferson's notes on the state of Virginia, 1785? Unbelievable. We've got a copy in our rare books collection too. Lucky, you should get yourself some acid-free, computer-cut slipcases made to the exact dimensions of your books. Lucky hung on Caleb's every word. Oh, computer-cut, acid-free slipcases, how exciting. You'd really do that for me, Caleb. It would be my honor. Reuben poured himself another coffee and spiked it with a splash of liquor from a flask he pulled from his jacket pocket. Trust me, Lucky, when it comes to excitement, brother Caleb here is a real powerhouse. Lucky, Kate finally said, we're moving this conversation to my place. I need to discuss a few things with my friends. Of course, darling, Lucky replied, patting Caleb's arm, but first, promise me you'll all come back later. Without hesitation, Reuben raised his glass. Lucky, not even a SWAT team could keep me away from you. Kate led the group to what used to be a garage, now converted into a cozy space. They settled onto the couch and a pair of armchairs around a low table. I assume you filled your friends in on our conversation and the discovery of the rowboat, Kate asked Stone in a businesslike tone. Yeah, I have, Stone confirmed, glancing at Adelphia. And for some reason you think we were in that boat and on the island. I don't think it, I know it. Now I want to know what you saw. There's no proof we saw anything at all, Stone replied calmly. Even if Adelphia followed us to the river and saw us rowing to the island, that doesn't mean we witnessed the man's death. Yet I'm convinced you saw everything, and I believe the killer noticed you. That's why you ran. It explains the bullet hole in the boat and the bloodstain. What I don't understand is why you didn't just go to the police. Easy for you to say, Reuben cut in. People would believe you, but look at us. We're a ragtag bunch with questionable reputations. So you admit you saw the murder? Caleb opened his mouth to respond, but Stone spoke first. We're admitting nothing. Oliver, I'm trying to help you, Kate said, and don't forget someone came after Alex and me too after we found that boat. Caleb gave Stone a puzzled look. You never told us that, Oliver. And what about Chastity? Milton burst out, his voice shaking. Chastity's been kidnapped. Tears streamed down his trembling face as everyone turned to stare at him. The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. If someone's been kidnapped, Kate stated firmly, it needs to be reported to the police immediately. It's not that simple, Caleb replied, glancing at Stone, who kept his eyes fixed on the floor. We can't actually go to the authorities. Kate turned her attention to Stone. Oliver, she said quietly, maybe as a team we can figure this out. Right, Reuben chimed in. She works for the Justice Department while we're stuck getting scraps of intel third hand. Maybe it's time we work together, Caleb admitted. Stone remained silent. Reuben set his cigar down in the ashtray. Well, since our fearless leader's suddenly gone mute, I motion for an emergency meeting of the Camel Club, all in favor of bringing Kate up to speed. I am, Caleb said without hesitation. We all are, Reuben added, still watching Stone. The votes were unanimous. Emergency session is in order, Reuben declared. Kate frowned. What exactly is the Camel Club? Stone finally spoke. That's a long story. Chapter 50, you did what? Alex nearly shouted into his phone. It was early morning and he had just strapped on his service weapon in his hotel room when Kate called. See, this is why I waited till now, Kate said. I knew you'd freak out. What did you expect? A gold star and a pat on the back. Great job, Kate. Glad you're not in a body bag. I told you I was looking into Stone and his friends and you were fine with it. Yeah, before I knew they witnessed Johnson's murder, the one case I told you to stay away from. How was I supposed to know they were involved? Just listen, I've got a lot to tell you. When she finished, Alex let out a slow breath. Okay, let me get this straight. They saw the murder but didn't report it because they thought the cops would pin it on them. Oliver doesn't exactly trust law enforcement. Probably something from his past. And they tracked down one of the killers, broke into his house, and nearly got killed themselves. Right. Then while they were there, the killers broke into Milton Farb's place and got caught on camera, except now they've taken Milton's girlfriend, so going to the police is even riskier. But they didn't give you the killers' names. I think they only know one. Yet they have them on film. Did you recognize her? Alex asked, adjusting his phone against his shoulder as he tightened his holster. They wouldn't show me the footage, Kate replied. Why not? They insisted you see it first. Perfect, Alex muttered, running a hand through his hair. I'm 4 hours away, swamped with work, and the president's visiting tomorrow. They won't budge on this. I tried. Oliver trusts you, not me. I barely know these people at Justice. It took everything just to get this much info. Alex sighed, dropping onto the bed. Fine. What's your plan? I was thinking we could come to you tomorrow. Tomorrow? The president takes priority, Kate, you know that. Yeah, but I need you to meet with the Camel Club. The what? Sorry, that's what Oliver and his friends call themselves. They're like a watchdog group, been around for years. Remember the defense secretary scandal, the bribes for contracts? The Camel Club exposed it after a tip from the White House chief of staff. Crazy, right? Alex pinched the bridge of his nose. So the White House chief of staff was spying for some group called the Camel Club? Tell me you're joking. Let's move on, that's not the point. Not the point? Alex snapped, standing abruptly. Just listen, their intel on this is solid. We come to Brennan, watch the event, then review the footage together. They'll give you the name and we take it to the Secret Service. And what? They'll just launch an investigation. With hard evidence, yes. Plus, we have to get Chastity back. Milton's falling apart. Who the hell is Chastity? Milton's girlfriend. She's the one who was taken. Kidnapping's FBI territory. Every second counts. Odds aren't great she'll be found alive. These aren't ordinary kidnappers. They call every few hours so Milton can hear her voice. They won't hurt her, not yet anyway. Alex exhaled sharply. Fine, but if this turns into a circus, I'm out. We've got a stalemate right now, Alex said, rubbing his temples. And where does Patrick Johnson fit into all this? The voice on the other end asked. The Camel Club only gave vague hints. You'll probably get a clearer explanation later. From what I've gathered, they think they've got it figured out. Alex exhaled slowly. The day ahead was packed, last-minute preparations, security briefings, the usual chaos of a Secret Service agent's life. But no matter how hard he tried, his thoughts kept circling back to the Camel Club. God help me. Alex, you still there? Yeah, he muttered, glancing at his service weapon. For a split second, he wondered if it'd be easier to just end it all right there. Alex, fine, come over. Can we bring Adelphia? She's really worried about Oliver. That was the last straw. Oh sure, Kate, bring Adelphia. Why not the whole damn zoo while you're at it? Swing by the White House and drag the president along too. I'm sure he'd love this circus. Maybe he'll even take you all for a joyride in Air Force One. And don't forget to drop my name so he knows exactly who to fire when he gets back to DC. Kate's reply was infuriatingly calm. Great, talk tomorrow, Alex. The call ended and Alex flopped back onto the bed just as a sharp knock rattled the door. Alex, move it, we're rolling out. His team leader's voice was impatient. You good to go? Never better, Alex grumbled, yanking the door open. The team leader gave him a once-over but didn't press further. Meanwhile, as dusk settled, Tom Hemingway navigated the quiet streets of a small town an hour outside Frankfurt. He passed quaint shops clustered around an old Gothic church before turning into a narrow alley. A nondescript apartment building stood at the end. Taking the elevator to the third floor, he knocked on the fourth door and was let inside. The apartment was dark, but Hemingway's gaze immediately locked onto the deepest shadow in the corner. Still got that sixth sense, I see, a voice said as a man emerged smiling, dressed in a sharp suit despite his Arab heritage, a turban wrapped around his head. He motioned for Hemingway to sit at a small table. Hemingway complied, sensing others in the room but saying nothing. The man across from him leaned back, hands resting on the armrests, watching. Your father was an extraordinary man and a close friend for nearly 30 years, the man said. He took the time to learn our language, to understand our faith and traditions. That kind of respect is rare in the West these days. Hemingway gave a slow nod. He was one of a kind. The man reached for a glass of water on the table, took a sip, then offered some to Hemingway, who declined. Instead, he handed Hemingway a folded document. As agreed, he said. Hemingway slipped it into his pocket without glancing at it. I assume you've given this careful thought, he remarked. A lifetime's worth, the man replied. You're certain no one will speak of this responsibility, the man nodded. It's handled. I trust my people have met your expectations. Following orders without question is a mark of loyalty I don't take lightly. Loyalty isn't the only reason. Men like al-Zawahiri were led astray by your country. Their ties to Islam were severed. He paused, then asked, Are you confident about tomorrow? Yes. Attacking a superpower isn't simple. Even superpowers are made of people. The man shook his head. We are nothing alike. Our differences run deeper than your nation cares to admit. Maybe the more we differ, the more we're the same. Forgive me, but that's more of your Buddhist nonsense. He took another sip of water. America spends more on its military than the rest of the world combined. No nation does that for defense, only for domination. Your president could wipe the Arab world off the map with the push of a button. We have no reason to. The Middle East is progressing. Dictatorships are giving way to democracies. Democracies replacing dictatorships that America helped create and sustain. And now, these new democracies hate you more than the old regimes ever did. You invaded Iraq without understanding its history. Did it really surprise you that a British-made country of Shia, Sunni, Kurds, and a dozen other groups wouldn't get along? Did you truly believe rolling tanks into a country would free the Iraqis from their dictator and suddenly fix everything? The Arab man raised his hand. Democracy can't be bombed into existence. It has to grow from the ground up, not fall from the sky. On their way to the polls, Muslims walk past the craters left by bombs that killed their families. Do you really think they'll forget who took their husbands, wives, and children just because of the promise of American-style democracy? My country has to accept that there's more than one path to freedom, Tom replied. But the problem is we still think our way of solving things is the only right way. The Arab took another sip of water. You shouldn't echo your leaders, Tom. God could wipe out your armies in an instant, but we mortals can't defeat you militarily, not with all your money and weapons. Instead, we watch as your strong troops are followed by American businessmen and pipelines. You claim you want a free world, yet Africa has more dictators than the Middle East and the bloodshed there is far worse. But I don't see American tanks rolling through Africa. Funny how the Middle East has so much more oil, isn't it? Don't insult us by pretending America's motives are purely noble. At least give us that respect. Freedom is worth fighting for, Tom countered, and America is the freest nation on earth. Is it? A country that kept slaves for 250 years and treated black citizens like second-class citizens for another century. I've seen your version of democracy firsthand. Over 50 years ago, Iran had a democratically elected leader who dared to nationalize the oil industry. Of course, American companies weren't happy, so the CIA helped overthrow him, installing the Shah instead. His obsession with Western luxury sparked a revolution, and when the Ayatollahs took over, any hope for real democracy vanished. America's done this everywhere. Chile, Pakistan. Western policies have led to the deaths of millions. The Arab fell silent, studying Tom carefully. What if Iraq's new government doesn't align with America's preferences? Hemingway replied calmly, I still believe you value freedom. I remember sitting in as a boy, listening to you and my father debate these very issues. True, I've spent my life fighting for freedoms that align with divine will. Every person deserves a voice. It sickens me how Muslim women are treated in some Arab nations, and it disgusts me to see palaces towering over mud huts. The Muslim world has deep struggles, but is it freedom when outsiders dictate our goals? America holds less than 5% of the world's population, yet burns through a quarter of its energy. Meanwhile, poorer nations starve for resources while their people suffer. Shouldn't they send troops to force America to curb its waste? How would the US like that? Hemingway frowned. If that's how you feel, why back me at all? The man shrugged. Simple math. For every American killed, hundreds of Arabs die. Right now, suicide bombers slaughter their own by the thousands. Every blast weakens us and hands victory to the West. He paused, taking a sip of water. Your media obsesses over bombers chasing paradise, but God praises saving lives, not ending them. Western kids grow up safe, why shouldn't ours? Of course they should, Hemingway agreed. But your demands are impossible. Before the 70s oil crisis, America ignored the Middle East unless Israel was involved. After 9/11, you struck the Taliban. I'd have done the same. But trying to remake the entire region into a democracy overnight? Madness. You expect us to achieve in years what took you centuries. The Arab man fell silent, then added bitterly, this isn't just Islam versus the West, if only it were that simple. A distant call to prayer echoed, underscoring the weight of his words. We're expected to swallow your version of progress while our streets burn. Tell me, Hemingway, when has force ever bred lasting change? For thousands of years, Arab nations have cultivated traditions deeply rooted in the harsh realities of desert life. These are lands where natural resources are scarce, tribal customs dictate survival, and leadership has long been dominated by men. America never saw this as an issue until suddenly it did. Now you demand we change overnight. 100,000 Iraqis have already died for this so-called progress, leaving the country in ruins. I can't applaud that, Tom, not even a little. I'm doing what I can, Tom replied. If it fails, what's the worst that happens? More people die, the Arab man said sharply. That's already happening. You've got an answer for everything, just like your father. Wasn't he killed in Beijing? Tom nodded. Officially, the case was never solved, but I doubt it was the Chinese. They're cunning but not reckless. The Arab leaned in. Here's what fascinates me, Tom. One day, China will overtake America as the world's top economy. Their military dwarfs yours, and it grows stronger by the day. They could strike the US with nuclear weapons. They oppress millions, yet you call them allies while invading Arab lands under the banner of freedom. Know what we say? Go liberate your Chinese friends instead, but you won't. Why? Because they'd fight back with more than rifles and car bombs, unlike us. My father never trusted them. Because he was wise, may he rest in peace. I'm an atheist, I don't know if he's anywhere, the Arab sighed. Denying God only diminishes you, Tom. I believe in myself. And when your body fails, what then? Silence stretched between them before the Arab answered for him. Nothingness, Tom shrugged. That's my choice to make. The Arab stood. Goodbye and good luck, we won't meet again. Minutes later, Tom walked to his rental car, scanning the note his contact had given him. Every detail was meticulously planned. That night, his flight left Frankfurt. 8 hours later, he'd land in New York, no closer to answers than before. Tom gazed up at the clear night sky, wondering if there were as many gods as there were visible stars. Some religions claimed that was true, but for Tom, those beliefs meant nothing. No deity had ever answered his prayers, proof enough in his mind that no higher power existed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles across the Atlantic, Captain Jack also stared at the heavens, preoccupied with the next day's events. Every preparation had been made, now they were just waiting for President Brennan and his entourage. As a final precaution, all laptops used by the operations team had been destroyed, cutting off access to their encrypted chat rooms. Jack would miss those late-night discussions. Later that evening, Jack drove to the parking lot of Pittsburgh International Airport. He stepped out of his car and headed toward the terminal. Officially, his travel plans were simple: Pittsburgh to Chicago, then on to Honolulu, followed by a small plane to American Samoa, where he'd finally reach his private island getaway. His role in the Brennan operation was over. He had no intention of sticking around for the messy part. That would be cutting it too close, even for him. While he'd been busy with one job, another had quietly begun. His partnership with Tom Hemingway was finished, though Hemingway didn't know it yet. At least it was fun while it lasted. Now he was working for a different client, North Korea. After checking in for his flight, Jack kept his compact travel bag with him, small enough to carry anywhere. He grabbed a drink at an airport bar, then made a quick stop at the restroom. With time to kill, he wandered through the terminal before joining the boarding line, only to turn away at the last second. Instead of boarding, he exited the building, walked to a different parking lot, and slipped into a waiting car. The drive south had just begun. Back in her apartment, Jamila sat at the kitchen table, writing the date and time of her death in her notebook. She wondered how accurate her prediction would be. If she died tomorrow, someone might find her journal, maybe even mention it in the papers, along with her full name, which she scribbled beside the entry before angrily crossing it out. Was there any chance she'd survive the next day? She moved to the open window, letting the breeze drift in, breathing in the unfamiliar scent of freshly cut grass. It was peaceful here, no gunfire, no explosions. People strolled past, chatting casually. An old man sat on a neighbor's porch, smoking a cigarette and sipping a beer. Laughter from a nearby playground carried on the wind. She was still young. Life stretched out ahead of her if she lived to see it. Jamila slowly closed the window and retreated into the shadows of her apartment. "Let me not disappoint you tomorrow," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Please let me not fail you." Her prayer hung in the quiet air like an unspoken plea. Just 20 minutes away by car, Adnan Al-Rimi finished his final prayer of the day. Like Jamila, he had lingered longer over each prayer today, as if searching for something beyond the usual words. He rolled up his prayer mat and tucked it away. Adnan wasn't one for strict rituals. He prayed only twice a day, morning and evening. Ramadan held little meaning for him after years of hunger that had stripped fasting of its sanctity. Over time, he'd indulged in cigarettes and whiskey, small rebellions against a life of discipline. A pilgrimage to Mecca had always been out of reach, too costly for a man who had spent his life scraping by. Yet he still considered himself faithful. He worked hard, helped those in need, never cheated or lied, but he had killed. In the name of God, in defense of his faith, his way of life. Sometimes it felt like his entire existence had been nothing but work, prayer, and war. He had fought so his children wouldn't have to, so they'd never know the weight of a bomb strapped to their chests. But fate had other plans. All of them were gone now, swallowed by the same violence he'd tried to shield them from. Now only one task remained. Closing his eyes, Adnan traced the path through the clinic in his mind. Down the hall, a right turn, 14 steps, another right. 8 steps down, a landing, then 8 more. The back exit waited, a silent accomplice to what came next. He rehearsed it again, and again. Stripping off his shirt, he studied his reflection in the bathroom mirror. His body still carried the strength of a fighter, but beneath the muscle, something brittle lingered, a weariness that belonged to an old man, not someone in his prime. The scars on his skin had healed. The ones inside never would. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he pulled 10 crumpled, faded photos from his wallet and laid them out before him. Each one was a fragment of a life that no longer existed, smiles frozen in time, moments of peace, love, and unspeakable horror. One image burned brighter than the rest: his father's execution. A minor offense, a brutal punishment. Most men died in 2 strokes of the sword. His father's neck had been thick, it took 3. An 8-year-old Adnan had been forced to watch. Few could dwell on such memories without shedding at least a tear, yet Adnan's eyes remained dry. But as he pressed his lips to the faded photographs of his dead children, his fingers trembled. After a moment, he slipped on his jacket and left the apartment. The bike ride to downtown Brennan was quick, the cold air biting at his face. He chained the bike to a rack near Mercy Hospital, his gaze lingering on the building where he still had a job, at least until tomorrow. Across the street, the apartment where the two Afghans meticulously checked their rifles caught his attention. They were precise, methodical, exactly what you'd expect from skilled snipers. Adnan turned down a side street, then into an alley, two sharp knocks. Silence. He called out in Farsi and footsteps approached. Ahmed's voice answered, sharp and impatient. What do you want, Adnan? To talk. I'm busy. Everything should be ready by now. Is there a problem? The door swung open, revealing Ahmed's scowling face. There's no problem, he muttered, stepping aside. The garage smelled of oil and metal, the car at its center gleaming under the dim light. Adnan sat by the workbench, nodding in approval. Good work, Ahmed, it looks solid. Tomorrow we'll decide if it's good or not, Ahmed grumbled. They spent the next 20 minutes reviewing their roles, but Ahmed's skepticism lingered. I'm not worried about us, it's the woman. Who is she? What training does she have? That's not our concern, Adnan said. If she was chosen, she'll do her part. Women belong in the home, not in war. You're stuck in the past, Adnan shot back. Our history was great because we embraced strength wherever we found it. Ahmed spat on the floor. The world can rot, we don't need it. After tomorrow, we'll see who's right. Ahmed shook his head. You trust that American too much, he's using us. He's bold and he knows what he's doing. Adnan's stare hardened. I know my role, Ahmed finally muttered. The tension between them crackled like a live wire. Yes, you'll carry it out, Adnan said, rising to leave. And I'll be there to make sure you do. You think I need an Iraqi to show me the right path? Ahmed snapped, his temper flaring. Tomorrow we won't be Iraqis, Iranians, or Afghans, Adnan replied calmly. We'll just be Muslims keeping faith with God. Don't question my devotion, Adnan, Ahmed warned, his voice edged with threat. I don't. Only God has the right to test a believer's soul. Adnan moved toward the door but paused one last time. See you tomorrow, Ahmed. See you in paradise, Ahmed shot back. Air Force One touched down at Pittsburgh International Airport at 1 p.m. sharp. The usual air traffic had been rerouted, and it would stay that way until the president's plane took off again. A long motorcade idled on the tarmac, engines humming, ready to roll. There was one unbreakable rule when it came to the president's convoy. Once his backside hit the seat, the cars moved. Anyone not inside their assigned vehicle got left behind, no exceptions. The route to Brennan had already been locked down by the Secret Service, leaving frustrated drivers stuck in their cars as the massive armored limo and its 26-vehicle escort rolled past. Inside the beast, President Brennan sat with his wife, his campaign manager, the governor of Pennsylvania, and Carter Gray. By the time the motorcade reached the rally site, over 10,000 people had gathered, waving flags and homemade signs in a show of hometown pride. Outside the security perimeter, news vans from local and national outlets lined up, their perfectly coiffed anchors joined by younger, hipper reporters from cable networks, all prepped to broadcast the event, though with very different tones. The older journalists stuck to solemn professionalism, while the younger ones couldn't hide their trademark cynicism. Alex Ford stood near the stage but stepped back behind the barricades as the motorcade arrived. His stomach tightened when he spotted Kate, Adelphia, and the so-called Camel Club weaving through the crowd toward the front. Kate waved, catching his eye. He didn't wave back, just gave the faintest nod before refocusing on scanning the sea of faces for threats. A near-impossible task with so many people packed in tight security had tightened at every entrance with newly installed metal detectors, giving the Secret Service an extra layer of control. Alex glanced toward the tree line where snipers were positioned, though of course he couldn't actually spot them. Just don't miss if it comes down to it, he thought dryly. As the president stepped out of the vehicle, his protective detail closed in around him, a human barricade of Kevlar and muscle. Alex recognized every agent. They were the best of the best, a unit built on absolute trust. The president took the stage, shaking hands with local dignitaries while his wife, the governor, the campaign manager, and Gray stood behind him. Brennan settled into his seat moments later, and the ceremony began right on schedule. First up was the mayor, followed by a few other local officials, each trying to outdo the last with praise for their small town and the president. Then the governor rambled well past his allotted time, making the chief of staff tap his foot impatiently. Air Force One had a fundraising stop in Los Angeles next, far more crucial, at least in their eyes, than this quaint little town's bid to rename itself after the president. Alex's gaze never stopped scanning the crowd. Near the front behind the barricades, he noticed a group of military personnel. Most wore standard army uniforms, some missing limbs, likely casualties of Middle Eastern deployments. A few National Guardsmen stood among them, one with a hook where his left hand should have been. The sight tugged at Alex. Brennan would probably make time for them after his speech. He always did right by veterans. Then there were others, faces that stood out, their features hinting at Middle Eastern heritage. Dressed like everyone else, waving signs and wearing campaign buttons, they cheered just as loudly. But Alex had no way of knowing some of them weren't there to celebrate. Captain Jack's men had spread through the crowd, positioning themselves for a clear line of fire. Every one of them had noticed the ex-guardsman with the hook, and they were watching. This simplified everything. The man stood stubbornly at the barricade, waiting to shake the president's hand. Everyone was waiting for James Brennan. Around the time Air Force One touched down in Pittsburgh, a sleek black helicopter lifted off from a helipad in New York City heading south. In the cockpit sat the pilot and another man in a flight suit. In the back, Tom Hemingway settled into his seat with a portable TV on his lap, eyes glued to the broadcast. Over in Brennan, a massive crowd had gathered at the fairgrounds, packed shoulder to shoulder, exactly what worried Hemingway the most. He checked his watch and barked at the pilot to pick up speed as the chopper raced over Manhattan. Meanwhile, Jamila had just returned from a 2-hour outing with the kids. As she rolled the minivan into the driveway, she planned to whip up a quick lunch before they had to leave again. But when she opened the front door, her youngest in her arms, the 2 older boys trailing behind, she nearly dropped the baby in shock. Standing in the foyer, barefoot and in tennis whites, was Lori Franklin, phone pressed to her ear. She flashed Jamila a quick smile and motioned that she'd be off the call soon. "You said you'd be at the club for tennis and lunch," Jamila blurted the second Lori hung up. Lori crouched down, scooping up her sons as they ran to her, then took the baby from Jamila's arms. "Change of plans. Everyone from the club is at the renaming ceremony, so I figured we'd go too." She leaned toward the older boys. "And you're coming with me," Jamila inhaled sharply. "You're taking them?" Lori straightened, bouncing the baby's tiny fist playfully. "Even this little guy want to see the president, huh?" She shot Jamila a grin. "It'll be fun." "How often does the leader of the free world swing by our town?" "You're really going?" Jamila's voice was quiet, disbelieving. "Why not? I voted for him, even if George thinks he's an idiot, but keep that between us." "But the crowds, Mrs. Franklin, I read it's a madhouse. Are the boys really ready for that? They're so young," Lori shrugged. "I thought about that too. Then I realized it's the kind of memory they'll cherish, even if they don't remember the details later. At least they'd be able to say they were there when it happened." "I'll just take a quick shower, okay?" Lori said. "I was thinking we could grab lunch before we all of us," Jamila repeated. "You want me to come with you?" "Of course, I'll need help keeping track of 2 toddlers and a baby, and you're right about the crowds, it's chaos out there. I can't risk losing the boys in that mess." Jamila crossed her arms. "I have too much to do here," she protested, as if today of all days she suddenly cared about chores. "Don't be silly," Lori said. "It'll be an experience for you too. You'll see what makes this country great. Who knows, maybe we'll even meet the president. George would be green with envy, even if he claims he can't stand Brennan." Lori headed upstairs to shower and change. Jamila slumped into a chair, struggling to steady herself. The oldest boy tugged at her sleeve, begging her to join them in the playroom. At first she resisted, then gave in. The sound of running water from the Franklins' bathroom filled the house. Jamila knew she needed time to think. She settled the youngest in the playpen and distracted the older 2 for a while before slipping away to splash cold water on her face in the downstairs bathroom. Upstairs, the shower still ran. Lori never took quick ones. Finally, Jamila accepted there was no way out. She grabbed her purse. "A storm's coming," she muttered, rehearsing the words before she'd have to say them into the phone. 3 simple words and her problems would be over, yet her skin prickled with unease. For Lori Franklin, who'd picked today of all days to take the boys out, this solution might not end well. Then Jamila saw the mess. Her purse lay upside down on the floor. She'd been careless, leaving it on the chair instead of somewhere higher. Dropping to her knees, she sifted through the scattered contents. Her phone, where was it? She rushed to the playroom where Timmy, the oldest, had a habit of emptying her bag. "Timmy, you little troublemaker," she said, forcing calm. "Where's Jamila's phone? Did you take it again?" The boy grinned, clearly pleased with himself. "All right, you little rascal, show Jamila her phone. She needs it. Where is it?" But Timmy couldn't remember where he'd left it. For 10 frantic minutes, Jamila followed him from one corner to another, her hope fading with each dead end. Then suddenly the shower stopped. Jamila glanced at her watch. She needed to leave immediately or the whole schedule would fall apart. Her mind raced until she had an idea. She could use the Franklins' landline to call her own phone and track it by the ringtone. She dialed the number and wandered through the house, listening intently. Nothing. Timmy must have accidentally silenced it while playing with it earlier. Another thought struck her. Maybe she could just make the call from the Franklins' phone. But as she started dialing, she realized it was pointless. The contact wouldn't answer unless he saw her name and number on the screen. She hurried to the front window, scanning the street. Was he out there somewhere? Could she signal him? But the street was empty, completely empty. She was on her own. Footsteps creaked upstairs. Jamila dashed to the kitchen, yanked open a drawer, and grabbed a steak knife. Quietly, she climbed the stairs and knocked softly on the bedroom door. "Yes," came Lori Franklin's voice. "Mrs. Franklin, you can come in." Jamila stepped inside, locked the door behind her. Lori stood wrapped in a towel, laying out dresses on the bed. She glanced up. "Honestly, I need more time to pick something. Are the boys ready, Mrs. Franklin?" "Yes, I really think it's better if you go alone. The boys should stay with me." Don't be ridiculous, Jamila, Lori said, holding up two dresses. We're all going, which one, green or blue? The blue, Jamila muttered. It's nicer now, shoes. Lori turned to her closet, flipping through pairs. Mrs. Franklin, please just go by yourself. Lori spun around, irritation flashing. Jamila, I won't force you to come, but the boys are going. She crossed her arms. Is this about meeting the president? Is that the problem? No, it's not that. I know there's tension between America and your part of the world, but you could still show respect. You chose to come here, you've had opportunities. People who rush in make money, then complain about how terrible we are. That infuriates me. If they hate it so much, they should leave. I don't hate this country, Mrs. Franklin. Despite everything it's done to my people, I don't hate you. The moment the words left her mouth, Jamila knew she'd slipped. Lori's eyes narrowed. Wait, what exactly has America done to Saudi Arabia? Lori took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Listen, Jamila, I don't want to argue about politics. I just thought it'd be nice to grab lunch together before the event. If the crowd's too much, we'll leave, no big deal. Sound good? Now could you make sure the boys are ready? I'll be downstairs in 20. She turned back to her shoe collection, adjusting a pair of heels. Jamila clenched the steak knife hidden in her pocket, her pulse racing. She took a step forward, then froze. Lori had spun around, her eyes widening at the glint of steel in Jamila's grip. Jamila, her voice trembled. The fear in Lori's face said it all. Oh God, Lori lunged for the closet, but Jamila was faster. She grabbed Lori's hair, pressing the blade to her throat. Lori's sobs turned frantic. Why are you doing this? If you touch my kids, I swear, I won't hurt them, Jamila hissed. But they're not going to see the president. She forced Lori onto the floor, the knife biting into her skin. Stay down, or you'll never watch them grow up. With quick, practiced motions, Jamila yanked the phone cord from the wall, binding Lori's wrists and ankles. A torn strip of bedsheet silenced her. A knock at the door, Timmy's small voice. Mom, Jamila. Everything's fine, sweetheart, Jamila called, calm as ever while Lori thrashed against the gag. Go play with your brothers. Once his footsteps faded, Jamila pulled a small vial from her pocket, dousing a corner of a towel. She pressed it over Lori's face until her struggles stilled. Dragging the unconscious woman into the closet, she locked it shut. Downstairs, the boys chattered as she buckled them into the van. No hesitation now. The plan was in motion. She acted just as she had practiced. A minute after she drove off, the phone rang in the Franklin household and kept ringing. In his office, George Franklin set down the receiver, then tried reaching his wife on her cell. When that didn't work, he dialed Jamila's number. In the kitchen, her phone blinked silently inside a cabinet full of pots. Timmy had accidentally muted it while hiding it away. George sighed and put his own phone aside. No reason to worry, just a minor annoyance. It wasn't the first time he couldn't reach his wife, though usually at least Jamila picked up. He'd forgotten something when leaving the house and wanted Lori to bring it to him. If neither woman answered soon, he'd have to go back himself. With a shake of his head, George turned his attention back to the papers on his desk. Chapter 52, Brennan wrapped up his speech to roaring applause, accepting a ceremonial city key from the mayor. Still smiling and waving, he descended the podium steps, immediately surrounded by a tight circle of Secret Service agents. About 60 feet away, Alex stood near the beast, scanning the crowd, the biggest this small town had ever seen. All right, people, the team leader radioed before the president reached the barricade. Stick to the plan, eyes on him at all times. First, Brennan greeted the veterans, disabled Army soldiers, a couple of Marines, a young woman in dress blues, and several National Guardsmen. He shook hands, thanked them, and moved along the barricade as cameras flashed. When he leaned down to clasp the hand of a wheelchair-bound vet, the agents tensed, their eyes darting to every face in the crowd. One even subtly tugged Brennan's jacket to pull him back. Then the president approached a severely injured ex-National Guardsman. Brennan extended his hand, and the man gripped it firmly with his prosthetic. The unexpected texture made Brennan hesitate for just a second, had he not realized it wasn't real. His fingers came away slightly damp, and he wiped them discreetly on his pants while thanking the man for his service. The veteran saluted sharply, pride in his eyes. The president still looked stunned as he moved along the barrier, offering his usual rehearsed lines to the supporters lined up behind it. He shook hands with a second National Guard member, two older men, a younger woman, and an elderly lady who planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, the First Lady had also left her seat, descending the stage steps with the governor and campaign manager at her side, pausing occasionally to wave and exchange brief pleasantries. Gray had risen as well, his gaze drifting absently over the crowd. He had the air of a man who'd rather be anywhere else until his eyes locked onto Oliver Stone in the audience. Stone didn't notice. Gray opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. The agent to the president's left was the first to react. Brennan suddenly didn't look well at all. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he clutched his head, then pressed a palm to his chest. "Sir," the agent said. Brennan's breath came in short gasps as if something were crushing him. The agent immediately muttered into his wrist mic using Brennan's codename. Huck is down. I repeat, Huck is. He didn't finish. A split second later, he collapsed. The first gunshot cracked the air, and 6 more agents and 5 officers dropped around the president. Gunfire, a dozen Secret Service voices roared into their comms, triggering an instant lockdown. The crowd erupted into chaos, people scrambling in every direction as violence erupted without warning. 4 attackers fell seconds later, taken out by snipers positioned along the tree line, miraculous shots given the pandemonium visible through their scopes. Then 3 figures bolted through the crowd toward the motorcade, each flicking open a lighter and pressing the flame to small packages hidden beneath their jackets. In seconds, they were engulfed in fire. One dove beneath an ambulance, igniting it instantly. The explosion risk sent bystanders fleeing in terror. A dozen agents fought through the mayhem, forming a human shield around the president, now sprawled pale on the ground. Another volley of gunfire dropped 5 more agents. The survivors grabbed the president and dragged him toward the armored beast waiting nearby. The agents moved with eerie synchronicity, like cogs in some vast machine. 2 more dropped as the gunmen continued their barrage, collapsing near Edward Bellamy, the president's personal physician who'd already been hit in the initial volley. By the time the remaining detail reached the armored vehicle, only 2 agents remained standing. Reinforcements arrived, a squad of police officers, but a third hail of gunfire cut most of them down. The surviving officers struggled to control the stampeding crowd as people scaled fences and flooded every exit, their terrified screams piercing the air. Fathers dragged wives by the wrists, mothers clutched crying children as they fled the nightmare unfolding around them. Snipers took out 3 more attackers with precise headshots before rushing toward the president, but the chaotic tide of panicked civilians slowed their advance. Meanwhile, a second Fedian unit launched their assault, flames erupting from additional vehicles in the motorcade. Carter Gray stood frozen on the podium, his earlier confusion sparked by Oliver Stone's presence in the crowd now replaced by raw horror. The First Lady screamed for her husband, her voice lost in the roar of the mob. Gray, his campaign manager, and 3 Secret Service agents formed a protective ring around her, weapons drawn. The unfortunate governor who'd left the stage earlier had been swept away in the human current, which now posed nearly as much danger as the gunmen or the burning wreckage. Kate, Adelphia, and the Camel Club had inched forward during the president's speech, positioning themselves near the front barriers by the time Brennan finished. Reuben Rhodes found himself shoulder to shoulder with one of the shooters but didn't notice, his attention fixed on the jumbotron replaying the president's handshakes until a gunshot cracked beside him. "Assassination!" Reuben yelled, wrenching the rifle from the man's grip just before a high-velocity round struck the shooter dead. Tossing the weapon aside, he grabbed Kate and Adelphia, pulling them toward the fence as Stone barked, "Move, we're almost there." Kate glanced back at the monstrous scene, flames, gunfire, bodies, then kept running. The wooden barriers groaned under the weight of desperate civilians, threatening to buckle. Somewhere in the madness, a woman's shoe lay abandoned, its heel snapped clean off. A detail the original Chaos hadn't mentioned, but one that stuck now, proof of how fast terror could strip away everything ordinary. Sarah scanned the crowd desperately, trying to spot Alex and confirm he was unharmed, but the panicked mob pushed forward, forcing her to turn away. Alex had reacted instantly when the first shots rang out. Drawing his service weapon, he shoved through the chaos toward his fellow agents who were loading the unconscious president into the armored limo. When one agent fell to gunfire, Alex immediately took his position. They reached the vehicle and heaved the president inside as 2 agents jumped in after him. The driver yanked open the door but collapsed onto the grass before he could start the engine. Without hesitation, Alex sprinted around the car, grabbed the keys from the front seat, and slammed his foot on the gas while blaring the horn. Most of the crowd had already fled toward the opposite side of the fairgrounds where more exits were available, but dozens still scrambled in panic. For one brief moment, the path was clear. Alex gunned the massive vehicle toward the gate. The powerful engine hurled the heavy limo like a speeding bullet through the narrow exit, sending it skidding onto the country road. He swerved around fleeing civilians darting toward their cars, clipping a minivan hard enough to send it spinning. Behind him, engines roared as other vehicles from the motorcade tried to follow. But before the lead police car could reach the exit, a suicide bomber ignited himself and crashed onto its windshield. Officers barely escaped before the car exploded into flames, blocking the gate completely. Under different circumstances, they might have plowed through the fences, but the thousands of spectators still pressed against the barriers made that impossible. At least the limo had escaped. At least the president was safe, a wounded Secret Service agent thought before passing out. In the backseat, the 2 remaining agents checked Brennan's pulse. Get him to the hospital now, one shouted. I think he's having a heart attack, the president writhed in pain, clutching his chest and arm. Where's Dr. Bellamy? Alex demanded. Shot down, an agent replied, and the ambulance just went up in flames. Alex checked the rearview mirror, no pursuers in sight. Out of the entire 27-vehicle motorcade, only the president's limo remained operational. Gripping the wheel tighter, Alex focused on the open road ahead. The drive to Mercy Hospital should have taken 10 minutes, but Alex was determined to make it in 5. His grip tightened on the wheel as he prayed the president would hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, a black helicopter roared over the Pennsylvania countryside. Tom Hemingway fed precise coordinates to the pilot while watching the chaos unfold in Brennan through a satellite feed. Even though everything was going exactly as planned, his chest tightened with an unexpected weight. He'd imagined this moment 1,000 times, yet reality hit harder. Unable to stomach the sight any longer, he switched off the screen. Jamila sped through Brennan's streets, swerving left then cutting sharply right into a narrow alley. The kids in the backseat giggled, oblivious to the tension. She shot them a quick glance before slamming the brakes, almost missing the gate. A man waved her inside the auto shop and the heavy doors clanged shut behind her. Half a block from the hospital, a tractor-trailer sputtered out of a side street then stalled inexplicably. The driver jumped out, popping the hood, effectively blocking both lanes. Alex cursed under his breath. No police escort to clear the way, though he figured roadblocks were already sealing off every route in and out of town. Every cop and federal agent in the state was probably converging on Brennan. As his car tore past the old water tower, recently draped with an American flag, he barely registered the orange cones and caution tape diverting pedestrians. No one questioned the construction signs, they just obeyed. Then came the explosion. 2 charges detonated at the base of the tower's supports. The structure groaned, tilted, and collapsed across the road in a deafening crash of twisted metal and shattered concrete. A torrent of 45,000 gallons of filthy water surged through the streets, rendering them impassable. Moments later, thick smoke billowed from storefronts along the avenue as hidden smoke bombs, planted by the 2 operatives, the chemist and the technician, ignited chaos. Panicked crowds who'd avoided the ceremony now scrambled through the streets, fire alarms wailing in the background. With a screech of tires, Alex brought the armored beast to a halt outside Mercy Hospital. The rear door flew open as 2 Secret Service agents leaped out, cradling the president between them. They barely reached the bottom step of the entrance when gunfire erupted, cutting them down. The president collapsed onto the sidewalk beside the vehicle. Damn cowards, Alex snarled, scrambling from the passenger side. Snipers at the hospital, he gasped into his comm. Repeat, ambush at the entrance. Agents down, Huckabee, his voice faltered. He had no intel to report, just the codename hanging in the air. Eyes sharp, Alex scanned the rooftops, tracing the muzzle flashes to an apartment building across the street. No scopes glinted, just 2 shooters, methodical and precise. As he drew his sidearm, bullets pinged off the vehicle's self-sealing tires, others thudding harmlessly against its reinforced frame. The beast could take far worse than this. But the President of the United States lay bleeding on the pavement, his breath shallow. Protect the office, protect the symbol. Alex was the last agent standing, the only one left to uphold the oath, yet moving Brennan meant stepping into the kill zone. The snipers had the high ground, but the faint rise of the president's chest was enough. Not on my watch, Sir. Teeth gritted. Alex hauled him behind the armored flank of the vehicle, its composite shell their only shield. Every second counted and failure wasn't an option. We'll get you through this, sir, Alex said, keeping his voice steady despite the chaos. I'm dying, the president whispered weakly. Even with the armored vehicle as cover, Alex instinctively positioned himself between the wounded leader and the snipers, years of training kicking in. He inched his head up just enough to scan the rooftops, ducking as a bullet whizzed past. He fired 2 quick shots from his SIG, knowing full well it was a long shot to hit anything at this range. Across the street, a security guard suddenly appeared at the hospital entrance. Take cover, Alex shouted. Snipers on the rooftops. The guard vanished inside, only to burst back out seconds later, unloading rounds at the upper floors of the apartment building. He practically dove down the stairs, rolling next to Alex as bullets peppered the pavement. Damn it, Alex snapped. You got a death wish. Is that the president? Adnan Alrimi panted, nodding toward Brennan, who lay motionless behind the limo. Yeah, and he needs a doctor now, Alex said, jerking his gun toward the hospital. Next closest is in Pittsburgh, and he won't make it that far. Adnan stared. You're his only protection? Alex gave a grim nod. Looks that way. Saw the whole thing on the news, Adnan muttered. Alex sized him up. And you, only security here? Another nod. What tray you carrying? Piece of crap. .38. A groan from the president cut through the tension. Name? Alex demanded. Farid Shah. All right, Farid, congrats, you're deputized. Alex reached into the limo's hidden compartment, grabbing an MP5 and a spare mag. He tossed the submachine gun to Adnan. "You look like you can handle yourself." "I'm strong enough." "Good. Think you can carry him up those stairs?" Adnan clenched his jaw. "Yeah. On three then, I'll lay down cover fire. You get 10 seconds. And Farid, what? Promise me one thing. Name it. Those shooters will have to go through me first." Alex's grip tightened on his weapon. "No matter what. But if they take me out, and that's likely to happen, you're the only one left between them and the president. That means you've got to keep him in front of you at all times, so there's always someone shielding him from the snipers. Got it?" Adnan stayed silent. "Do you understand me?" Alex snapped. "Yeah, good luck." Alex waited until Adnan had the president positioned correctly, then turned away. 1, 2, 3. He lunged up and pulled the trigger, sweeping the MP5 muzzle flashes across the two windows where he'd spotted enemy fire. He desperately wanted to glance back and see if the guard was moving, but he couldn't risk it. Once both magazines were empty, he grabbed his service pistol and emptied that too. Bullets whizzed past as he ducked for cover, reloaded, and spun around. He'd expected the guard and the president to be halfway to the hospital by now, but they weren't. Instead, the guy was taking his sweet time climbing the stairs like there wasn't a life-or-death situation happening. "Damn it!" Alex roared, aiming at the guard's broad back. "Freeze!" The man whipped around instantly, putting Brennan between himself and Alex. Then he started backing up slowly with the president while Alex frantically searched for a clean shot, one that would take down Adnan without hitting the president. But there was no angle and the two vanished into the building. "They've got the president," Alex shouted into his mic. "I repeat, Huckabee has been taken at the hospital, locked down the entire damn block." Even though he knew he might get gunned down, Alex was about to charge up the stairs when luck finally turned his way. Police backup arrived. He waited just long enough for the officers to lay down suppressing fire before bolting up the front steps of Mercy Hospital. Gunfire cracked around him as he shoulder-checked through the glass doors, sending shards flying. A split second later, an explosion rocked the inside of the building. Chapter 54, Ruben helped Kate and Adelphia over the fence, rejoining the rest of the Camel Club. Screaming civilians still sprinted past in panic, but they took a moment to catch their breath and steady themselves. "My God," Kate muttered, her face ghostly pale as she scanned the chaos for Alex. "This is awful," Adelphia whispered, her voice trembling, like something out of a war zone. Stone surveyed the scene, bodies scattered across the festival grounds, the grass stained dark with blood. The air smelled like gunpowder and fear. The government snipers had secured the area, moving methodically between the fallen terrorists to confirm each was dead. From the edge of the square, Stone could see none of the bodies showed signs of life. Captain Jack's men were all gone, and most of the Fedayeen were burned beyond recognition. In the distance, sirens wailed as fire trucks arrived, their hoses quickly dousing the flames from the wrecked cars until only thick black smoke remained. Stone watched as crews cleared the charred government vehicle blocking the exit, finally allowing what was left of the motorcade to leave. Mrs. Brennan and the campaign manager were safely loaded into another armored car, while the battered governor, now found, bruised and bleeding, was driven away in a utility van. A heavy hand clapped Stone's shoulder. He turned to see Ruben's grim expression. "We should get out of here," Ruben muttered. "Cops might start shooting first and asking questions later." Stone frowned. "You had one of the attackers' guns. Notice anything off about it?" Ruben hesitated. "Didn't hold on to it long, figured I'd catch a bullet if I did, but now that you mention it, felt lighter than I expected." He studied Stone's face. "Why?" Stone didn't answer, his gaze drifting back over the dead militants. Nearby, inside the clinic, Adnan helped load the groaning president onto a gurney near the entrance. The gunfight outside had cleared the lobby, leaving only a cluster of nurses and doctors watching nervously from the far wall. "What's happening?" a doctor called, stepping forward cautiously. Adnan ignored him, nodding instead to a new hospital physician who had just arrived, one who'd scoffed at the idea of needing armed guards at Mercy Hospital. "Wounded man," the doctor announced, pulling a syringe from his coat. "I'll handle this." Adnan turned to the others. "Stay back from the doors. There's still shooting outside." The doctor uncapped the needle and injected the president's arm. Within seconds, Brennan slipped into unconsciousness. The doctor draped a blanket over Brennan's body, securing him to the gurney before wheeling him into the side corridor. He stepped into the elevator with the unconscious man and descended to the basement. Adnan had waited, now he turned back to the hospital staff. "Hey, you," another doctor called out. "Who's the guy on the stretcher?" The whole group moved toward Adnan. Without hesitation, he reached under his jacket, pulled out a gas mask and slipped it on as he advanced. Then he drew something from his pocket. It looked like a grenade and raised it high. "Look out," a nurse screamed, and the group scattered in panic. "Call the police," a doctor shouted, scrambling backward. Adnan strode into the adjacent ward's hallway and hurled the grenade against the wall, where it burst open. Thick smoke billowed through the corridor, the ventilation system spreading it through the building. Just before the smoke bomb detonated, Adnan heard glass shattering but couldn't see why. He didn't know Alex had crashed through the entrance doors in a reckless dive, but he knew time was short. Turning toward the front of the hospital, Adnan counted his steps, relying on memory to navigate the choking darkness. Near the exit, something struck his shin, but he pushed forward. Then the bomb he'd planted in the electrical room exploded, plunging the building into total blackness. Changing direction, Adnan moved down a side hallway, found the service door, and slipped through. He grabbed a metal rod he'd stashed behind a heating pipe and jammed it between the door handles, locking them in place. Then he broke into a run. Meanwhile, Alex hit the floor the second the smoke grenade went off, sliding forward on his stomach. The smoke burned his lungs, making him gag. He collided with something solid, maybe a person, but his grasping hands found nothing. Rolling onto his side, he crawled toward the sound of steady footsteps. How could anyone walk so calmly through this chaos? Then it clicked, whoever it was had a gas mask. And the rhythmic steps, they were counting, just like he'd been trained to do at the Secret Service facility in Beltsville. Alex dragged himself faster across the floor, fighting the suffocating haze. The footsteps grew faint, and Alex doubled his efforts, slithering across the floor like a predator closing in. Relief hit when the sound of steps sharpened again. He reached another hallway, adjusted his position, and kept crawling. Then came the unmistakable creak of a door opening and shutting. Alex picked up speed, lunged right, and groped for the wall. His fingers brushed cold metal, the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired at hip level. A bullet shattered the lock, sending the metal bar Adnan had wedged clattering to the ground. Alex shoved the door open and dragged himself through. The air was clearer here, but the power must have gone out. Total darkness. He staggered up, gripping the railing as he stumbled down the stairs, slipping more than once. Then his foot caught and he pitched forward, slamming onto the landing. Bruised and bleeding, he forced himself up, swaying as he followed the railing to the bottom. The basement hallway stretched before him. He sprinted toward the back exit just as Adnan climbed into the ambulance. The president had to be inside. No warning, Alex fired, hitting Adnan's arm. The return shot forced Alex to dive, losing his footing and tumbling down concrete steps. He scrambled up, squeezing off another round, but a chumd lurking by the driver's side struck back. The bullet hit Alex's ribs, though his state-of-the-art Kevlar vest absorbed the impact. Still, it felt like a sledgehammer to the chest. Then another shot grazed his left arm. Sirens wailed as the ambulance peeled away, but Alex's legs gave out. His chest screamed, his arm bled freely, and his lungs burned from smoke. On his knees, he emptied his magazine at the fleeing vehicle uselessly. He tried to radio for backup, but the mic was dead, probably severed by the same bullet that got his arm. The last thing he saw before blacking out, the ambulance vanishing into the night, with the president. On his watch, George Franklin pulled into the driveway, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He'd come from the opposite side of Brennan's property, the radio silent the whole way. "Laurie," he called out, stepping into the empty kitchen. "Jamila." The keys clattered onto the counter as he moved through the house, his voice growing more urgent with each unanswered shout. When he yanked open the garage door, his stomach dropped. Both Laurie's convertible and the Navigator sat untouched. Had they all left in Jamila's van? Upstairs, the silence pressed against his ribs. The bedroom door creaked open, revealing the shattered phone on the floor, the torn bedsheet. Then a muffled sound from the closet. He wrenched the door open, and there was Laurie, bound and gagged, her eyes glassy but alert. He tore the cloth from her mouth. "My God, what happened?" he demanded, fingers working at the ropes. "Who did this?" Her voice was a whisper. "Jamila, she took the kids." Across town, the ambulance screeched into the auto shop, doors slamming shut behind it. Adnan and Achimd hauled the president's limp body from the back while Jamila crouched by her van, trying to soothe the sobbing children strapped inside. Too young to unbuckle themselves, too terrified to listen. She moved to the rear, pressed a hidden button. The floor panel hissed open, revealing a lead-lined compartment, one space shaped like a curled body, the other a narrow cylinder. Then she saw him. Achimd, the poet who'd once scribbled his own death date in the margins of his work, the man who'd whispered about paradise. But his eyes held something new, something that made her step back. Not fervor, not even anger, something colder. "Achimd," she said, her voice cracking. He just stared, and for the first time, Jamila wondered if she'd misread the path to heaven entirely. "I don't know you, woman," he said coldly, turning away. "Don't speak to me." Jamila took a step back, his words like a knife to her chest. As Brennan was loaded into the van, she noticed Achimd moving closer to the ambulance. His hand reached into the back, but she couldn't see what he was doing. When he turned to rejoin the others, she tried again. "Achimd, we trained together in Pakistan. You have to remember me." He didn't answer. Instead, a blade flashed in his grip, pressed against the president's throat. Jamila screamed. Adnan was faster. He slammed into Achimd, knocking him to the ground. "You fool," Achimd snarled, scrambling up as Adnan leveled a gun at him. "Do you even know who we have? That's the American president, the face of everything they've destroyed." "You won't kill him," Adnan said. "Listen to me," Achimd snapped. When will we get another chance like this? Their tanks, their drones, they wipe us out every day, but we can end it right here, right now. No, Adnan said firmly. Why not? Because of the plan, Achim scoffed. Who came up with it? An American. We're taking orders from them, Adnan. Don't you see it's all a trap? But I won't let them win. He raised the knife. Not this time. I don't want to kill you, Adnan said, but I will. Then do it, Achim lunged. The gunshot cracked through the air and Jamila cried out as he collapsed, blood spreading across his chest. Adnan holstered his weapon, shoving the body aside. Tears streaked Jamila's face as she stared at the man she once knew, the poet, the dreamer. The others barely glanced up, loading Brennan into one container and oxygen tank into another. The doctor fitted a mask over Brennan's face, connecting the tubes. Adnan sealed the container and turned to Jamila, still shaking. He recognized me, she whispered. That was my Achim. Adnan's response was a sharp slap across her face. The shock silenced her. Get in the van, he ordered. Do your job. Without another word, she obeyed. The gate swung open and she drove out, the weight of what had happened pressing down on her. Adnan watched her go, then glanced at Achim's body and nodded to the others. They lifted the dead man and tossed him into the repair pit as Adnan wrapped his bleeding arm where Alex's bullet had struck him. Adnan had always suspected Achim was plotting something outside the plan. The moment the president was loaded into the ambulance, Adnan kept the Iranian under tight watch. Still, it had been too close. The trio climbed into the vehicle, Adnan playing the patient, the doctor acting as his caretaker while the third man took the wheel. That was the escape plan, the one Achim was supposed to follow too. But Adnan knew they'd been spotted at the clinic and now he had a gunshot wound. The odds of slipping past roadblocks were slim. Still, they made good bait for a distraction. Soon it would all be over. Adnan studied the doctor, a man in his 50s, and read the grim understanding in his eyes. He let his eyelids droop, cradling his wounded arm. The pain wasn't unbearable, he'd endured worse. But this scar would be his last. He refused to rot in an American prison or let them strap him down for the electric chair like some stray dog. Back at the apartment, once the building had been cleared except for the snipers, federal agents launched rockets into the 6th-floor unit. Only then did the gunfire stop, after the bloodiest shootout Pennsylvania had seen since Gettysburg. When they stormed the apartment, both shooters were dead, their M50 rounds spent, their submachine guns still smoking from the heat. Meanwhile, as Mercy Hospital was evacuated, Alex Ford was found sprawled on the pavement, drenched in blood. When he came to, he described what he'd seen, triggering a statewide manhunt for the ambulance. Just 5 minutes after leaving, Jamila reached a roadblock at the edge of Brennan's Crossing. 3 patrol cars blocked the street, officers barking orders for drivers to step out. She glanced back at the children, the youngest asleep, the other 2 still wailing. Tears burned her cheeks again. Achim had claimed not to know her. He'd told her not to speak to him, then he was shot right in front of her. He'd tried to stab the president. He'd broken the plan and it got him killed. But the words that cut deepest were the ones she couldn't shake. I don't know you. Hatred had swallowed Achim whole, suffocating the poet he'd once been. That was the only explanation she had left. A sharp knock on the car window snapped Jamila out of her thoughts. The police. She rolled down the window and the wailing of the children filled the officer's ears. What's going on with the kids, ma'am? One of them asked. They're scared, Jamila replied, reciting the rehearsed line. I am too. Sirens everywhere, cops on every corner, people running, screaming. It's chaos. Feels like the world's lost its mind. I'm just trying to get them home. She didn't need to explain, but she kept talking anyway. I'm their nanny. A sob shook her and the 2 older boys only screamed louder, waking the youngest, whose piercing cries made the noise unbearable. All right, the cop said, waving her off. We'll make this quick. He signaled his partner, who gave the car a cursory search, inches away from the unconscious president hidden inside. But they missed him, eager to move to the next vehicle. The stench from the backseat suggested the boys had had an accident, and the officers wasted no time slamming the doors shut. Drive safe, one called as they waved her through. Less than a minute later, George Franklin finally got through to 911, breathlessly describing Jamila, his sons, and the van. But by the time the message reached the right ears, she was already speeding toward the rendezvous point. 10 minutes after that, a black helicopter roared over the wreckage of the event site, descending onto the parking lot with a deafening thud. The door swung open and Tom Hemingway leaped out, sprinting toward Carter Gray, who stood huddled with FBI agents. Sir, we were en route from New York when we heard. Is the president alive? Gray's expression hardened, focus razor sharp. We just confirmed he's been taken, he said, which means I need to get back to D.C. immediately. The helicopter lifted off, vanishing southward into the night. Chapter 56. Jamila drove slowly from the meeting spot back to the Franklin's estate. Transferring the president from the van to his final transport had taken barely a minute, smooth as clockwork. She kept the radio on, partly to drown out the kids' shrieks, partly to catch the latest news. Every station was blaring emergency updates. But between the frantic anchors and endless speculation, there was little actual information to be found. Reports of multiple casualties flooded the news, but the entire nation, most of whom had watched the incident unfold live on television, seemed fixated on one thing: the president being rushed to the hospital. The truth, however, was far darker, and the public wouldn't learn the full story until later. Jamila was so lost in thought that she didn't notice the police cars closing in behind her at first. It wasn't until the flashing lights reflected in her rearview mirror that she snapped back to reality. Then came the booming voice over the cruiser's loudspeaker: "Pull over immediately and step out of the vehicle." Jamila didn't slow down. Instead, she pressed the gas just slightly. Inside the lead patrol car, the officers exchanged confused glances. "Looks like she's still got the kids with her," one muttered. His partner nodded. "We could box her in, try to talk her down." "Yeah, but what if she doesn't cooperate? Better call in snipers." "Doubt any are available. Jesus, this town hasn't had a murder in 4 years, and now we've got an assassination attempt on the president and a nanny gone rogue with kidnapped kids all in one day." A mile ahead, another cruiser blocked the road. Spotting it, Jamila swerved onto a grassy field. The pursuing officers hesitated as she suddenly swung the van back toward the highway. Unbuckling her seatbelt, she climbed into the back. "What the hell is she doing?" one cop muttered. "You think she's hurting them? Who knows? What about those snipers?" "Bad sign. The guy I called just laughed at me. We can't fire as long as those kids are in there." "So what do we do?" "Look, a door's opening." An arm reached out from the van, carefully placing a toddler still strapped in a car seat onto the grass. Then one by one, the 2 older children were lowered down. "I don't get it," the passenger seat cop admitted. "If she makes any move to run them over," his partner said, "you aim for the tires. I'll take the shot through the windshield." Both men stepped out, weapons drawn, one with a pistol, the other gripping a shotgun, but Jamila had no intention of harming the children. As she settled back into the driver's seat, she looked each boy in the eye, her expression unreadable. Jamila gave a final wave to the elder, then leaned out the side window. "Goodbye, Timmy," she said softly. "Take care, you little rascal." The boy's face was streaked with tears as he sobbed her name. Despite her hatred for Lori Franklin, Jamila felt a strange relief that she hadn't been forced to kill the woman. A child needed their mother, that truth weighed on her. She pulled a scrap of paper from her purse, scribbled something quickly, then folded it tight and clenched it in her fist. Shifting into gear, she hit the gas and veered back onto the country road. Another patrol car had joined the chase. Jamila aimed straight for the 2 officers standing beside their vehicle. "Stop right now," one shouted through the megaphone. Instead of braking, she accelerated. "Halt or we fire." Both cops raised their weapons. A second cruiser closed in from behind while another swerved to scoop up the children. "Shoot the tires," an officer yelled as Jamila barreled toward them. Bullets tore into the front wheels, but the van kept moving. She pressed harder on the gas, the shredded rubber sending the vehicle lurching wildly. "She's lost it," one cop shouted. "She's trying to run us down." Inside the van, Jamila barely registered their voices. Under her breath, she chanted in Arabic, her thoughts drifting to Ahmed, the poet who'd once held her heart but had turned away, now gone, surely resting in paradise. For a fleeting moment, she imagined the prophet's ascent, climbing the celestial ladder to the highest mosque, to a beauty beyond earthly measure. The gas pedal hit the floor. The van lurched forward one last time. Gunfire erupted, glass shattered, metal groaned. The van swerved, plowed across the grass, and slammed into a tree. The horn blared endlessly. Officers wrenched open the driver's door. Jamila's bloodied head lay against the steering wheel, her eyes open but unseeing. As the officers stepped back, a scrap of paper fluttered from the cab of the truck. One of the men bent down and picked it up. "What's this?" his partner asked. "Some kind of suicide note?" The officer studied the writing, shrugged, and handed it over. "Can't read Chinese." In truth, the note was written in Arabic. Jamila had left behind a message, the exact date and hour of her death. Chapter 57, the helicopter ride to Washington passed in total silence. Carter Gray didn't speak a word, and Hemingway knew better than to interrupt the old man's brooding. He had enough of his own questions to wrestle with. When they landed at Nick headquarters, Gray stepped out without a glance back. "Heading home, sir," Hemingway called after him. Gray turned, his expression hollow. "The president is missing. I have duties." As the chopper lifted off again, Hemingway switched to the cockpit radio. Pilot Tyler Rienke confirmed their new course and they banked westward. Hemingway's gaze dropped to the storage compartment beneath his feet where President James Brennan lay unconscious. Within hours, the world would know what had happened in the small town of Brennan, Pennsylvania. The Secret Service had already secured the line of succession, placing every high-ranking official, cabinet members included, under maximum security. Under Article 25 of the U.S. Constitution, Vice President Ben Hamilton assumed temporary control. It was the first time in history the provision had been invoked due to a kidnapping. Hamilton, visibly uneasy in his new role, wasted no time. First, he tore into the director of the Secret Service. Then he summoned every intelligence agency head to the White House, berating them for missing a terrorist plot that clearly required extensive planning and manpower. Rumors swirled that Hamilton had long hoped to succeed Brennan, just not like this. The damage to the nation's stability weighed heavily. That evening, he called Gray into the Oval Office. Witnesses later claimed Gray endured the tirade without flinching. When Hamilton finally paused, Gray asked simply, "Permission to go find our president." Hamilton's reply, according to those present, was not fit for print. After returning from Brennan, Kate invited the Camel Club in Adelphia to meet again at her home, the converted garage of the old Whitney Houseman estate. Adelphia still wore the haunted look of someone who'd seen too much. Kate handed her a glass of water and pressed a cold cloth to her forehead, but Adelphia just sat there, staring at her trembling hands and shaking her head. "Alex is fine," Kate assured her. "I haven't seen him yet, but we spoke briefly on the phone." Reuben leaned forward. "They've probably restricted his contact for now. He was right in the middle of that mess, might have seen something useful." Stone crossed his arms. "And what did we see that's useful? A massive shootout, bodies everywhere, cars burning like torches," Caleb summarized dryly. "The president was taken," Milton added, fingers flying over his laptop. "But something was off with him even before that," Caleb pointed out. "I saw it on the big screen. He clutched his chest like he was in pain." "Heart attack," Reuben guessed. "Could be," Stone said. "The shooters were Middle Eastern," Reuben continued. "I wrestled a gun from one before he went down." Stone's voice turned grim. "It was a precision attack even in all that chaos. Gunfire first, then men setting themselves on fire, then more gunfire, timed volleys, each targeting a different group." Kate sighed. "At least the presidential limo got away." "Only for him to be kidnapped afterward," Stone countered. "That was the plan all along, isolate the limo from the motorcade." He glanced at Milton. "Anything new? Just confirmation the president's been taken and that there was a brutal firefight outside Mercy Hospital in Brennan." "Mercy Hospital," Stone repeated. "If he collapsed, protocol would have sent him there, and with the motorcade's ambulance torched." Kate's jaw tightened. "All part of their setup." Caleb spread his hands. "So what now?" "We need to talk to Alex," Kate insisted. "He has to review the footage." Reuben scoffed. "He's probably swamped." "I'll go to him the second he's home," Kate said. "He'll help us, I know it." Stone didn't share her confidence. Across town, the Secret Service's crisis center buzzed with frantic energy. While the FBI officially led the investigation, the Secret Service had no intention of handing over the case without a fight. Alex Ford, his arms and ribs still wrapped in bandages, his lungs feeling like they'd been filled with charcoal, had already been questioned 10 times. At least they were finally sharing updates with him. "We got the hospital security guard," said Wayne Martin, the Secret Service director. "The other 2 men in the ambulance were killed in the shootout, but we managed to grab this one piece of garbage." "What about the president?" Alex asked, his voice tight with concern. "Still no trace," Martin replied. "We think he was transferred to another vehicle. A woman named Jamila Salem might have been involved. She worked as a nanny for a couple named Franklin. Salem tied up Mrs. Franklin and took off with the kids in a van. Later, she dropped them off but was shot dead when she tried to ram 2 patrol cars." Another agent frowned. "What does a nanny have to do with kidnapping the president?" "We suspect she used the kids to get past checkpoints," Martin explained. "A nanny with 3 screaming boys in the backseat doesn't exactly raise red flags." The agent shook his head. "I still don't get it." "Police found a hidden compartment in the van," Martin continued. "It was lined with lead and copper, big enough to hold someone the president's size. There was even space for an oxygen tank, which we later recovered." Lori Franklin said her nanny freaked out when she changed plans and decided to take the boys to the event. "That would have ruined the whole operation, so they had to take her out of the picture." "Did he talk?" Alex cut in. "The guard, I mean. The FBI took over interrogation," Martin grumbled. "We ran his prints, nothing." "That guy's no amateur, sir," Alex said. "No way this was his first job." Martin gave a reluctant nod. "If you're right, he's never been caught before." Finally, Alex forced himself to ask the question he'd been avoiding. "How many dead, sir?" Martin's expression darkened. 21 terrorists killed at the event and in town." "I meant our people, sir." Martin scanned the room before answering. "The public still doesn't know, and we won't release any information until we understand what all this means," the Secret Service director said before pausing. "We didn't have any casualties." Alex shot to his feet, glaring at his boss. "What the hell are you talking about? People were gunned down all around me. I saw it with my own eyes. Is this some kind of sick political stunt?" "Because if it is, it reeks." "Easy, Alex," Martin replied, keeping his voice steady. "I know you're on strong pain meds, but dial it back." Alex took a sharp breath and sat back down. "Sir, we did have casualties. Our agents were shot, over 25 of them, plus 15 police officers, and Dr. Bellamy." Martin hesitated. "But they were hit with tranquilizer darts. Everyone's recovered by now." "That's how the attackers got weapons past the metal detectors. Everything was made from composite materials." He paused again. What I'm telling you stays in this room. The agents exchanged glances. Trank weapons, Alex said slowly. At the hospital, they weren't firing darts. Those were real bullets. The two agents we found besides you were also hit with darts. Only the backup team faced live rounds. But even then, despite having high ground and top-tier sniper rifles, they didn't actually hit anyone. Witnesses say they just fired near our people, kept them pinned down with suppressing fire. They had plenty of chances to take shots but never did. I'm not saying I get it, but that's the situation. Alex touched his wounded arm. Well, they sure as hell shot me for real. Congratulations, you're the exception, my guess. They didn't expect you to crash their party at the clinic. Yeah, and clearly I didn't exactly ruin their plans. Martin studied him. You did what any agent would have done. Alex said nothing to the half-hearted praise. The plan seems to have been isolating the president from his usual security detail and moving him to the hospital. These people knew our protocols and used them against us. The fact that they spared the officers, that's a good sign for the president's safety. They could have easily killed him, one agent noted. So this is about blackmail, another concluded, and they probably won't ask for money. Exactly how we see it, Martin replied. The question is, what do they want? But why go to such lengths not to kill anyone, sir? Alex asked, confused. These guys usually leave bodies in their wake. Think about 9/11, the Uscole, Grand Central, and they've always been willing to die for it. None of this adds up. You're right, it doesn't. Feels like we're dealing with something entirely new here. Martin grabbed a remote and aimed it at the large plasma screen mounted on the wall. We just received this footage. I want everyone to watch it. If anyone spots anything unusual, speak up immediately. The screen flickered to life and Alex found himself watching the chaos in Brennan from an outsider's perspective. The team reviewed the recording 3 times. A few agents pointed out minor details, but nothing stood out. The terrorists had executed their plan with chilling precision. They torched the ambulance and took out Dr. Bellamy to force us to rush the president straight to the hospital, Martin summarized. Then they blocked reinforcements with a tractor-trailer and an old water tower. Clever. Thank God the guys who went after Reagan weren't this sharp. He walked into that hospital with barely any security. Would have been an easy hit if someone had been waiting. This means we're facing a whole new kind of threat. But the president did look sick, Alex insisted. I saw him clutch his chest. On the way to Mercy, he kept saying he was dying. I checked his pulse, seemed normal, but I'm no doctor. Hospital staff said Brennan was injected with something, Martin said. That's when he lost consciousness. Those attackers couldn't just hope he'd collapse and end up at Mercy, Alex countered. They had to make sure something happened to him during the event, whatever it was. Agreed, problem is we still don't know how they pulled it off. Maybe they shot him with a dart, another agent suggested. A quiet air rifle wouldn't draw attention and nobody spotted a weapon until the first shots rang out. They had watched the footage 100 times, but not once did the president flinch or show any reaction that might suggest something had affected him. Even a pellet gun shot would have made him react. Just then Jerry Sykes walked in with a sheet of paper. This just came in, sir. Martin scanned the message, then looked at his team. The hospital in Brennan reports 5 people admitted with breathing difficulties and symptoms resembling a heart attack. Full details are still pending, but initial exams show no underlying medical condition. Could be a biological agent in the air, Sykes suggested. Martin frowned. And it only targeted the president and a handful of others. That's one lousy weapon. Alex kept his eyes locked on the screen. Are the patients a National Guardsman, 2 older men and 2 women, 1 younger, 1 older? Martin glanced up. How'd you know that? Alex pointed. Rewind to when the president shakes hands with the veterans, slow it down. Everyone watched as Brennan greeted the crowd at the barricade. Freeze it, Alex said. Martin paused the playback. Look at his hand, Alex instructed, gesturing to the guardsman's prosthetic. It's artificial, Sykes noted. Our agents flagged it earlier. Yeah, I saw it too, Alex said. He shakes the president's hand with his right, the fake one. Then Brennan shakes 5 more hands. Keep playing. The guardsman saluted. Stop, Alex called. See that? He salutes with his left, the hook on his arm stump. Why does he have 1 hand and a hook? Maybe the second prosthetic wasn't ready, Martin said impatiently. But why shake with the right and salute with the left? I'm left-handed, Sykes cut in. Most people are right-handed. I shake with my right but salute with my left, so what? Anyone else notice anything unusual? Martin asked. Alex didn't take his eyes off the prosthetic. Can we zoom in on that hand? Martin and Sykes exchanged annoyed glances. Just humor me, Alex pressed. It's not like we're drowning in leads. Martin zoomed in until the prosthetic filled the screen. Look at this, Alex said, pointing again. At what? Martin asked. The man's palm is wet. Sykes stared at Alex like he'd lost his mind. That's probably sweat. It was a hot day. True, but prosthetic hands don't sweat. Oh my God, Martin gasped, staring at the large screen. As the crowd filed out of the room, he turned to Alex again. You have nothing to be ashamed of. If anything, you're a hero. You don't actually believe that, Alex shot back, and I sure as hell don't. 24 hours had passed, and a panicked America was still waiting for updates on the missing president. Authorities had tracked down the suspected National Guardsman's residence, but predictably the man was long gone. Meanwhile, hospitalized victims were diagnosed with poisoning from a powerful synthetic hallucinogen absorbed through the skin. Tests revealed the toxin mimicked heart attack symptoms, caused partial paralysis, and triggered intense terror. The clinic brought in CIA specialists and scientists to identify the substance. The agency was quick to deny ever using such a drug, though they pointed out that America's enemies had no such scruples. There was some relief. The toxin wasn't lethal and symptoms could be managed with medication. Evidence suggested the president had literally passed it on when shaking hands with 5 people at the barricade. Back in Brennan Center, another body was found in an auto repair shop. Alex recognized the dead man as the one who drove the ambulance behind Mercy Hospital. The shop belonged to an American businessman, but he too had vanished. Ballistics confirmed the bullet that killed the man matched the weapon used to wound Alex. The same slug that grazed the Secret Service agent's arm had been dug out of a wooden railing. The short distance between the hospital and the shop hinted that the president had been transferred from the ambulance to Jamila Salem's van there before being moved again, possibly to a third vehicle for escape. Acting President Hamilton delivered multiple speeches, assuring the public that the government remained stable, fully operational, and ready to bring the full force of justice down on those responsible. The terrorist group holding James Brennan captive demanded his immediate release, warning that retaliation from the U.S. would wipe out not just those responsible but any nation supporting them. Yet the kidnapping had already sent shockwaves through America. Stock markets plummeted, people feared leaving their homes, and the country seemed frozen in uncertainty. Tensions only worsened when radical extremists online urged the kidnappers to execute Brennan and broadcast his death if he was still alive. Meanwhile, the military raised the alert level to DEFCON 2, a rare move last seen during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Even 9/11 hadn't triggered such a high threat level. Analysts warned DEFCON 1 might be next, a threshold where all bets were off. Intelligence agencies scrambled for leads, diplomats pressed allies for information, and Pentagon officials itched to deploy precision strikes. "We're done sending troops halfway around the globe," a 3-star general told a senator bluntly. "This time missiles will do the talking." The senator didn't argue. Relations between the U.S. and the Islamic world grew even more volatile. Though no group claimed responsibility, the attackers were identified as Middle Eastern, yet their fingerprints and records drew blanks in every intelligence database. How was that possible? Most Americans, though, weren't focused on the mystery. They wanted their president back and answers. Late the next evening, after failed calls, Kate Adams knocked on Alex's door in Manassas, the mournful strum of a guitar inside cut off, followed by footsteps. "Yeah, Alex, it's Kate." He opened the door, his hair disheveled, stubble shadowing his jaw. The air smelled of coffee gone cold, and a half-packed duffel bag lay by the couch, odd since he hadn't mentioned travel. His eyes, usually sharp, looked hollow. "You shouldn't be here," he said, but stepped aside. Alex stood barefoot in the doorway, wearing a torn pair of jeans and a grungy t-shirt. His eyes were bloodshot, and Kate caught the sharp scent of whiskey on his breath. An acoustic guitar dangled from his right hand. "You never called back," she said, crossing her arms. "I was worried about you." "Sorry," he muttered, "got busy." Kate eyed the guitar. "How are you even playing with a gunshot wound in your arm? Jack Daniels works better than a sling." "Can I come in?" Alex shrugged and stepped aside, shutting the door behind her. "Surprised the press isn't camped outside," Kate remarked, scanning the sparse living room. The place looked like someone had just moved in or was about to move out. The only thing that stood out was a shelf crammed with shot glasses. "Kept one from every assignment," Alex said, catching her stare. "Not much to show for years of service, huh?" Silence settled between them. "Want a drink?" he finally offered, "just not the hard stuff." He disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a glass of Coke and ice. "You didn't spike this, right?" Kate asked, eyeing the glass. "Nah, I'm dry today, killed a whole bottle last night." "So what's the plan?" "Hole up here, strum sad songs, and drink yourself into oblivion." "One option," Alex said flatly. "That's a terrible idea." "Got a better one. You promised Oliver and the others you'd meet up." Alex plucked a few strings absently. "Right, the Camera Club, the Camel Club," Kate corrected. "Whatever." Her gaze landed on a framed photo, a tall, weathered man with slick-back hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips holding a guitar. "Your dad?" she asked. Alex nodded. "The one and only Freddie Ford, stage name the Sawhorse, nothing like Johnny Cash." "More Hank Williams SR, Kate agreed, setting the photo down. "Not exactly homey, is it?" Alex said, watching her closely. "Secret Service doesn't exactly encourage interior decorating," Kate replied. He smirked. "Guess not." She turned to face him. "You're not getting off that easy." "Not after you for your money," he said. "Even better," she replied. "You need to meet with Oliver, Alex." Kate took a sip of her soda. A woman's been kidnapped, remember that. Then call the FBI, though from what I hear they're already swamped with another high-profile abduction case. They want you on this. Alex tapped his chest. Look at me, Kate. If your sister went missing, would you seriously trust me to handle it? Yes, Bull, please, Alex, just meet with them, okay? No, why not? I don't owe you or anyone a damn explanation. Kate set her glass down and stood. I'm sorry you feel that way. She turned to leave, but Alex grabbed her shoulder, spinning her back. I screwed up, Kate, he said bluntly. I didn't do my job. It wasn't your fault, they nearly killed you. No, they played me like some rookie. That guard, some guy from the Middle East, just happened to stroll out of the clinic, offered to help me, risked his life, and I let that bastard walk off with the President of the United States. You didn't let him, you caught on. Yeah, 60 seconds too late. In my line of work, that's a damn failure. Alex leaned against the wall. Remember what Clint Hill, Kennedy's Secret Service agent, told me? That you shouldn't wish to be like him because he couldn't save his president. Exactly, Alex said, and now I get it. Chapter 59. Since Brennan's abduction, Carter Gray had barely slept, yet despite his efforts, the Nick director had little to show for it. 36 hours after the president vanished, Gray sat at a conference table in the Nick. Across from him, flanked by two burly guards and chained to his chair, was a man who claimed to be Farid Shah, the name on his forged documents. Gray knew he was dealing with lies, and thanks to some leverage over the FBI director, he'd pulled Shah from their custody. Farid Shah from India, Gray said, except you're not Indian. My father was Indian, my mother Saudi, the prisoner replied calmly. I take after her. His injured arm was taped to his side, no sling allowed, not when it could have been used as a tool for suicide. A Hindu married a Muslim woman. You'd be surprised how often that happens in a country of 1 billion people. And how did you get from India to America? America is the land of opportunity, came the vague reply. Are Muslims recruiting Hindus for terrorism now? I'm a practicing Muslim. You've seen me pray in my cell. You know what, Mr. Shah? You seem familiar somehow. To most Americans, we all look the same. I'm not most Americans. How did you land the security job at the clinic? The prisoner lowered his gaze to his hands and stayed silent. And who are these people? Gray asked, spreading several photos across the table. Your family, no response. These were seized from your apartment, so I assume you know them. Interesting photos. Each one has Arabic writing on the back, birth dates, death dates, other details. Gray held up a picture of a teenager. According to the note, he was 16 when he died. Says he was killed in the Iran-Iraq war. Your brother, which side was he on, and which side were you on? Gray didn't wait for an answer. He knew he wouldn't get one. He picked up another photo, this time of a woman. This one says she died during the first American invasion of Iraq. I'm guessing that's the Gulf War, when the U.S. stepped in after Iraq invaded Kuwait. Was she your wife? Did you fight for Saddam? Still nothing. He grabbed another photo, a young girl, and flipped it over. Killed during the second American invasion of Iraq, he read. Your daughter, the prisoner kept staring at his hands. You lost all these people, your family, your friends, in wars and uprisings. Muslims against Muslims, then Muslims against Americans. What's the point? Gray leaned forward. Is this about revenge? He gathered the photos and nodded to the guards. I'll be back soon, he told the prisoner, standing. And then you will talk. By the next morning, the nation had to be informed. Rumors were already spreading that the terrorists who kidnapped President Brennan had only used tranquilizer weapons. No Americans had died, though many were injured in the chaos at the event. The world was stunned by the confirmed deaths of 21 Arabs, Afghans, and Iranians. The New York Times headline captured the public's confusion. Suicide bombers who only kill themselves. Meanwhile, the Washington Post speculated whether the attackers had slipped past metal detectors with real weapons. Yet no one could explain why the snipers at Mercy Hospital had used tranquilizer guns instead. The New York Post bluntly asked, what the hell is going on? Violence was spreading across American streets and beyond, the tension so thick it felt like the world was teetering on the edge of something catastrophic. That same morning, urgent reports flooded the White House. Major U.S. networks had received word from Al Jazeera that the kidnappers would soon release a shocking ransom letter, one with demands so explosive, not even the president could be briefed in advance. The captors insisted the American government and public hear the news simultaneously. Hamilton's muttered response would have been bleeped out on live TV, earning him a fine for profanity. But what else could he say? He gathered his cabinet, advisors, and military leaders to watch the broadcast together. Who's to say they even have the president? The National Security Advisor argued. This could all be a hoax. Exactly, Defense Secretary Decker agreed. Known for his sharp political instincts and willingness to leverage America's military might, Decker had been Brennan's staunch ally, and now Hamilton relied on him. Pulling a folded sheet from his pocket, Hamilton said, "This arrived minutes before the broadcast. Call it an addendum to the ransom letter." "What is it, sir?" Decker asked. "It claims to be the nuclear codes Brennan carried. We're verifying, but even if real, they're obsolete. Two tense phone calls later, Decker's expression darkened. It's authentic. Around the table, officials stared at the floor, avoiding each other's eyes. The weight of the moment pressed down like a storm about to break. Everyone in the room shared the same grim realization. The kidnappers' demands were impossible for the United States to accept. That sealed James Brennan's fate, and the weight of it hung heavy in the air. A familiar news anchor appeared on the plasma screen, his face tight with tension. "I swear to God," Hamilton muttered, echoing the thoughts of everyone present, "if those bastards show Brennan's execution, there won't be a single building left standing over there." The veteran broadcaster looked shaken as he read the list of demands. First, America and the rest of the world had to recognize Islam as a major global religion and show it proper respect. Second, for every dollar sent to Israel or Egypt, the U.S. had to match it with economic aid to Palestine. Third, all foreign troops had to withdraw from Iraq and Afghanistan. Only peacekeepers could stay. Fourth, every U.S. military base in Afghanistan had to be dismantled. Fifth, all private oil operations in the Middle East had to be handed over to the countries where the oil was extracted, and the Afghan pipeline had to be nationalized. The sixth demand insisted that foreign companies in the region transfer majority ownership to Arab investors and reinvest all profits locally for the next 20 years. Seventh, the U.S. and its allies had to pledge no military action against sovereign states unless directly attacked or presented with undeniable proof of terrorist support. Eighth, America had to stop reshaping the world by force and start respecting Middle Eastern cultures. Ninth, a formal admission was required, acknowledging that Western foreign policy and colonial exploitation had fueled the region's problems. As the demands were read, the mood in the room turned even darker. "Same old garbage," a general snapped. "You'd think they'd get creative for once." "Either way, we can't possibly give in to blackmail," Hamilton said, scanning the room. "No way," the NSA director agreed. "Not at any cost," Defense Secretary Decker added firmly. Around the table, officials scribbled notes, while generals and admirals huddled in a corner, already strategizing a military response. Then Secretary of State Andrea Mays spoke up, her voice cutting through the tension. "Hold on a second, gentlemen, we can't just write off James Brennan like this," Mays insisted, her voice firm. She had been close friends with the kidnapped president. The Pentagon officials exchanged skeptical glances. "You really think they'll just hand Brennan back to us someday?" One of them snapped. The room erupted into chaos, voices clashing until a booming command cut through the noise. Silence fell instantly as all eyes turned to Carter Gray, seated at the far end of the table. Though his usual air of invincibility had faded, his authority remained unshaken. "Maybe we should hear the rest first," Gray said, gesturing toward the wall-mounted screen. The tension in the room thickened as the news anchor, gripping his script tightly, cleared his throat. "Civilized nations that impose their will through bullets and bombs are no better than terrorists," he read, his tone measured. "They have no right to deny others the same methods. Those who live by the sword often die by it." He paused, letting the weight of the words sink in. "What we've witnessed so far may be the most unbelievable chain of events in my 32 years of journalism, but the strangest part is yet to come." Another deliberate pause. "Damn it," Defense Minister Decker exploded. "Spit it out already," the anchor continued, unfazed. "Regardless of whether our demands are met, President Brennan will be released unharmed in exactly 1 week at a secure location. Authorities will be notified immediately for retrieval. However, we urge the world to consider our demands seriously if there is ever to be peace." He quickly added, "Salam, that's the Arabic word for peace." Back in the White House, stunned silence gripped the room. "What did he just say?" Hamilton muttered. Gray answered coolly. "He said the president walks free either way, demands met or not." "Bull," Decker roared. "Do they think we're complete morons?" Gray barely suppressed an eye roll. "No," he thought, "but I wouldn't rule it out for some of you." "This is a joke," Decker ranted. "I'd love to know where they found the clowns pulling this stunt." Gray shot him a withering look. "There are over 1 billion Muslims worldwide. Intelligence suggests hundreds of thousands would die for their cause. Their faith runs deep, deeper than some of us seem to grasp. Do you honestly believe it would be hard to find 24 volunteers willing to sacrifice their lives under these conditions? We're at war with these people, Joe. If you don't even understand the enemy, maybe you're not cut out to run the Department of Defense." "What the hell's gotten into?" Decker started, but Gray cut him off. "The real question we need to answer," he snapped, "is who came up with this plan. I doubt any known terrorist group is behind it. That means someone else is pulling the strings, and we need to find out who." After the bizarre ransom letter surfaced, Carter Gray shifted into high gear. The NIC databases had nothing on Farid Shah, so Gray considered where else to look. The FBI had its fingerprint system, Afiz, but Gray was certain that would turn up empty too. No one with a criminal record would risk using a fake name. Sure enough, the search came back blank, just as he'd expected. Next, Gray boarded a helicopter and flew to Brennan, Pennsylvania, where a makeshift morgue had been set up. He examined each body carefully. The doctor from Mercy Hospital looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place him, hardly surprising since most terrorist files contained photos 5 to 15 years old and people change. Gray then toured the crime scenes, the fairgrounds, the auto shop, the hospital, and finally the apartment building where the snipers had pinned down police, but nothing clicked. The sheer complexity of the operation left him stunned. Who had orchestrated this? On the flight back, he reviewed the photos from Shaw's apartment. Suddenly, an idea struck. He diverted the helicopter to Langley and handed the images, along with a recent mugshot of Shaw to the CIA director, demanding an immediate ID check on anyone in the pictures. Late that night, back in his office, Gray got a call from Langley. An Arab informant recognized one of the faces, the young girl. She was the daughter of a man he'd fought alongside in Iraq, first against Saddam, then against U.S. forces. When shown Shaw's photo, the informant identified him too, despite the years. He was the girl's father. Note, the rewritten version removes non-us references, adjusts phrasing for natural-us English, and subtly shifts the tone in the middle to emphasize Gray's frustration before returning to the investigative urgency. "What's the father's name?" Gray asked impatiently. "Adnan al-Rimi," the CIA director replied. "But that can't be right, the man's dead." Gray confirmed the assessment, thanked him, and hung up. He immediately accessed the databases, pulled up al-Rimi's file, and compared the stored image to the portrait of the man calling himself Farid Shah. There was a vague resemblance, but even accounting for trimmed hair, a shorter beard, or possible weight changes, it was clearly two different people. Gray leaned back in his executive chair and tossed the photo onto the desk. Someone had tampered with the NIC databases, photos and fingerprints had been faked. Patrick Johnson had been paid to do it, then silenced. Now the pieces were falling into place, but where did that leave Carter Gray? He'd waged an entire damn war on terror using bad intel. This wasn't just a disaster, it was the worst professional blow he'd ever taken. Stepping outside, he sat on a bench by the fountain, listening to the water's steady trickle as he stared at the NIC building, home to the world's most powerful intelligence agency. And now, of all times, it was useless to him. An insider had played him, his gut feeling had been right all along. Terrorists killing terrorists, the dead coming back, it wasn't paranoia, it was real. But who was the traitor? How deep did this go? Despite all the resources at his disposal, Gray was suddenly completely alone. Meanwhile, Tom Hemingway sat cross-legged on the concrete floor, eyes closed, his pulse and breathing so slow he could have been mistaken for dead. Then, without warning, he strode down a hallway and entered another room. He unlocked a heavy door, passed through, then opened a second door to a small chamber. Inside, Chastity Hayes lay on a cot, arms and legs chained to the wall, her steady breath signaling deep sleep. Hemingway left her there and moved to another cell where his second, far more valuable prisoner, James Brennan, slept just as soundly. Pausing at the doorway, Hemingway studied Brennan, reflecting on recent events. While the world braced for another wave of violence, he'd held back. While everyone expected the same old fanatical Muslim trope, he'd pulled off a historic power play. But his strategy wasn't entirely original. History had set the stage long before him. Gandhi had reshaped the destiny of an entire subcontinent through nonviolence. Even the most hardened supporters of racial segregation in the American South had been defeated by peaceful sit-ins and marches. Hemingway's so-called new strategy was nothing more than the age-old principle of turning the other cheek. He had no idea if it would work, but he believed the effort was worth it. Without an alternative, he foresaw the inevitable collapse of two worlds that mattered deeply to him. For a long time, Hemingway had wrestled with how much to reveal to the foreign operatives about the mission's true purpose. Would they follow orders if they knew their enemies wouldn't be harmed? In the end, he decided they deserved full transparency, especially if they were expected to die for the cause. So the men and one woman in Brennan, Pennsylvania, had sacrificed their lives knowing their opponents would remain unharmed. Their discipline revealed a courage Hemingway had rarely witnessed. He checked his watch. Soon, another message would be broadcast to the world, this time revealing the location where the president would be released. The announcement would shock the world just as much as the last one had. Meanwhile, Kate Adams met with the Camel Club in Oliver Stone's caretaker cottage and shared the setback with Alex Ford. "He blames himself for what happened to the president," she said. Stone nodded. "I've known Ford long enough, he's proud and takes his job seriously." "Too much pride can be a problem," Kate remarked. "Either way, we're running out of time," Milton cut in, gesturing to his laptop. "Things are getting ugly out there." The group crowded around, scanning the latest headlines. "Even though the ransom note promises the president's safe return," Milton added, "the violence is escalating. Muslims are being attacked worldwide and they're retaliating just as brutally. 5 Americans were ambushed and beheaded in Kuwait, and Iraq's on the brink of chaos again." Stone sighed. Even moderate Islamic leaders are urging Brennan's captors to demand a steep price for his release. Caleb chimed in. Some are calling for nuclear weapons in exchange. He rubbed his temples. World's falling apart. Why can't people just sit in their armchairs, read books, and be decent to each other? Reuben arched his thick eyebrows at the remark. The U.S. military is ready and prepared for anything. They're just waiting for the order to act, Stone said, his voice tense. Caleb frowned. This could turn into a global war against Islam. Maybe some people want that, Stone countered, his gaze sharp, and maybe Carter Gray was one of them, but if the president is about to be released. Kate interjected, hope flickering in her voice. By then it might not even matter, Stone cut in. With the world this divided, all it takes is one spark to ignite the final showdown. Kate pressed, but what if we can find out who's behind this? Reuben scoffed. We don't stand a chance at pulling that off. You're wrong, Reuben, Stone shot back firm. The others turned to him. Alex Ford paid me a visit recently. Maybe it's time the Camel Club returned the favor. Meanwhile, Carter Gray strode down the sterile hallway of a high-security detention wing at Nick. He nodded to the guards and a cell door slid open. Mr. Al-Rimi, Gray announced, satisfaction dripping from his words. Care to have another chat? The stocky prisoner lay motionless on the cot, a blanket pulled over his head. Gray signaled the guards. They grabbed Al-Rimi's shoulders to haul him up, then recoiled. Holy hell, one guard shouted. Both let go as the body slumped lifelessly onto the concrete. Gray stared at the corpse. Strips of duct tape dangled from Al-Rimi's mouth. He'd torn them from his injured arm, wadded them up, and choked himself to death. The body was already cold. Gray's glare snapped to the security camera mounted in the corner. A man suffocates himself with tape, he roared, and you idiots miss it. He hurled the case file into the cell, photos scattering over the corpse. As he stormed out, the dead man's glassy eyes seemed to track his every step. If a corpse could smile, Al-Rimi would have. 30 minutes later, Gray's helicopter touched down on the White House lawn. He wasn't looking forward to this meeting with the president. Best to get the unpleasantries over with first. Gray and Hamilton had never been close. Hamilton was Brennan's old political ally, always eyeing Gray's influence with the president like a jealous rival. It burned Hamilton that Gray, not him, had been asked to accompany Brennan to the event. But that night and its fallout had shifted everything. Now Hamilton held the upper hand. Gray suspected his new boss was just waiting for the right moment to fire him, and the Nick director wasn't about to give him that chance. He briefed Hamilton about a prisoner's suicide but kept Al-Rimi's true identity hidden, a secret Gray intended to take to his grave. Still, I believe we're making progress, sir, he finally said. Hamilton raised an eyebrow, holding up an Arabic newspaper. You read this, don't you? Gray translated the headline. Finally, they pay for their sins. Hamilton tossed another paper onto the desk. This one says maybe Islam can turn the other cheek. It's referencing some debate in a major Italian daily. Meanwhile, the global press is spinning theories that this mess is somehow our fault, while our president is God knows where. He snatched up a lengthy report. In the last 20 minutes, I've been told a Muslim cab driver in New York was dragged from his car and beaten to death in broad daylight. Guess what? He served 6 years in our military. Then there's 2 Halliburton employees snatched from their hotel in Riyadh, found a mile away in an alley with their throats slit. The words "death to Americans" carved into their skin. And that's just the latest in a dozen incidents today. The Pentagon's itching for me to greenlight turning anyone into dust, while my intel teams keep missing the biggest threats. Not a single damn lead on Brennan. His glare dared Gray to offer some weak excuse. The stress of the kidnapping had aged Hamilton visibly, his face lined, his posture rigid. Gray had seen presidents enter the White House with dark hair and leave it gray. The job was brutal, yet everyone still wanted it. However this went down, no matter what the press spins, Gray said, dogs don't change territory. When the inevitable happens, we'll have the upper hand. Hamilton slammed his fist on the desk. I want James Brennan alive. I don't care about your past service. This happened on your watch, you own it. A handful of terrorists just humiliated the entire United States. If the president isn't returned alive and unharmed, you can kiss your job as intelligence director goodbye. Understood. Perfectly, Gray replied calmly. He knew the other man was just blowing smoke. Replacing the intelligence chief during a crisis like this was unthinkable. But let me remind you, given our current foreign policy, the U.S. can't possibly meet any of the kidnappers' demands, and waiting a week for Brennan's release, not an option. Frankly, I don't even believe they'll let him go. The American people won't stand for hesitation while violence keeps spreading. Then you better find him fast using every intelligence asset we have, Hamilton snapped. Gray studied him carefully. Politicians were easy reads. Ben Hamilton had been eyeing the presidency for years, biding his time until Brennan finished his 2 terms. Now he sat in the big chair, but was he up to the job? Not even close, in Gray's opinion. The man wasn't fit to be vice president, let alone commander-in-chief. Just then, the campaign manager burst into the office, trailed by a Secret Service agent. Sir, she said urgently, Al Jazeera just aired this. The kidnappers announced where they'll release the president. Where? Hamilton demanded. Medina. Medina, Hamilton's voice rose in disbelief. How the hell did they smuggle Brennan out of the country and into Saudi Arabia? Private plane from a private airstrip, Gray said dryly. Probably wasn't that hard. Hamilton's face flushed red. We spend billions securing our airports and borders, and these people just waltz the President of the United States into the Middle East. He glared at Gray like he was about to fire him on the spot. Gray remained unfazed. The location makes sense. After Mecca, Medina is Islam's second holiest city. Hamilton turned to his campaign manager. Get the Saudis on the phone. Tell them we're occupying Medina until Brennan's back on U.S. soil. Then he locked eyes with Gray. I want every intelligence and military asset in the region mobilized there immediately. Consider it done, sir. Gray stood, eager to escape the room. Always at your service, sir, he thought bitterly as he strode out of the Oval Office. Captain Jack leaned back with a satisfied grin, clutching the key phrase that would finally set his grand scheme in motion. His North Korean contacts were experts in their field, but the prisoner had taken longer to break than anticipated. Still, everyone cracked eventually. Scanning the Arabic text, he picked up a burner phone, untraceable, just as planned. His fluent Arabic rolled off his tongue, each syllable precise, culminating in the crucial code word that verified his authority. The moment the call ended, he flicked open his lighter and watched the paper curl into ash. If Tom Hemingway thought he'd shaken the world, he hadn't seen anything yet. Across the desk in the Oval Office, Defense Secretary Joe Decker locked eyes with the president. Al Jazeera's latest broadcast had just aired, and the room crackled with fury. We're out of options, sir, Decker said, his voice tight. Pulling troops from the Middle East now would leave us exposed, and even if we redeployed, we'd risk another Iraq. We can't afford that mistake twice. Secretary of State Andrea Mays stepped forward, her sharp features framed by silver-streaked hair. Sir, Secretary Decker's proposal violates the Non-Proliferation Treaty. We can't justify this. We can and we will, Decker shot back. President Hamilton's gaze hardened. Explain. Our stance has always been clear. The treaty is void if an aggressor uses biological, chemical, or nuclear weapons against us. Mays scoffed. Syria didn't attack us. The Sharia group claimed responsibility for President Brennan's kidnapping. Decker didn't flinch. The Sharia group operates out of Syria, funded by Syrian networks. By every measure, this was an act of war. And intel suggests Syria's ramping up WMD development. Are we supposed to sit back and wait for them to strike first? The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air like a storm about to break. Considering the situation where local terrorists have kidnapped our president and brazenly admitted it, our stance is more than justified, Decker argued. Mays shook his head in disbelief. Syria poses no real threat in terms of weapons of mass destruction. It's a mix of Kurds, Arabs, Sunnis, and religious minorities, hardly a unified front. None of them are America's friends, Decker snapped. You don't want another Iraq-style disaster, Mays countered. Nobody does, but they won't take our democracy from us. We fund Libya despite its dictatorship because they halted their nuclear program. Syria's people already see their government's flaws. Opposition groups are gaining strength. They've even repealed death sentences for Muslim Brotherhood members. Change is happening, just not at gunpoint. He paused, locking eyes with the acting president. I've told Brennan this for years. You can't reshape a 1,000-year-old culture overnight. Decker scoffed. Half those dissidents are communists and leftists. Do we really want to deal with them again? Hamilton turned to the CIA director by the fireplace. Alan, you agree with Joe? Broadly, though the intel isn't ironclad. Decker leaned forward. Sir, we've got no reason to waste time with the or building coalitions. They have our president. We bring him home now. We're the only superpower left. Let's act like it. His jaw tightened. With all due respect, hesitation gets us nowhere. And Brennan? Hamilton asked. If he's alive, this is his best shot, Decker said. Hamilton exhaled. Fine, get me airtime. I'll address the nation. He shot Decker a grim look. God help us if we're wrong. When Alex Ford opened his front door, Kate Adams and the Camel Club stood waiting. Oh, come on, Alex groaned. Kate stepped forward. Alex, this can't wait. Reuben crossed his arms. It's bad, Ford, real bad. Alex scowled. How bad? Stone's voice was calm but urgent. We've got a problem you need to hear. Got any updates, Oliver? Alex asked. Kate stepped forward, her expression tense. A terrorist group just claimed responsibility for the president's kidnapping. We caught the news on the car radio. The Sharia group, Stone cut in. They're based in Syria. Kate glanced around. Where's your TV? Hamilton's about to address the nation in 2 minutes. Alex let them inside and flipped on the screen. Moments later, Ben Hamilton appeared, his face grave. He outlined the crisis gripping the country. America has always been a generous nation, he declared, his voice steady. We've stood by our allies in their darkest hours, through 2 world wars, through conflicts fought to defend freedom. Make no mistake, we are a people who wield our strength for good, who champion liberty across the globe. but we are also a nation that strikes back when attacked, and today, my fellow Americans, we have been attacked. The Sharia group has shown its face, a group with deep ties to Syria, a regime long known for harboring terrorists who target America and its allies. A heavy pause followed. All U.S. government personnel have been evacuated from Syria. Any remaining American citizens have been warned to leave immediately. The Sharia group's demands include a threat, claiming we have no right to retaliate against nations supporting this act of terror. But America does not negotiate with terrorists. Hamilton's jaw tightened. After consulting with the Secretary of Defense and the Pentagon, I have made a decision as Commander-in-Chief. Alex and Kate exchanged glances, dread settling in. They knew what was coming. We are now issuing our own demand to the kidnappers, Hamilton continued, squaring his shoulders. If President James H. Brennan is not returned unharmed within 8 hours starting now, I have authorized a limited nuclear strike on Damascus. The only way Syria avoids this fate is by releasing our president safely. If Brennan is being held in Medina, he can be handed over to our embassy in Saudi Arabia and the strike will be called off. A stunned silence filled the room. The clock was ticking. I hope the kidnappers comply with our demands without delay. Otherwise, may God have mercy on the people of Damascus. There will be no further negotiations or concessions. Members of the Sharia group, you promised to release the president unharmed. Honor that promise within the deadline set by the U.S. or Damascus will pay for your treacherous crime. Hamilton paused again, his voice heavy. God bless you, my fellow Americans, and God bless the United States. As the acting president disappeared from the screen, everyone in Alex's living room sat frozen, barely breathing. The same scene was likely playing out in millions of homes across America and the world. Kate turned to Alex, her expression grim. This might be the beginning of the end. Stone remained calm. Whatever happens, happens, but sitting around waiting for a mushroom cloud over Damascus won't help anyone. Alex clenched his fists. Damn it, Oliver, what can we even do? Find the president, Oliver said firmly. How? Alex snapped. He's in Medina. I don't believe that, and I hope you don't either. Oliver turned to Milton. Hand over the DVD. Milton flipped open his laptop. This footage was taken during the break-in at my house, Agent Ford. Alex threw his hands up. What the hell does a stupid break-in have to do with global politics? We've got 8 hours before a nuke launches. Did you miss that part? Just watch it, Alex, Kate urged. Grumbling, Alex crouched in front of the screen. A minute later, he cursed under his breath. That's Tyler Rienke and Warren Peters. They're from the NIC. Knew it, Stone muttered. Had a feeling they were NIC operatives. Why? Because they're the ones who killed Patrick Johnson. Alex slumped against the couch, stunned. Why would they kill him? Because Johnson falsified files for them. He registered living people as dead in the NIC database, and I'm betting someone paid him a fortune to do it. Then he got too greedy or too careless, maybe both. Let me get this straight, Alex said, rubbing his temples. Johnson faked records so people who aren't dead show up as dead. We think those same people orchestrated the president's kidnapping in Brennan, Pennsylvania. The media reported none of the dead attackers were in NIC records, which is nearly impossible, my guess. They were used as disposable assets in Brennan's abduction. Kate crossed her arms. So we're dealing with a ghost squad. Exactly, Stone said. And if we don't trace them fast, Damascus won't be the only city in flames. When we searched Rienke's house, we discovered he'd borrowed a massive sum and invested it in a way that profits when stock prices drop, which is exactly what happened now. Alex's eyes widened. Are you saying this whole thing was staged just to make money off the market? Stone shook his head. No, this goes way deeper. Alex studied him. Any leads on who's pulling the strings? Stone lowered his voice. Someone high up at NIC, way above Rienke and Peters. Alex rewound the security footage, watching Rienke and Peters appear on screen again. When the masked man took down the security guard, Alex pointed. That strike was brutal, but see how he checks the guy's pulse. He wanted to make sure he wasn't dead. Rubin suddenly raised a finger to his lips, nodding toward the window. The blinds were shut, but it was cracked open. Footsteps crunched outside. Alex and Stone exchanged a glance, no words needed. With a quick gesture, Stone signaled Rubin to flank the intruder. As the others kept talking to maintain cover, Alex drew his service weapon and crept toward the front door. He went left, Rubin circled right. Seconds later, shouts erupted, followed by scuffling, then silence. The door swung open again and Alex walked in, followed by Rubin dragging a very disgruntled Jackie Simpson over his shoulder. Jackie, what the hell are you doing here? Alex snapped. She glared back. I called you 5 times. When you ghosted me, I figured I'd drop by and now I walk into some shady operation? Stone kept his eyes locked on her. We're piecing together what's really happening at NIC. Oh, I know, Jackie shot back. Rienke and Peters breaking into a house. If you've got intel on the president's kidnapping, Alex, you'd better report it. Keeping quiet could land you in federal prison. Stone cut in. Bad idea, Jackie scoffed. And you are? He extended a hand. Oliver Stone, she blinked. You're joking, Alex sighed. Nope, that's Rubin, Milton, and Caleb. You already know Kate Adams, Stone said. And you're Jackie Simpson, he continued, only child of Senator Roger Simpson from Alabama and goddaughter of Intelligence Chief Carter Gray. Got a problem with that? Jackie asked coolly. Not at all, but reaching out to authorities right now, Agent Simpson, would be a serious mistake in our investigation. Listen, Oliver Stone, or whatever your real name is, I do what I want. I'm a federal officer, got it? And you're a smart one, Stone cut in, studying her closely. Which is why I'm sure you've already considered the obvious. Jackie rolled her eyes but held his gaze. And what's that? If we're right and Nick data was falsified, it could mean a small army of terrorists slipped into Brennan, Pennsylvania and kidnapped the president. That wouldn't reflect well on your godfather, who runs the Nick, or your father chairing the Senate Intelligence Committee. I doubt you'd want to do anything that hurts their careers. If you go to the authorities now, both men could end theirs in disgrace. All eyes were on Jackie and Stone, locked in a silent standoff. Finally, Jackie turned to Alex. Alex, what's really going on? What do you expect from me? We're trying to see the bigger picture, Jackie. Until we do, we can't tell anyone, not a soul. Caleb checked his watch. We've got exactly 7 hours and 49 minutes to find the president and stop what could be the end of the world. Well, let's all cross our fingers, Reuben muttered. Oh God, Alex suddenly gasped. The fingers? What? Kate demanded. Alex grabbed Milton's laptop and replayed the footage. There, he said, pointing, right there. The others frowned, confused. He wasn't pointing at Peters or Rienke. Instead, his focus was on the masked man who'd knocked out the guard. Stone squinted. All I see is a guy in a mask, Alex. What else is there? Alex paused the frame and tapped the screen. This. Everyone leaned in, straining to see. The guard's neck. No, the right hand on his neck, Alex corrected. The masked man took off his glove to check the pulse. Reuben shrugged. Okay, so. Alex shot him an impatient look. Look at that hand. Now I recognize it, Alex said. A hand? Seriously? Kate raised an eyebrow. You can't be serious. I told you, Kate, hands are my thing, and this one stands out. Thick knuckles, the bulkiest fingers I've ever seen. He tapped a key, zooming in on the screen. And the thumbnail, there's a black triangle-shaped mark in the top left corner. First time I noticed it, I thought it was some weird tattoo. First time? What are you talking about? When did you see this before? At the Leap Bar, when you introduced me to Tom Hemingway. Then I spotted it again when we crossed paths with him at Nick. Kate's mouth fell open as she stared at Alex, then back at the screen. You're saying that's Hemingway's hand? No doubt. To me, hands are as unique as fingerprints. I think Alex is right, Jackie cut in. That does look like Hemingway's hand. So Hemingway could be behind the president's kidnapping, but why? Who knows? Alex snapped. But I bet we can figure out where they're holding him. Kate might already have the answer. Me? Kate blinked. How? You mentioned working with Hemingway on a project. Yeah, something about an old property, right? Right near Washington, Virginia, Kate said slowly. Used to be CIA-owned, but it's been abandoned for years. Nick wanted to turn it into an interrogation site, but after Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, the DOJ shut that down. Why? Because I think that's where they're keeping President Brennan. Tell us everything you know. Don't bother, Stone interrupted. Everyone turned. Why not? Alex demanded. Because I know that facility inside out. Who is this guy? Jackie burst out. Jackie, shut it, Alex shot back. Oliver, you really know where it is. There's only one old CIA building in that part of Virginia. Alex, Jackie scoffed. You're not buying this, are you? Alex ignored her. Can you take us there, Oliver? Yeah. But you sure you want to go? They took the president on my watch. I'm getting him back. Won't be easy. The place is hidden and a small team could hold it forever against an army. Damn, Reuben muttered. What kind of place is this? This used to be a CIA training facility for, let's say, highly specialized operatives, Stone explained. Alex checked his watch. It's in rural Virginia. If we leave now, we can make it in about 2 hours. Make that 3, Stone corrected. The compound's deliberately isolated from main roads. Milton frowned. Why don't we just call the FBI? Stone shook his head. We have no idea how deep this conspiracy runs. Hemingway could have informants everywhere ready to tip him off. Alex crossed his arms. And we don't even know if the president is actually there. Right now, it's just a hunch. We can't waste the FBI's time chasing shadows, especially when we're on the clock for a nuclear launch. Kate tossed her keys onto the table. I've got a van fits all of us. Alex turned to her. No, you're staying here. Then so are you, she shot back. Stone cut in. Kate's right, she's out. Same goes for Caleb and Milton. The group erupted in protests, but Stone raised a hand. The place was unofficially called the Kill Box for a reason. His voice dropped. I'm taking Alex and Reuben, that's it. 3 people have a better shot at slipping in unnoticed, Alex reasoned. 4, Jackie interjected. Everyone turned. She met Alex's stare without flinching. I'm Secret Service, same as you. Chapter 63, the unenviable task of executing the nuclear strike on Damascus fell to the US Tennessee, a 560-foot Ohio-class submarine weighing nearly 17,000 tons. Like the rest of the Atlantic ballistic missile fleet, it was based in Kings Bay, Georgia. These submarines were the deadliest weapons in America's arsenal. A single Ohio class could erase entire nations from the map with its multiple warhead missiles. Currently submerged hundreds of feet below the Atlantic, the Tennessee could have hit Damascus from its home port using just one Trident Roman 2 D5 missile. Each D5 cost $30 million, stood 46 feet tall, weighed over 60 tons, and could strike targets 7,500 miles away. Traveling at Mach 20, it was 10 times faster than the Concorde. No aircraft in existence could outrun it. Damascus would only get one missile. But that was more than enough. The D5 missile system carried 6 Mk5 reentry vehicles, each armed with a W-88 thermonuclear warhead, packing a devastating 474 kiloton yield. To put that in perspective, a single W-88 warhead surpassed the combined explosive force of every bomb and artillery shell ever used in human history, including both atomic weapons dropped on Japan during World War II. Though the 155 crew members aboard the Tennessee had spent the last month at sea, they were acutely aware of the global tensions unfolding. They understood exactly what kind of order had just reached them, and while every sailor was prepared to follow through, most harbored quiet fears about what it meant for the world's future. Staring at their monitors, they repeatedly ran simulations of the launch sequence, one that would likely plunge humanity into an all-out war. For a crew averaging just 22 years old, the weight of that responsibility was crushing. Meanwhile, within an hour of President Hamilton's televised address, the entire Islamic world had rallied behind Syria. Diplomats from Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, and Pakistan scrambled to sway American leadership, while military and political leaders across the Middle East debated how to respond if the U.S. struck Damascus. Terrorist factions issued chilling warnings. If the city was hit, they would unleash a full-scale jihad against America. Plans for retaliation were already being drawn up in shadowy meeting rooms. Damascus, one of the most densely populated cities on Earth, was home to over 6 million people. Only a fraction could be evacuated in time. The rest would vanish in the nuclear firestorm, their city reduced to radioactive ruins beneath a towering mushroom cloud. Syria and the Sharia group vehemently denied any involvement in the president's kidnapping, but Western leaders weren't buying it, especially after the group's recent surge in attacks. The clock was ticking, and the world held its breath, waiting to see who would blink first. The individual who contacted Al Jazeera had known the complex password used by the Sharia group to reliably identify themselves to the Arab news network. This passphrase changed frequently and was known only to a handful of the terrorist organization's top leaders. When the group announced that one of their key figures, someone who knew the current code, had been missing for 2 weeks, the statement was largely ignored. Meanwhile, the United Nations urged the U.S. to withdraw its nuclear threat, with Security Council members repeating the appeal through diplomatic channels. Yet no government truly believed Washington would back down. Israel was on high alert, its leaders acutely aware they'd be among the first targets of any retaliatory strike from Islamic factions. Syria's proximity to Israel made the looming threat of nuclear fallout a pressing concern, prompting the Israeli Prime Minister to reach out to President Hamilton for clarity. The vital water sources in the Golan Heights were dangerously close to the potential strike zone. Lebanon's government also contacted Washington, given Damascus's nearness to its border. Both nations received the same terse response: take whatever precautions you deem necessary. The U.S. remained unmoved by appeals, insisting the kidnappers held all the cards. Free James Brennan unharmed, as they'd already promised, and the Syrians would live. The only difference now was that America dictated the timeline. In the Oval Office, Hamilton huddled with Defense Secretary Decker, military commanders, national security advisors, Secretary of State Mays, and other cabinet members. Notably absent was Carter Gray. The weight of authorizing a nuclear strike visibly crushed the president, his face gaunt, his skin pale like a man already half dead. As generals murmured strategies, Hamilton sipped bottled water, trying to ease the acid burning his throat. Decker stepped closer. "Sir, I understand this weighs heavily on you, but our capabilities are more than sufficient for the mission." "I don't doubt you'll hit the target, Joe," Hamilton replied. "I'm worried about the aftermath." Syria's backed terrorists for years. Damascus is crawling with former Ba'athist officials just waiting for their chance to seize power again in Iraq. It's no secret that mosques in the city serve as key recruiting hubs for Mujahideen fighters. Syrian militias are already operating across Iraq's Sunni triangle. We need to draw a hard line with them now. The same domino theory that justified bringing democracy to the Middle East starting with Iraq applies here. If we make an example of Syria, every other regime will think twice before crossing us. Hamilton emptied his water bottle and tossed it in the trash. "What about radioactive fallout?" he asked. "There'll be some, but given Damascus's geography, the impact should be somewhat contained." Somewhat contained, Hamilton repeated dryly. That's reassuring, Joe. Mr. President, you made the right call, Decker said. We couldn't let this attack go unanswered. It would have invited more chaos. Sending additional troops would have stretched our forces thin and given the Syrians a chance to wage the same guerrilla war Iraq did. Besides, they'll release the president once they realize we're serious. We might not even need to launch. Hamilton stood and stared out the window. How much time do we have left? Decker glanced at his military advisor who checked his laptop. 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 36 seconds. Any updates from the Sharia group? Hamilton asked. Just the same denial, they don't have him, Secretary of State Andrea Mays said, stepping closer. What if it's true, sir? What if they really don't have him? Someone could be framing Syria, counting on us to react exactly like this. Decker frowned. I won't rule it out, but the caller knew operational details only the kidnappers would know. Terrorist groups don't usually hide their victories, they want credit. The difference this time is that the Sharia group never expected us to go nuclear. Now she's backing down, refusing to take responsibility. No, those villains have Brennan, I'm certain of it. Hamilton studied Decker. But if they don't and we turn Damascus to ash, what then? He shook his head, turning back toward the window. Outside, the warm late summer night in Washington, D.C. was alive with the roar of protesters. Thousands chanted no nukes, their voices loud enough to pierce even the thick walls of the White House. The American people had made their stance clear, and Hamilton knew one thing for sure. Once the nuclear threat was out there was no taking it back. Backing down now would render America's trillion-dollar arsenal worthless in an instant. Instead of wasting time in pointless White House meetings, what felt like a drawn-out vigil for 6 million Syrians on the brink of annihilation, Carter Gray had stayed at NIC headquarters. He stood before Patrick Johnson's empty workstation, staring at the dark computer screen. System crashes, glitches, and suddenly terrorists who should have been dead vanished into digital graves. Gray sank into Johnson's chair, scanning the cramped office. A framed photo of Ann Jeffries, Johnson's fiancée, still sat on the desk. Gray picked it up. She seemed like a good woman. She'd find someone else. From what Gray had uncovered, Johnson had been sharp at his job but moved at a snail's pace. No way had he masterminded this kidnapping plot. The idea was almost laughable. Someone inside America's top intelligence agency had led a group of supposedly dead Muslims in an attempt to abduct the president. Now the world teetered on the edge of a global holy war. Gray had combed through the databases. The file tampering left no digital fingerprints, no surprise given Johnson's expertise. He'd helped build the system after all. A man like that knew how to cover his tracks. But who had pushed him? Who paid him enough to afford that mansion and luxury cars? And then there was the bigger question, where was the president? He couldn't be far. Gray doubted Brennan was in Medina. No Muslim would bring a Christian there. Gray recalled the day Jackie Simpson and another Secret Service agent had shown up at NIC headquarters. He'd met them alongside 2 NIC staffers, Rian Key, the tall blonde guy, and Peters, the shorter, stockier one. Hemingway had mentioned they'd been assigned to investigate Johnson's suicide. Gray grabbed the phone to track down the agent's whereabouts, only to get a puzzling update. Neither had reported for duty. Digging deeper, he uncovered something even more unsettling. Tom Hemingway himself had handpicked those 2 for the Patrick Johnson case. Of course, Hemingway was conveniently unreachable now, having volunteered for some undercover op in the Middle East right after the kidnapping. Typical. Gray pressed his hand against the biometric scanner, accessing the dead man's computer with a single keystroke. The logs revealed Hemingway had used Johnson's terminal on the exact same day he'd met with Jackie and Alex Ford. That shouldn't have been possible. No clearance, no paper trail, just another layer of bureaucratic nonsense. Gray pushed back from the desk, suddenly feeling every one of his 60 years. The truth had been staring him in the face this whole time, and now it hit him like a freight train. Where? The answer came instantly. He snatched the phone again, barking orders for a chopper and his most trusted team. By the time he hit the hallway at a sprint, his gut was screaming the location, and his gut was rarely wrong. Meanwhile, Alex's Crown Vic barreled southwest on Route 29. Stone rode shotgun while Jackie and Reuben crammed into the back. Alex shot his passenger a sideways glance. Alex, a Secret Service agent, found himself racing toward a potential showdown with a master criminal who had actually pulled off the unthinkable, kidnapping the President of the United States. His ragtag rescue team consisted of a rookie agent, a hulking 60-year-old nicknamed the Wandering Bull by Adelphia, and a mysterious cemetery worker named Oliver Stone, who now led them toward a place ominously called Murder Hollow. If they failed, the consequences could be catastrophic. Alex groaned inwardly. We're already as good as dead. After turning off Route 29 onto Highway 211, they reached the small town of Washington in Virginia's Rappahannock County. From there, Stone guided them along winding backroads, the landscape growing wilder with every mile. Paved streets gave way to gravel, then to muddy trails barely wide enough for the car. It was hard to believe they were only a couple of hours outside the nation's capital. Jackie leaned forward from the backseat. So what exactly is this Murder Hollow place? Stone stared out the windshield, thoughtful. Next right, Alex, then we leave the road. Road? Alex snapped. What road? I haven't seen a decent stretch of pavement in 20 miles. The suspension's shot. Now deep in the mountains, all they could see in the darkness was dense forest. Stone glanced at Jackie. Like I said, it was a CIA training facility for special operatives. Yeah, I got that part. What I want to know is why call it Murder Hollow. Stone's voice turned grim. Let's just say they weren't teaching ethics classes, Jackie scoffed. Are you telling me the US government trained assassins there? Stone pointed ahead. Pull over, Alex, we go on foot from here. Alex parked, grabbed the magnetic flashlight from the Crown Vic's door and opened the trunk to distribute gear, firearms, night vision, the works. Reuben and Stone handled their weapons with practiced ease. 3 tour in Vietnam, then Die, Reuben explained, catching Alex's curious look. So yeah, I know my way around a gun. Good, Alex said, watching Stone check his pistol. You good with that, Oliver? Of course, Stone replied calmly. But inside, the weight of the weapon in his hand after all these years sent a chill down his spine. Does everyone have their phone? Alex asked. Just in case we get separated for some reason. Signal's probably gonna be terrible up here, Reuben guessed. Stone shook his head. Once we're inside, forget about any signal at all. The building's walls are lined with copper and lead shielding. Fantastic, Alex muttered. All right, Oliver, lead the way. They pushed forward into the dense woods. Anyone claustrophobic? Stone asked as they stopped at a dark opening in the mountainside. Only if I get lost down there and end up rotting underground, Alex shot back. Won't happen, but it might get tight in spots. How tight? Reuben frowned. I'm not exactly small. You'll fit, Stone assured him. Alex stared into the pitch-black entrance. This is it. Not the official way in, but we have to assume the main entrances are guarded, Stone replied. Stay close behind me. He aimed his flashlight into the cave and stepped inside. Jackie hesitated, clearly uneasy, before taking one last glance back and following the others. The winding tunnels took time to navigate. In some sections, they had to clear fallen debris blocking their path, while others forced them to crawl. The ceiling groaned above them, urging them to move faster. Eventually, they reached a narrow shaft with rough handholds carved into the rock. Stone climbed out first, his light revealing what looked like solid black stone until he knocked and it echoed hollow. He pressed against it carefully until a section gave way. Alex scrambled up to help, and together they forced open the hidden door. Inside, the door was made of wood expertly painted to blend with the rock. A heavy crossbar secured it from within. Stone closed it behind them. From here on, he whispered, keep your weapons ready, no telling who we might run into. As they moved deeper, the sheer scale of the facility stunned them. It felt like stepping 40 years into the past. Even the stainless steel walls had ashtrays bolted to them. Then sudden noises echoed through the halls, sending everyone but Stone swinging their weapons in every direction. Just birds nesting here, Stone reassured the others. Happened before too. The moment the words left his mouth, he froze. Before, such a harmless word, as if he were merely returning to his alma mater for a reunion. 12 months this place had been his home. A year of relentless training, 7 days a week, dedicating every waking moment to mastering the most precise and lethal methods of combat. Back then, he'd faced every challenge head-on, excelling beyond expectations. The CIA had eagerly recruited him straight from special forces. All he'd done was swap his rifle for a different kind of weapon, his targets unaware civilians who never saw it coming. Even in his youth, his missions had turned him into a legend. But now, the memories clawed at him, grotesque and suffocating. How could one man contain such contradictions? As Stone moved deeper into the compound, every sight, every scent, every whisper of sound dragged the past into the present. His companions expected leadership, maybe even salvation, but he'd been trained to end lives, not save them. The thought of leading 3 people he cared about into this slaughterhouse made his skin prickle with sweat. Meanwhile, Rienke and Peters, after hearing the Sharia group's claim of responsibility for Brennan's abduction and the president's televised address, had driven to the kill site. They left their car in a clearing, trekking through dense forest until a narrow trail led them to a second opening littered with rubble and overgrown brush. Peters shoved aside a curtain of ivy, revealing a door carved straight into the rock. He flipped open a metal panel, exposing a keypad and intercom. It's Peters and Tyler, he barked. Open up, everything's going to hell. Rienke snapped the panel shut and stepped back. The heavy door groaned open and 3 figures darted from behind a pile of boulders. Seconds later, Rienke and Peters lay strangled on the stones. Captain Jack emerged from the shadows, pausing to admire his handiwork with a grim nod. No warning had reached their allies inside. The pit had claimed its first victims. Captain Jack was joined by several more men as he led the group into the structure. Chapter 65, Jack had brought 11 North Koreans with him, men known for their ruthless efficiency and lethal skills. Getting them into the US disguised as South Korean industrial inspectors had been surprisingly easy. East Asian travelers rarely drew the same suspicion as those from the Middle East. Despite his team's combat prowess, Jack knew better than to underestimate Tom Hemingway's close-quarters ability. He split his men strategically, keeping 2 by his side. He once witnessed Hemingway in action. 8 armed Yemeni mercenaries had made the mistake of confronting him. 5 minutes later, they were all dead, and Hemingway hadn't even used a gun. His speed, precision, and raw power had been terrifying. Now Hemingway had to sense something was off. Jack's plan was simple: spot him first, surround him, and corner him. No fair fights. Once trapped, they'd fill him with bullets. The flickering overhead fluorescence suddenly flared to life, forcing Jack and his men to shield their eyes. When he lowered his arm, he saw a boot materialize from the shadows. A brutal kick sent the first North Korean crashing to the concrete. Before Jack could react, the second man flew backward, slamming into him and sending them both sprawling. Instinct took over. Jack rolled, drew his pistol, and emptied the magazine toward the unseen attacker. He yanked out a second gun, firing blindly into the dark. But his bullets only chipped stone. Gasping, he scrambled to reload. Even for a man with his experience, the sheer ferocity of the assault left him shaken. Somewhere in the shadows, Hemingway was waiting. And Jack knew he wouldn't miss next time. Captain Jack noticed his 2 companions still sprawled on the floor. Using his boot, he rolled the North Korean who had crashed into him onto his back. The man's throat had been slashed so deeply his spine was visible. Jack instinctively touched his own neck, realizing Hemingway could have just as easily taken him out. He turned to the other North Korean. His nose had been smashed with such force that bone and cartilage had been driven into his brain. It looked like a high-caliber bullet had struck him square in the face. "Jesus," Jack muttered under his breath. "Tom," he called out, nerves creeping into his voice. Silence. He tried again. "Tom, that was one hell of a show, taking out 2 elite fighters in seconds." Still no answer. "Tom, you know why we're here. Hand him over and we all walk away. If you're counting on Rienke and Peters for backup, think again. They're already dead at the entrance. You're outnumbered." At least he hoped so. Jack sprinted to regroup with his remaining men, praying Hemingway hadn't already gotten to them. Despite his tough talk, he wished he'd brought more North Koreans, way more. Meanwhile, in another room down the main corridor, Hemingway grabbed a pair of curved blades, took a deep breath, and charged out. Today, this place would live up to its grim nickname. When shouts echoed toward them, Alex and his 3 companions ducked into a side room. "That wasn't Hemingway," Jackie said. "Doesn't matter who it was," Alex replied. "Sounds like he just took out 2 more of their guys. If Hemingway's here, the president might be too." Stone checked his watch. "We've got a little over 4 hours to figure that out." He scanned the group. "All right, splitting up is our best shot. That way, if this is a trap, they don't take us all at once." Pulling Alex aside, he added, "There are training rooms here you need to know about." "Training rooms?" Alex frowned. "There's a firing range set up like the FBI's, plus a maze and themed rooms labeled Truth and Patience." "Truth and Patience? What is this, some kind of twisted monastery?" Stone explained the layout: 2 rooms on one side of the main hall, 3 on the other, each accessible only in sequence. Once you're in the first one, you've got to push through to the far end. Behind them, stairs lead down to the holding cells. "There's no other way out," Stone said firmly. Alex adjusted his night vision goggles, though they were useless in the dim overhead lighting. "Starting to feel like none of us are getting out of here," he muttered darkly. Stone gestured behind his 3-person team. "We came in through the supply depot, closer to the training rooms than the main entrance. That might give us an edge over whoever we heard earlier." His eyes scanned the empty hallway before continuing. "Ruben and I will take the 3 rooms on the left. You and Agent Simpson handle the 2 on the right. Doors open once you're in, they lock behind you, no turning back." "Of course they do," Alex shot back, rolling his eyes. Oliver, word is Simpson's still green with the Secret Service, so you know I feel kinda responsible for her." "I've got her," Alex cut in, giving Stone a puzzled look. "Good, then listen close. I need to brief you on what's ahead. Follow every instruction down to the last detail. Understood?" "Sure, if you say so, Oliver." Once Stone finished his rundown, he and Ruben darted down the left corridor, slipping into the first room. The space was dimly lit, shadows stretching across the walls. "Shooting range," Stone whispered, though the bullet-riddled paper targets dangling from wires made that obvious. "Take the right side. We'll meet in the middle, exits at the far end." They split up, Stone moving cautiously along the left wall. He'd barely taken 10 steps when the door creaked open. Instinct kicked in. He killed his flashlight, dropped low, and steadied his gun. It had been decades since he'd moved like this. A quick glance over his cover revealed a shadow darting past, but the gloom made identification impossible. The last thing he needed was to accidentally shoot Ruben. The faint light rendered night vision useless. Footsteps crept closer. Stone belly crawled forward, weaving between the shredded targets. As seconds ticked by, something shifted, not just in the room, but in him. A strange, electric awareness hummed under his skin. Like his body was remembering things his mind had long forgotten. His limbs moved with the fluid ease of his prime, every thought laser-focused on survival. The world had narrowed to a dimly lit shooting range, 60 feet by 60, a maze of shadows, blind corners, tricky angles, and dark hiding spots. Shifting left, his shoulder bumped something solid. A glance upward sparked an idea. The stranger crouched low, edging right, a pistol in one fist and a throwing knife in the other. He hesitated, ears straining. Had he heard movement? Stepping cautiously onto the firing lanes, he scanned the darkness. Seconds ticked by, then a sudden scream shattered the silence. The man spun, firing wildly at a blur charging toward him. Bullets punched through the target, just a cardboard cutout. Stone had yanked a hidden cord, triggering the dummy's advance while shouting to draw fire. Muzzle flashes gave away the shooter's position. Stone aimed inches above the glow, a choked gasp, then the man crumpled. Silence settled until Ruben's voice cut through. "Oliver, you good?" Moments later, they stood over the body, confirming the range was clear. Stone's flashlight beam revealed two near-perfect chest shots an inch apart. He studied the dead man's face, gear, and weapons. "North Korean," he muttered. Ruben eyed the wounds. "What exactly did you do at the CIA?" Stone smirked. "Officially. Destabilization specialist. Sounds nicer than the job description." A burst of machine gun fire ripped through the door. They hit the deck as a second Asian assailant charged in, spraying bullets. Stone hooked a leg, tripping him. The gun skidded away. Ruben lunged, locking the smaller man in a bear hug. "Got him," he grunted, squeezing. "Not so tough without his." A steel-toed boot crushed his instep. Ruben gasped, grip faltering. The attacker twisted free, driving two sharp jabs into his jaw, then hammered his ribs. Ruben dropped, wheezing blood. The Asian raised a knife, then Stone's boot connected with his temple. The man dropped like a sack of bricks. "Next time," Stone said, tossing Ruben a handkerchief, "try not to monologue mid-fight." The knife glinted in the dim light as the blade swung down toward Ruben's throat. Stone's bullet struck the Asian man square in the skull, sending him crashing to his knees before he collapsed face first onto the concrete. Stone holstered his pistol and rushed to his friend's side. "Ruben," his voice cracked. "Ruben, damn it, Oliver," Ruben muttered, his lip already swelling. He forced himself onto unsteady legs, wiping blood from his face as the two men locked eyes. "What the hell are we doing here?" he asked. "This isn't our fight anymore." Stone stared at his trembling hands, the ache in his leg where the North Korean had kicked him a dull throb. After nearly 30 years without taking a life, he'd just killed two men in minutes. For a fleeting second, it almost felt like the old days, but he knew better. Back then, it wasn't just strength or reflexes. It was the cold certainty that killing was just another tool, no different than a hammer or a wrench. Now, he was a different man, but this place wasn't giving him a choice. If he didn't embrace the monster he used to be, this building would become their tomb. He steadied Ruben. "Sorry I dragged you into this." Ruben clapped a heavy hand on Stone's shoulder. "If I'm gonna die, Oliver, I'd rather it be with you than anyone else, but we're getting out of here. What would Caleb and Milton do without us?" Meanwhile, Alex and Jackie stepped into a vast, pitch-black room reeking of mildew and stale air. The soundproof walls had muffled the gunfire from the range. Through his night vision goggles, Alex spotted a narrow catwalk, accessible by a rusted metal staircase stretching across the space. "I'll go first," he whispered. "Cover me," Jackie scoffed. "Why do you always have to play hero? Who said anything about heroics? If I get pinned down, I expect you to pull my ass out even if someone's shooting at yours, and when you cross that walkway, stay dead center, don't veer left or right." "Why, what's the catch?" "No clue, and I don't want to find out." Oliver said stick to the middle, so that's what we're doing. Crouching low, Alex crept up the stairs and inched across the catwalk until he reached the far side, spotting the door to the next training room. "Clear," he called softly. "Your turn." Jackie sprinted across without hesitation. The moment Jackie rejoined Alex, the entrance door creaked open and slammed shut. Instantly, they both dropped into a crouch. Alex scanned the area, then tapped Jackie's shoulder, signaling with quick hand motions for her to move through the connecting door while he covered her. She slipped backward without a sound. Alex took position at the end of the catwalk, pistol raised, and glanced back at Jackie with a sharp nod. She eased the door open, but a faint scrape echoed through the space. Footsteps pounded up the stairs, and a third figure stepped onto the walkway. Alex shifted forward, but his boot caught the edge of the rusted metal. A sickening crack split the air as the catwalk collapsed beneath him. He plunged into knee-deep, murky water, the impact sending a wave of sludge over him. Seconds later, another splash echoed. His opponent had fallen too. The pit was pitch black, the night vision goggles lost somewhere in the muck. If the other guy had a pair, Alex was as good as dead. A gunshot cracked, the bullet ricocheting way too close to his head. He returned fire, then ducked deeper, the stench of sewage burning his nostrils. His arm throbbed, his ribs screamed, and his neck felt like it was on fire. Other than that, peak condition. Trapped in the sludge, every movement risked giving away his position. So he froze, silence stretched until he realized his enemy had the same idea. First one to move, first one to die. Stone's so-called patience training room was a real riot. Then an idea. Slowly, he reached out until his fingers brushed the metal wall of the pit. He fumbled for his flashlight, twisted sideways just as a knife whizzed past, clanging against the wall before plopping into the muck. But Alex didn't fire. Instead, he slapped the flashlight against the magnetized wall, locking it in place. Let the other guy sweat for once. Alex crouched low, stretching his arm as far as he could before pressing the flashlight's power button. With his other hand gripping the pistol, he muttered a quick prayer, flicked the switch, and yanked his arm back. A burst of light flared, followed instantly by 2 gunshots shattering the flashlight. Alex fired back, relief washing over him as he heard a splash. Someone had gone into the water, then footsteps pounded overhead. How? There wasn't supposed to be another walkway up there. Another set of footsteps raced past. Alex leaped, straining to grab the ledge and pull himself out of the pool. Twice he missed, crashing back into the water. On the third try, his fingers caught the edge. He hauled himself up, fumbling along the railing until he reached the door and slipped into the next room. Meanwhile, Stone and Rubin surveyed the shooting range, which looked like a scaled-down replica of the FBI's Hogan's Alley in Quantico, complete with fake storefronts, a phone booth, sidewalks, and a traffic light. A beat-up black sedan with flat tires sat parked at the curb like a relic from another era. Mannequins lined the street, their faded faces coated in dust but eerily lifelike. Rubin noticed everyone had a bullet hole in the head. Stone led him behind a building facade where wooden steps led to window openings. "This is where we trained for sniper ops," Stone said. "Training to take out who?" Rubin asked. "You don't want to know," Stone muttered, cutting him off. He raised a finger to his lips as footsteps approached. Silently, they climbed to a window and peered out. 3 North Koreans moved through the range with practiced precision, covering each other as they swept the area. Stone and Rubin tightened their grips on their pistols. Stone leaned forward, lining up his shot, but the intruders carried MP5s. Even if they took down 2, the third would know exactly where they were. Then, without warning, one of the North Koreans collapsed. "Holy hell!" Rubin breathed. A knife jutted from the side of the man's neck. The 2 other Asians immediately fired toward where the blade had come from, but silence returned just as quickly. The North Koreans darted forward, taking cover behind an old car. With their backs now turned to Stone and Rubin, the Camel Club members could have easily shot them down. But Stone shook his head when Rubin glanced his way. He wanted to see how things played out before jumping in. One of the Koreans pulled an object from his pocket, yanked the pin, and hurled the grenade toward the knife thrower's position. Stone grabbed Rubin and shoved him down behind the window ledge, even though the explosion erupted in the opposite direction. The blast roared through the shooting range like a cannon shot. As the smoke cleared, Stone and Rubin lifted their heads just in time to see the North Koreans abandon their cover. Stone would have waited, the haze was still too thick to see clearly. Then a figure clad entirely in black emerged from the swirling smoke, moving with impossible speed and agility as if gravity didn't apply. Twin curved blades flashed at their sides like wings. The sabers clashed against the submachine guns, knocking them from the Koreans' hands. When they reached for their pistols, the blades sliced through the holsters, sending the weapons clattering to the floor. A swift kick sent them skidding away. Every motion flowed seamlessly, a blur of precision. The masked figure stopped, standing before the 2 Koreans. Calmly, he pulled off the black mask and set the sabers on the concrete. Tom Hemingway studied them, then spoke in Korean. "What did he say?" Rubin whispered. "Basically, surrender or die," Stone replied, eyes still locked on the scene. "And are they surrendering? No, they're North Korean. Their tolerance for pain goes beyond what most people can even imagine." Stone watched Hemingway closely, and they were about to need every bit of that endurance. The Koreans dropped into Taekwondo stances. One fainted, but Hemingway didn't react. He spoke again in Korean. They shook their heads. The second man lashed out with a kick, but Hemingway caught his foot with one hand and drove a fist into his chest, sending him stumbling back. He said something else, voice steady. "He says he regrets having to do this." Stone translated as Rubin shot him a questioning look before anyone could react. Hemingway struck. His fist shattered his opponent's weak defense, slamming into the man's ribs with brutal force. Spinning faster than the eye could follow, he delivered a crushing blow to the man's temple. Even from their hiding spot, Stone and Rubin heard the sickening crack of his neck snapping. The other Korean bolted toward the car, but Hemingway was already on him. The glint of a knife flashed as the man turned, but Hemingway dodged forward too fast, too precise. The blade barely grazed his arm before Hemingway's heel connected with the Korean's chin, sending him crashing against the car. Hemingway barely glanced at the blood on his sleeve, his focus locked on his enemy. "This is gonna get ugly," Rubin muttered. From a distance, Stone saw Hemingway's first punch kill the man instantly, a strike so devastating he'd never seen anything like it. But Hemingway didn't stop. He pinned the North Korean against the car, hammering fists into his skull, chest, and gut with terrifying speed. The sheer force dented the car door before Hemingway finally stepped back, letting the lifeless body slump to the ground. As Hemingway picked up the fallen sabers, Stone raised his pistol, aiming at the back of his head. Suddenly, Hemingway froze. He turned slowly, staring straight at the building where Stone and Rubin hid as if he could sense them through the walls. Stone lowered his weapon, and in the next heartbeat, Hemingway was gone. Meanwhile, Jackie sprinted through the maze of narrow alleys, her breath ragged. She skidded to a stop, disoriented. "Alex," she called out. His voice echoed back, "Jackie, watch yourself, there are hostiles." She dropped into a crouch, pistol raised, listening. At first, only her own breathing filled the silence. Then footsteps close, she backed away, finger tense on the trigger. "Jackie." Alex peeked around the corner, relief flashing across his face as he rushed to her side. She stared at his dirt-streaked clothes, her grip tightening on the gun. "What happened to you?" Jackie asked, staring at the dirt streaked across Alex's clothes. Alex brushed at the grime with irritation. "Don't ask, and don't ever say I'm impatient or you're next." He scanned the dim corridor. "Two people rushed past me into this place. Did you see anyone?" Jackie shook her head. "How do we get out of here?" "Easy, we just need to pay closer attention to the floor." "What?" Alex didn't answer. Instead, he crept along the twisting maze until he reached a corner. Kneeling, he examined the ground. "Damn, that's it." Jackie hurried over. "See." He pointed to a faint, nearly invisible smudge in the floor's crevice. "A red mark," Jackie noted. "What does that tell us? Which way to go?" "How? You're not much of a sailor, are you?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "Sailors know red means port and port is left." They turned down the left passage, moving until they hit another fork. There another tiny mark, this time green. "Green means starboard and starboard is right," Jackie finished. Following the trail, they soon spotted a door ahead, likely the maze's exit. "How'd you even know about these marks?" she asked. "Oliver." "So he really was here," Jackie murmured. Alex met her gaze, never doubted it. His eyes locked onto the door. "Oliver said there are only 2 training rooms on this side, meaning behind that door, that's where the president is." "And Hemingway," Alex said darkly. "He's federal law enforcement, Alex. He might be on our side." "Listen, Jackie. The man's a traitor and he could kill you without breaking a sweat. If you get a shot, take it." "Alex, I mean it. Drop him, now let's move." Meanwhile, Stone and Rubin stepped into a chamber lined with rusted chains, a hanging cage, surgical tools on a steel table, and a chair that looked suspiciously like an electric one. Stone's breath caught. This was called the Truth Room, where they broke everyone no matter how tough. His voice turned grim. "They got to me too." He gestured to the chair. "One of my training partners, they cranked the voltage too high, he never got back up. His family was told he'd gone missing on an overseas assignment, but the truth, he was likely buried right here in this death pit." "Same could happen to us," Rubin muttered, his voice heavy with dread. "Let's move to the next room," Stone said, his stomach churning. "This place makes me sick." Before they could take another step, the door behind them burst open with a violent crash. "Move!" Stone shouted, firing at the North Korean soldier charging in. Bullets flew as Stone ducked behind an interrogation chair, reloading frantically. "I'm hit," Rubin's voice cut through the chaos. "Oliver, I'm hit." Stone barely had time to react before 2 rounds whizzed past his head. He returned fire, then ducked again. From the left came the sound of metal clattering. Someone had overturned the table of tools. Stone made a split-second decision. He aimed at the ceiling lights, shattering every fluorescent tube. Darkness swallowed the room. Goggles snapped into place. Stone scanned the eerie green haze of night vision. Where was Rubin? Finally, he spotted him slumped behind an overturned stretcher, clutching his side. The North Korean was nowhere in sight until Stone's gaze locked onto a makeshift barricade of medical equipment in the corner. That's where he was hiding. Then Stone saw his chance. Lying flat on his back, he braced the pistol between his knees, steadying his aim. Every lesson from his past, every ruthless technique flooded back in an instant. Thank God or curse the devil. In daylight, the shot would have been easy. But through the murky green lens, with only one chance, it was anything but. He exhaled, squeezed the trigger. The bullet snapped the chain of the steel cage hanging above the barricade. A ton of metal crashed down. Stone stood, nausea rising despite himself. Blood seeped from beneath the wreckage, pooling on the floor. He edged closer, peering over the debris. Only a single hand jutted out from under the cage. The man hadn't even had time to scream. In Stone's old world, they would have called this a clean kill. "Oliver," Rubin's voice cut through the tension. Stone spun around and rushed to his friend, who leaned against the concrete wall, clutching his side. The knife still protruded from the wound, blood soaking through his shirt and pooling on the floor. "Damn bastard got lucky," Rubin muttered through gritted teeth. "Nothing I haven't handled before." But his pale face told a different story. Stone dashed to the metal shelves lining the wall, yanking open compartments until he found what he needed: bottles of antiseptic and sealed boxes of bandages. He doubted the old disinfectants would do much good, but the sterile dressings were intact. Better than nothing. Grabbing supplies, he hurried back to patch up Rubin before helping him through the connecting door into the next room. No sooner had they left the interrogation chamber than the entrance creaked open. Captain Jack peered inside, scanning the space before spotting his man crushed beneath the cage. "Guess it's better to live and fight another day," he muttered. "I'm sure our dear North Korean friends will understand." When he turned to retreat through the steel door, it refused to budge. "Forgot about that little detail," he grumbled, checking his watch. Time was running out anyway. Chapter 67. Stone and Reuben reached the basement level just as Alex and Jackie arrived. "So that makes 9 dead Chinese operatives," Alex said after comparing notes. "Actually, North Koreans," Stone corrected. Jackie's eyes widened. "North Koreans, what the hell do they have to do with this?" "Beats me," Stone admitted, gesturing down the hall with his pistol. "But I know one thing, those cells back there, they used to hold interrogation subjects. That's probably where they're keeping the president." Alex glanced at his watch. 3 hours left on the clock," he said urgently. "We need to extract the president, get out of this hellhole, find a damn cell signal in this wasteland, and call the Secret Service. They'll alert the White House and stop the missile launch." "You think there are more North Koreans lurking around?" Jackie asked. Alex nodded grimly. "When I was outside, 2 figures passed me in the dark. That's why." His warning came too late. "Grenade!" The team scattered as the explosive clattered down the stairs, everyone diving for cover just in time, but it wasn't a hand grenade, it was a flashbang. The blinding light wasn't the only thing that disoriented them, the deafening explosion left them stunned. The FBI's hostage rescue team swore by these devices, and once again it did its job perfectly. The moment it detonated, the group was instantly incapacitated. 2 North Koreans charged down the stairs, their ears protected by plugs, and immediately leveled their weapons at Alex and his helpless teammates. Stone tried to push himself up, but the disorientation was too much. Jackie clutched her ears, swaying like she might collapse any second. Reuben lay curled in a corner, barely breathing, one hand pressed to his side. One of the North Koreans barked a single word in English, "Die." He switched his MP5 to full auto, finger curling around the trigger. In seconds, he could empty the entire magazine, and he would have if he'd lived long enough. A boot slammed into his spine from behind, snapping it like a twig. He crumpled forward, his finger jerking the trigger as he fell, sending bullets spraying across the concrete floor. His body absorbed the ricochets, but he was already gone. The other man tried to gun down Hemingway at point-blank range, but Hemingway wrenched the magazine from his grip, smashed it into his skull, then finished him with a brutal punch to the gut that ruptured his liver. The man hit the floor with a sickening thud and Hemingway vanished. As the flashbang's effects faded, Alex staggered to his feet and helped Jackie up while Stone checked on Reuben. "Where'd Hemingway go?" Stone asked. Alex jerked his chin toward the hallway. "That way." "Slipped through the door like a ghost. Barely caught a glimpse of him before he disappeared, and trust me, that's a miracle considering my head feels like it's splitting open." He glanced at the dead North Koreans. "That guy's a nightmare," Alex muttered. Jackie wiped blood from her lip. "He just saved our lives." Alex scoffed. "Oh really, more like he's saving us for himself. My earlier stand still holds. If you get a shot at him, take it." Stone checked his watch. "We're running out of time." At the far end of the hall, Hemingway stood alone in the antechamber outside the cells holding the president and Chastity. Both prisoners were unconscious, drugged with an amnesia-inducing compound he'd slipped into their dinner, not that they'd want to remember any of this. When the corridor door creaked open, Hemingway melted into the shadows. Silent as a ghost, Alex stepped into the room with his team close behind. "Hemingway," he called out, "we're here to get the president." Hemingway remained silent. "You might not know what's happened, Tom," Alex continued. "The Sharia group has claimed responsibility for the kidnapping. Right now, the U.S. has a nuclear missile locked on Damascus. If the president isn't released unharmed in the next 3 hours, they'll launch. Rienke and Peters were supposed to tell you." Hemingway sucked in a sharp breath but stayed quiet. "I'm not lying to you, Tom," Alex insisted. "We're on the brink of global war. Every Muslim army and terrorist group is mobilizing against us. We're at DEFCON 1, you know what that means, it's the end of everything." He paused, then shouted, 3 more hours, damn it, and 6 million people die." Finally, Hemingway stepped into the light. "Why would the Sharia group take credit?" he asked suspiciously. "They weren't polite enough, so I did it for them," said Captain Jack as he slipped through the door, pressing his gun to Jackie's temple. He yanked her service weapon free and aimed it at the others. "Now drop your guns or you'll get a front row seat to this lady's brains." After a tense moment, Alex, Stone, and the injured Reuben slowly set their weapons down. "That's the guy we heard earlier," Reuben muttered to Stone, but Stone ignored him, his eyes locked on Captain Jack. Jack scanned the room, then hesitated, studying Stone until Hemingway cut in. "I thought we had a deal," he said. To Alex's trained eye, Hemingway was coiled tight with tension. "We had a deal, Tom," Captain Jack replied smoothly. "Then the North Koreans made a better offer. Told you I was only in it for the money. Should have been your first clue, pal. If you missed it, don't waste my time with complaints." "Why?" Hemingway demanded. "To start a war between America and the Muslim world. What's in it for North Korea? Not my problem, they paid up." "We're about to fire a nuke at Damascus," Alex said. Captain Jack smirked. I've worked with the Syrians, they're just as bloodthirsty as the rest of us. So you really think they didn't deserve it? Alex challenged, his voice tight. 6 million people, women and children included. Captain Jack rolled his eyes, unimpressed. You still don't get it, do you, kid? Hemingway gestured to the bodies scattered around the compound. Dead North Koreans everywhere. You really think your plan's still on track? Jack smirked. Plenty of time for cleanup, Tom. There's an abandoned mine shaft nearby, perfect for disposing of unwanted guests. Well, except one, the world needs to see that particular body. Brennan, a job's a job, Stone cut in, his voice steady. So your plan is to kill all of us? Jack studied him, frowning. You look familiar, pal. You didn't answer the question. Fine, yeah, I'm wiping the slate clean. Jack turned back to Hemingway. Working with you was the right call, Tom. Look how smoothly Brennan went down. Textbook execution. Hemingway shook his head. A dead president isn't a success. I promised he'd walk out unharmed. Jackie stepped forward. If it's just money you want, the U.S. has deeper pockets than North Korea, Jack scoffed. I'm not that greedy. Besides, America's drowning in debt. They wouldn't pay me even if they could. Without warning, Jack shot Hemingway in the leg. He crumpled with a grunt. Another bullet tore through his right arm. Stop, Jackie screamed. Sorry, Tom, Jack said, almost bored. Can't risk you snapping my neck like the others. Hemingway gritted his teeth. You might want to rethink this. Why's that? Cell doors are rigged with explosives. Then disarm them. No, Jack shrugged. Guess I'll pick them off one by one until you change your mind. Whatever, Hemingway muttered. You were gonna kill them anyway. Let's see how long you can listen to them scream. Your weakness, you're too damn civilized. Stone caught Hemingway's eye, signaling something. A nearly imperceptible nod. Jack pressed the gun to Jackie's temple. Goodbye, sweetheart. My name, Stone interrupted, stepping forward, is John Carr. His voice didn't waver. We have met. The barrel of Jack's gun dipped slightly. John Carr, he murmured thoughtfully, studying Stone from head to toe. Good Lord, John, looks like life hasn't been too kind to you these past few years, huh? You were always a filthy traitor, Stone shot back. Seems some things never change. Captain Jack smirked. These days, I work on my terms. Can't say the same for you, can I? His focus stayed locked on Stone so much that he missed Hemingway edging toward the wall. Stone stepped forward, blocking Hemingway completely. Why don't you take me out first? You've always been second best. Wouldn't it feel good to finally take down the top dog? Still running that mouth, Captain Jack growled. Difference is I've earned the right. Remember how you botched the mission? Wrong barometric readings, missed the target. A year later, they sent me to clean up your mess. Face it, you were always a second-rate hack. He leveled his pistol at Stone's forehead. No barometers to worry about this time. Hemingway shoved off the wall and hit the light switch. Darkness swallowed the room. A gunshot cracked, shouts, footsteps, then a sharp cry. Someone slammed onto the concrete. The fluorescent lights flickered back on. Captain Jack was down, unarmed. Stone stood over him, gripping a bloodied knife he'd taken from the training room. You bastard, Captain Jack groaned, clutching his slashed calves. Why not just finish me? Waste of effort, Stone said. Listen, Captain Jack gasped. $10 million each if you take out Brennan. Disgusted silence answered him. He's just a man. Shut your mouth, Alex snapped, or I'll shut it for you. Hemingway leaned against the wall, breathing hard. You need to get President Brennan to a specific location. It's the only way to end this. Alex stared. I don't care about your twisted reasons. You nearly started a nuclear war. My only job is getting the president where he belongs and making a call to stop 6 million people from burning because of you. He raised his gun at Hemingway. Open the cell door now or I'll shoot, Alex demanded, his voice sharp with urgency. Hemingway shuffled forward, his movements slow and deliberate. Whatever you believe, whatever anyone thinks, I'm no traitor. Everything I've done was for this country, for the world. Just open the damn door, Alex snapped. With a heavy sigh, Hemingway pulled a keyring from his pocket and unlocked one of the doors. Thought you said there were explosives in there, Captain Jack muttered, eyeing him suspiciously. Made that up, Hemingway admitted flatly. Stone and Alex hauled the unconscious president out, propping him against the wall before spotting Chastity and placing her beside him. Alex grabbed his phone, frustration flashing across his face. No signal in here. We need to get outside to call Washington, and a man's voice cut him off. That won't be necessary. Everyone turned. Carter Gray stood before them, flanked by 6 armed men, their machine guns leveled. Thank God, Jackie exclaimed, stepping toward her godfather. But Gray's attention was fixed on Hemingway. The president was in the helicopter you used to fly me home, wasn't he? Gray didn't wait for an answer, and Hemingway didn't give one. You falsified my records, gathered a team of supposed ghosts, and kidnapped the leader of the free world. Gray shook his head in disgust. The president's fine, Carter, Jackie interjected. He's just sedated. Excellent, Gray said coolly. We'll take it from here. He motioned for 2 of his men to secure the president. Wait, Hemingway barked. He has to be released exactly as I planned. You can't let those people in Pennsylvania die for nothing. They sacrificed themselves for something greater. Gray's face twisted in disbelief. You're insane, he spat before regaining his composure and turning to Stone. John, I can't tell you how shocked I was to see you alive. His gaze shifted to Captain Jack, still crouched on the floor, clutching his wounded legs. Two old acquaintances I thought were dead. Seems resurrection's a popular trend this century. Didn't feel like dying on your schedule, Carter, Stone shot back. Jackie looked between them, bewildered. Will someone please explain what the hell is going on? Seriously, guys, Alex cut in, we're wasting time. We need to alert the White House and stop that missile launch. Gray ignored him. Jackie, he said instead, his tone softening, come over here. What? She hesitated. Did you not hear Alex? We need to make sure that rocket launch gets cancelled, Gray said firmly. Jackie turned to Alex, Stone, and Rubin. You can trust us, none of us would ever leak anything that could harm the country. Gray's eyes locked onto hers. I'm not worried about them, Jackie, just you. Stone studied her for a moment before speaking. You're the only one who's supposed to walk out of here alive, Agent Simpson. His gaze shifted to Gray, and from the looks of it, that doesn't include the president. What are you talking about? Jackie demanded, searching her godfather's face for any sign this was a lie, but Gray's expression confirmed Stone's words. She pointed at Brennan, unconscious on the floor. That's the President of the United States. I'm aware, Gray replied coolly, and right now there's a man in the Oval Office who's just as capable of running this country, which frankly isn't saying much. Jackie turned to Gray's men, desperation in her voice. He's planning to kill the president, you have to stop him. These men answer only to me, Gray said, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Carter, if we don't call the White House, Jackie pleaded, 6 million people will die. 6 million Syrians, Carter corrected. Do you have any idea how much terrorism that country supports? It's the hub for nearly every suicide bomber hitting Iraq. We should have wiped them off the map years ago. Jackie stared at him in disbelief. You're insane. This is bigger than individuals, Gray said calmly. This is the fight between good and evil, and to keep that line clear, sacrifices have to be made even if it's the president. He hesitated. I'm sure your father would understand. That's bull, Jackie snapped. He'd be the first to lock you up. Come with me, Jackie, Gray urged again. Now she stood her ground. No, you'll have to kill me too. Don't force my hand. Look out, Alex suddenly shouted, lunging toward the president, but someone else moved faster. A gunshot echoed, freezing time for a heartbeat. Shouts erupted, boots scuffed against concrete, metal clattered to the ground, then silence. Jackie dropped to her knees, swaying before collapsing face first onto the cold floor. The bullet meant for Brennan had struck her heart instead. Gray screamed and lunged toward Captain Jack, who had just fired a small pistol from an ankle holster, taking the shot meant for the president. Jackie had thwarted his victory but paid for it with her life. Alex dropped to his knees beside her, checking for a pulse before lifting his gaze and shaking his head. Jackie, Gray cried out, staring at his goddaughter's lifeless body. Bait, Stone whispered, his voice breaking as he looked down at her. Only Alex was close enough to hear him. Bait, Gray raised his weapon toward Captain Jack, but Stone's sharp tone stopped him cold. If you kill him now, you'll never prove North Korea's conspiracy to assassinate the president. Gray's finger hovered over the trigger, but he didn't fire. Stone trembled, tears welling in his eyes. We take the president to Medina, he said, the place Hemingway told us about. This is insane, Gray snapped. For you, Carter, it's the only sane choice, Stone shot back. You can't let millions of innocent people die. Innocent? Gray shouted. These devils took everything from me, my family, everything I loved. My country did the same to me, Stone said, locking eyes with Gray as the others watched in silence. Then his gaze fell to Jackie's body. Like you, I've just lost everything. His voice shook. Gray looked from Jackie to Stone and back. There's no way we can fly the president to Medina in time. I think Hemingway's Medina is closer than you realize, Stone said. All eyes turned to Hemingway. Did you come by helicopter? He asked Gray, who nodded. Then you can reach my Medina in under 2 hours, still inside the deadline. And if I agree, why can't I just call from the chopper and say we found Brennan there? Gray challenged. Because if you're not actually there, you won't be able to answer the questions, Hemingway countered. The media and the public will demand proof. You could even take credit for finding the president, Carter, Stone added. Become a national hero. How would I pull that off? Gray muttered. You're a smart man, Stone said. You'll figure it out on the flight. But he stays with me, Gray growled, jabbing a finger at Captain Jack. I'm sure you'll get every last detail out of him, Stone said dryly. And Hemingway too, Gray demanded. Let's get moving already, Alex snapped impatiently. As the others rushed outside, Stone knelt beside Jackie's body. He gently brushed her hair, then took her still warm hand, turning it over to examine the crescent-shaped scar on her palm. It struck him how unchanged that scar remained from decades ago when she'd cut herself as a child, back when he'd first noticed it while picking up her dropped change on a Washington sidewalk. Tears streamed down his face, not the phantom grief of recurring nightmares where he lost his daughter, but the crushing reality of her actual death. Pressing his lips to her cold cheek, he finally looked up at Gray, who stood helplessly with hands dangling at his sides. You'll make sure she gets a proper burial, Stone demanded, his voice rough but steady. Gray gave a weary nod before Stone wordlessly turned away, following the team to a nearby clearing where the helicopter's rotors whipped the air. The pilot leaned out from the cockpit. "Where to?" "Medina," Hemingway shouted over the noise. When the pilot frowned in confusion, Hemingway jerked his chin toward his chest pocket. One of Gray's men fished out the crumpled coordinates, his eyes narrowing as he read the address. Stone glimpsed the paper over his shoulder, confirmed his suspicions. As Hemingway climbed into the rear seats, everything happened in a blur. A sudden headbutt shattered the guard's nose beside him, then a brutal kick sent the front passenger crashing into the console as the seat tore loose. Before anyone could react, Hemingway, despite his bullet wound, was sprinting toward the tree line. Alex gave chase, branches lashing his face as he struggled to keep pace. How was the injured man outpacing him? A piercing scream ahead made Alex skid to a stop at the forest's edge, his boots scattering gravel over a sheer drop. Far below, something splashed in the darkness. When the others caught up, Alex just pointed into the abyss and shook his head. Tom Hemingway was gone. Chapter 69, in the Oval Office, Acting President Hamilton watched the live feed unfold on-screen, surrounded by advisors scrambling to contain the fallout. The room hummed with hushed urgency, every screen flashing updates as someone muttered about a rogue helicopter spotted near the Appalachians. Hamilton's fingers drummed the resolute desk, not the calculated rhythm of strategy, but the restless tapping of a man realizing his chessboard had just been flipped. The footage was grainy and shaky. All professional camera crews had long since evacuated Syria, yet it vividly captured the utter chaos consuming Damascus. Cars clogged the streets, while terrified, desperate crowds surged in every direction. Reports said the airport runways were swarmed with people fighting for seats on the last few departing planes. Law and order had collapsed, everyone just wanted to escape. As hours slipped away, so did hope, and the scenes grew more horrific. Hamilton and his team watched parents clutching screaming children, dodging military vehicles blaring evacuation orders through megaphones. In less than an hour, if the U.S. held firm on its ultimatum, none of these people would survive. One clip showed furious citizens lynching looters. Then came the worst, a stampede of refugees trampling a group of lost children. "Turn that damn thing off," Hamilton ordered, and the screen went black. Piled on his desk were pleas from around the world begging him to call off the strike. Across America, millions flooded the streets, some in support, most in protest. The White House switchboard was overwhelmed. Defense Secretary Decker sat beside his commander. Hamilton gave him a hollow look. "Sir," Decker said, sensing his turmoil, "I know this weighs on you, but if we back down now, we lose all credibility with our enemies, and that's a defeat we can't recover from." "I know, Joe," Hamilton muttered. "There's something else, sir." Exhausted, Hamilton glanced up. "What?" "Unusual atmospheric conditions are forming over the Atlantic. The Navy reports satellite comms with the Tennessee could fail within minutes. If that happens, we abort." Decker shook his head. "Weather won't affect the missile launch. The D5's guidance is autonomous. After stage separation, it just needs 2 stellar reference points to align for optimal warhead deployment. The only issue is maintaining contact with the sub." Hamilton frowned. "What are you getting at, Joe?" "I strongly suggest we settle this matter now before we lose contact with the submarine," Decker pressed. "You want to launch the missile now?" Hamilton locked eyes with him. "We still have 52 minutes left on the deadline." "What difference does 52 minutes make, sir? If the terrorists were willing to release the president, they would have done it already. Holding to the deadline just gives them more time to plan a counterstrike. If we don't give the order now, we might lose contact with the Tennessee altogether. Then instruct the Tennessee to fire at the end of the deadline unless they receive a counterorder from us." "It's not that simple, sir. The system's designed so missiles only launch on direct, real-time command, not by a timer. Sure, we could fire from another position, but then we'd blow past our A-tower window. And if we don't strike immediately after our own ultimatum expires, we lose all credibility. So we nuke them, they nuke us, then what? Do we keep trading blows until there's nothing left? With all due respect, sir, we have far more firepower to wipe them out than they could ever throw at us. I'm confident we'd come out on top." Hamilton looked up and saw every eye in the Oval Office fixed on him. "God help me. Reach out to the Syrians one last time," he said. "Give them a final chance." Suddenly, Andrea Mays stood. "Sir, wait, why wouldn't they release the president if they have him? What do they gain by sacrificing millions to nuclear annihilation?" "They're terrorists," Decker snapped. "And let's not forget they attacked us. They kidnapped our president. He's probably already dead. We have no choice. Our retaliation must leave no doubt about our nation's resolve. Any hesitation will only embolden them to escalate. Nothing proves determination like a nuclear strike. Japan only surrendered after 2 atomic bombs, saving millions in the long run." He didn't mention the hundreds of thousands of civilians killed or maimed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or how the cities remained radioactive for decades. Hamilton turned away and Secretary Mays sank back into her chair using a secure line. Decker delivered the final ultimatum to Syria and the Sharia faction. The response came swiftly. Hamilton studied Decker's expression. "Well, the family-friendly version says God will punish us for what we're about to do," Decker replied. "Sir, do I have your authorization to engage the National Command Authority and notify the chairman of the Joint Chiefs?" Hamilton hesitated. Mays seized the moment. "Mr. President, think carefully. If we level Damascus, there will never be peace." "Never," Decker stepped forward. "Sir, we don't have peace now. If we let this ultimatum pass without consequences, America loses all credibility. We'll become a global joke. You're not the kind of leader who lets that happen." He paused, then added firmly, "We have to do this." Hamilton rubbed his temples, glancing between Mays and Decker before nodding. "Make the call." As Decker moved to another phone to relay the NCA's orders, Hamilton stood by the window, his reflection ghostly against the glass. Decker handed him the receiver and the president confirmed the command with a single word. The chairman would transmit it immediately to the US Tennessee. Within moments, a Trident missile would surge from the ocean depths, encased in a fiery sheath of gas, untouched by the water as it tore toward the surface. Traveling at nearly 2,000 miles per hour, it would reach Damascus in under 30 minutes, unleashing devastation like 1,000 Category 5 hurricanes. Nothing would remain, then a faint ringing. Hamilton lifted the phone slowly. Yes, his face drained of color, a hand clutching his chest. For a heartbeat, the room thought he was having a heart attack. Then he shouted, "They found him, Brennan's free." He spun toward Decker. "Abort the launch, call it off now." Decker scrambled to relay the countermand, but the defense minister went pale. "What, oh God," every eye locked onto him. "The storm over the Atlantic's blocking satellite signals," he said, voice hollow. "The Tennessee acknowledged the launch order, now the NCA can't re-establish contact." Hamilton's voice cracked like a whip. "I knew we should have waited the full 8 hours, you moron," Andrea Mays gasped. Hamilton snatched the phone from Decker's hand, shoving the Secretary of Defense aside. "This is President Hamilton speaking," he barked into the receiver. "Get me that submarine now, stop that missile launch at all costs. I don't care how you do it, just make it happen." Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he gripped the edge of the resolute desk, his legs threatening to buckle. Decker slumped against the wall, rubbing his shoulder where Hamilton had shoved him. "Sink the damn sub if you have to," Hamilton roared. "But that missile does not launch, understood." Seconds stretched into eternity. The Oval Office was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Finally, Hamilton hung up and collapsed against the desk, his face ashen. He steadied himself, scanning the room of stunned aides. "Launch aborted," he managed, locking eyes with Decker. "We got lucky by the skin of our teeth." No cheers erupted. The room was frozen in shock. But deep in the Atlantic, 155 sailors erupted into wild celebration, their relief echoing through the steel hull. Meanwhile, the reappearance of President James Brennan in a rundown warehouse in Medina, Ohio, sent shockwaves across the globe. Over 14,000 U.S. troops already poised to storm Medina, Saudi Arabia, quietly stood down. In Brennan's pocket, investigators found a single printed note: "Great sacrifices bring great opportunities." Franklin Hemingway had penned those words 30 years earlier, and his son had deemed them fitting for the leader of the free world. Carter Gray, hailed as a national hero for seemingly uncovering Brennan's true location, remained vague on details, crediting hard work, trusted sources, and sheer luck. "The kidnappers weren't lying," he insisted. "The president was in Medina, just not the one we expected." That night, Gray sat with Senator Simpson and his wife, offering hollow comfort for the loss of their only child. The official report claimed their daughter, an agent, had been killed in a hit-and-run on Interstate 81. No suspects, no arrests. And as Gray knew all too well, there never would be. The only other notable development involved the unexplained disappearance of 3 Nick operatives, an issue Gray still intended to investigate. On the bright side, Captain Jack was finally talking, providing Carter Gray with enough ammunition against North Korea to last a lifetime. James Brennan returned to the White House in triumph, greeted by roaring crowds and flashing cameras. During a televised address, he praised Carter Gray's exemplary work, unaware that Gray had nearly orchestrated his assassination and pinned it on Syria. Brennan also thanked his battered vice president for unwavering loyalty, and finally the American people for their resilience during the unprecedented crisis. No one would ever learn how close the world had come to annihilation, just a heartbeat away. His campaign manager stood nearby, beaming. With the crisis over, she could refocus on the election, and the latest polls showed Brennan's approval rating at a historic 86%. Barring another catastrophe, re-election was all but guaranteed. Though fully briefed on recent events, Brennan remained in the dark about who had actually kidnapped him. Investigations confirmed neither the Sharia group nor Syria was responsible. In fact, the group lacked the resources to pull off such an attack on U.S. soil. The body of one of its leaders had been discovered, bearing signs of torture. More baffling was how so many foreign operatives trained in subversive tactics had slipped into the country undetected. Damascus had suffered heavy damage, though nothing compared to the devastation a Trident missile would have unleashed. The Syrians and the entire Middle East were still reeling, but the near catastrophe had sparked tentative whispers of cooperation. Whether that goodwill lasted remained to be seen. Meanwhile, President Hamilton had taken a leave of absence. Being the first U.S. president since Truman to authorize a nuclear strike had taken its toll, but recovery seemed likely. For now, at least, the world exhaled. Brennan was stunned that nearly all the attackers had willingly died while deliberately avoiding harm to American citizens. As the president pondered this strange fact, he watched a recording of his favorite political talk show that had aired during his kidnapping. Every one of the four panelists had concluded the whole ordeal was just a dirty trick. But what if the president is released unharmed? The host had asked. Without hesitation, all four experts insisted even that would be part of the scheme. Then what's their endgame? The host pressed. They sacrificed over 20 people. They could have killed the president easily during the operation. What do they gain by letting him go? One analyst scoffed. You have to understand, terrorists like this stop at nothing. First, they wanted to slaughter us. That failed. Now we're winning the war on terror, so they've switched tactics. So now they're playing the dirty trick card, the host shot back, baffled, by not slaughtering us. Exactly, the expert replied smugly. Brennan, meanwhile, pored over the kidnappers' demands, horrified by how close the U.S. had come to launching a nuclear strike against a nation falsely accused. Though he publicly praised his vice president, he couldn't shake how easily Hamilton had been swayed to authorize such devastation, how narrowly they'd avoided catastrophe. It made him reconsider potential replacements, consulting Islamic scholars, his wife, and even seeking divine guidance during weekly church visits. Now safely back in the White House, global media dissected the kidnappers' demands openly. Without bodies or rubble clouding the discussion, debates flourished in European, South American, and Asian capitals. Eventually, Brennan convened his cabinet, the National Security Council, and top military advisors to address the demands. His security advisor immediately objected. "Sir," he said, "this is absurd. We can't and won't entertain any of these blackmail demands," the president declared firmly. Defense Secretary Decker quickly backed him up. "Mr. President, even considering these outrageous terms would show weakness and harm our national interests." Brennan shot back, barely containing his frustration. "We were this close to wiping out 6 million people based on questionable evidence. We didn't start this," Decker countered. "Politics always involves risk." Brennan held his gaze until Decker finally looked away. "We're the last superpower standing. Our nuclear arsenal could end the world 10 times over. Even if others refuse restraint, we have to lead by example." The way Brennan stared at Decker made one thing clear. By the end of this term, there'd be a new defense secretary. Brennan pulled out a folded sheet of paper, the one found in his pocket after the abduction. He read the words again: "Great sacrifices bring great opportunities." History had proven, and Brennan knew it well, that in moments of crisis, nations sometimes found their greatest leaders. Turning from Decker and his Pentagon advisors, he locked eyes with Secretary of State Andrea Mays. "I think," Brennan said, his voice steady, "it's time we got to work." Chapter 70. Jacqueline Elizabeth Simpson was laid to rest in a quiet, private ceremony at a cemetery in Northern Virginia. Gathered around the grave were her grieving parents, close family friends, political dignitaries, Secret Service agents, and her godfather, Carter Gray. Hidden among the trees nearby stood Oliver Stone, dressed in a crisp black suit and tie. His friends had insisted he wear something proper. Stone barely registered the priest's words of comfort. His eyes stayed fixed on his daughter's casket. Bait, he didn't cry. He wasn't even sure what he should feel. In one way, he was her father. In another, he wasn't. He'd had her for 3 years as a child. The Simpsons had raised her the rest of her life. By time alone, he had little claim to fatherhood. Yet he couldn't have stayed away. Once the mourners had left, Stone stepped out from the shadows and approached the grave. The cemetery workers paused as he neared. "Are you family?" one asked. Stone placed a hand on the casket. "Oh yes," he said quietly. "I'm definitely family." For 20 long minutes he knelt there, his palm pressed against the smooth, polished wood with unsteady legs. He finally rose, leaned forward, and pressed a kiss to the coffin before leaving a single flower behind, a daisy. "Goodbye, Bate," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "I loved you." The next day, the Camel Club gathered with Alex and Kate at Stone's cottage. Reuben's injuries had been treated, and the doctors had taken the opportunity to blast away a few stubborn kidney stones while they were at it. Chastity had recovered remarkably well, though she remembered nothing of what had happened. Alex brought a newspaper clipping about Jackie's death. "Damn it, she was a hero," he said bitterly, "but now she'll just be remembered as a traffic accident victim." Stone sat at his desk, shaking his head. "You're wrong," he countered firmly. "She won't be remembered just for that. Alex shifted gears. It makes me sick that Carter Gray's being hailed as a national hero when he was about to assassinate the president. Someone should do something. Rubin rubbed his temple. If we go public, everything blows wide open. After everything that's happened, I'm not sure the country can handle another scandal. Stone's voice dropped low. Carter Gray's reckoning is coming, and I'll be the one to deliver it. The others exchanged glances, but his expression discouraged further questions. Rubin stood, clearing his throat. All right, let's get to business. I hereby call this special meeting of the Camel Club to order. In recognition of their exemplary service to the United States and their invaluable support of this club, I move to grant membership to Agent Alex Ford and Kate Adams. All in favor, Milton and Caleb responded in unison. Aye, the motion passed. Fantastic, Alex said, but one thing, why is it called the Camel Club? Because camels never quit, Stone replied. Rubin rolled his eyes. Oliver always says that. The real reason, back in the 1920s, there was another Camel Club. Every meeting they toasted to defying prohibition to the last drop of whiskey. That's my kind of club. As the others dispersed, Alex lingered to speak with Stone alone. So Oliver Stone is really John Carr. Was John Carr, Stone corrected sharply. Carr is dead. Oliver, you told Carter Gray the country took your family from you. What did you mean? Stone returned to his desk, shuffling through papers without answering. I always believed I'd done my duty to the country long enough, he said, but the country disagreed. Apparently, I wasn't allowed to just walk away and live a normal life. He paused, the weight of his words heavy in the air. The hardest part is knowing my family paid the price for it. Your daughter was named Bate, right? Alex asked carefully. Born in Atlanta? Stone's gaze locked onto him, sharp and searching. How did you know that? Alex thought back to the Nick file, the one Simpson had dismissed as inaccurate in front of Hemingway, but the file had been right all along. Bate was born in Atlanta, not Birmingham, where the Simpsons were from, and then there was the glaring difference between the tall, blonde Simpsons and their petite, dark-haired daughter. Now Alex could picture Oliver Stone's late wife clearly. Jackie Simpson and Bate Carr were without a doubt the same person. It was in her file, Alex answered. Stone gave a distracted nod and Alex placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Oliver. Don't waste your pity on me, Stone said, his voice edged with something bitter. I've done plenty in my life that I regret. I could claim it was all for the country, but that excuse wears thin after a while, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Carter Gray wrapped up his briefing with the president and strode across the White House lawn toward his waiting helicopter. The meeting had gone smoothly, though Brennan had dropped some unsettling hints about a major shift in U.S. policy toward the Middle East, something that set Gray on edge. But his thoughts scattered when he spotted a man standing by the fence watching him. Oliver Stone gestured toward Rubin, waiting on the motorcycle a short distance away, then pointed west. Gray followed the motion and understood. Minutes later, Gray's limo trailed the bike through the streets until they reached Arlington Cemetery. Soon Gray stood before John Carr's grave, his security detail keeping a respectful distance. I can spare 10 minutes, John, Gray said. My name is Oliver Stone. Fine, Gray snapped. Make it 5. Then start talking, Stone said. How did my daughter end up with the Simpsons? Gray looked momentarily taken aback but answered anyway. Roger Simpson and I worked together at the CIA. We were close. He and his wife couldn't have children, so it seemed like the right solution. You and your wife had no other family, and I wasn't about to abandon the girl, even if some at the agency thought she should have been dealt with permanently. I had no idea you were still alive, John, Gray said, his voice tight. Something tells me you weren't exactly searching for me, Stone shot back. I had nothing to do with what happened to you. The order didn't come from me, and I wasn't involved in carrying it out. In fact, I saved your daughter's life. But you didn't lift a finger to stop the attack on me and my family, did you? Stone's voice was like steel. Did you really think you could just walk away from everything back then? I would never betray my country. That's not what this is about. Oh, it's exactly what this is about. Gray waved a dismissive hand. Ancient history, Stone pointed toward the left. That way, that's where part of your so-called ancient history is buried, your wife's grave. Can you really just forget her? Shut your mouth, Gray snapped. Anything else? Just one thing, Stone said calmly. I want your resignation. Gray stared at him unreadable. Excuse me, step down as Secretary of Homeland Security. You're not fit for the job anymore. You're pathetic, Gray said, shaking his head. Honestly, you served this country well once. If you need something, comforts for your retirement, I'll see what I can do. Or I go public with everything I know. Gray gave him a pitying look. Right. A man who doesn't officially exist, real credible, just like your friend Rubin. I looked into him. He's even more delusional than you. And if you think Alex Ford will back you up, think again. He won't risk his career by crossing me. He's smart enough not to drag this country through the mud. So crawl back into whatever hole you came from, John, and stay there. All I want is your resignation, nothing else. Done with the conversation, Gray turned to leave. Before you go, Stone said, you might want to hear this. Gray turned back just in time to see Stone holding up a small tape recorder. He pressed play and Gray's own voice filled the air, cold, calculating, discussing the assassination of the president in the so-called killing room. "What the hell?" Gray exploded as Stone switched it off. "Where did you?" He froze when Stone held up a cell phone. "A friend lent this to me, it records, and as an old spy I know how to use it." He tossed Gray the tape. "I'll be expecting your resignation by morning." Stone walked away but paused after a few steps, glancing back one last time. "We both served our country well, Carter, but our old methods don't fit the modern world, thank God for that." Gray's face flushed crimson as he stood there, his chest heaving with each labored breath. "I'm not some damn fanatic, I'm a patriot." "In truth, you're neither, Carter." "Then what the hell am I?" Gray snapped. "Spit it out, you're just wrong." The next day, Kate and Alex met for lunch. All of DC was buzzing about Carter Gray's sudden resignation. "No way Oliver had anything to do with that, right?" Kate asked. Alex didn't hesitate. "I think Oliver's capable of more than either of us realizes." Afterward, they strolled hand in hand past an iconic landmark. Alex paused, glancing at the White House. "Can't seem to shake this place." Kate squeezed his hand. "Guess I'll have to work harder to distract you." "You'll be a free man soon enough, Agent Ford." Alex smirked. "Even after retirement, I doubt I'll ever feel free. Should I take that as a compliment?" His kiss answered for him. Overhead, a helicopter lifted off from the White House lawn, the Nick insignia visible on its tail. "Probably Gray's last visit," Alex muttered. "Good riddance," Kate said. "Unless his replacement's worse," Alex pointed out. Kate sighed. "Politics might actually give me nightmares." "It'll be fine." Alex nodded toward Lafayette Park. "As long as he's around." On a bench, Oliver Stone and Adelphia sipped coffee. Adelphia chatted away, but Stone's gaze never left the building across the street. Alex and Kate walked on, leaving the country in the steady hands of Oliver Stone and the Camel Club. Their responsibilities involve gathering and analyzing intelligence on foreign governments, organizations, and individuals, then providing that information to various branches of the U.S. government as well as allied nations and agencies. The D, or Drug Enforcement Administration, focuses on combating drug-related crimes and preventing narcotics from entering the United States. DEFCON, short for Defense Condition, indicates the alert status of the U.S. military. DEFCON 1, the highest level never yet declared, signals an imminent attack on American forces or territory. Formed in 2002 after the 9/11 attacks, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, works to protect the country from terrorism and other threats. Meanwhile, the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, serves as the central military intelligence body, overseeing the intelligence operations of all 4 U.S. Armed Forces branches and reporting directly to the Pentagon. The Director of National Intelligence, DNI, a cabinet-level position created in 2004, coordinates intelligence efforts across agencies, because nothing says lessons learned like adding another layer of bureaucracy. The Federal Air Marshal Service, FAMS, ensures aviation security, while the FBI tackles terrorism, drug trafficking, espionage, and major financial crimes. The Secret Service's Gatecaller Squad, GCS, handles White House visitor security, and the now-defunct KGB, once the Soviet Union's notorious spy agency, was replaced by Russia's FSB in 1991. Federal law enforcement officers receive Law Enforcement Availability Pay (LEAP) for being on call, and a leading special agent, LSA, oversees Secret Service field offices. At the top of the chain, the National Command Authority, NCA, the President and Secretary of Defense, holds the power to authorize nuclear strikes. Because when diplomacy fails, someone's got to press the big red button. The National Intelligence Council, NIC, established in 1979, serves as the U.S. government's hub for mid- to long-term strategic analysis. Reporting directly to the Director of National Intelligence, its mission is to provide policymakers with critical insights, whether or not they align with current political agendas. Meanwhile, the National Institutes of Health, NI, a key division of the Department of Health and Human Services, oversees drug approvals and medical research. On the surveillance front, the National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, founded in the early 1960s, manages America's military satellite operations, with its director answering to the CIA. Then there's the NSA, the shadowy powerhouse behind global electronic monitoring, technically under the Defense Department but often taking cues from the National Security Advisor. For threat assessment, the Secret Service's NTAC branch works to prevent public violence, while the agency itself juggles protecting top officials and tackling financial crimes, a shift from Treasury oversight to Homeland Security in 2003. The Washington Field Office, WFO, handles DC-based operations with the precision you'd expect from the Capitol's top security detail. Now let's talk gratitude. Michelle, you're the MVP, reading every draft, offering sharp feedback, and still pretending my medical jargon sounds legit. Aaron Priest, this book wouldn't exist without your early faith. To the Warner Books team, Maureen, Jamie, Tina, and crew, thanks for turning chaos into print. Lucy and Lisa, for handling the grind so I could focus. Frances Jallet Miller, your editorial brilliance shaped this story, while Art Collins' early reads kept me on track. Dr. Monica Smitey, your forensic insights made me sound smarter than I am. And to the Library of Congress crew, John Y. Cole, Mark Dimination, and Daniel DeSimone, thanks for the backstage access and patience with my endless questions about those breathtaking rare books. Fun fact, I may or may not have tried to smuggle out a first edition. Kidding. Mostly. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the Washington Field Office of the Secret Service for sharing their insider expertise. Jennifer Steinberg deserves special thanks for always coming through with last-minute research answers. Maria Rech provided incredibly valuable feedback, while Bob Schul not only reviewed the manuscript with brilliant commentary but also schooled me on energy policy, proving himself to be the ultimate friend. Neil Skiff generously shared his FBI knowledge, and Charles Velu offered expert insights on firearms and weaponry. Tom DuPont guided me through financial complexities, and Dr. Ali Guliria enlightened me about orthodontics and Indian culture. My appreciation also goes to Lynette and Deborah for reliably steering enterprises to completion. Common abbreviations from military, intelligence, law enforcement, and government agencies are defined in the glossary at the book's end.